inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness.
Ask your doctor for Austedo XR.
Here's what's making headlines on this Monday morning. More than 1.7 million eggs have been recalled as the CDC and the FDA investigate a salmonella outbreak that sickened at least 79 people across 7 states. 21 of them have been hospitalized. The eggs were distributed by the August Egg Company from February 3rd through May 15th. The Trump administration is proposing funding cuts for higher education for fiscal year 2026. This includes reducing Pell Grants, a type of federal aid available to low-income families, by more than $1,600. Roughly 40% of undergrad students rely on it, and experts say if the award is lowered, many of the lowest-income students would be forced to drop out of college. Microsoft is teaming up with Asus to launch the new Xbox Ally and Xbox Ally X this holiday season. The handheld gaming devices are expected to bring the best of Xbox and Windows together. No word on price or release date yet. Tomorrow, McDonald's is launching its new limited edition Hershey's S'mores McFlurry. So it's made with vanilla soft serve, Hershey's milk chocolate. There are also graham crackers and marshmallows inside. Perfect for the start of summer. Early today, we'll be right back.
This is a payday bar. It's got tons of peanuts and a caramel core that get the job done. So you can think of it as a tool to be kept here, or even here. But definitely not here. It's not a pencil, people. Payday. Get to it.
Your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze Plug-In. It has a microchip that alternates between 2 scents to fight odors and provide freshness for up to 50 days. Try Febreze Plug.
P&G.
The tough calls.
You stink.
Aren't why refs stink. It's the bacteria in their sweaty clothes.
You stink.
Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria detergents leave behind. Clean is good, sanitized is better.
With bugs, the struggle is real. That's why you need Zevo Traps. Zevo attracts and traps bugs 24/7 using a blue and UV light with no odor and no mess for effortless protection. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Legacy isn't handed down. It's carried forward.
Tom Yamas is there to start us off tonight.
And from one era to the next, trust is the anchor.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Evenings on NBC.
When a man needed a triple organ transplant to treat a dangerous autoimmune disorder, he received a miracle in the form of a perfect match. Kelly Jackson has their inspiring story.
It's a moment years in the making. That's April Johnson Heath and Valence Sams meeting for the very first time on the day they had been waiting for. A mother's heartbreak turned to joy thanks to a new chance at life.
Alec has just always been the sweetest kid.
April's son, Alec, was just 21 years old, serving in the military when he died in an off-duty accident.
He just had a big heart. Now he's got a big heart.
Across the country, Valence was in the hospital in treatment for an autoimmune disorder that severely damaged major organs.
My heart was less than 10%. The liver is failing. The kidney's been fighting for a whole decade. Life was hard.
His only chance to live? A triple organ transplant.
I was praying every day for a miracle.
That miracle came from Alec, an organ donor and a perfect match. Dr. Nicholas Nissen was one of the surgeons at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in California.
It's incredibly rare. Across this huge nation, 300 million people, this is an event that happens 2 or 3 times per year, and I would say very much a miracle.
After 20 hours, Valence's surgery was a success.
The day I woke up from the surgery, it's like I had this aching yearn.
But he wasn't alone. April felt it too.
I was just like, God, I just want to hear back from one of the recipients. And I was like, but it'd be really extra special if it'd be the one with his heart.
Those prayers answered on their first phone call on Alec's birthday.
There was crying, there was laughing. We talked for over an hour.
Then on the 2-year anniversary of his surgery, Valence flew to Alabama to meet April in person.
It's good to see you.
It's so good to see you.
He was welcomed by April's family, and for her, a chance to feel close to her son.
You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
and hear the sound of that heartbeat one more time. Now, for Valance, a second chance at life, and with that, a sense of responsibility.
So all I can do is paying it forward. And with me paying it forward, it's going to consist of me helping people and giving back and giving more selfless acts. I have a lot to live for and a lot to live up to.
Our thanks to Hallie for sharing that story. Certainly their hearts are full, as are our hearts, after seeing that story. Thanks for starting your week with Early today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday.
California Dreamin'. For 3 generations, it's something Sit and Sleep has helped more Southern Californians do than any other mattress store. Try the new Beautyrest Black and save up to 50% on Serta at the store more Southern Californians trust to sleep and feel their best. Sit and Sleep.
California Dreamin'.
They really are for everyone that they represent. They take us in as family.
My experience was very personal. My attorney was right there every step of the way. I felt like she was really concerned about me.
The team I had was like family. We kind of became friends.
They're the biggest injury law firm, but they're also like family, and they're just doggone nice.
We have breaking news right now at 4 a.m. Orders to leave downtown. Dozens arrested, buildings tagged, fires ignited, protesters pushed back against ICE raids around L.A. Today in L.A. is live with a look at the damage as law enforcement prepares for more.
Plus, a new international travel ban is now in effect this morning. The country is now barred from the U.S. and the planned protests at LAX. That's happening in just a few hours.
Today in LA at 4 starts now.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. We have a lot to get to regarding those ongoing protests. But first, we're going to get right to meteorologist Belinda Leon with a look at our forecast. Good morning.
Good morning. No watches, no warnings, fog this morning and low clouds. That's about it. So allow extra time to get to wherever you have to go. We've got patchy fog through the valleys and over into the Inland Empire. Right now, the foggiest spot is Temecula, down to about a quarter of a mile. We will see these clouds move out of the picture and then sunshine during the afternoon, and the temperatures are going to be warmer this week. Highs above normal. You're going to feel it away from the coast. Meanwhile, near the beaches, the weather will remain mild. But look at this big contrast in temperatures depending on the location. 70s at the coast, about 10 degrees warmer inland for the basin in Orange County, 10 more degrees warmer for the valleys in IE. And we're going to get that summer heat in the deserts. That's where highs will be around 100 degrees. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at your numbers and the weather for the rest of the week. Right now, here's traffic with Robin. Hi there.
Hi, good morning. We have some closures to talk about, some major closures heading into downtown LA because of yesterday's protests. There is still a heavy police presence in downtown LA and on the freeway. The 101 is closed in the southbound direction between the 110 and Alameda Street. You have no access between those 2 points. In addition to that, the 110, the connectors that take you to the 101 are closed pretty much until further notice. Consider using mass transit heading into downtown LA. If these closures are in place throughout the morning, it's going to cause some major delays. Figueroa, Temple, 2nd, Grand can all be used as an alternate. We'll stay on top of this. Another update coming up in a bit. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
Robin, thank you. 4:02 right now, and scenes of violent unrest in the streets of downtown LA. Large crowds of protesters and violent agitators leave behind a trail of damage here and all across Southern California.
So we are now entering day 4 of these immigration protests, rallies, and calls for justice. NBC4's Annette Arriola is live in downtown LA. So Annette, what are you seeing there this morning?
Hey, good morning, Lynette. Yes, we've been driving around for the last half hour or so. Things are very quiet. We have not been able to spot any demonstrators. They've moved out of the area, but there is a very heavy police presence, a very high police presence. I'm going to go ahead and switch right now so you guys can see exactly what we're seeing outside. This is our street vision out of our news camera. Right now, we're on Cesar Chavez, turning right on Alameda, so turning southbound, like we're heading towards the federal building. And as you get closer to the federal building, you will start seeing more patrol units, and they've really created a barrier around the federal building, very close to the Metropolitan Detention Center. We're also seeing patrol units very close to the 101 freeway. I can tell you that the exit from the 101 freeway right here off of Alameda, well, that has been blocked off. So again, heavy police presence. But let's go ahead and show you some video coming into our newsroom overnight. Just as we were going off air last night around 11 p.m., LAPD officers responded to reports of looting at the intersection of 8th and Broadway. This was an Adidas store. When they arrived on scene, they spotted a person and were able to recover stolen merchandise from the area. And this second video here you're seeing was taken just after midnight near downtown. That's where buses were graffitied, LAPD patrol units were tagged, people were seen on top of those cruisers smashing windows as well. So again, a lot of activity happening overnight at this very moment. Things remaining a bit quiet, but again, we are going to be driving through the streets here and just showing you a lot of the damage. We've spotted some of the vehicles that have been burned down, and we'll also try to get as close as possible to the Metropolitan Detention Center just to give you an idea as to how much police we've seen out here. And we have seen patrol units from everywhere, from Moore Park, Beverly Hills, Redondo Beach, several agencies out here assisting LAPD officers throughout the next couple of hours as we head into the morning. We'll send it back to you.
Right, Annette, thank you. And this is new video from downtown LA showing National Guard members holding a skirmish line with LAPD. We know that about 300 National Guard members arrived in LA yesterday. President Trump has ordered the deployment of 2,000 troops, a move that Governor Newsom has deeply criticized.
A curfew has not been put into effect, but it is something that the police chief and the sheriff tell us that they have talked about. Police Chief Jim McDonald says they support the right to protest, but they say it's important that those protests stay peaceful. And what they've seen over the last several days is concerning.
We had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers.
About 60 people were arrested over the weekend from the streets to the 101 freeway. The police chief said expect many more arrests to come. He says they are going through video and social media posts to determine who's responsible for the damage.
LA County Sheriff Robert Luna also urged Angelenos to protest peacefully. He joined us live during our 11 o'clock news last night and had this message for vandals or anyone else engaging in violence.
Stop destroying our city. Stop committing acts of violence against our police officers and deputy sheriffs. This needs to stop, man. It makes our city look horrible.
Sheriff Luna says he sent over 100 deputies into downtown LA yesterday at the request of LAPD. He says he also requested mutual aid from other counties, in addition to more CHP officers as well. The sheriff reiterated the department's long-standing policy of protecting public safety and that it does not enforce civil immigration laws.
Waymo is suspending service after its vehicles were set on fire during the ongoing protests. Waymo says it will no longer be serving any rides in the protest areas until it's deemed safe. 2 Waymo batteries exploded and at least 3 of the cars were burned. Some were even broken into and vandalized. The LAPD says fires involving Waymo vehicles can release toxic gas due to the lithium-ion batteries.
The families of the workers who were detained during Friday's ICE raids in LA's Fashion District are holding a news conference this morning. We're going to bring that to you live on our NBC Los Angeles streaming channel. That is expected to start around 9 a.m.
And stay with NBC4 throughout the day for the ongoing ICE protest in and around LA. We have continuing coverage with a special section dedicated to immigration right now on NBCLA.com. You can also go to NBCLA.
Happening now, President Trump's new travel ban is in effect. You're looking live right now at LAX, where demonstrators are expected to gather outside the Tom Bradley International Terminal starting at 9 a.m. to protest the new restrictions. Now, the new restrictions apply to citizens from mainly 12 African and Middle Eastern countries. Among the countries where travelers will be completely banned, Haiti, Iran, Libya, and Somalia. A partial travel ban will affect 7 countries, including Cuba and Venezuela. The White House cites foreign policy, national security, and counterterrorism objectives as the reasons for this new ban.
Today is the deadline the Department of Justice set for California schools to pledge they will not allow transgender athletes to compete in female sports. Now, this comes after a transgender athlete took home gold in the girls' high jump and triple jump at the CIF State Track and Field Championships. The DOJ argued that allowing male-born students to participate in female sports violates federal law, and if school districts don't make changes by today, legal action will be taken.
Well, the June gloom pattern continues this week, and it will keep the temperatures near the coast nice and mild, but inland we're going to feel the heat. So here's what you can expect. Gradually our skies clear. We'll have 70s at the coast, and it gets hotter the farther away you are from the beaches. Inland temperatures in the 90s, and we're going to see triple digits for the deserts. As we get to the middle of the week, the temperatures cool slightly, and then things warm right back up again for Father's Day weekend, which is this coming weekend. The temperatures in the deserts today will look a little something like this, 90s, triple digits, and we're going to have breezy afternoon winds. It's a kind of afternoon, if you're traveling through there, where the wind that's blowing is going to be hot. In the mountains, temperatures are expected to get into the 80s. In the Inland Empire, the weather gradually cooling, revealing that sunshine, and the air quality unfortunately going down. That's what happens when the temperatures rise. Some spots hitting the 90s. I'm looking at San Bernardino, upper 80s in Paris, Lake Elsinore, 88 degrees. Over in Orange County, very warm inland as well. We'll have 80 in Anaheim. Temperatures near the coast, though, are going to be in the 60s, looking at Huntington Beach. Now, what will happen this week is that we will get the clearing inland, but at the coast, some days, our skies will struggle to clear, and the clouds will be pretty stubborn. Over in Ventura County, we'll have 70s. Inland, Simi Valley, 83. The San Fernando Valley, upper 80s. Santa Clarita looking at a high of 90 today. And here's your day in LA. These temperatures slightly above normal for this time of year. We're looking at 80s near the foothills, around the basin, and temperatures just a huge contrast at the coast in the upper 60s. Now, the weather in your 7-day forecast is a little bit of a weather roller coaster. I'll be back to talk more about that right now. Let's check on the drive. Hey, Robin.
Hi, good morning. Starting off with some good drive times here. The commute on the 5 is wide open in the northbound direction from Downey, connecting into East LA. No problems for the drive out of Long Beach for the 710, under 20 minutes for that connection up to the 10 in Alhambra. The 605 is also looking good from the 405 to the 10 connector, a very quick 18-minute trip. Once again, we have been encouraging folks to maybe avoid driving into downtown this morning, especially near the federal building. Because of yesterday's protest, we still have some closures in place, and depending on how long these closures are in place, this may have a huge impact on your morning drive. So you want to start thinking about this now. For the trip on South 101, the connector that takes you from South 101 to the 110 is closed. You have no access there, so you have to dump off before that connector ramp. And also coming from the 110, you cannot connect to the 101 because of this police activity. I do have some alternate routes for you. The 5 is wide open. We'll go over those surface street routes coming up in a little bit. Lynette, back to you.
Robin, thank you. Coming up next at 4, road to recovery for an LA County Sheriff's deputy shot responding to a robbery. What we know about the incident so far.
Plus, he is known as a staunch advocate for the Vietnamese community in Orange County. Today, former Supervisor Andrew Do expected to be sentenced for bribery, what prosecutors are asking for.
And local leaders are reacting to the federal response to the raids here in Southern California. We're asking the tough questions about what they want to do about it.
On the next Access Daily.
Call her daddy's Alex Cooper like you've never seen her before.
Plus, Top Chef Canada's Adrian Forte is here with tropical summer delights. Then the hot beats of the hitmakers kicking off our summer jam.
Next Access Daily.
Today at 1 on NBC4.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardiance, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
When you've been hurt in an accident, hiring the right attorney can mean the difference between winning $10,000 or $10 million. Call the firm that wins big. Call Sweet James.
Cozy TV's got great comedy.
I think that goes without saying.
How great?
Excellent, the best.
Even our dramas are funny.
I take it that's a compliment.
It sure is.
Thank you very much.
Get cozy for comedy.
The LA County deputy shot in Lancaster over the weekend is out of surgery, and we are told he is recovering. His identity has not been made public yet. Authorities say the suspect that was shot died on the scene. Saturday night, deputies responded to a robbery call on Meadowview Circle just after 7 o'clock in the evening, and authorities say shots were fired between the deputies and a suspect.
An investigation continues this morning into a crash in Granada Hills that killed 2 teenagers. The incident happened just after midnight yesterday at the intersection of Rinaldi and Zelza Avenue. The LAPD says a 19-year-old was driving with a 17-year-old passenger. Both died at the scene. Witnesses say the victims had to be pulled from the car. Police have not revealed the identity of the teens who were killed.
4:14 right now. We are staying on top of breaking news surrounding ongoing protests against local ICE raids from LA County to Washington, D.C. Leaders representing millions of us here in Southern California are reacting to the immigration raids and the response from the Trump administration.
NBC4's Lolita Lopez spoke with local government representatives yesterday to tell us that they are very concerned.
I do think it's heavy-handed. I don't think it was necessary.
We talked to LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis about the immigration raids and the response by President Donald Trump to bring in the National Guard.
And it's unfortunate because many of the Guard represent our local neighborhoods. They come from LA County. And how does that put, what kind of a position does that put them in? And I think that it is heavy-handed.
Since the raids across LA County that started Friday, demonstrations like this one have focused in part on what is happening to the people now detained.
Now, my concern is that there's due process, that they have the ability under our Constitution to be consulted to talk to their lawyers.
Right now, this administration and ICE has been empowered that they're not even letting members of Congress do their oversight when they're visiting these detention centers, something that's written into law.
Congresswoman Nanette Diaz-Barragan represents the district that includes Paramount, where demonstrations turned tense following an immigration raid at a local Home Depot on Saturday morning. She calls Trump's actions a, quote, very dangerous power grab.
And I think that this is part of his strategy to deflect from his failed policies to everything that's going wrong, whether it's the tanking economy, whether it's prices going up, whether it's the health care he's taken away from millions of Americans. He goes right back to immigration, and we know that California has always been a target of his.
Is there anything that California local authorities, you on the national level can do in order to counter some of the actions that you might believe are excessive?
Well, I think what you're seeing happening now, where people are showing up and speaking out, they're documenting, with cameras, we're documenting with stories. That is all going to make a difference, but we need people to do it peacefully in a nonviolent way.
Is there anything that you as a local leader can do?
I am trying to make sure that we get information about Know Your Rights, calling our Office of Immigrant Affairs, because they hire groups of CBOs and defense, and people can call and speak to them, and they'll speak their languages, whomever that might be, and they can call 211 and get that information.
And Supervisor Solis also echoing the call that if you are demonstrating, to do so in a peaceful manner. Now, Representative Barragan tells me she'll be looking into how to bring more oversight to the types of immigration operations we have been seeing over the last couple of days, which could include going through the courts or taking legislative action. In downtown Los Angeles, Lolita Lopez, NBC4 News.
And we have an update for you in Glendale, where the city is deciding to terminate its contract with Homeland Security and ICE to house federal immigration detainees. Last week, the city did confirm that it was helping house undocumented immigrants at the local jail. It's a contract that Glendale has had with ICE since 2007. But in a tweet last night, the city says that it does not align with its values and it does not enforce immigration laws.
Temperatures away from the coast are going to be heating up this week. Highs in the upper 80s, low 90s, slightly above normal where we should be for this time of year, but not hot enough to prompt any watches or warnings. But keep this in mind that you should limit your time outside, especially if you have respiratory issues. The air quality is going to be unhealthy for sensitive groups from the Santa Clarita Valley through the LA County Mountains over into the San Bernardino Valley. That's what the orange on this map means. Right in the middle, moderate air quality. That's acceptable for most. And green at the coast means good air quality. So the weather is going to vary depending on where you are this week. We're going to have temperatures in the 60s and 50s. Most of us start off with temperatures that are pretty similar, except for our friends over in the deserts. Right now you have 73 in Lancaster, just an indication of where the weather is headed this afternoon. It's going to be a hot one. Look at the temperatures later today. We're going to have upper 60s, 70s at the coast, about 10 degrees warmer inland for the basin and inland Orange County. That's where highs will be in the low 80s. 10 degrees warmer for the valleys in the Inland Empire, upper 80s, low 90s, and temperatures close to 100 degrees up in the deserts. Big Bear today, temperatures around 81, which is warm for their standards as well. If you are headed to the game tonight, the Angels taking on the A's. First pitch is going to be at 7:38, and I don't think you need a layer. We're going to have 75 degrees for the start of the game. By the end of the game, we'll have clear skies and comfortable temperatures around 70 degrees. Now, the weather this week is going to feel warm away from the coast. The temperatures are going to be around 90 degrees. We'll get another hot day tomorrow, and then we get to the middle of the week. And basically, the position of where this jet stream is, which is basically the barrier of where that warm and cool air is going to determine how our temperatures are going to feel. So for the middle and towards the end of the week, we're going to have a dip in the jet stream. That's going to cause the temperatures to come down a few degrees, and then another bump in temperatures as we head into the weekend. This is what the trend looks like in Riverside, where we have 88 today, and you see the numbers rise Tuesday, Wednesday in the low 90s, and then it gets a little cooler at the end of the week, and then over the weekend the numbers come back up. So just slight changes in the temperatures from day to day, but overall the numbers this week will be above normal. And if you find yourself away from the coast, you need to stay cool, hydrate, and take precautions as if it was summer. The weather for the basin Orange County will look like this. We'll have just a stretch of 80-degree days for the basin in Orange County, and the temperatures in the 70s at the coast with that continued June gloom. In fact, some days it could be hard to scour out the clouds at all if you find yourself near those coastal locations. The valleys, the Inland Empire, we're going to have 80s for the valleys. For the most part, the Inland Empire will continue to see those temperatures in the 90s. So yes, toasty, not seeing any huge heat waves on the horizon. We're getting to that part of the year where these numbers are becoming more frequent. It is going to be hot and dangerously hot for our friends in the low desert, where you're going to have 110 today, 111 in the coming days. And for our friends in the mountains, warm there. Highs are going to be in the 80s all the way through Thursday. So stay cool and hydrate, amigos. Now a check at the drive. What's up, Robin?
Well, we have several events happening today, starting off with the traffic forecast, Belinda, because the Angels are home. They take on the A's. First pitch, 6:38. What does that mean for you? Extra traffic during your evening commute, right? So as you're heading home from work, you'll be mixed in with baseball fans that are heading to and from Angels Stadium. This is going to impact traffic heading throughout the Orange Crush, the 5, the 57, and the 22. So we're giving you a heads up for that extra company. We also have the BET Awards happening in downtown LA. This is going to be at Peacock Theater. This is going to impact traffic on the 110, Figueroa, Pico, throughout LA Live, all of those surrounding surface streets. So definitely expect delays there as folks will be heading over to enjoy the awards. But in addition to that, right now we're tracking police activity, and I'm hoping this closure does not extend through the afternoon into the evening. If so, it's going to be a really tough drive through downtown LA. No major delays right now, but the 101 is closed between the 110 and Alameda Street because of yesterday's protest. There is still a heavy police presence. You cannot use the 110 connectors over to the 101. So the 5, Figueroa, Temple, 2nd, Grand can all be used as alternate routes. So stay on top of it. Another update coming up in a bit. Adrian, back to you.
All right, thank you, Robin. 4:22 right now. Next at 4, and just like that, they are all grown up. Now both Gizmo and Sunny have taken off and left their nest up in Big Bear. We'll take a look at the big development from over the weekend.
Plus, a big night for musical theater at New York City's Radio City Music Hall. The big winners for this year's Tony Awards. We'll have that in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Today in LA.
I called Morgan & Morgan because of how large of a firm that they are.
They're the biggest injury law firm, and they cut through the red tape. They get things done.
I wanted to fight for myself. I felt like my lawyer was fighting for me the whole time.
They weren't going to take guff from my employer.
I didn't want to call a small lawyer who insurance companies would stand a better chance of winning against.
Morgan & Morgan fought very hard, and now finally I'm here standing.
It's At Home in the Valley, a warehouse full of rugs. Too many rugs, way too many rugs. It's time for a sale. Save on thousands of rugs in stock. Take one home today. Modern, traditional, shag, solids, and textures, all at low, low prices. Roll runners for stairs and hallways, any length you need. Since 1979, At Home in the Valley, 16531 Satakoy Street, Van Nuys, 818-780-4663, online at athomeinthevalley.com.
I have active psoriatic arthritis, but with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready for this moment. Along with clearer skin, Skyrizi helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And it's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Why do you watch Today in LA?
Because you make us feel like we're at home.
There's just something special about that team.
It's energetic, it's relative, it's local.
Upbeat and respectful, classy.
I get my weather, my traffic, my breaking news, everything is there ready to go.
Love your coverage.
It's like a one-stop shop to find out what I need for the day.
The weather especially.
It's very accurate.
I trust them for the weather accuracy and the traffic.
You guys keep us up to date on everything. You guys give us the best news.
We watch it every single day.
Today in LA.
Time now for Hollywood Buzz. The 2025 Tony Awards started off with a big bang thanks to host Cynthia Erivo's show-stopping opening number. She sounds fantastic, yes. As for the night's big winners, Maybe Happy Ending dominated the night, taking home 6 awards, including Best Musical and Best Leading Actor in a Musical for co-star Darren Criss. Purpose, a drama about a power couple of the civil rights movement, won Best Play. I hear Lynette clapping it up for that. And one of Broadway's biggest shows, Hamilton, celebrated its 10th anniversary. And guess what? The original cast reunited for a performance that brought the entire audience at Radio City Music Hall to its feet. It's so great to see them back together. Well, we talked about this in our traffic forecast a little bit earlier. The 2025 BET Awards is happening tonight at Peacock Theater. Organizers say the awards will go ahead as planned. Despite the ongoing protests in LA, they are working closely with the LAPD and monitoring the situation, to ensure safety of guests and staff. We'll definitely keep you posted here on NBC4. Mariah Carey, Snoop Dogg, Jamie Foxx, and Kirk Franklin will be honored with the BET Ultimate Icon Awards. Meanwhile, the one and only Kendrick Lamar leads this year with 10 total nominations. Kevin Hart, I'm looking forward to this. We'll be hosting. It all goes down this evening at 5 p.m.
So I'll ask you again. Are you a 1 or a 0?
Oh, tough question. He's a 10. Actor Christian Slater will be honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The star will be dedicated in the category of television. Actress Sarah Gellar will be there as well. And today's ceremony is happening at 11:30 this morning. And just in case you want to know, this is the 2,815th star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. But who's counting? Well deserved. Congratulations.
Very specific. Thank you, Robin. Appreciate it. 4:27 right now. Still ahead, we're staying on top of the breaking news regarding the ongoing protests of ICE raids.
Local leaders are weighing in as destruction takes place downtown overnight. More on that next. Plus, Lauren.
Lynette, Adrian, we're outside the LA Unified School District headquarters where a news conference is scheduled. We expect to hear more about how the superintendent and other local leaders are responding to this weekend's unrest. Just ahead.
California Dreamin'. For 3 generations, it's something Sit and Sleep has helped more Southern Californians do than any other mattress store. So when you need a helping hand finding just the right mattress, come to the store more Southern Californians trust to sleep and feel their best. Sit and Sleep.
California Dreamin'.
Reply all. We've all been there.
I stay awake at night worrying that my security service isn't cutting it. I feel so vulnerable.
I couldn't help overhearing your security insecurity. Bailarm is your all-in-one partner for security and life safety. And with best-in-class technology and local service, you can rest easy knowing everything is secure.
I can finally sleep.
Like a baby.
It's At Home in the Valley, a warehouse full of rugs. Too many rugs, way too many rugs. It's time for a sale. Save on thousands of rugs in stock. Take one home today. Modern, traditional, shag, solids, and textures, all at low, low prices. Roll runners for stairs and hallways, any length you need. Since 1979, At Home in the Valley, 16531 Satakoy Street, Van Nuys, 818-780-4663, online at athomeinthevalley.com.
I'm Burt Ward, Robin from TV's Batman, inviting you to feed natural, non-GMO Gentle Giants canned dog and puppy food and Gentle Giants canned cat and kitten food, prepared with fresh meats, fresh fruits, and fresh vegetables that can make a huge difference in taste and nutrition for your dog and for your cat. Our 27-and-a-half-year-old wolfhound Tara has lived more than triple her normal lifespan, eating only Gentle Giants dry dog food mixed with Gentle Giants canned dog food. At Petco, Stater Brothers, H-E-B, and more.
Breaking news now at 4:30. An unlawful assembly has been declared in downtown LA amid protests and clashes with police late into the night. We are live this morning with what authorities are now bracing for today as LA Unified prepares to address immigration enforcement activity.
You come after poor kids, you come after families, we will do everything in our power to stand up and stand in your way.
Governor Newsom is pushing back against President Trump's decision to bring the National Guard to L.A. And now the Trump administration is threatening to arrest anyone who impedes their efforts, including the governor. Hear what he is saying to NBC News' Jacob Soboroff.
Today in L.A. at 4:30 starts now.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Lynette Romero.
And I'm Adrian Arambulo, and we're going to get to the latest on the protests in just a minute. First, we want to get to meteorologist Belen de Leon, who's going to look at our Monday morning forecast. Belen.
Hi there. No watches, no warnings, but depending on where you are in SoCal, the weather's going to be feeling a little different. A huge contrast in temperatures from the coast to the deserts. Look at this. 70 degrees near the beaches, and in the high desert, we're looking at temperatures in the triple digits, so about a 30-degree difference once you head inland. This morning, we do have morning clouds, areas of fog, low visibility in the valleys, and over in the Inland Empire, no advisories have been posted, but the foggiest spot I'm seeing right now, Temecula and Hemet, you're down to about a quarter to about half a mile. A gloomy view right now over the downtown area. Gradually, we're going to get to the sunshine, and here's your forecast for the Monday. 70s near the coast, 10 degrees warmer inland, then 10 more degrees warmer in the valleys and IE, and there you see the triple digits in the deserts, the mountains, 81. A closer look at your forecast on this Monday and the week ahead. The next time I see you. Right now, here's traffic with Robin.
Good morning. We're off to a pretty good start. We are monitoring some closures, which may be lifting. Still waiting for an update on this, but the 101 has been closed all night and into the morning commute between the 110 and Alameda Street. This is all related to the police activity and the protests that we've been covering for you. There's no protest activity right now, but the closures remain in place. The 110 connectors to the 101 have been blocked off as well. So still waiting for an update. Meanwhile, start thinking about those detours or even hopping on mass transit. There's the 5, Figueroa, Temple, 2nd, Grand. You may have to dump off the freeway early and use surface streets as an alternate. We have a reporter on scene gathering more details. Another traffic update coming up in a little bit. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
Robin, thank you. State and local leaders are calling for peaceful protests after several nights of violent protests and gatherings.
From fires to damage to metro buses and patrol cars, the unrest from the immigration and the protests is taking over some L.A. streets. NBC4's Annette Ariel is live in downtown L.A. with another business that had to be boarded up after being damaged. Annette?
That's right. And this one we spotted as we were driving around the area. I'm going to step out of the way. We're at the corner of 3rd and Broadway. Adrian, Lynette. This is where we spotted the T-Mobile store that had been vandalized, and it looks like it was also looted. We could zoom in. If we can zoom in, Renee, you can see a lot of the stuff that's on the ground that's been scattered. And of course, the crews right now boarding up these windows. A short time ago, they were sweeping away all of the shattered glass that just had been littered here on the sidewalk. And we should point out that most of the buildings here in the downtown area have been tagged or have graffiti on them. During the last hit, we were close to Olvera Street, and it was, we were seeing all of those buildings again with a lot of writing. Now let's go ahead and show you this video here. News Chopper 4 flew over the area where protesters were gathering last night. We could see a lot of fires burning in the middle of the street. Some of them were cars engulfed in flames as well as buses. And this second piece of video that you're seeing here shows multiple patrol units from several local law enforcement agencies that were called in to help LAPD with the protests and the situation unfolding on the ground. In fact, many of those patrol units are still out here. We've seen them as we've gone down Main Street, coming back out here live. Again, this is kind of what we're seeing as we drive around the area. Many of the businesses out here impacted because of the protests. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Annette, thank you. And the LA Unified School District is set to talk about the ongoing immigration enforcement activity at a news conference this morning. NBC4's Lauren Coronado is live at the district headquarters. And Lauren, this is a topic that the superintendent has been very passionate about.
Adrian, good morning. Absolutely. We've heard him be very vocal about immigration. And of course, this is something really personal to him, too. We heard him talk about this very issue just a couple weeks ago.
I would be the biggest hypocrite in the world, regardless of my position today, if today I did not fight for those who find themselves in the same predicament I faced over 40 years ago when I arrived in this country at the age of 17 as an undocumented immigrant. Education made me and saved me.
This was last month when 2 LAUSD elementary schools were targeted by Homeland Security agents asking specific questions about 4 students ranging in grades 1st through 6th grade. Principals did, as trained, denied access and notify the district. Carvalho outraged by the incident, and now after this weekend's unrest, the district is hosting a news conference to discuss immigration enforcement across LA. We expect to hear from Carvalho and members of the Board of Education. We understand LAUSD schools will wrap up for summer tomorrow. We expect to find out much more about their immigration policies and what's expected ahead at that news conference scheduled for 9:30. Reporting live in downtown LA, I'm Lauren Coronado for Today in LA.
All right, thank you very much, Lauren. Again, the district holds that news conference at 9:30 this morning to address the recent immigration enforcement activity. We're going to cover that on our streaming channel. The superintendent, Alberto Gavarlo, says the district is working with safety teams and community partners to ensure that schools remain safe havens.
2,000 National Guard troops have been placed under federal command by President Trump. Now, about 300 of them were deployed to critical areas in downtown LA. We even saw them pre-positioned here. This is in Westwood. That is a central sticking point between Governor Newsom and President Trump. NBC4's Conan Nolan has more on that showdown.
An illegal act, an immoral act, an unconstitutional act, and we're going to test that theory with a lawsuit tomorrow.
In a remarkable interview with Jacob Subroff of NBC News, Governor Gavin Newsom lashed out at those engaged in violence in the streets of Los Angeles.
These images are unacceptable. These kids on the car, the folks that are taking advantage of this, these aren't peaceful protesters, a lot of these folks.
But put the blame for the unrest on President Donald Trump for the series of immigration raids that have rounded up scores of undocumented immigrants.
You go after vulnerable communities? You go after kids? I was just down in Compton School District 3 days ago, and they were talking to me about this 4-year-old kid. I don't even know where she is. This is a serious moment. The hell is going on? threatening real people. These are friends. These are people we know, members of our community, destroying industries in the state.
And Mr. Newsom believes the outrage on the street and Mr. Trump's federalizing of the National Guard was all part of the plan. That when he spoke with the president Friday, Mr. Trump did not want to talk about the National Guard.
The conversation started with the frame of what's happening in L.A. He immediately pivoted to other interests and other things.
Do you think he was aware of what was happening in Los Angeles?
I think I'm more than aware. And obviously, he was setting this up to take these additional steps.
Those additional steps was to do something no president has done in 60 years, to federalize a military operation normally run by the state.
There's a protocol, there's a process. He didn't care about that. And the worst part, he completely lied. He said in a tweet that everything's now safe, everything's fine. Is that the case, Mr. Trump? He said because he deployed the National Guard. The Guard hadn't even been deployed when he said this. It's Orwellian. Simply lying to people. Unconstitutional, illegal act, his mess. We're trying to clean it up.
The president's border czar, Tom Homan, earlier suggested that Mr. Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass could be arrested if their actions are viewed as interfering with immigration enforcement. To that, the governor was defiant.
Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Conan Nolan, NBC.
SEIU California President David Huerta is scheduled to be arraigned today. He was detained at an ICE raid on Friday. The SEIU says that Huerta was injured and pepper sprayed during the federal agency's operation. U.S. Attorney Bill Esseli says federal agents were executing a lawful judicial warrant at a work site in L.A. when Huerta obstructed access. He was arrested for interfering with federal officers. National civil rights leaders are planning to rally with hundreds in a peaceful protest demanding Huerta's release and an end to the raids.
Federal prosecutors are expected to push for the maximum punishment today when former Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe is sentenced. In October, he resigned from the Board of Supervisors and pleaded guilty to a federal bribery conspiracy charge. He admitted to accepting more than $550,000 in bribes in exchange for funneling millions of dollars of COVID relief funds to a charity affiliated with his daughter. As part of the deal, Doe could receive a maximum of 5 years in prison. Coming up, Hollywood is showing support for Pride Month as it celebrates with a parade.
We'll take a look inside the annual event coming up.
All right, we're counting down to the official start of summer, June 20th, 11 days away. You know what? Some spots are already going to feel like summer. I've got your 7-day forecast the next time I see you. Here's Robin with traffic.
I'm just waiting for that summer pool party. Come on, somebody call. We're going to head over to the 14. It's looking really good coming out of Palmdale off to the Newhall Pass. No problems for the 5. Santa Clarita to East LA, and the 405 looking good. 24 minutes from the 5 to the 105. We'll check more drive times coming up after the break. Stay with us.
In the Design Studio by Mathis Home, when our vendors offer us special discounts, we make sure to pass those savings on to you. Right now, get the lowest prices of the year on top designer brands like Bernhardt, Rowe, and Universal. You'll also get to enjoy complimentary delivery and design services. For the latest in luxury and style, visit us now for exclusive discounts and let us help make your dream home a reality for less than you ever imagined. At the Design Studio by Mathis Home.
It's At Home in the Valley, a warehouse full of rugs. Too many rugs, way too many rugs. It's time for a sale. Save on thousands of rugs in stock. Take one home today. Modern, traditional, shag, solids, and textures, all at low, low prices. Roll runners for stairs and hallways, any length you need. Since 1979, At Home in the Valley, 16531 Satakoy Street, Van Nuys, 818-780-4663. Online at athomeinthevalley.com.
When migraine strikes, do you question the trade-offs of treating? Ubrelvy is another option. It works fast, and most have migraine pain relief within 2 hours. You can treat it anytime, anywhere. Tell your doctor all medicines you take. Don't take if allergic or with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, which may occur hours to days after. Side effects include nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Ubrelvy.
Aline trusts Prevagen for her brain, and this is her story. I'm Arlene, and I live in Castro Valley, California. My husband, Barney, and I have been married for 32 years. I think the most important thing in life is to stay healthy. I went to the drugstore, and I discovered Prevagen. Prevagen is my go-to supplement. I love taking it. I'm very happy with it. I've been taking Prevagen for almost 10 years. It's wonderful.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
Well, pride is universal here at NBC4, and especially during Pride Month.
And there's plenty of pride on full display through the streets of Hollywood over the weekend. The 55th annual LA Pride Parade took place yesterday morning, going through the heart of Hollywood. Tons of people packed the streets with rainbow flags, shirts, excitement, and for many people, it was their first time attending.
I feel very happy. This is the first time that I come to this event, and it's a beautiful day to be out here today, and I'm excited.
Happy Pride and live your unapologetic and authentic self.
Well, this year's Grand Marshals included Niecy Nash and actor Andrew Reynolds.
On Friday, the Dodgers will host its annual Pride Night at Dodger Stadium against the San Francisco Giants. To celebrate, some celebrity guests include Olympic champion Tom Daley and NSYNC alum Lance Bass.
Well, after the break, a major egg recall is in effect right here in California. What you need to know about the food that could be sitting right in your refrigerator.
Protests and then violence and attacks in downtown LA. We're going to break down what's been going on overnight and the message this morning from Mayor Bass and the chief of LAPD as these protests continue.
Love those guys. Now they know how to have a good time. Now this guy is about to have a really good time. Now she's taking her time having a good time. Come celebrate 20 years of good times at Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good times.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Let freedom ring with explosive savings at Jerome's 4th of July clearance event. Save up to 60% on outdoor furniture and accessories. Get this one-time factory special buy outdoor living set with a love seat, 2 chairs, and a cocktail table, only $399. Or save $800 on this large solid teak wood outdoor dining table, now just $599. Plus, furnish your entire home with up to 60 months no-interest financing. Head to Jerome's 4th of July clearance, going on now. Jerome's.
Tito's too. I love Tito's tacos. What else can you do? You can also try delicious burritos, chips and salsa, enchiladas. The only thing better than a Tito's taco is to. The only thing better than a Tito's taco is to. I love Tito's tacos. You love Tito's too. Get that! Get that!
Clashes erupt over immigration arrests. Now only on NBC4. Our cameras are there.
Got hit, you can see there.
The National Guard, now on the streets of Los Angeles.
Federal agents taking a lot of people into custody.
We've seen several explosions.
What this means for your neighborhood and what happens next. Continuing coverage only on NBC4.
It's 4:46 right now, and we're staying on top of breaking news, the violence and the protests that happened overnight in downtown L.A.
Law enforcement from LAPD to the National Guard, they are stationed across the city right now. NBC4's Brittany Hope joins us live. Brittany, you're near downtown right now. What are you seeing this morning?
Yes, although those larger crowds of protesters are gone at this point, law enforcement are dealing with what they're calling smaller groups of violent agitators. Now, remember, yesterday, President Donald Trump deployed 2,000 members of the National Guard, of California's National Guard, here to L.A. Well, we do have some new video in overnight showing their movements. This shows some of those members stationed in downtown. It seems that they are near the federal building. Meanwhile, the unrest continues. This new footage we'll show you now. It shows a group standing around an American flag that is burning in the street, and they're yelling profanities. LA Mayor Karen Bass has this message for those who want to make their voice heard.
The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property, and that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully.
And we have this video showing what seems to be an LAX flyaway bus with people inside trying to drive. We had to blur it because people are spray painting profanity all over the outside of the bus, along with messages against ICE. LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell last night called the violence he's seeing disgusting.
We had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people.
Now, Chief McDonnell does say that dozens of arrests have been made, but right now they're aggressively looking at videos, going after evidence, trying to talk to witnesses to find who has done these more violent acts and to hold them accountable. One arrest, for example, he said a Molotov cocktail was thrown at an officer. Reporting live near downtown, Brittany Hope for Today in LA.
All right, Brittany, thank you. 4:49 right now. And for your health this morning, millions of eggs are being recalled due to a salmonella outbreak here in California. The CDC and FDA says that the eggs distributed by a Hilmar-based company in Central California may be to blame. August Egg Company recalled 1.7 million eggs sold at stores like Walmart and Safeway. The eggs were sold from February through May, and they could be contaminated. At least 79 people have gotten sick, including some here in California. So check for sell-by dates between March 4th and June 19th.
All right, we have some exciting news up in Big Bear over the weekend. Look at this. Gizmo took her first flight. She stepped off the branch, and then look, she kind of like tripped a little bit. She fell. But you know what? It might not have been that graceful, but she did it. She was able to take flight. It was really a beautiful thing. A wider view actually did show her gliding to the perch on the nearby Simba tree. Her sister Sunny took flight earlier in the week. This is the first year. First parents, Jackie and Shadow, have actually brought 2 eaglets to maturity. We want to show you this live look right now at the nest this morning. Shh, they're sleeping. They're both there. So Sunny and Gizmo are in the nest. We've seen Sunny continue to visit the nest. Oh, I don't know why I'm whispering, but I feel like I should. She may or may not continue to visit the nest before heading out on her grand journey to see the world. But we know that Mom and Dad keep bringing food to the nest, so they know where the free meals are.
They're smart. Right?
And then they practice, right? And then they practice flying during the day, so it's perfect. That's how it's supposed to be.
I love it. Gizmo's first flight reminds me of a toddler learning how to walk. Right? All righty, everyone. Now we pause for a moment of zen. Look at this picture. Sent in by Billy J. Peters. This was from last week, that stormy day when we had all that lightning and those thunderstorms. This is what it looked like in Redondo Beach. Thank you so much to our photographers who share your pictures with me. We love to see your point of view. If you would like to see your pictures right here on Today in LA, or if you have any weather questions, please reach out to me at Belen NBC LA. Now let's get this Monday going. Here's what you can expect as far as your forecast goes. This week, we will continue to see that pattern of morning clouds and fog, and at times maybe even some sprinkles in areas of drizzle. Now gradually we get to the sunshine, and the temperatures are going to be warming through Tuesday away from the coast. The numbers are going to be varied depending on where you are in Southern California. Now, by the end of the week, the temperatures do come down slightly, and then things warm right back up again for Father's Day. The numbers this morning require a sweater, a jacket. We've got 50s and 60s. It is much warmer over in Lancaster, 73 right now. Over in Big Bear for our Bald Eagle family, we've got 41. Here's a look at the afternoon temperatures. It's going to be warmer. We're going to have 70s at the coast. The Basin, Orange County will have temperatures in the low 80s, which is slightly above normal for this time of year. Upper 80s, low 90s for the valleys, the Inland Empire, looking at 90 in San Bernardino, and the air quality is going to be affected. It'll be unhealthy for sensitive groups around the San Bernardino Valley through the LA County mountains all the way into Santa Clarita. The weather for our friends in the deserts is going to sizzle, upper 90s, triple digits, and over in Big Bear we'll have temperatures around 81 degrees. So here we go, starting off with the gloom during the afternoon. Some spots near the coast will struggle to clear. The clouds will be pretty stubborn. Then overnight through tomorrow morning, here come the gray skies. Tomorrow another gloomy morning, but rinse and repeat. We'll get to that sunshine during the afternoon with the clouds increasing once again on Wednesday. Now the reason I point this out is because we are looking at the last full moon of spring happening this week. Yep, the full moon will be rising June 11th. It's going to be peaking just after midnight. It's overnight Tuesday into Wednesday when it's going to be at its peak illumination. And this full moon is known as a strawberry moon. As I mentioned, it's the last full moon of spring. Could be a little hard to see for some of us because of that increasing cloud cover. If you like to take pictures of the full moon, well, there you go. Now, as far as the temperatures go, as I mentioned, it's going to be warmer as we head into Tuesday. Look at the trend for Van Nuys. We're going from 83 to 89 and then slightly cooler at the end of the week with numbers rising again through Sunday. Not hot enough to prompt any heat warnings, heat advisories. The temperatures will vary a little day to day, but the places away from the coast, that's where you're really going to feel the heat. Near the ocean, it's going to feel more comfortable. That's where we're going to have 70s. The Basin, Orange County will have temperatures in the low 80s. So you notice no big changes. The valleys, the Inland Empire, 90s in the IE, 80s in the valleys. Our friends in the deserts will have temperatures in the 90s and triple digits. This is where it's going to feel like summer the next several days. And in the mountains, temperatures in the 80s all the way through Thursday. The warmest day will be Tuesday. That's your forecast. Now let's fly on over to Robin Winston. What's happening?
Hey, Belen, good morning. Well, one little trouble spot to talk about here on the 101. Just got a word of a stall. West 101 at Lost Hills Road. A driver having some trouble. The vehicle stuck in the right lane, so watch out for that. But no major delays as you work your way east and west on the 101 between Agora Hills, between Calabasas. The Woodland Hills side is looking good. The Studio City side is looking good. Under 15 minutes for that connection. And also no problems for the 405. You're good to go. Get on out there. 23 minutes from Sylmar down to Inglewood. The drive from East LA to West LA is wide open, off to a quiet start. No problems from Downey to the 10. No problems for the 60. Rolling out of Diamond Bar connecting to the 5. Earlier, I talked about the Angels game. We talked about the BET Awards happening tonight at Peacock Theater, but we also have a Sparks game. That's right, the Sparks are home at Crypto.com. Tip-off is 7 p.m. That's extra traffic in addition to all the other big events that are happening. So please be advised that you need to leave early, plan ahead. Figueroa, Pico, 10, 110 will all feel the pressure. We'll talk about more coming up. Lynette, back to you.
Robin, thank you. And we have some winners at this year's French Open. A look at the crowned champs just announced this weekend.
And be sure to join us live at 7 a.m. for Today in LA streaming. You'll find our NBC4 Los Angeles news channel on Roku, Samsung TV Plus, Peacock, and other streaming platforms. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen right now to watch our channel anytime on your phone.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardiance, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James will make insurance companies pay.
Are you through? I'm just warming up.
From the firm that's won over $1 billion for their clients comes Sweet Justice with Sweet James.
Hi, I'm Burt Ward, Robin from TV's Batman, inviting you to feed your dog natural, non-GMO, Gentle Giants dog and puppy food. Dogs eating Gentle Giants and following our special feeding and care program are living as long as 27 healthy, active years with a wonderful quality of life. Holy wow, 27 years! Think of all the extra years you could enjoy with your dog. At Petco, Stater Brothers, H-E-B, and more. Try Gentle Giants cat and kitten food, too.
How does Bob's pack so many features in the furniture and keep the prices so low? Furniture heroes like Laura. She develops tight relationships with our manufacturers to add surprising features like wireless charging, a modern miracle, luxury upholstery. Wow, that's nice. I don't want to blow your minds, but she even added hidden storage to our best-selling modular Bob and kept the price at $250 per piece. Not all heroes wear capes. Thanks, Laura.
When you get the features you love for less, there's only one thing to say.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Final in 5 sets after saving 3 match points against Jannik Sinner. Alcaraz, who won his 5th Grand Slam tournament in as many finals, produced one of the greatest comebacks in the history of hours long.
That's out! Coco has conquered the clay!
I like that. Coco conquered the clay. Coco Gauff won her first French Open title, defeating Aryna Sabalenka of Belarus. Gauff is the first American to have streets lit on fire, stores vandalized, police officers attacked. Our breaking news coverage continues on the unrest in downtown LA.
The emotional uprising comes after ICE agents conducted raids at businesses, several taking undocumented immigrants from the streets. As we enter day 4, many are wondering how much longer these protests will continue.
We have live team coverage for you this morning, from the damage to the arrest, the response from leaders and schools, and what sparked the fear in the community that brought us here.
This is Today in LA at 5 with breaking news.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. It's Monday, June 9th. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. We're going to get right to Belinda Leon. We have so much to cover in the news today, but we're going to start first with our weather.
You know, when it comes to your weather, no watches, no warnings. As we head through the next few days, the temperatures are going to be warmer away from the coast, but they're going to vary depending on where you are in Southern California. That June gloom, low clouds, morning fog is going to continue every single day. And right now we do have patchy fog through the valleys, and especially over in the Inland Empire. I'm looking at Temecula and Hemet. Visibility there down to about 1/4 of a mile, half a mile. So we'll check in with our San Pedro camera. USS Iowa looking really gloomy and dark. Gradually that clears. Some clouds could be stubborn at the coast. And look at this huge range of temperatures. 70s at the coast, 10 degrees warmer in the basin in Orange County, and then 10 more degrees warmer in the valleys in IE, 10 more degrees warmer in the high desert. That's where we're going to have highs around 100 degrees, and in the mountains 81. So the weather is warming up away from the coast, and this is going to affect air quality. It will be unhealthy for sensitive groups near the mountains, over into the Inland Empire around the San Bernardino Valley, and also into the Palm Springs area. Now, the temperatures this week are going to go up and down, so I'll be back to talk more about that weather roller coaster. Hopefully you're not having a bad ride on the roads. Here's our friend Robin Winston with an aha.
Well, it was all good until it wasn't. We started off with such a quiet commute, Belen, and now we have a trouble spot. So we're going to head over to Signal Hill. I just got a word of a crash involving a big rig and a couple of vehicles. This is on the 405. This is northbound near the Long Beach Boulevard exit. The big rig ran off the road down the embankment. The 2 right lanes are blocked. And look at the map here. It is quickly backing up there as you approach the scene. Southbound is fine, northbound is slow. We'll stay on top of it. Right now, the drive time from Los Alamitos to the 10 is 26 minutes, but you have a new problem in the way, so expect that number to go up. No problems for the 105, no problems for the 91. We'll check back in on this rollover crash coming up in a little bit. Adrian, back to you.
Robin, thank you. 5:01 right now. It's been a weekend of unrest as immigration protests turned violent, leading to clashes between protesters and law enforcement, widespread damage, and arrests. Immigration raids in L.A. Friday afternoon sparked a small protest that led into bigger crowds gathering. Several people were then arrested outside of a Home Depot on Friday. Officers in riot and tactical gear responded to break up the growing protests.
By Saturday, protests grew violent in Paramount and poured into Compton, where we saw several businesses damaged. Cars were also set on fire. By nightfall, downtown L.A. was where things got heated. Tear gas, rubber bullets, and flashbangs were set off as protesters clashed with law enforcement. President Trump deployed the National Guard in response to the growing violence.
Now, they arrived at the Metropolitan Detention Center around 3:30 yesterday morning and deployed out to several parts of the city. At one point, protesters took over the 101, blocking traffic in both directions. Officers responded in riot gear to clear the roads. In the midst of all the protests, damage continued with Waymo cars being lit on fire. The LAPD declared an unlawful assembly authorizing the use of less than lethal weapons.
Yesterday, 27 people were arrested, 10 by the LAPD, 17 by the CHP. On Saturday, 30 protesters were arrested in Paramount by local law enforcement. And on Friday, federal agents arrested 45 people while conducting immigration raids in multiple locations. And that includes the president of the largest labor union in California, the SEIU.
So we are now entering day 4 of the anti-ICE protests, and we understand that more are planned for today.
NBC4's Annette Arriola is live in downtown LA with a look at some of the damage across our city.
Hey, good morning to you too. Yeah, we've been driving around the downtown area. We are heading south on Main Street right now. Actually, we're heading northbound on Main Street, and the streets are just littered. They're littered with trash, with debris. Let's go ahead and give you a look right here. So to our left-hand side, we have City Hall, and this is where we're seeing a lot of the patrol units. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the patrol units here from different agencies, nearby cities, Hawthorne, Beverly Hills, that have come in overnight to assist LAPD. And we are trying to also be very careful with, a lot of the buildings that we are showing you. And that is because many of these buildings here in the downtown area also have a lot of graffiti, writing. They have been vandalized, and the messages obviously that have been written there, well, we just can't show you. There's lots of curse words. They've also shut down here the area between Temple and Main Street. So as you get closer to City Hall, as you get closer to the federal building, those are areas where we are seeing much more law enforcement there circling in on that perimeter. Now here's new video from overnight. Just as we were going off air last night at around 11 p.m., LAPD officers got reports of looting at the intersection of 8th and Broadway. That's an Adidas store. When they arrived on scene, they spotted a person and they were able to recover stolen merchandise from the area. Now, this second video here was taken just after midnight in the area of downtown LA near Temple Street and Cesar Chavez. Now, just in that area, you were able to see buses that had graffiti on them, LAPD patrol cars that had been tagged. People were stomping on the windshields, breaking out of the windows. So again, that is something that was seen throughout the night. Now, coming back out here, you can see again, this is some of the traffic right here in the downtown area. Renee, what street are we on right now? This is Los Angeles Street, right in front of the federal building. The federal building is right to our left-hand side. And again, lots of graffiti all over the place. But again, right now we know that traffic is picking up in the downtown area. People coming out, trying to head to work, catch the bus. So we're going to keep on monitoring the situation out here. But again, in terms of protesters, no protesters, no demonstrators. It's just a heavy police presence. We'll send it back to you.
Annette, thank you for that. We do want to show you this new video from downtown LA showing National Guard members holding a skirmish line with the LAPD. Now, we do know that about 300 National Guard members arrived in LA yesterday. Governor Newsom says he will file a lawsuit against the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard to LA. He believes the Trump administration stepped over the line by sending the troops here.
You go after vulnerable communities? You go after kids? I was just down in Compton School District 3 days ago, and they were talking to me about this 4-year-old kid. I don't even know where she is. This is a serious moment. The hell is going on? Threatening real people. These are friends. These are people we know, members of our community, destroying industries in the state.
But the Trump administration continues to fight back. The president's border czar, Tom Homan, suggested that Governor Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass could be arrested if their actions are viewed as interfering with immigration enforcement. And President Trump weighed in on social media with a number of posts, including this one, saying the governor and mayor should apologize to the people of L.A. for the job they've done.
SEIU California President David Huerta is scheduled to be arraigned today. He was detained at an ICE raid on Friday. The SEIU says that Huerta was also injured and pepper sprayed during the federal agency's operations. Now, the U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says that federal agents were executing a lawful judicial warrant at a work site in L.A. when Huerta obstructed access. He was arrested for interfering with federal officers. National civil rights leaders are planning to rally with hundreds in a peaceful protest demanding Huerta's release and an end to the raids.
Well, school is wrapping up for students with the LA Unified School District, and that means graduations will continue this week. The LA Unified says campuses will stay open today and function as normal. The district will hold a news conference at 9:30 this morning to address the recent immigration enforcement activity. And we, of course, will bring you that live on our NBC Los Angeles streaming channel. Superintendent Alberto Cavallo says the district is working with safety teams and community partners to ensure that school remains safe havens.
And an update in Glendale, where the city is terminating its contract with Homeland Security and ICE to house federal immigration detainees. Last week, the city confirmed it was helping house undocumented immigrants at the local jail. It's a contract that Glendale has had with ICE since 2007. But last night in a tweet, the city says that does not align with its values and it does not enforce immigration laws.
It's going to be a hot day in the deserts. If you're traveling through there, a hot breeze during the afternoon, it's going to make it feel like an oven. You don't need the sweater, the jackets this morning. The numbers right now are around 70 degrees. The weather for the high desert around noon, 95, race 4 days. And during the afternoon hours, the temperatures are going to be flirting with 100 degrees. We'll have plenty of sunshine and the winds activated, gusting up to about 20 miles per hour during the afternoon hours. No rain in our forecast, and just a reminder that as we head into these warmer months, it's also our drier months, and we have to be fire ready. The forecast in the deserts includes 90s, triple digits, plenty of sunshine and breezy afternoon winds. In the mountains, temperatures are going to be in the 80s, which is warm for mountain standards. In the Inland Empire, air quality unhealthy for sensitive groups around the San Bernardino Valley and over in the low desert. Highs today in the upper 80s, low 90s. This morning, you are waking up to fog, especially around the Lake Elsinore and Temecula area. So allow extra time to get to wherever you have to go. The weather could get in your way. Over in Orange County, look at this range in temperatures, 60s at the coast, but in Anaheim, 80 degrees. Skies gradually clear and we'll get to that sunshine. Over in Ventura County, we'll have 70s at the coast. Inland temperatures in the 80s for Simi Valley, the San Fernando Valley, upper 80s, 90 in Santa Clarita. And here's your day in LA. These numbers a little above normal for this time of year. The weather gets hotter for Tuesday, and then another slide as we head into the second part of the week. A lot to cover. I'll be back to talk more in the 70 forecast. Here's Robin with traffic.
Hi, good morning. So much going on in traffic this morning. We'll start off with the drive with Street Vision, giving you a live look at the 101, which is moving well so far. We've checked Encino, Tarzana. Now we're on the Woodland Hills side. The Calabasas side is looking good, too, for both directions, east and west. Yes, the traffic will continue to pick up, but right now it's trouble-free. We do have a new big trouble spot here in Signal Hill. Just got rid of a crash involving several vehicles, including a truck that lost its trailer. There's debris scattered across the road. One of the vehicles have flipped over. This is northbound 405 at Long Beach Boulevard. Your two right lanes are blocked. And once again, there's debris scattered across all lanes of traffic. So be on the lookout for that and get out there as early as you can. Right now, the drive time's okay, but I'm expecting that to change, being that we have a new crash. Our stall on 101 at Lost Hills Road cleared. That's great news. We just saw a live look from Street Vision. No major slowdowns, under 15 minutes between Studio City and Woodland Hills. And then the 405 going south from Sylmar down to Inglewood and LAX. That is wide open. Several big events happening this evening in downtown LA, and we'll talk about that and have your traffic forecast coming up in a little bit. Adrian, back to you.
All right, Robin, thank you. 5:11 right now. Well, next at 5, shots fired on the Las Vegas Strip happened just feet away from a popular outdoor attraction. We have the breaking developments this morning. Plus, the rescue operation after another small plane crashes in San Diego County. This one happening off the coast. What we know this morning. And will the show go on? How organizers of the BET Awards are preparing to host a celebration in downtown LA tonight amid nights of civil unrest.
Monday, Mark Hamill. Your kids, do they think you're cool? I just pictured you going in like at homework time with a lightsaber. Plus, in the Phoenician scheme, Mia Threppleton.
Today at 2 on NBC4.
Hiya, Hannah here. Today at the Arco Reward Center, we're running some experiments to create the ultimate perks. Let's start with some money and fuse it with quality gas. Whoa! The ability to save it to $1 a gallon. Now what if we fuse these? Ugh! This might be our most controversial fusion yet.
Sign up and save with Arco Rewards.
Summer is here and we're kicking it off the Bob's Way in all our stores coast to coast.
So bring the fam down for free treats.
Everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, decor, and more.
Delivered in days, not weeks.
No phony sales or gimmicks.
Just the absolute best values you deserve. Whose amazing idea was that?
This guy, Bob Kaufman, our founder. You're the GOAT, Bob.
When you get the furniture you love without delay, there's only one thing to say.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
And they cut through the red tape, they get things done.
They weren't going to take guff from my employer.
Morgan & Morgan fought very hard. I was amazed.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We'll give you a cash offer for your house today. Sell your house the easy way with no commissions, no fees, no repairs. For free, no obligation cash offer. Go to MyHomeSold.com.
Thanks for sharing. Who's next?
I stay awake at night worrying that my security service isn't cutting it.
I couldn't help overhearing your security insecurity. Bailarm is your all-in-one security partner. Rest easy knowing everything is secure.
Puzzles are easy. Family, that's a real challenge. It happens rarely, but every once in a while we all go where we're supposed to go. And everything clicks into place.
Young Sheldon 5 times a week. Weeknights on Cozy TV.
Police in Las Vegas are searching for the gunman who killed 2 people on the Las Vegas Strip last night. The shooting appeared to have been captured during a live stream last night, and we do want to warn you, the video is disturbing. You will see the suspected gunman approach someone and pull out a gun. We did stop the video once he begins shooting. Now, the shooting happened just before 11 o'clock last night near the Bellagio fountain. Officers on patrol heard the shooting. They ran toward the gunfire. They found 2 victims on the sidewalk. Both were pronounced dead at the scene. Police are calling this an isolated incident, and they believe they do know who that shooter is.
5:15 right now, and developing now. The Coast Guard is searching for 6 people on a plane that crashed off the coast of San Diego. This FlightAware tracker shows the path of yesterday's flight. The plane headed to Phoenix, took off from San Diego International Airport, then it crashed about 2 miles off the coast. Crews say they have found a debris field. The names of the people on board have not been released.
The 2025 BET Awards happening tonight at Peacock Theater. Organizers say the awards will go ahead as planned despite the ongoing protests in LA. They are working closely with the LAPD and monitoring the situation to ensure the safety of guests and staff. Kendrick Lamar leads this year with 10 total nominations. Kevin Hart will be hosting, and it all begins at 5 p.m.
Jamie Foxx joins Mariah Carey, Snoop Dogg, and Kirk Franklin getting the BET Ultimate Icon Awards. You may know him more for his acting, but when it comes to music, he's also very talented. He boasts powerful vocals and a style all his own, and he's helped elevate R&B, and he still does music whenever he can. So it's nice to have that as something you can fall back on. You're like, as talented as Jamie Foxx, right? All the acting, and he's obviously very, very funny as well, and supremely talented as a dramatic actor. Then I can sing too.
A lot of side gigs.
Yeah.
All right. 5:16 right now. Let's send it over to Glenn DeLeon doing her main gig.
Hey, yes. I was just recalling Jamie Foxx has come really far. Do you guys remember In Living Color?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
My gosh, when he would come out as Wanda with the big lips. I got you. I got you. All right. We'll chat with Robin. I'm sure she remembers In Living Color as well. Hi, everybody. Well, the weather last week, for much of the week, the temperatures were in the 70s and we were below normal. Yesterday, an average day, nice, 76. The rest of the week, we're going to be seeing more of these red boxes. Those indicate temperatures that are above normal. So we're looking at several 80-degree days for Los Angeles. And that means it's even going to be hotter inland. Right now, we've got numbers in the 50s and 60s. In the deserts right now, Lancaster 72 and Big Bear 41. Fast forward to this afternoon, the weather's going to be different depending on where you are. A big range in temperatures from the coast to our friends in the deserts. We'll have 70s near the beaches, 80 around Los Angeles and Anaheim. The valleys and Inland Empire looking at numbers in the upper 80s, low 90s, Santa Clarita 90, San Bernardino 90. And then you get to the deserts and the numbers are going to be around 100 degrees. In the low desert, about 111 today. And in Big Bear, temperatures around 81, which is cooler compared to what we're going to have for everyone else, but that is warm for mountain standards. If you're headed to the Angels game tonight as they take on the A's, first pitch is going to be at 6:38 and it's going to be comfortable. Make sure you put on the sunscreen. It'll be bright, 75, and I think you can leave maybe a sweater or jacket at home because we're going to have 70 by the end of the game. It's going to be comfortable. Hopefully the Angels are able to win this one. All right, let's take a look at the weather pattern in the coming days. We are going to have warmer than normal temperatures for most of us, but continued June gloom. That means morning clouds and areas of fog. Now we get to the middle of the week and the numbers start to gradually come down, slightly cooler for the second half of the week. And then as we head into the weekend, warmer air building in the central part of the country. And our forecast is going to start to heat up just in time for Father's Day. So look at the trend in Riverside, where today we have 87, and then the rest of the week the temperatures are in the 90s, but it's just going to be slightly different from day to day. So we have 93 tomorrow, and you notice we'll be in the low 90s on Friday, then temperatures in the mid 90s by Sunday. Not hot enough to prompt any watches or any warnings because we've already seen these kinds of temperatures in our forecast this time of year, so our bodies are starting to acclimate. Doesn't mean we should take it easy or let our guard down. If you find yourself inland, you got to practice good heat safety. Meanwhile, at the coast, we'll have temperatures in the 70s for the next several days. The Basin Orange County temperatures are going to be in the 80s for the next several days, all the way into the weekend. The valleys, the Inland Empire, you'll have 80s for the most part in the valleys. The Inland Empire will have temperatures in the 90s, but you see the difference, 90 today, then 96 tomorrow. So we're still within the range of the 90s, but mid to upper 90s as we head into Tuesday. The weather in the deserts, you've already got those triple digits. The low desert, 110 today, more of that in the coming days. And finally, the forecast for the mountains, we're going to have numbers in the 80s all the way through Thursday. 79 on Friday, not much of a cool down. So the temperatures stay pretty similar for much of this week. If you have questions about your forecast, please reach out. That's your weather. Let's talk traffic. You remember Jamie Foxx on In Living Color, don't you?
I do. In Living Color was one of my favorite shows, and Jamie Foxx is a legend, so talented. And we're just happy to see him back and healthy and happy. So yes, welcome back, Jamie Foxx, and we will be watching. All right, we are watching the roads right now. We've been covering the closures in downtown LA. Annette Arriota on scene near the Federal Building, but I just want to remind you that there's a heavy police presence surrounding the Federal Building, and many of those streets are blocked off. These are the areas that you should avoid: Temple, Figueroa, Alameda, Aliso. In addition to that, we're tracking a rollover crash on the 405. The drive through Signal Hill is going to be a little heavy. There's this trouble spot right at Long Beach Boulevard. A truck lost its trailer. There's debris scattered across all lanes of traffic. The two right lanes are blocked, but that's why you have that unusual backup for the north side of the 405. The south side looks great. The north side is all clogged up, so please keep that in mind. Leave early. I'll check your drive time. We'll talk about the BET Awards. We also have a Sparks game tonight, several other big events happening in downtown LA that will impact your commute. Details coming up. Adrian, back to you.
Thank you very much, Robin. Next at 5, bigger and better. We have the big announcements expected this week for Apple users.
And game on. Microsoft takes on Nintendo with its first ever handheld gaming console. The release plans for 2 consoles. That's next on Today in LA.
This June, buy a Ford vehicle and help celebrate an important additional donation to these causes. That's Ford building together. Ford Motor Company, from America for America.
What matters most to you is what makes your life meaningful. At Ultimed, we get that. We make your health our priority so you can focus on enjoying those treasured moments. With comprehensive health services under one roof, you can get your lab work done, take your kids to the pediatrician, and pick up dad's prescriptions all in one visit, giving you more time to do what you love. Grow healthy at any age with Ultimed.
Big things are happening at Mathis Homes. Save all summer long with price drop alerts all over the store. Their suppliers have cut prices and they're passing those savings on to you. Get new lower prices with top name recliners as low as $199 and huge markdowns on hundreds of sofas in all the latest styles. Now's your chance to save big for every room in your house. There's something for everyone. Plus, get 12-month no-interest financing and free delivery. Check out these price drop alerts and save at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardiance, at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
This June, buy a Ford vehicle and help celebrate an important additional donation to these causes. That's Ford building together. Ford Motor Company, from America for America.
5:24 right now. Apple's annual Worldwide Developers Conference kicks off today, and rumors are we're going to get some big, dramatic changes. What includes a platform-wide visual overhaul with potentially round icons, tab views within apps, and a different look to iMessages. Apple also expected to change its operating system name, so instead of iOS followed by random numbers, it would be iOS 25 for 2025, 26 for 2026. Could also see major upgrades to Siri and Apple's version of AI. It's happening today at 10 a.m.
Xbox is coming out with its very first handheld gaming consoles, the Xbox Ally and the Xbox Ally X. Developers say they're meant to mimic the feeling of the full console, just in a handheld form. Players will also be able to play via the cloud or remotely with another Xbox console in another room. No pricing or release date has been announced yet, but Microsoft says it will be available in time for this upcoming holiday season.
Well, still ahead, our coverage of the ICE raid protests continues after the break.
You'll hear the personal stories from the immigrant community as they peacefully marched for justice.
And it's going to be a new day here in downtown LA. Although those larger crowds have dissipated, law enforcement overnight has still been focusing on smaller groups of violent agitators. We have the message this morning from Mayor Karen Bass.
Traffic is brought to you locally by Jacoby and Myers Injury Lawyers, because you deserve justice.
Every day, over 1,000 accidents happen in California. Lives turned upside down in an instant. The aftermath of an accident can be overwhelming. Medical bills, lost wages, and emotional trauma. At Jacoby and Myers, we control the chaos, providing legal and emotional support so you can focus on healing. With over 50 years of experience and $2 billion recovered for our clients, we fight for the justice you deserve. Call Jacoby and Myers at 1-800-5-MILLION today, because you deserve justice.
Let's do a milkshake, 2 milkshakes.
Grilled cheese, hamburger, chicken fingers.
It's all from Italy, so.
Actually, can we get this to go, please?
Charge up to 178 miles in just 15 minutes. How it should be. The Hyundai Ioniq 5.
Now, for a limited time, lease a Hyundai Ioniq 5 for $189 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
What do sadness, loneliness, or grief look like? Truth is, we can't always know. Take no one for granted. Starting with yourself. Connect and support each other to thrive. Well-being starts here. The Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health is committed to your healing, well-being, and to help you reach your full potential. Take action for yourself, for your circle, for your community.
Jerome's is celebrating 4th of July with this Sealy Posturepedic Special Factory Buy. For a limited time, get Sealy's precision fit coils for proper targeted support at Jerry's price. Say goodbye to aches and pains and get this queen mattress with a head and foot adjustable base for only $7.99. That's right, a premium Sealy mattress and an adjustable base for just $7.99. And furnish your entire home with up to 60 months no interest financing. Hurry to Jerome's for big 4th of July mattress savings. Jerome's.
Fairplex Pomona. Over 100 hot tubs on display and everything must go. New 2025 inventory. Hot tubs starting at $29.95. All inventory 40 to 80% off. Come see the revolutionary swim spa in action and save up to 60%. Trade-ins welcome. Free delivery. We'll even haul away your old hot tub. Worry-free installation. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Fairplex Pomona. Free admission. Free parking. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you use Uber or Lyft, you're taking a gamble. You have no idea who that driver is. Were they paying attention to their phone and not the road? Injured in an Uber or Lyft accident, you could have a big case. Morgan & Morgan.
Right now at 5:30, a community in uproar, protests and violence fill the streets of L.A. after a series of ICE raids.
The anger now spilling into day 4, and Today in LA is live in downtown LA with the damage, the response from the mayor, and the action now being taken by the school district.
We want Trump and his administration and anybody who's working with him to know that we're not going to back down. We just get bolder the more that they try to attack our people.
And amid the chaos, the community living in fear over deportations and arrests are making sure their voice is not lost in the fight, their message moving forward.
All this unfolding as the Trump administration launches a new travel ban. What to know about the new restrictions that are now in place?
Today in LA at 5 starts now.
Good morning to you. It is Monday, June 9th. I'm Lynette Romero.
And I'm Adrian Arambula. We're going to have much more on those stories coming up in just a moment. First, though, we want to check in with Belen, who's got a look at your forecast. Hi, Belen.
Hi there. No watches, no warnings, but there is going to be a big contrast in temperatures depending on where you are. Near the coast, highs today at 70 degrees, but farther away from the coast, it's going to feel like summer in the high desert. 100. This morning we do have that June gloom, that is morning clouds, areas of fog. Visibility is down near the San Fernando Valley over into the San Gabriel Valley and into the Inland Empire. So how do you read this map? The lower number, the foggier it is, and right now we're seeing the very foggy conditions over into Megill and Hemet. When you get down to about a quarter of a mile, half a mile, that's where it's dangerous. So allow extra time to leave your house. The weather could get in your way. The view right now from Long Beach is looking gloomy. The numbers this morning are in the 50s and 60s, so bring a sweater when you leave the house. And this afternoon, it is going to be 70s at the coast, 80s for the Basin, Orange County, upper 80s, 90s in the valleys and IE. There you see the triple digits in the deserts and in the mountains, a high of 81. So we're going from numbers below normal last week to above normal this week. I'm going to get you ready for it. Just ahead with your 7-day forecast right now. Let's get you ready for the drive. What's going on, Robin?
Well, the drive is off to a slow start, Belen, rolling through Signal Hill. We have this problem, a crash involving several vehicles, a truck with a trailer. It lost the trailer. We have a load of debris scattered across lanes. One of the vehicles flipped over, another down the embankment. So there's a lot going on here. Northbound 405 at Spring Street. It's already backing up toward that Lakewood exit. So if you can, get on the freeway after Spring. It's wide open up ahead because everybody is stuck in that backup. Southbound traffic looks great. No delays so far. Picking up in a number of spots, the 14, 43 minutes Palmdale off to the Newhall Pass. That's normal. The 15, 63 minutes Oak Hill to Corona. And the 91, a normal 54-minute drive from Riverside to Buena Park. So it's leaving early. I was trying to say leave early, and it's getting busy, but it turned into Leaving early? I don't know where that came from. And Lynette, Adrian, back to you. Folks should leave early is what I'm trying to say.
It's Monday. We get it. Thank you,
Oh,
Robin.
Monday.
Well, as immigration protests grow increasingly violent, state and local leaders are calling for peace. Now, we have seen damaged patrol cars, buses, and fires all across the streets of L.A.
NBC4's Annette Arriola is live in downtown L.A. right now with what we're seeing at the moment. Annette?
Hey there, good morning, guys. Yeah, this is as close as we've been able to make it to the Metropolitan Detention Center here, the federal building right off of Alameda and Commercial Street. And you can see police have really secured the entire perimeter. A lot of the walls right here from the structure have been tagged. And also, you see the vehicles right over there. Well, those are from the California National Guard that arrived very early yesterday morning. So right here, this area has been roped off. All you're seeing is just law enforcement being able to come in and out of the area. So we're standing just outside the perimeter, and this is where we saw many of the clashes happening over the weekend between demonstrators and law enforcement officials. Now let's go ahead and show you a little video here. This is News Chopper 4 flying over the area last night where protesters were gathering. We saw a lot of fires being set off in the middle of the street, cars engulfed in flames as well as buses. And this other video right here from News Chopper 4, you see multiple patrol units from several law enforcement agencies that were called in to help LAPD with the protesters and trying to get the situation under control. I'm going to go ahead and tell my photographer Renee Luna to please zoom out just a little bit, because we are apparently seeing some of the words there that have been graffitied onto the building. So again, coming back out here live, some of the vehicles that we're seeing is the Santa Barbara County Sheriffs and Fontana PD as well. We're trying to pan left and again trying to avoid a lot of the graffiti on this building, because you can imagine what some of the folks out here wrote on the structure here of the Metropolitan Police Department. So again, one of the situations that we're seeing right now is just again a heavy police presence. We have not seen any demonstrators, and people starting to trickle into the downtown area as they're heading back to work, starting the work week. And of course, there's still a lot of closures in place. That's the very latest. Reporting live from downtown, I'm Annette Arriola for Today in LA. Adrian Lynette will send it back to you.
Annette, thank you for that. And our coverage right now will continue with NBC4's Brittany Hope. Brittany, you're near downtown LA. We know that the officers have been targeted over and over again by these demonstrators and some of that violence in the streets. Can you talk to us a little bit about what the injuries are? Are they serious?
Yes, Lynette. So as of last night, LAPD said that 3 of their officers were hurt. Luckily, they did not need treatment. So far, dozens of arrests have been made, but the LAPD chief says that the search is on right now for all of those who became violent and that they need to be held accountable. And we have a few different examples of that. So first, we're going to show you some new video, and this seems to be an LAX flyaway bus with people inside. It's trying to drive, but you can see it's being spray painted with profanity. We had to really blur a lot of that out because it just wasn't appropriate. But there was also messages on there against ICE. On the 101 freeway, multiple highway patrol cars were destroyed yesterday. Some were set on fire. Others had rocks and cinder blocks thrown at them. You can see something there exploding. LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell last night called the violence he is seeing disgusting.
We had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people.
President Trump did take control of the National Guard yesterday. This new video this morning shows some members in downtown LA. It seems that they're near the federal building with that riot gear on. Mayor Karen Bass calls this deployment a, quote, chaotic escalation.
This is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor.
And Mayor Bass this morning essentially encouraging that First Amendment right to protest, but says people need to be doing that peacefully. She said she's been in charge in connection with immigrants' rights groups and says that she is standing with the immigrants in the city of LA. Reporting live near downtown, Brittany Hope for Today in LA.
Brittany, thank you for that live report. An anti-ICE protest in Paramount spilled into Compton over the weekend, leaving many businesses with extensive damage. A crowd knocked down a mobile surveillance trailer outside of a gas station as cars and bikes circled a burning car in the intersection. Law enforcement stood across the street after LASD declared an unlawful assembly and ordered people to disperse. Non-lethal rounds and tear gas were used. We did speak to one business owner who says about 10 deputies actually ran into her restaurant needing help, along with others who were also hit with the tear gas. Her restaurant became a temporary refuge, and she said that her workers, her employees, did not hesitate to care for those in need.
It was a moment really sad for me because the people need help. They need the water, some food. My people help a lot.
From graffiti to broken windows, a long road to clean up continues for businesses in Compton.
And before protests blocked traffic, a peaceful group of demonstrators marched through downtown LA yesterday morning. They gathered for a rally and march in Mariachi Plaza, echoing the fears from the community after seeing images of undocumented immigrants being detained during multiple ICE raids.
My father put his life and his body on the line when he came to this country, and so now it's my turn to put myself on the line for him, for the others that are here fighting for a better life.
Students are scared. They don't know what to do. They might not even show up for culmination because of the fear that they have in our communities.
Now, the crowd eventually marched toward the federal building and called for ICE to stay out of their communities. The families of workers who were detained during Friday's ICE raid in LA's Fashion District are holding a news conference this morning. It is set to begin at 9 a.m. and we'll bring that to you live on our NBC Los Angeles streaming channel.
Waymo is suspending service after its vehicles were burned in the ongoing protests. Waymo says it will no longer be serving any rides in the protest areas until it is deemed safe. 2 Waymo car batteries exploded and at least 3 were burned. Some were even broken into and vandalized. The LAPD says fires involving Waymo vehicles can release a toxic gas due to the lithium batteries.
And happening now, President Trump's new travel ban is in effect, and you're taking a live look at LAX here, where demonstrators are expected to gather outside Tom Bradley International Terminal starting at 9 this morning. They're going to protest these new restrictions. Now, the new restrictions apply to citizens from 12 mainly African and Middle Eastern countries. Among the countries where travelers will be completely banned: Haiti, Iran, Libya, and Somalia. A partial travel ban will be in effect in 7 countries, including Cuba and Venezuela. The White House cites foreign policy, national security, and counterterrorism objectives as the reason for the new ban.
Today is the deadline the Department of Justice set for California schools to pledge they will not allow transgender athletes to compete in female sports. It comes after a transgender athlete took home gold in the girls' high jump and triple jump. At the CIF State Track and Field Championships, the DOJ argued that allowing male-born students to participate in female sports violates federal law, and if school districts don't make changes by today, legal action will be taken.
Right, 5:40 right now. Next at 5, Pride Month celebrations in LA and the party happening this week at Dodger Stadium.
Plus, it's sentencing day for former Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe. How prosecutors say he became involved in bribery with his daughter.
And after a weekend of unrest over immigration enforcement, how the LA Unified School District is responding, a news conference is scheduled this morning. I'm breaking down all the details just ahead.
Sunrise is happening right now, and it's a foggy morning. Sunrise time 5:41. Did you notice the sun is setting later and later? It's going to be at 8:03, 14 hours, 22 minutes of daylight. We're getting closer to the official start of summer, just 11 days away, but some spots are going to feel the heat starting today. The details ahead. Here's traffic with Robin.
Oh, the traffic does not look good right now on the 405 Belen. Coming from Signal Hill heading toward Long Beach, we have a rollover crash and a traffic alert was issued. I'll have more details coming up.
And we want to check in with our Eagles up in Big Bear. Gizmo took flight over the weekend. joining her sister Sunny. You're looking at this live picture right now. What a gorgeous morning as the sun's rising over Big Bear Lake. Beautiful morning out there. You're watching Today in LA.
Wake up to where it's all happening.
A summer filled with fun.
I'm here for this.
This is like a real energy boost.
I'm always happy to be on the Today Show.
Best time of the morning.
Only on Today.
Got eyelid itching, crusties, and swelling that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites. We're very common and super irritating to your eyelids, but we love making ourselves comfortable here. Oh yeah, steam time!
If Demodex mites are partying it up on your eyelids, it's time to eliminate the root of the problem with Xdemvy. With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Xdemvy is the first and only FDA-approved treatment that kills the mites that cause Demodex blepharitis, a common eyelid disease. Avoid touching the tip of the bottle to your eye or other surfaces to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. In clinical trials, the most common side effects were stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients.
Party's over, folks.
It's not you, it's Demodex mites. Talk to your eye doctor today.
This is Lucky, and this is Lily. When I got Lily, she was skin and bones. Lily had seizures, and she doesn't have them anymore. Once I switched her to Gentle Giant, she stopped having seizures, and she's gained weight, and she's happy. Ever since Gentle Giants, my dogs aren't sick. I don't have to go to the vet with them. There's no GMOs in Gentle Giant, so I don't worry about them getting cancer.
At Petco, Stater Brothers, H-E-B, and more.
Welcome back as Team California plays to beat the heat. There's a flex alert, and Team California is playing it cool.
Pre-cooling before 4 p.m.? That's cold.
Get the temp down early, but can they turn it up in the 4th? Bang!
The fans are going crazy. No dishwasher, no laundry, no large appliance.
We are witnessing flexing perfection. Another big win for Team California.
The power is ours.
I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
This morning on California Live, fire up the grill. We've got the perfect Father's Day menu to celebrate Dad. Plus, we're chatting with your SNL favorites like Bowen Yang, Ego Nwodim, and more. That's today at 11:30 on California Live.
5:44 right now this morning. LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho will address the ongoing immigration enforcement activities. Fears in the community are already heightened weeks ago.
Now, that's when people who identified themselves as Homeland Security employees showed up at 2 local schools. NBC4's Lauren Coronado is live at the district's headquarters with the superintendent's comments this morning.
Lynette, Adrian, good morning. We know that immigration is really a personal topic for the superintendent. In fact, he has shared before he arrived in the U.S. as an undocumented immigrant when he was only 17 years old, and he touched on this very topic just a few weeks ago.
We will protect our kids. We will educate our kids. We will inspire our kids. We will not allow abuse, intimidation of our children or our workforce.
This was just last month when he says 2 LAUSD elementary schools were targeted by people who identified themselves as Homeland Security agents, asking specific questions about 4 students ranging in grades 1st through 6th. Principals did as trained, he says, denying access and notified the district. Now, after this past weekend's unrest, the district is hosting a news conference to discuss immigration enforcement. We understand school is out for summer break Wednesday, and that that the summer school session actually picks up next week. That news conference is scheduled for 9:30 this morning. We'll be there for it. Reporting live, I'm Lauren Coronado for Today in LA.
Right, Lauren, thank you. And a community in Torrance is fighting for the release of a fourth grader who was detained 11 days ago. 9-year-old Martir Garcia Lara is a student at Torrance Elementary School. He and his dad were both taken by ICE agents during an immigration appointment in downtown LA. A spokesperson from ICE says that they will remain in custody until they are deported to Honduras. They also said that the family did not leave the country as ordered by a judge in 2023. Local and state leaders are monitoring the situation, and they say they're working with the family to make sure they get the support that they need.
Federal prosecutors are expected to push for the maximum punishment today when former Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe is sentenced. In October, Doe resigned from the Board of Supervisors and pleaded guilty to a federal bribery conspiracy charge. He admitted to accepting more than $550,000 in bribes in exchange for funneling millions of dollars of COVID relief funds to a charity affiliated with his daughter. As part of the deal, Doe could receive a maximum of 5 years in prison.
Well, Pride is universal here at NBC4, especially during Pride Month, and there is plenty of it on full display through the streets of Hollywood over the weekend. Well, the 55th annual LA Pride Parade took place yesterday morning, going through the heart of Hollywood. Tons of people packed the streets with rainbow flags, shirts, excitement, and this year's Grand Marshals included Niecy Nash and actor Andrew Reynolds. On Friday, the Dodgers host their annual Pride Night at Dodger Stadium. They'll be playing against the San Francisco Giants, and to celebrate, some celebrity guests include Olympic champion Tom Bailey and NSYNC alum Lance Bass.
All right, 5:48 right now. We're going to send it right over to Belinda Leon to talk about our week and our weather.
Yes, and of course with this beautiful view of our Eagle family up in Big Bear. Nice and sunny there right now.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, it looks good. All righty, everyone. Well, here's what you can expect in your forecast. No watches, no warnings. That June gloom pattern is going to be on repeat this week. What that means is that we'll have clouds and fog each morning, clearing to sunshine. But some places at the coast could struggle to clear. Now, we have varied temperatures depending on where you are. The weather's going to feel a little different, but inland it is going to be hotter, and the weather is going to get even toastier as we get into Tuesday. Temperatures do come down for the end of the week and then go right back up in time for Father's Day weekend. Numbers right now require a sweater, a jacket. We've got 50s and 60s. Believe it or not, I don't think you need a layer up in the deserts. You've got 72 in Lancaster. And our friends over in Victorville, 66, Big Bear, 39 degrees. Afternoon temperatures will feel like this. We're going to have numbers about 30 degrees warmer from the coast to the deserts. So these are microclimates for you. We've got triple digits expected over in Lancaster, Victorville, 97, where it will be breezy during the afternoon. Big Bear, 81, so it's warm for mountain standards. The valleys, the Inland Empire, upper 80s, low 90s, 80 in Los Angeles and over in Anaheim, Thousand Oaks 79, and then near the coast, temperatures in the upper 60s, low 70s. And it's near the beaches where we're going to have the best air quality. That's where we're going to be in the green, right in the middle. San Fernando Valley, through Diamond Bar, over into the Inland Empire, moderate air quality. That means it's acceptable for most of us. But unhealthy air quality for sensitive groups, that's what the orange means, from Santa Clarita through the foothills of the mountains over into the San Bernardino Valley and into the Palm Springs area. So limit your time outside. When the temperatures go up, it tends to affect the air quality, and that's what we're going to be seeing in those spots. Let's show you the hour-by-hour forecast in the Inland Empire. Some clouds, some fog to start things off, but by the middle of the morning you'll have sunshine, temperatures feeling good in the mid-60s, 70s already by lunchtime, 77, and then during the afternoon, rays 4 days, highs in the 80s, flirting with 90 degrees. And you see that comfortable feel even when the sun goes down around 8 p.m. temperatures around 75. Now, what's going to happen in the coming days? We will have numbers go up and down, but nothing that would prompt any advisories or any warnings. Around this time of year, we've already had several heat spells to where our bodies are already acclimated to this warm weather. So no watches or warnings are expected in the coming days, but we will have some subtle changes up and downs in temperatures where you're going to feel the warmth a little more. For example, on Tuesday, tomorrow, the trend for Van Nuys is showing numbers around 89 degrees. So you're going to feel the difference tomorrow. Slight cooling for the end of the week, and the numbers go back up as we head into Sunday. So in the Basin Orange County, we'll have numbers in the 80s for the next few days. The coast will continue to see those temperatures in the 70s. You notice not any huge changes the closer you are to the coast, but the weather for the valleys in the Inland Empire, this is where we get to the warm weather, 80s and 90s for the next several days. And it's even hotter in the deserts. This is where the numbers are going to be in the triple digits, especially over in the low desert, 110 today. And then finally in the mountains, warm for the mountains as well. Highs in the 80s all the way through Thursday. Stay cool and hydrate, amigos. We'll get through it. Now let's talk traffic. What's going on, Robin?
Oh, it's crawling right now on the 405 Belen because of a rollover crash. A truck lost its trailer and there's debris scattered across several lanes of traffic. This is coming from Signal Hill, rolling into Long Beach. This is all right around Spring Street. So if you can get on the freeway after Spring Street, you'll be fine. If you get on before, you're going to be stuck. It's already backed up a few miles leading up to the scene. They hope to have this cleared by 7:30, so we'll keep you posted. Meanwhile, that drive time just under 40 minutes from Los Alamitos to the 10, picking up on the 105, a 25-minute connection to LAX coming out of Norwalk. No problems for the 101, but it's picking up too. We're just under 20 minutes from the 5 off to the 134. As a reminder, the Sparks are home tonight. Tip-off is 7 o'clock. That means busy traffic all around Figueroa and Pico. The 10, the 110 will all feel the pressure. We also have the BET Awards happening tonight. That's at Peacock Theater in the same area. This is all near LA Live, so that's a busy area normally anyway. And then you have these big events happening, so you're going to feel the pressure during your evening drive on surface streets, on the 101, the 110 as well. So plan ahead, leave early, consider mass transit if you can. We'll definitely stay on top of it. Another check of traffic coming up. Lynette, back to you.
Robin, thank you for that. And be sure to join us live at 7 a.m. for Today in LA streaming. You'll find our NBC4 Los Angeles news channel on Roku, Samsung TV Plus, Peacock, and other streaming platforms. And you can scan that QR code right now to watch our channel anytime, right there on your phone.
Weather is brought to you locally by 3 Day Blinds. You'll love the treatment.
Home, where routine meets remarkable. With unexpected moments of inspiration around every corner and through every window. Quiet mornings in the sun with portals to new worlds and fine dining with a view. Your window treatments should be as inspiring as your home and the remarkable routine of your daily life. 3 Day Blinds.
My name's Jamie Martin. I've been working with Toyota for 23 years. The biggest advantage of taking your car to a dealership, you got factory-trained technicians working on your car. Independent shops will use an aftermarket source part. That part could fit different makes and models. With Toyota, it's the part for that vehicle. Toyota's dedication to customer satisfaction is huge.
There's a reason firefighters always win water fights. Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Injured? With over $25 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big. Stupid dummies. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
What do sadness or grief look like? We can't always know. Well-being starts here. The Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health is committed to your well-being. Take action for yourself, for your circle, for your community.
Parade is the winner of the Tony Award for Best Musical Revival. And now it's coming to the Amundsen Theater in Los Angeles, June 17th through July 12th. See it before the parade passes by. Tickets at amundsentheater.org.
Clashes erupt over immigration arrests. Now only on NBC4. Our cameras are there.
Got hit, you can see there.
The National Guard, now on the streets of Los Angeles.
federal agents taking a lot of people into custody.
We've seen several explosions.
What this means for your neighborhood and what happens next. Continuing coverage only on NBC4.
Well, for your health this morning, millions of eggs are being recalled due to a salmonella outbreak here in California. The CDC and FDA says eggs distributed by a Hilmar-based company in Central California may be to blame. August Egg Company recalled 1.7 million eggs sold at stores like Walmart and Safeway. The eggs were sold from February to May and could be contaminated. At least 79 people have gotten sick, including some here in California. So check for sell-by dates between March 4th and June 19th.
Actor Christian Slater will be honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The star will be dedicated in the category of television. Actress Sarah Michelle Gellar will be there as well. Today's ceremony is happening at 11:30 this morning.
Carlos Alcaraz won the French Open final in 5 sets after saving 3 match points against Jannik Sinner. Alcaraz, who won his 5th Grand Slam tournament at just 22 years old, produced one of the greatest comebacks in French Open history. Also the longest ever French Open. Crazy.
That's out! Coco has conquered the play!
She sure did. Coco Gauff won her first French Open. Gauff is the first American to win in Paris since Serena did it in 2015 at just 21 years old.
At 6 a.m., downtown L.A. has calmed down this morning a bit, but the tensions are far from over.
Yeah, for 3 straight days, protests erupted against ICE raids with fires set, buildings being tagged, businesses looted, and more. We are live with how police are bracing for what could be another explosive day.
What we're seeing in LA is chaos caused by the administration.
His mess, we're trying to clean it up.
And a war of words. LA Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom take on President Trump and his administration's handling of the ICE raids and decision to bring in the National Guard. The president is not staying silent.
This is Today in LA at 6 with breaking news.
Tensions erupted in downtown LA as thousands of protesters filled the streets. Thank you for joining us. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. A peaceful protest on Sunday escalated into violence. You can see what happened here. They set fires. They were setting fireworks at the police officers. In fact, officers responded with tear gas, rubber bullets, and flashbangs to try to regain some sense of control. This is the 3rd straight day of unrest, and there's growing concern the tensions and clashes could escalate even more today.
We have live team coverage for you this morning on the ICE protests and the clashes that followed between police and demonstrators. We're breaking down what unfolded, how LA leaders are responding, and what all this means for students.
First, though, let's get to meteorologist Belinda Leon with your first alert forecast.
Hi, everyone. The weather, thankfully, is going to be nice as we start off the work week. Looking at that June gloom pattern again, areas of low clouds and fog. Right now, the foggiest spots through the San Gabriel Valley over into the Inland Empire. Gradually, this clears. We get to the sunshine, but the clouds could linger at the coast. Now, when we take a look at the temperatures right now, everybody's starting off pretty similar, 50s and 60s, but it's during the afternoon that the temperatures will be varied depending on your location. That's the view of our city right now, where it's pretty foggy. Gradually we'll get to the bright skies, 70s at the coast, 80s for the Basin Orange County. Now we're getting to above normal temperatures this week. It's going to feel warm. The valleys in IE around 90 degrees, triple digits in the deserts, and in the mountains 81. Just ahead that 70 forecast, I'll show you what's in store for the rest of the week. Right now, let's check on the drive. Good morning, Robin.
Hi, good morning. I just got off the phone with CHP, and they confirmed that our closure on the 101 in downtown LA was lifted. So the 101 South was closed between the 110 and Alameda Street because of yesterday's protests, but there's still a heavy police presence in downtown LA this morning. So we started off the broadcast with the 101 shut down between those 2 points. So they're confirming that the 101 is open, but we still have a heavy police presence around the federal building. You should avoid Los Angeles Street, Temple, Alameda, Aliso. Annette Arreola is on scene and will pass along more details. If you work in the area, I would consider working from home or they're even using mass transit. Rollover crash, North 405 at Spring Street, still active. 2 right lanes closed until 7:30. They have a mess to clean up. I will track this drive time when I see you back here in a little bit. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
Robin, thank you. And authorities are preparing for a 4th day of protests after a weekend of unrest and clashes.
So state and local leaders are calling for peaceful protests after some people caused extensive damage. NBC4's Annette Arriola is live in downtown LA with what we're seeing right now. Annette.
Hey, good morning to you guys. Really, and everywhere you drive around downtown, you are going to see some damage. Behind us here, you'll see some of those Waymo vehicles that we saw going up in flames yesterday. This is at the intersection of Los Angeles Street and Arcadia. We've counted at least 5 of the Waymo vehicles here completely scorched. Now, crews will likely be coming out later this morning to sweep up all the debris. And again, this is also video from earlier this morning. We were at the corner of Broadway and 3rd Street when we spotted a T-Mobile store that had been vandalized and looted. Crews were boarding up the windows, sweeping away a lot of that shattered glass. Again, many of the buildings in the downtown area have also been tagged. They have a lot of graffiti on them. And the second video you're seeing here was taken around 11 o'clock last night. That's when LAPD officers responded to reports of looting at the intersection of 8th and Broadway. They got to the Adidas store right away. When they arrived, they spotted a person that was inside. They were able to recover stolen merchandise from the scene. Now, coming back out here live again, this is at the corner of Los Angeles in Arcadia. And what we're seeing is a lot of law enforcement officials, out and about right now. No protesters. Things seem to be quite calm. But again, they're just waiting to see how everything unfolds later on today. And of course, the cleanup will have to begin eventually. That is the very latest. Reporting live, I'm Annette Arriola for Today in LA.
Yeah, we've heard from our local officials, Annette, saying that everyone has the right to protest, just keep it peaceful. So thank you very much for that update. We appreciate it. Lynette?
Well, even as the National Guard moved in, the violence continued overnight in downtown LA, and many of the aggressive demonstrators targeted police officers. NBC4's Brittany Hope continues our team coverage with that part of our story. Brittany.
Hi, Lynette. Chief McDonald says that 3 of his officers were hurt, but luckily they didn't need treatment. So far, dozens of people have been arrested, but the chief says the search continues for those who are believed to have been violent and who he says need to be held accountable. Now, we want to show you some new footage from overnight. This shows a group standing around an American flag that is burning in the street. They're yelling profanities. LA Mayor Karen Bass did say that she wants people to make their voices heard, but again, to keep it peaceful. Now, we have this video showing what seems to be an LAX flyaway bus with people inside trying to drive. We did have to blur a lot of it because a lot of folks were spray painting profanity all over the outside of the bus, along with messages against ICE. On the 110 freeway, the 101 freeway, multiple highway patrol cars were destroyed yesterday. Look at this. Some even set on fire. Others had rocks and cinder blocks thrown at them. Something exploded there. LAPD Chief Jim McDonald last night called the violence he's seen disgusting.
We had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people.
And of course, this morning, the mayor's office is still monitoring what is happening in downtown LA with a few of those smaller groups still left over, just kind of a few people here and there, with a lot of those bigger groups having now been cleared out. She says she's also in contact with immigrants' rights groups and says that LA stands with them. Reporting live near downtown, Brittany Hope for Today in LA.
Brittany, thank you. And Governor Newsom wants to sue the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard to L.A. And this is new video showing National Guard members holding the skirmish line with the LAPD. The governor believes that President Trump, the administration, stepped over the line by sending troops here.
I mean, you're seeing these authoritarian tendencies now are being acted out by this administration. And we're case in point as it relates to nationalizing, federalizing the National Guard, threatening now to put in Marines. But Donald Trump needs to pull back. He needs to stand down. Donald Trump is inflaming these conditions. This is Donald Trump's problem right now, and if he can't solve it, we will.
The Trump administration continues to fight back. The president's border czar, Tom Homan, suggested that Governor Newsom and L.A. Mayor Karen Bass could be arrested if their actions are viewed as interfering with immigration enforcement. And President Trump weighed in on social media with a number of posts, including this one saying the governor and mayor should apologize to the people of L.A. for the job they've done.
LA Unified says campuses will be open today. The district will hold a news conference at 9:30 this morning to address the recent immigration enforcement activity. Superintendent Alberto Cavallo says the district is working with safety teams and community partners to ensure that schools remain safe havens. We will bring you that news conference live on our NBC Los Angeles streaming channel. And stay with NBC4 throughout the day for the ongoing ICE protests and unrest in and around Los Angeles. We have continued coverage with a special section dedicated to immigration right now on NBCLA.com or also at NBCLA.
While protests dominated headlines over the weekend, a big money move passed quietly. Find out how it'll impact millions in LA, from public safety to parks.
Also this morning, we're tracking breaking news on the Las Vegas Strip. There's been a deadly shooting right in front of the Bellagio fountains. What police are saying about the shooter and the chaos in one of Vegas's most iconic spots.
The Angels take the field tonight against the A's. First pitch 6:38. Leave your jackets at home. It's going to be very comfortable. 75 for first pitch. By the end of the game, temperatures will be around 70 degrees. Go Angels. Just ahead that 7-day forecast because we are 11 days away from the official start of summer. So we're going to start to see the heat build up. The details ahead. Right now, here's traffic with Robin.
Good morning. Take a look at this backup here. A live look from Street Vision. Stuck in the slow traffic on the 405 rolling into Long Beach. Up ahead, a major accident involving a truck with a trailer that flipped over. We'll talk about it. We'll track the delays in your drive time coming up. Stay with us.
The full-size Honda Accord sedan is the most awarded vehicle in Car and Driver's 10 Best history. Save now. Drive an Accord for just $239 a month. In stock and just $239 a month. Get safety, performance, comfort, and fun with Accord. A Car and Driver 10 Best a record 39 times. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Tonight, we recognize a grim reality in America. A strong man has risen to power. He has rewritten the rules of government. He's weaponized fear and demanded absolute loyalty.
Justice prevailed today.
All while his worshipers cheered him on.
I'm coming for you.
For your consideration, outstanding drama series.
From the moment we're born, our lives are a series of new beginnings, new learnings, new goals, new habits. At Altamed, we're with you through every stage of life, offering comprehensive health services, from behavioral health to preventive screenings and specialized services for older adults, all under one roof, because with every new beginning, there's an opportunity to grow healthy with Altamed.
All that for only $5?
Hey everyone, it's snack time!
Get into it. Hack your snack for just $5.
Say aloha to the delicious taste of Ona Hawaiian Barbecue. With fresh, made-to-order food that'll have your whole ohana saying, everyone is welcome at Ona Hawaiian Barbecue. Disney's Lilo & Stitch, now playing only in theaters. Rated PG.
Police in Las Vegas are searching for the gunman who killed 2 people on the Las Vegas Strip last night. The shooting appeared to have been captured during a live stream, and we want to warn you that the video is disturbing. You'll see the suspected gunman approach someone, pull out a gun, and we stop the video once he starts shooting. The shooting happened just before 11 last night near the Bellagio fountains. Officers on patrol heard the shooting, ran toward the gunfire. They found the 2 victims on the sidewalk, both pronounced dead at the scene. Police are calling this an isolated incident, and they believe they know who the shooter is.
Amid the weekend's protests and unrest, this story flew under the radar a bit. LA Mayor Karen Bass has signed a $14 billion budget for the new fiscal year. Bass's office said she and the city council agreed to restore hiring levels for the LAPD, also restoring more than 1,000 city positions, investments into the fire department, funding for emergency response, homelessness, street repairs, parks, and libraries. It comes as the city faces a $1 billion deficit.
Well, coming up, tensions escalate in downtown LA. The latest on the violent clashes as the city braces for another volatile day.
Plus, spreading her wings and taking the big leap. We're going to take you live up to Big Bear, where eagle-eyed fans are celebrating a major milestone for Gizmo. It looked like she fell off that tree, but she's okay. Don't worry.
Don't panic. She's just fine and having fun. We have so much to talk about. We have an Angels game tonight as they take on the A's at Angels Stadium. It's going to be quite busy in the area. The 5, the 57, the 22 will feel the pressure during your evening commute. In addition to that, the Sparks are home. Tip-off is 7 o'clock. Lots of heavy traffic expected around Crypto.com Arena. And we have the BET Awards, so you have to plan out your evening commute. Folks will be heading over to Peacock Theater for the awards at 5 o'clock. So a lot going on. Plan ahead. Consider mass transit. More traffic checks coming up after the break.
Traffic is brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino, SoCal's #1 casino resort.
Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel and Palms Casino Resort Las Vegas invite you to compete in the $1.5 million slot tournament. Play in May and June to advance to the June 28th finale for a chance to win your share of $1.5 million. Details at Yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter. Please gamble responsibly.
Life happens. Kids, pets, spills, and your carpets take the hit. But with Stanley Steamer, we go beyond the surface. Our deep carpet cleaning lifts dirt, allergens, and stains, leaving your home cleaner than ever. And when our truck pulls away, enjoy the peace of mind, knowing your home is truly clean. Stanley Steamer, for a cleaner and healthier home.
We are following breaking news right now. The clashes in downtown LA. State and local leaders are calling for peaceful protests after days of unrest. Now, these protests started on Friday and grew increasingly violent. More protests are planned for today.
27 people were arrested yesterday. CHP arresting 17, the LAPD arresting 10. On Saturday, local law enforcement arrested 30 protesters in Paramount. Friday, federal agents arrested 45 people while conducting immigration raids in multiple locations, including the president of the largest labor union in California, the SEIU. Right, 6:13 right now. We're going to take you live up to Big Bear, and we want to check in on our beloved bald eagles, Sunny and Gizmo. Though I'm going to give Gizmo the headline. Gizmo's the headliner.
She's the headliner today for sure. But look, you can hardly tell, but they're both right there.
Twinning.
They're twinning. They're right next to each other on that little perch. The fact that they can still fit is amazing. Okay. He needs some space.
Fair enough.
Or she needs some space. They have plenty of space when it's just the two of them. The party of four in that nest, not going to happen.
Just like sisters.
I know. Right? So here's the thing. If you missed it, there was so much excitement over the weekend. It's what I woke up to on Saturday morning. Gizmo took her first flight. So here's what she did. She stepped onto a branch next to the nest. She spread her wings, right? And then she came back and then fell. It wasn't that graceful, but a wider view showed her gliding to a perch on the nearby tree. Older sister Sunny took her first flight, as you know, on June 2nd.
So friends at Big Bear Valley say that Sunny and Gizmo will now take some time to perfect their hunting and fishing skills and continue to practice their flying. So we know it wasn't the most graceful start for Gizmo, right? But the bottom line is that she did it.
She did it.
She accomplished it. And she got her first flight in, and then now they're coming back to the nest.
Yeah, they keep coming back. They keep hanging out together. They keep getting their food. They bring fish to the nest.
Mom and Dad bring food back.
Yeah. So they're figuring it out. But I like that they can, kind of hang out and enjoy the view.
Oh, yeah. At what point do they start to become white on the top part?
I think it takes a while, like 4 to 5 years old, according to our expert Wendy and Jeff in the booth. We're all invested here, people.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're going to keep tabs on that. Good for Gizmo taking her first flight. I keep comparing it to a toddler learning how to walk, but I know it's going to be smoother. When it comes to our forecast, you know what? Overall, things are going to be smooth this week. We don't have any watches. We don't have any warnings. We will continue to see that June gloom each morning. That's low clouds, areas of fog clearing to sunshine. And we're going to have a big range in temperatures depending on location. It will be mild at the coast, but hot inland. The weather for the second half of the week will be slightly cooler, and then the numbers start to warm right back up as we head into Father's Day weekend. Here's Orange County, hour by hour, kicking things off with cloud cover and numbers in the 60s. By noon, we'll have partly cloudy skies, 71 degrees, and then during the afternoon, rays for days with temperatures in the 70s, even in the low 80s for some inland spots. Nice and comfortable as the sun gets a little lower in the sky, as I mentioned. The Angels taking on the A's, and I think it's going to be nice for the game. Now, here's the forecast for everyone, where we're going to have about a 30-degree difference from the coast to our friends up in the deserts, where you have 70s near the beaches, 80 in Los Angeles and Anaheim, 80s for the valleys and also in the Inland Empire, where the air quality is going to be unhealthy for sensitive groups around the San Bernardino Valley. That tends to happen as the numbers go up. There is an increase in the ozone formation near the ground level, so that's reason why folks who have respiratory issues should limit their time outside. We'll have triple digits up in the deserts, Lancaster, Victorville 97, and in Big Bear, a warm day for our Eagle friends, 81. So that's warm for bi-mountain standards. We will have skies gradually clearing, although at the coast we may still have some lingering cloud cover. But what I want to show you are the winds, because during the afternoon it turns breezy for us at the coast, for inland spots like the Inland Empire. But look at the winds in the deserts. Winds during the afternoon, 20-30 miles per hour, and some gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. So expect that in the deserts. Now, what's going on with the temperatures? Well, around this time of year, we've already been experiencing these hot spells, so we're used to numbers in the 90s. In the coming days, we will have some slight fluctuation in the temperatures, especially away from the coast, but not hot enough to prompt any advisories, any warnings. But I do want to tell you not to let your guard down, because if you find yourself outside, stay hydrated, stay cool, and put on the sunscreen. This is a trend for Riverside, where we're going from 88 today to 93 on Tuesday and Wednesday. So the numbers are going up compared to what we're going to have. Then slight cooling for the second half of the week, but notice how as we head into the weekend, the temperatures will be in the mid-90s. So slight fluctuation day to day, but overall these numbers are going to stay above normal. We'll have temperatures in the 80s for the next several days, the base in Orange County. 70s at the coast with the continued June gloom. The valleys will continue to see temperatures in the mid-80s for the most part. 90s for the Inland Empire. Tomorrow is going to be the hottest day away from the coast. The weather for our friends in the deserts, you've got triple digits today. Numbers lowering into the 90s, but still remaining hot. Triple digits in the low desert, 110. 111 by the middle of the week. And in the mountains, the numbers are going to be in the 80s all the way through Thursday, just slightly cooler on Friday. So take those summertime precautions. Even though we're 11 days away from the official start of summer for some spots, it's already feeling like a change of seasons. Now let's talk traffic. What's going on out there, Robin?
Oh, Belen, what a mess. Check out this shot from Street Vision. This is the crash that we've been telling you about on the 405 that's backing up traffic between Signal Hill and Long Beach. We have a dump truck that flipped over, spilled its load. There's lots of dirt scattered across the road. The tow truck with the crane on scene, as well as CHP. The two right lanes are blocked. They have a big mess to clean up. You see the traffic squeezing by here in the left lane. So that traffic alert remains in place. It's right here at Spring Street. If you can get on the freeway after Spring Street, the 405 is wide open. If you get on before, you're stuck in that backup, which spills a couple of miles behind the scene, and they hope to have it clear by 7:30. So we'll stay on top of it for you. Because of this, we're just under 50 minutes from Los Alamitos heading toward Culver City. The 110 picking up, not bad at all for a Monday. 20 minutes for your connection to downtown LA. The 5 is picking up too, but it's quiet, and we love that. A 35-minute trip here for North 5 from Downey, the 605 split to the 134, and the 605, great news, it's wide open, no problems at all. But we'll check back in on that rollover crash coming up. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
All right, Robin, thank you. And coming up, a developing story from San Diego. 6 people are missing when a plane plunges into the Pacific just minutes after takeoff. The massive search effort underway right now.
And also this morning, he has played both the villain and the heartthrob. And now Christian Slater is adding another accolade to his resume. The special honor happening in just a few hours, and how you can be there to see it.
This is all unusable.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, there we go.
You could turn your TV on to any station, but you choose us. And that makes me really happy, but why do you choose
fun. The other stations are boring.
It's just the best show ever.
The best news ever. We love the breaking news and the accuracy. What's going on in the world. The local news.
The weather report. And the traffic. I
love the vibe.
Someone we can trust.
What do we got here?
We absolutely love NBC4, and that is our one-stop shop every morning, right? Yeah, let's do it.
Charge up to 178 miles in just 15 minutes. How it should be.
Can we get this to go, please?
The Hyundai Ioniq 5.
Now, for a limited time, lease a Hyundai Ioniq 5 for $189 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Hey, have you heard what's happening at Mathis Home? Get new lower prices all summer long with price drop alerts all over the store. They have all the latest looks at unbeatable prices. Like this big sofa with curved arms and 5 plush throw pillows. They dropped the price to just $5.99. That's an incredible value. And with their huge selection, you're sure to find the style that's just right for you. In stock with fast, free delivery. Look for price drop alert tags and save now at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
We're at Malibu Apothecary. We design signature scents that are destination inspired. Spectrum is really the backbone of any of the business we do here. From our customers who come in, we check them in online. Having fast internet service that can fit my budget is really great. I traded a 9 to 5 for a 5 to 9. It's a lot of work, but I love it.
Fast, reliable internet, starting at $40 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep your business connected.
I'm Todd. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I served 3 overseas tours. I love to give back to the community. I saw a Prevagen commercial and I did some research on it. I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. I've told my coworkers and family since taking Prevagen how much of a difference it's made in my life. I feel really good.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
Charge up to 178 miles in just 15 minutes. How it should be.
Can we get this to go, please?
The Hyundai Ioniq 5.
Now, for a limited time, lease a Hyundai Ioniq 5 for $189 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Developing right now, the Coast Guard is searching for 6 people on a plane that crashed off the coast of San Diego. Now, this flight-aware tracker shows the path of yesterday's flight. The plane headed to Phoenix, took off from San Diego International Airport, and then it crashed about 2 miles off the coast. Crews say there is a debris field. The names of the people on board have not yet been released.
Well, federal prosecutors are expected to push for the maximum punishment today when former Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe is sentenced. Now, in October, Doe resigned from the Board of Supervisors and pleaded guilty to a federal bribery conspiracy charge, admitting to accepting more than $550,000 in bribes in exchange for funneling millions of dollars of COVID relief funds to a charity affiliated with his daughter. As part of the deal, Doe could receive a maximum of 5 years in prison. And it's week 5 of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial, and today Combs' ex-girlfriend is set to return to the witness stand. A woman identified as Jane described her relationship with Combs in graphic detail last week, including alleged drug and sex-filled hotel nights where she felt like she was obligated to have sex with multiple entertainers at Combs' direction. Combs has denied all charges. In the meantime, the judge in the trial has told the jury to prepare for long days this week.
Actor Christian Slater will be honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
So I'll ask you again, are you a 1 or a 0?
The star will be dedicated in the category of television. Actress Sarah Michelle Gellar will also be there. Today's ceremony is happening at 11:30 this morning. This is the 2,815th star.
All right, 6:25 right now. Ahead at 6:30, we are tracking the protests and unrest in downtown L.A. And it's happening during the final week of school.
NBC4's Lauren Coronado is live with how the district is responding and what it means for students and families. Lauren.
Lynette, Adrian, good morning. We understand a news conference is scheduled for 9:30 this morning here at LAUSD headquarters. We expect to hear from the superintendent. He's going to be explaining more on what's being done to protect students just ahead.
Hey, guys!
We brought a truckload of magic. What would you like to make disappear?
All that stuff out there. When you want junk to disappear, all you have to do is point. Bye.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
This June at Soboba Casino Resort, play Grizzlies Grand Venture to find out what the Bear has in store for you. Win your share of $429,000 in prizes every Friday and Saturday. Then on June 28th, you could put your paws on a 2025 Audi Q5 Sportback. Earn entries every day with your Soboba Rewards card. And get ready for a wild ride on Grizzlies Grand Venture. Soboba Casino Resort.
I work from home, so bundling Spectrum, internet, and TV has been super important for our family.
My favorite thing is just the connection that we have to have. I do online workouts, I also do remote programming, and so I need to stay connected to make sure that I'm providing a quality service.
To be able to save money and also have reliable service, it's a win. Our bills have been affordable, can't complain.
Fast, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
Somebody is ready for a new mattress.
How about this one? Just for you, $9.99. How about a queen for the lady? Cooling tech you never knew you needed.
I'll throw in 2 free pillows.
At the Living Spaces Sleep Center, you don't have to worry about pushy salespeople. Our sleep experts are not on commission, so we can help you find the mattress that's right for you.
Did you say non-commission?
That's right. Your best sleep starts here.
Living Spaces.
Welcome to Ono Hawaiian Barbecue.
An Ono Ohana meal, please.
And an Ono Keiki meal for my new friend.
Say aloha to the delicious taste of Ono Hawaiian Barbecue with fresh, made-to-order food that'll have your whole ohana saying, everyone is welcome at Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. Disney's Lilo and Stitch, now playing only in theaters. Rated PG.
Hey, guys!
We brought a truckload of magic. What would you like to make disappear?
All that stuff out there. When you want junk to disappear, all you have to do is point. Bye.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Well, now at 6:30, we are bracing for what could be another volatile day in downtown LA.
It follows 3 straight days of violent clashes and unrest. Tensions are running high after a series of ICE raids carried out by federal agents.
Plus, as citywide immigration enforcement and unrest unfolds, LA schools are gearing up to protect worried students and families. We're live with what this means days before graduation and the start of summer break.
This is Today in LA at 6:30 with breaking news.
And we are live in downtown Los Angeles with a look at the damage after 3 straight days of unrest. You are looking at Waymos that were burned during a Sunday of clashes. Fires were set, stores were vandalized, officers were attacked. The unrest comes in the wake of ICE raids at businesses, with fears rising over further turmoil today. Good morning to you. I'm Lynette Romero. And I'm Adrian Arambulo. We're going to have much more on the protests as well as the chaos, the destruction that was caused there, as you just saw a moment ago. First, so we want to check in with meteorologist Belinda Leon, who's going to look at our weather on this Monday morning.
Hi. No big issues as we get off to the work week, but I do want to point out the wide range in temperatures depending on the location. So at the coast, highs around 70 degrees, but in the high desert, about 30 degrees hotter, where the temperatures are certainly going to feel like summer. We are 11 days away from the official start. We're already feeling the heat in some inland spots. This morning we do have that June gloom. That's low clouds, areas of fog, and it is hard to see through the San Gabriel Valley and over in the Inland Empire. That's where we have these low numbers. That indicates very foggy conditions. So leave your house with enough time. The weather could be in your way. The view right now from San Pedro is showing these gloomy skies. Gradually we'll have that sunshine inland, but the clouds, they could linger at the coast. So this morning, kicking things off with a sweater, light jacket, 50s and 60s. This afternoon, 70s at the coast. The Basin, Orange County, about 10 degrees warmer, 80. 10 degrees warmer in the valleys in IE, upper 80s, 90s. And there we feel that summer heat in the deserts, triple digits, where the winds will be breezy this afternoon. Also a warm day by mountain standards, where highs will be around 81. What to expect the rest of the week, I'll be back with your extended forecast. Right now, let's check the drive. What's going on, Robin?
No, cleanup underway, Belen, on the 405. Look at this mess. We have a tow truck on scene. In front of that tow truck, there's another vehicle that was involved in a crash in the 4 o'clock hour. A truck loaded with a trailer. The trailer flipped over. You see all the dirt and debris scattered across lanes. lanes here. This is northbound 405 at Spring Street in Long Beach. The 2 right lanes blocked. Street Vision giving you a live look. Traffic is okay. It's been backing up off and on, passing the scene. So be prepared for some stop and go conditions. They hope to have it cleared within the next hour. They're calling on sweepers to clean up that dirt that's on the side of the road. So be prepared for that. Try and get on the freeway after Spring Street instead of behind it, because you're going to be stuck in that backup. The drive time just about an hour now for the 405 because of that crash, and 27 minutes for the 91 from the 5 to the 110 split. We'll check more freeways coming up in a little bit. Adrian, back to you.
All right, Robin, thank you. 6:31 right now. It has been a weekend of civil unrest and violence. Immigration protests turned violent, leading to arrests, widespread damage, and clashes between protesters and law enforcement. Immigration raids in L.A. on Friday sparked a small protest that eventually led to bigger crowds gathering. Several people were arrested outside of a Home Depot Friday. Officers in riot and tactical gear responded to disperse to break up the growing protests.
Now, by Saturday, those protests grew violent in Paramount and poured into Compton, where we saw several businesses that were damaged. Cars were also set on fire. And then by nightfall, downtown Los Angeles is where things got very heated. Tear gas, rubber bullets, flashbangs were set off as protesters clashed with law enforcement. President Trump deployed the National Guard in response to the growing violence.
So they arrived at the Metropolitan Detention Center around 3:30 in the morning yesterday and deployed to several parts of the city. Now, at one point, protesters took over the 101, blocking traffic in both directions. Officers responded in riot gear to clear the roads. And at one point in the middle of the protest, some people lit those automated Waymo cars on fire. The LAPD declared an unlawful assembly authorizing the use of less than lethal weapons.
Now, the LA Unified School District is set to talk about the ongoing immigration enforcement activity. That'll happen at a news conference this morning.
NBC4's Lauren Coronado live at the district headquarters. And Lauren, this is a topic that is this is something that the superintendent, Alberto Carvalho, is very, very passionate about. He's addressed this in the past.
Lynette, Adrian, good morning. Absolutely. It's really personal for him. He's promising to protect students, of course. And like you mentioned, he just talked about immigration enforcement and policies just a few weeks ago.
I would be the biggest hypocrite in the world, regardless of my position today, if today I did not fight for those who find themselves in the same predicament I faced over 40 years ago when I arrived in this country at the age of 17 as an undocumented immigrant. Education made me and saved me.
This was just last month when he says 2 LAUSD elementary schools were targeted by people who identified themselves as Homeland Security agents, asking specific questions about 4 students ranging in grades 1st through 6th. Principals did as trained, he says, denying access and notifying the district right away. Now, after this past weekend's unrest, the district is hosting a news conference to discuss immigration enforcement. We understand school is out for summer break this Wednesday, and summer school session begins next week. We're going to be here for the news conference, which is scheduled again for 9:30. Reporting live in downtown, I'm Lauren Coronado for Today in LA.
All right, Lauren, thank you. 6:34 right now, and a curfew has not been put into effect yet, but it's something that the police chief and sheriff have talked about. LAPD Chief Jim McDonald says they support people's right to protest, but they say it is important to stay peaceful. And what they've seen over the last few days is very concerning.
We had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers.
About 60 people were arrested over the weekend. From the streets to the 101 freeway, the police chief said expect many more arrests to come. He said they're going through videos, social media posts to try to determine who is responsible for all the damage.
6:35 right now. SEIU California President David Huerta is scheduled to be arraigned today. Now, he was detained at an ICE raid on Friday. The SEIU says Huerta was also injured and pepper sprayed during the federal agency's operations. U.S. Attorney Bill Essayli says federal agents were executing a lawful federal judicial warrant at a worksite in L.A. when Huerta obstructed access. Now, he was arrested for interfering with federal officers. National civil rights leaders are planning to rally with hundreds in a peaceful protest today, demanding the release of Huerta and an end to the raids. And the families of workers who were detained during Friday's ICE raids in LA's Fashion District are holding a news conference this morning. It is expected to begin at 9 a.m., and we will bring that to you live on our NBC Los Angeles streaming channel.
Happening now, President Trump's new travel ban is in effect, and you're looking live at LAX, where demonstrators are expected to gather outside the Tom Bradley International Terminal starting at 9 this morning to protest the new restrictions. Now, the new restrictions apply to citizens from 12 mainly African and Middle Eastern countries. Among the countries where travelers will be completely banned, Haiti, Iran, Libya, and Somalia. A partial travel ban will be in effect for 7 countries, including Cuba and Venezuela. The White House cites foreign policy, national security, and counterterrorism objectives as the reasons for this new ban.
Today is the deadline the Department of Justice set for California schools to pledge that they will not allow transgender athletes to compete in female sports. It comes after a transgender athlete took home gold in the girls' high jump and triple jump at the CIF State Track and Field Championships. The DOJ argued that allowing male-born students to participate in female sports violates federal law, and if school districts do not make changes by today, legal action will be taken.
6:37 right now. Our live team coverage of the downtown LA protests, clashes, and violence continues this morning.
NBC4's Ned Arriola is live with a look at the damage following a night of chaos.
Hey there, good morning, guys. Yeah, you probably saw the images from News Chopper 4 last night, and now we're getting an up-close view at all the damages left around the downtown area. We'll have those details coming up after the break.
Plus, glitz and glam and heightened security. The BET Awards are set to happen tonight in downtown LA despite ongoing protests. How organizers are putting the spotlight on safety.
We are counting down to the start of summer, just 11 days away, June 20th. But some spots are already going to feel those summer vibes today. I'm going to get you ready for your Monday and look ahead to what to expect this week with your 7-day forecast. Right now, here's traffic with Robin.
Yes, they can expect lots of slow traffic on the 405 rolling through Long Beach. This is the problem. A rollover crash. There's a tow truck with a crane already on scene, but they have a lot to clean up. I'll have details coming up after the break.
And join us live coming up at 7 a.m. for Today in LA streaming. You'll find our NBC4 Los Angeles news channel on Roku, Samsung TV Plus, Peacock, and other streaming platforms. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen right now to take us with you as you head out the door. We'll be right back.
Wake up to where it's all happening.
A summer filled with fun.
I'm here for this.
This is like a real energy boost.
I'm always happy to be on the Today Show.
Best time of the morning.
Only on Today.
At Stater Brothers Markets, we're committed to providing fresh, affordable groceries and friendly faces with quality choices at a competitive, honest value you can trust. We're proud to offer convenient and affordable options each time you shop. Stater Brothers Markets, fresh, affordable, community first.
This is Stephanie's favorite view, where Stephanie becomes Stephanie. This makes Stephanie think ironing is fun. Sometimes. We know Stephanie, so we added this for outfits for gardening, dancing, and closing the deal. That's a smart outfit. This is a smart drawer. Like Stephanie, there's always room for surprises. This is Stephanie's Closet, a space designed by California Closets, a company built on listening to Stephanie and you. Schedule your free design consultation now.
I'm Doug.
And I'm Damon, and we want to buy your house.
Seller's Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
With no agent fees, no hassles, and no repairs, selling your home doesn't have to be overwhelming.
Let us help you with your home selling situation, whatever it is. Get an as-is cash offer and close on your schedule.
Check out our reviews online of real customers we've helped over the years.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com today.
Don't worry, sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
At Sit and Sleep, we've been family-owned for 3 generations.
Which is why our goal is to treat every customer like family.
And every employee, too, which is why our employees average 10 years with us.
I've been helping people find just the right mattress at Sit and Sleep for 31 years.
10 years.
25 years. 19 wonderful years.
Come see why we've been Southern California's most trusted mattress store for 3 generations.
And maybe one day, 4.
out for people like you, winning cases and changing lives. If we don't win, you don't pay. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker today. We'll fight for you.
What do sadness or grief look like? We can't always know. Well-being starts here. The Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health is committed to your well-being. Take action for yourself, for your circle, for your community.
Here at Stater Brothers Markets, we know you're looking for quality. We stand as one of the only companies to have state-certified meat cutters. The result? Custom cuts of meat that are tender, juicy, and flavorful. Stater Brothers, fresh, affordable, community first.
Clashes erupt over immigration arrests. Now only on NBC4. Our cameras are there.
Got hit, you can see there.
What this means for your neighborhood and what happens next. Continuing coverage only on NBC4.
6:41 right now. Scenes of violent unrest in the streets of downtown Los Angeles. Protesters and violent agitators leave behind a trail of damage here and all across the city.
And we are now entering day 4 of expected immigration protests and rallies. And NBC4's Annette Arriola is live in downtown LA. Annette, what are you seeing this morning?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we've been driving around downtown for the last couple of hours since about 3 o'clock this morning. Now that we have daybreak, we can really see the scope of the damage out here on the streets. Now, you probably saw the video last night of these cars just going up in flames, fully engulfed. These were some of the Waymo vehicles that were fully engulfed, at least 5 of them here on Los Angeles Street, very close to Arcadian, right off the 101. This is what's left of them. Again, a total of 5 vehicles, Waymo vehicles, completely burned to the ground, and you can still smell the odor because they run on those lithium-ion batteries. So the odor out here is very, very strong. Now, check out this video from News Chopper 4 as it flew over the area where protesters were gathering last night. We could see a lot of fires burning in the middle of the street. Everything from cars engulfed as well as buses, trash cans were also set on fire. We saw some of the protesters stomping on patrol vehicles and smashing windows. Now, multiple patrol units from other law enforcement agencies from around the area have been also called in to help with LAPD throughout the protests out here in the situation that unfolded on the ground late last night. We've seen Santa Barbara County sheriffs. We have seen other agencies from around the Southern California area. Again, all of them trying to get a hold of the situation, and more than anything, really just keeping that perimeter around the federal building extremely tight and secure. Coming back out here live again, this is just some of the damage that we've encountered throughout the morning. People are coming now back to downtown. They're getting ready to start the work week, heading to their jobs, and of course, a lot of cleanup is still left out here to be done. That's the very latest. Reporting live, I'm Annette Arriola for Today in LA.
Yeah, they have to move those smoldering vehicles. All right, thank you for that, Annette.
And you saw those burned Waymos in Annette's live shot. Well, Waymo is suspending service in downtown LA after its SUVs were set on fire. Waymo says it'll no longer be serving any rides in protest areas until it is deemed safe. The LAPD says fires involving Waymo vehicles can release toxic gas due to the lithium-ion batteries.
Anti-ICE protests in Paramount spilled into Compton over the weekend, leaving many businesses with extensive damage. A crowd knocked down a mobile surveillance trailer outside of a gas station as cars and bikes circled that burning car. Law enforcement stood across the street after LASD declared an unlawful assembly and ordered people to disperse. Non-lethal rounds and tear gas were used. We did speak with one business owner who says about 10 deputies ran into her restaurant needing help, along with others who were also hit by the tear gas. Her restaurant became a temporary refuge, and she said her workers did not hesitate to help those in need.
It was a moment really, really sad for me because the people need help. They need the water, some food. My people help a lot.
Now, from graffiti to broken windows, a long road to cleanup continues for those businesses in Compton.
6:45 right now. The 2025 BET Awards is happening tonight at Peacock Theater, and organizers say the awards will go on as planned despite the ongoing protests in LA. Now, they're working closely, the organizers are, with the LAPD to monitor the situation and ensure the safety of guests and staff. Mariah Carey, Snoop Dogg, Jamie Foxx, and Kirk Franklin will be honored with the BET Ultimate Icon Awards. Meanwhile, Kendrick Lamar leads this year with 10 total nominations. Kevin Hart will be the host, and it all starts at 5 p.m.
Glendale has chosen to end its contract with Homeland Security and ICE to house federal immigration detainees. Now, last week, the city confirmed that it was helping house undocumented immigrants at the local jail. Now, it's a contract that Glendale has had with ICE since 2007. But last night, the city said that it does not align with its values and it does not enforce immigration laws.
A new mural is now brightening up the community of Altadena, a powerful symbol of resilience and hope. Today in LA's Michelle Vyas was there last week when this mural at Fair Oaks Burger was being created. And over the weekend, it was officially unveiled. Since the Eden Fire, the owners of Fair Oaks Burger, both sisters, have used this parking lot as a makeshift community center to help feed families affected by the fire.
It's better than I expected. I didn't realize my face was going to be on there. I'm a little embarrassed, to be honest with you, but I'm so flattered and so honored that Robert was able to do this for the city of Altadena.
So the Robert that the co-owner is talking about is artist Robert Vargas, the same artist who created murals for Dodgers legend Fernando Valenzuela and Shohei Ohtani.
Well, June is Pride Month, and there was plenty of pride on full display throughout the streets of Hollywood over the weekend. The 55th annual LA Pride Parade took place yesterday, going through the heart of Hollywood. Tons of people packed the streets with rainbow flags, shirts, and excitement. This year's Grand Marshals included Niecy Nash and actor Andrew Reynolds.
All right, I love the weekend weather, Belen, because it was something for everybody, right? Kind of like overcast and cool in the morning, but then sunny, warm, breezy in the afternoons.
It's perfect.
Yeah, we're going to do it again this week. Really, the forecast staying pretty consistent. No watches, no warnings. Let me show you what to expect. Hi, everyone. Well, last week, as we kicked off the month, I know it was pretty hot on Sunday and Monday of early last week, but then we settled down with temperatures that were close to normal for this time of year and below normal. This week, it's going to be different. Most of our temperatures are going to be above normal, so you're going to feel the warmer conditions. Here are the four things I'm watching. That June gloom pattern, morning clouds, areas of fog. That's going to continue every single day, but then it'll clear to sunshine. Our friends at the coast, there are going to be a few days where the clouds are going to linger. Now, the temperatures, those are going to stay above normal, but there are going to be a few days that are warmer than others. Tuesday, inland spots, that's when the numbers are going to get hot again. Then slightly cooler at the end of the week, then back up as we head into Father's Day. Just slight fluctuations in temperatures. I'll show you what that looks like in your 7-day forecast. This is what I've got for you today. We'll have 70s at the coast, 80 for the Basin, inland Orange County, upper 80s, 90s for the valleys, the Inland Empire, 80s in the mountains for our Bald Eagle family, Big Bear 81, and look at the deserts, upper 90s and triple digits. So the forecast is going to be different depending on where you are, but from the coast to the deserts, we're going to see a temperature difference of about 30 degrees. Those are the microclimates for you here in Southern California. I'll go through your day in the valleys to time out when we get to that sunshine. It's going to happen around the middle of the morning when numbers will be in the mid-60s. By noon, we've got blue skies 72, and then during the afternoon, the temperatures will gradually warm into the 80s. I know school is winding down, but kids that are headed to school today don't need that black hoodie for the afternoon. It is going to be a warm one for them. Here we are looking at the pattern of the cloud cover as we go throughout the middle of the day. We'll have sunshine inland everywhere, but some clouds stubborn at the coast. Overnight through tomorrow morning, here comes that June gloom pattern again, and the forecast just does the same thing, rinse and repeat. Now here we are looking at the weather Wednesday morning, and you'll notice that we'll have some areas of spotty drizzle. Now the reason I point out that cloud cover is because we're going to have another full moon this week. Yes, the full moon will be rising on June 11th. It's going to peak at 12:44 a.m. That is overnight Tuesday into Wednesday. And the full moon in June is called the strawberry moon. It's the last full moon of spring. The reason why it's called the strawberry moon, hey, this is a time of year when strawberries are ready to get picked. Now let's talk about the weather in the coming days, because Temperatures, as I mentioned, are going to be above normal for the most part, but there are going to be a few days that are warmer than others. Slight fluctuation. On Tuesday, close to 90 degrees for Van Nuys, and then you see the numbers gradually coming down through the end of the week, but we're still in the 80s. Then over the weekend, mid to upper 80s, almost 90 degrees on Sunday. So here's your 7-day forecast where you see, all in all, the temperatures stay pretty consistent in the coming days, just slight fluctuations. 70s at the coast, toastier for the Basin Orange County, and the 80s, and it gets hotter the farther away you are from the coast. We'll have 80s for the valleys, temperatures in the 90s for the Inland Empire, and here's where you're going to get your sweat on. Triple digits expected for the deserts, and dangerously hot over in the low desert, 110 and 111 in the coming days. Finally, in the mountains, warm weather by mountain standards as well. Temperatures in the 80s through Thursday, to slightly cooler Friday, 79. Stay on top of the changes. Download the NBC LA app for weather on the go. Now let's talk about traffic. Nobody's going anywhere there, Robin.
Yeah, it's a tough drive right now on the 405. Folks passing by, looking at all this activity. It's a crash we've been tracking since the 4 o'clock hour. A construction truck, a dump truck with a trailer, lost some of its equipment, flipped over. And so you see the tow trucks with the cranes on scene working to remove some of that equipment from the hillside. The driver's okay, but there's a lot to clean up, and a traffic alert remains in place northbound 405 at Spring Street. The 2 right lanes are closed. They've called for the sweepers, which are rolling out. Our photojournalist Jeff Sharping is on scene. He's been gathering all the details for us. He says they're probably going to extend this traffic alert to 8 a.m. So we'll be tracking it for you. You're backed up almost to the 605 split. Prepare for a 66-minute drive for the 405 north from the 605 heading up to the 10. It's getting heavier and heavier. 210 just under 40 minutes. Glendora to the 134 connector, and the 105 37 minutes. Leave early if you're heading over to LAX. We'll check more weather and traffic coming up after the break.
Weather is brought to you locally by 3-Day Blinds. You'll love the treatment.
Light. It guides our every waking moment. What we do and how we do it. But the amount of light we need can change in an instant. And when it does, you can control it. 3-Day Blinds. Find the light for your life. Visit 3dayblinds.com to get started.
This June, buy a Ford vehicle and help celebrate an important additional donation to these causes. That's Ford building together. Ford Motor Company, from America for America.
Parade is the winner of multiple awards, including the Tony Award for Best Musical Revival. And now it's coming to the Ahmanson Theater in Los Angeles, June 17th through July 12th. Critics have called it a work of art, as commanding as any musical to hit Broadway in years. It's timely, riveting, and gorgeously sung. See it before the parade passes by. Tickets at ahmansontheater.org.
I see it. Hey, I like it. Hey, I want it. Yes, I do. Said I need it.
With Chase, you can get a debit card for your kids' independence. And parental notifications, so you can keep an eye on how they're using it.
Still on budget.
Control for parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Let freedom ring with explosive savings at Jerome's 4th of July clearance event. Save up to 60% on clearance merchandise store-wide. Transform your living room with incredible seating deals. Save $1,200 on the Power Reclining Jet Collection with top-grade leather seating and technology like Power Headrest, Zero Gravity Recline, and a built-in electric cooler in your choice of sofa or love seat, just $15.99. Plus, furnish your whole home with up to 60 months no-interest financing. Only at Jerome's.
NBC4 News
at 6 and NBC Nightly News at 6:30.
This June, buy a Ford vehicle and help celebrate an important additional donation to these causes. That's Ford building together. Ford Motor Company, from America for America.
6:55 right now. Peaceful protests turned into violent clashes in Los Angeles.
So the unrest continued overnight, and NBC4's Brittany Hope is live near downtown. Brittany.
Hey, good morning, everyone. We just got some new numbers from LAPD. They say between them, the LA County Sheriff's Office, and CHP, 42 arrests have been made. Now, just yesterday, President Trump did deploy the National Guard, 2,000 members here to Los Angeles. And we have some video now of them overnight in downtown Los Angeles. It appears that they are near the federal building. Meanwhile, yes, the unrest continues. This new footage shows a group that was standing around an American flag that was burning in the street. They were also yelling profanities. An LAX Flyway bus with people inside was trying to drive last night. We had to blur that bus because people were spray painting profanity all over the bus, along with messages against ICE. Now, LAPD Chief McDonald says that they're looking over videos, aggressively trying to find the people who were involved, who have caused violence, and to hold them accountable. Reporting live near downtown LA, Brittany Hope for Today in LA.
Brittany, thank you. And Governor Newsom says he will file a lawsuit against the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard to L.A., believing that the administration stepped over the line by sending troops here.
You go after vulnerable communities? You go after kids? I was just down in Compton School District 3 days ago, and they were talking to me about this 4-year-old kid. I don't even know where she is. This is a serious moment. The hell is going on? Threatening real people. These are friends. These are people we know, members of our community, destroying industries in the state.
The Trump administration continues to fire back, though the president's border czar, Tom Homan, suggested that the governor and L.A. Mayor Karen Bass could be arrested if their actions are viewed as interfering with immigration enforcement. And President Trump weighed in on social media with a number of posts, including this one, saying the governor and mayor should apologize to the people of L.A. for the job they've done.
LA Unified says campuses will be open today. The district will hold a news conference at 9:30 this morning to address the recent immigration enforcement activity. Superintendent Alberto Cavallo says the district is working with safety teams and community partners to ensure that schools remain safe havens. We'll bring you that news conference live on our NBC Los Angeles streaming channel.
Police in Las Vegas are searching for the gunman who killed 2 people right on the Las Vegas Strip. The shooting happened right next to the Bellagio fountains around 11 last night. Officers on patrol heard the shooting, then ran toward the gunfire, and they found those 2 victims on the sidewalk. Both were pronounced dead at the scene. Police are calling this an isolated incident, and they say they believe they know who the shooter is.
The Coast Guard is searching for 6 people on a plane that crashed off the coast of San Diego. The plane headed to Phoenix took off from San Diego International Airport, and then it crashed about 2 miles off the coast. Crews say there is a debris field. The names of the people on board have not been released.
The weather this week is all about location, location, location. The farther away you are from the coast, the hotter it's going to get. And expect to see these June gloom mornings every morning, clearing to sunshine. But those clouds could linger at the coast. This morning, it's foggy through the San Fernando Valley, the San Gabriel Valley, and over in the Inland Empire. This is a view from San Pedro, very gray. Now, gradually, we'll get to the sunshine and look at the difference in temperatures depending on the locations. We're going to have 70s near the coast, the basin in Orange County around 80 degrees, the valleys, the IE 90s, the high desert 100, and the mountains 81. No watches, no warnings, but if you do find yourself in those hot spots, practice good heat safety, stay cool, hydrate, and always keep your face towards the sunshine. Hey, Robin.
Hey there. We're taking a live look from Long Beach. Street Vision showing you a crash in the clearing stages. This is northbound 405 at the Spring Street exit. A construction truck with a trailer lost some of its equipment. It flipped over. The 2 right lanes are closed. They have a lot to clean up. Sweepers are on the way. You're backed up to the 605 split. They hope to have this cleared by 8 a.m.
All right, the news does not stop here. The Today Show's next.
We continue with Today in LA streaming right now on our NBC4 Los Angeles news channel. You can scan that QR code right there on the bottom of your screen to start watching. Live news, weather, and traffic updates continue here all morning long as we give you another live look at our... They're both up there,
They're
right?
Sisters. The sisters are hanging out on a branch.
Yes. Gizmo, of course, going on her first flight over the weekend.
Yes.
Now they're back in the nest, waiting for Mom and Dad, I think, to bring them back some food, right?
They want breakfast.
Have a great day, everybody.
And a good Monday morning to you. Stunning images out of Los Angeles overnight.
Protests turn violent as the president sends in the National Guard. It's June 9th. This is Today. boiling point. New chaos in Los Angeles overnight. Protesters and police clashing in the streets. Cars set ablaze. A major bridge blocked by demonstrators. President Trump sending in the National Guard against the governor's wishes.
We're not going to let this happen to our country.
We will have the very latest in a live report. Drama at sea. Israeli forces intercept a ship attempting to carry aid and activists, including Greta Thunberg, to Gaza.
If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters.
Just ahead, the video she made while being taken into custody and what Israel is saying about the incident this morning. Breaking overnight, a deadly shooting on the Las Vegas Strip near the famed Bellagio fountains. Tourists seen running for cover. The gunman still on the loose. We'll have the very latest. Severe storms. The South hammered again by massive tornadoes, hail, and heavy rain. 40 million at risk for more rough weather today, and Al's got the full forecast. Those stories plus wild adventure. Ed, the runaway zebra that captivated the internet for more than a week, finally captured inside his high-flying homecoming just ahead. Princess of Paris.
That's out! Coco has conquered the clay.
Coco Gauff still riding high after storming back to win the French Open, the first American champion in a decade. And she has made her way to where else? Studio 1A to celebrate this morning. And Broadway's best. A night of stars and surprises at the Tony Awards, including a show-stopping performance from the original cast of Hamilton. The highlights from the room where it happened today, Monday, June 9, 2025.
From NBC News, this is Today with Savannah Guthrie and Craig Melvin. From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Hi there. Good morning. Welcome to Today, Monday morning, 7 a.m. on the West Coast. Glad you're starting your week with us.
Let me tell you, what a weekend it was. Something for everybody. Last night, of course, the Tony Awards and seeing the OG cast from Hamilton reunite after a decade. Wow.
That was a moment. And then talk about a moment. Coco Gauff, French Open final. I mean, making history, not since Serena Williams 10 years ago have we had an American woman winning the French Open. She's right here in our studio. And a huge match to the men, too. So lots to cover there. But let's get to our right top story. Playing out in Los Angeles right there. Another night of violent clashes over immigration raids. Parts of the city thrown into chaos. You can see here protesters lighting several cars on fire. Part of a major highway shutdown.
Things escalated after President Trump defied the state's wishes, mobilizing some 2,000 National Guardsmen over the weekend. Governor Gavin Newsom calling the president's actions, quote, unconstitutional and illegal, now vowing to sue in a new interview with NBC News.
Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says more than 500 active duty Marines are on standby now if necessary. NBC's Liz Kreutz has been out at those clashes all weekend long. She joins us now live. Liz, good morning.
Well, hey, Savannah. Hey, Craig. Good morning to you. It seems to be a temporary moment of calm here in downtown L.A. after what's been an extremely tense night and weekend here of protests. This was some of the damage from this protest yesterday. This was a Waymo car that was set on fire. We saw several of these cars set ablaze yesterday by protesters. We saw protesters shut down a major interstate here as they clashed with police who deployed pepper spray, tear gas, rubber bullets to try to disperse the crowd. All of this as President Trump has deployed 2,000 National Guards here to L.A., a move that the governor is calling illegal and says is only inflaming the protests.
Overnight, police in riot gear facing off with anti-ICE protesters in downtown L.A., now declared an unlawful assembly area. Multiple people arrested as tensions flared. The clashes escalating over the weekend after first erupting Friday following workplace raids by federal agents at multiple locations across L.A. On Saturday, President Trump invoking a rarely used law to call up the National Guard, defying California's governor, who argued he would only inflame protesters who took over a major interstate Sunday, bringing traffic to a standstill.
We're here on 101 right now. Protesters have shut down the freeway. You can see flashlights have been going off. Police are closing in. Protesters are running southbound. Let's go.
Police dispersing the crowd with tear gas and rubber bullets. Police cars set on fire, and the LAPD chief saying officers were targeted overnight.
Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you.
Protesters setting multiple Waymo self-driving cars on fire, the company pausing operations in downtown LA. Demonstrators voicing their anger over ICE's presence in the city.
We're not the problem. You know, immigrants aren't the problem, we're the solution.
What do you think about the National Guard being brought in?
I think that it's ridiculous, because where was the National Guard on January 6th?
On Truth Social, the president calling the protesters troublemakers and insurrectionists.
We're going to have troops everywhere.
And adding overnight, bring in the troops. The LAPD chief asked about the National Guard, saying he would have thought local authorities could handle it, but
Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Border Czar Tom Homan telling our Jacob Sobroff the raids will continue in the coming days and that officials who stand in the way of law enforcement operations could be arrested.
Are you saying that about Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom? Are they at risk of being arrested?
I'll say it about anybody. You cross that line.
Governor Newsom firing back.
Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. They're trying to incite violence. They're trying to impose the kind of rhetoric that only makes conditions worse, that quite literally put people's lives at risk.
And the governor condemning the violence as well. LAPD says they are currently going through video footage from these protests, and anybody seen to be breaking the law will be held accountable. As for the National Guard being brought in, it is an extremely rare move by the Trump administration. In fact, the last time this happened was in 1965. Then President Lyndon B. Johnson called in the Alabama National Guard to try to protect civil rights protesters. Savannah.
All right, Liz Kreutz on this breaking news. Thank you.
Also breaking overnight, the president's new travel ban is now in effect, barring citizens from 12 countries from entering the United States and also placing major restrictions on visitors from 7 other nations. NBC's senior White House correspondent Garrett Haake has that story. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Craig, good morning. And yeah, this new travel ban is both broader, it includes more countries, and more targeted than the one President Trump put in place during his first term, which was ultimately upheld by the Supreme Court. The White House says the countries affected by this ban lack the ability to properly screen and vet their citizens coming to the United States, and that the president is acting in the interest of national security. The ban comes into effect today as the fallout from the president's ugly public split from his closest political ally, Elon Musk, continues.
This morning, President Trump's sweeping new travel ban now fully in effect, barring citizens from a dozen countries, primarily in Africa and the Middle East. The ban also limits entry for nationals of several other countries. The president announced the ban last week, citing national security.
Frankly, we want to keep bad people out of our country.
Democrats arguing the ban is bigoted and unconstitutional. Also this morning, the president is making it clear his one-time alliance with former top ally Elon Musk is over after their split exploded on social media last week, sparked by Musk's condemnation of the president's signature tax and border security bill.
Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore.
In a weekend phone interview with Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker, President Trump said he had, quote, no reason to repair the partnership with Musk, adding, I have no intention of speaking to him. For his part, Musk deleted some posts on X in which he tried to link the president to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Musk, who headed up the Department of Government Efficiency until his departure last month, spent nearly $300 million backing Mr. Trump and Republicans in 2024. The president now warning Musk against supporting Democrats in next year's midterm elections, telling NBC News without providing details, quote, he'll have to pay very serious consequences if he does that. Republican lawmakers largely shrugging off Musk's opposition to the bill.
I didn't go out to craft a piece of legislation to please the richest man in the world. What we're trying to do is help hardworking Americans who are trying to provide for their families and make ends meet.
As for those hardworking families, the biggest news on the economic front today may come from far from Washington. American and Chinese negotiators are meeting today in London to follow up on last week's call between Presidents Trump and Xi. Their goal is to continue negotiations towards ending this tariff trade war sparked by President Trump, which continues to rattle both countries' economies. Craig?
Our senior White House correspondent Garrett Haake for us there. Garrett, thank you.
Let's go to the Middle East now. Overnight, Israeli forces intercepted a boat attempting to reach Gaza. with activist Greta Thunberg and a symbolic shipment of aid on board. NBC's Matt Bradley joins us from Tel Aviv with the latest on what happened. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. There was a dramatic scene in the eastern Mediterranean overnight with those Israeli Navy SEALs boarding that activist vessel. And though both sides had been expecting some kind of confrontation, fortunately, there were no reports of any injuries.
Please sound the alarm.
Today, a high-profile interception on the high seas.
Please go to your places. Ditch the phones.
As the Israeli Navy took command of a ship full of activists, including celebrity climate campaigner Greta Thunberg. As their ship, the Madeleine, tried to approach the Gaza Strip to break Israel's years-long blockade. Israel's foreign ministry said the group was safe and unharmed, but, quote, the show is over. The yacht, operated by the pro-Palestinian Freedom Flotilla Coalition, had intended to make a symbolic delivery of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, in protest over Israel having severed aid for nearly 3 months, which aid agencies had said pushed the enclave to the brink of starvation. The group had expected to be stopped.
If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters.
Israel derisively described the flotilla as a selfie yacht carrying celebrities. Shalom Ben Hanan served nearly 30 years in Israel's domestic security agency. Why not let Greta and the other activists land in the Gaza Strip?
You can't do it, that you are in a war and you let some people who live on provocations to make their provocations in the middle of a campaign.
Israel's foreign minister said the ship was being towed to Israel's port of Ashdod, where the defense minister had asked the activists be shown videos of Hamas's October 7th attack before sending them back to their home countries. And guys, Israel's defense minister also had harsh words for Thunberg, calling her an anti-Semite. Savannah?
All right, Matt Bradley in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
And meanwhile, here at home, police in Las Vegas this morning are searching for a suspect involved in a deadly shooting near a popular tourist destination on the famed Strip overnight. NBC's Sam Brock joins us with this breaking story. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Craig, good morning. Police say right now there is a manhunt underway after a typical night of fun on the Vegas Strip quickly turned into bloodshed. This was about 10:30 last night local. The supposed live stream of the shooting now circulating on social media as authorities are urgently trying to find the suspect behind these killings. And we should warn you, some of the images you're about to see are disturbing. This morning, police trying to track down a gunman who opened fire on the famous Las Vegas Strip overnight, leaving at least 2 people dead. The chaos sending terrified tourists scrambling to get out of harm's way. Las Vegas police saying it might have stemmed from an online dispute.
At this point, we believe we have the suspect identified and that this is an isolated incident, knowing that the suspect and the victim had previously engaged in some type of conflict using a variety of social media platforms.
Video posted onto social media appears to show a gunman firing shots during a live stream right in front of the Bellagio Hotel's iconic fountain.
Are you kidding me?
Coming during the busy overnight hours on the Vegas Strip, police writing at the time, the shooting did not occur inside a casino. Please avoid the area. The department says officers on patrol in the area immediately ran towards the gunfire.
They found 2 victims who were laying on the sidewalk, suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. Our officers rendered medical aid to both victims, but their efforts to save those victims' lives were unsuccessful.
Guys, you can hear what sounds like a total of 7 shots in that video. While police say they believe they've identified the suspect, they are still asking anybody with information to please contact them. In the meantime, they're going to keep providing updates on the case as the search clearly continues.
All right, Sam, keep us posted. Thank you.
Yeah.
We got much more to get to, including tens of millions in the path of severe weather today after a weekend of volatile storms. Tornadoes, high winds, heavy rain causing damage. Look at that. Across the South. Al Scott is forecast in just a moment. First, though, NBC's Ryan Chandler in Dallas, Texas, where flooding is an ongoing concern today. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. It was a long night of storms across Texas and Oklahoma last night. You can see some of that rainwater still trying to recede here in Dallas. Locally, flood warnings are in effect all day today with more rain potentially still on the way. Winds got up to 76 miles here in the metro last night, miles per hour. Not the 100 that was forecast, but certainly still enough to pack a punch. Some downed trees and power lines region-wide. Here's a look at what those storms did out in West Texas and across the country, as more are on the way out east.
Overnight, intense lightning and torrential rain inundating the Lone Star State, where destructive wind gusts reached up to 100 miles per hour, hail blanketing roads in parts of the state, as this monstrous twister touched down near the Texas Panhandle. It all comes after a weekend of dangerous storms sweeping across the South, where they're now blamed for at least one death in Mississippi and another in Georgia.
The wind started blowing like crazy and tree parts started going everywhere.
The wild weather impacting millions nationwide. From New York City's 7th straight wet weekend to blinding rain in Alabama.
Oh, mama.
And this confirmed EF1 tornado in DeSoto, Missouri, south of St. Louis. Fire officials say 12 buildings were significantly damaged or destroyed, but thankfully there were no reported casualties. Across the Carolinas, downpours drenched parts of the region, and in Oklahoma, dangerous flooding stranded a big rig, and severe storms tore apart this historic building in McAllister.
I think it just took, the wind just pushed it all.
And in Tennessee, a sudden storm uprooted the Green family's massive oak tree, sending it crashing into their home directly above their 6-day-old son as his grandmother was rocking him to sleep.
I jumped into that room and grabbed him, and then my dad and sister were right behind me and grabbed my mom.
Incredibly, everyone walked away with just a few scratches.
I mean, it seems like a miracle.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Today has been, for what could have been like the darkest day of our life, like has been filled with joy.
And Savannah, I have not been able to stop thinking about that interview with that young family. Fortunately, they say with the help of friends and family, they are safe and sound with all of their loved ones around them. It's a good reminder, though, with 40 million people at risk for high wind gusts along the East Coast, the Mid-Atlantic today, to keep in mind, to keep your family safe with more severe weather still on the way, Savannah.
Absolutely. Ryan, thank you.
I mean, we can see the flooding there behind Ryan. Mr. Roker, it looks like that area might be in for more of a walloping today.
Yeah, right now, south of Dallas, we've got those heavy thunderstorms, but we do have severe thunderstorm watches from central Texas all the way into Louisiana. We're going to be watching these storms push across through this morning, and they're now starting to make their way into the lower Mississippi River Valley. Look at this. As Ryan mentioned, 40 million people from Pittsburgh, Charleston, Columbia, Atlanta, down to Tallahassee and also Albuquerque, New Mexico. Wind gust of 60 miles per hour. Can't rule out a tornado or two as this cold front slowly moves to the east. There's a severe risk from the southeast to the Ohio River Valley. Tomorrow, morning storms all along the I-95 corridor may make for rough driving and airport delays. Hit or miss showers and thunderstorms down through the southeast and the Gulf. We're talking about anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain from Atlanta down to Montgomery, New Orleans as well. Heavier rainfall amounts central and western Texas, where we might actually see some flooding as well. We're going to get to your local forecast coming up in the next 30 seconds.
You want to hear a secret? This sauna is actually from Walmart. One of over 500 million items.
Huh. Who knew?
Soon everyone will, Sebastian. Please get out of my sauna.
I'm not the only one with a fine set of ivories.
Who knew? Who knew? Walmart has dancing shoes?
They have over 500 million items! Who knew? Who knew?
The Walmart you thought you knew is now new.
100 degrees, and in the mountains, a warm day for you, highs in the 80s. In the Inland Empire, starting off with clouds, fog, getting sunny, and then temperatures in the 80s, close to 90 in San Bernardino. Clouds may be stubborn at the coast. Orange County will have 60s in Huntington Beach, but inland mid to upper 70s, around 80. Ventura County also seeing that warm feel. Inland Simi Valley 83, upper 80s for the San Fernando Valley. And here's your day in LA. Take care.
Latest weather, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Al. Just ahead, Coco Gauff on top of the tennis world, roaring back to win the French Open. The first American champion in a decade, the youngest in more than 2 decades. And she is joining us to talk about making history on those iconic clay courts.
Oh, so Al Roker, I'm surprised you're so fresh this morning because you were in that room where it happened. We'll take you inside as well and look at Broadway's biggest night of the year, the Tony Awards, filled with stars, surprises, and a show-stopping reunion performance from the OG cast of Hamilton. All the highlights. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Do they think you're cool? I just pictured you going in like at homework time with a lightsaber. Plus, in the Phoenician scheme, Mia Threppleton.
Today at 2 on NBC4.
Easy to hang and remove. New Frog Tape removables let you quickly customize any space.
My kitchen. Lemons. So fun. Fun. Hey, can you go move the truck?
When you can transform any space, you can truly make it yours.
Huh.
Frog Tape removables, when it matters most. Available at Walmart.
Life is full of reminders, and taking care of the people you love is always at the top of your list. At Ultimed, it's at the top of ours too. Because what's important to you is our priority. With comprehensive health services under one roof, we help you stay ahead of your family's care needs, so you all can grow healthy at any age.
So how exactly does it work?
So it tests the acidity and alkalinity levels in a cat's urine as well as the visible presence of blood. If any of those are reading as abnormal, the litter will change colors, giving you advance notice that something may be wrong with your cat. It's made of silica gel, which is super soft on a cat's paws and amazing at odor control. Today, it's America's #1 health monitoring cat litter.
And where can people go if they want to learn more?
Check us out at prettylitter.com/try.
Tonight at 6, the deadliest wildfire in California's history. We'll take you back to paradise.
Years after the campfire, we'll show you what rebuilding looks like and what Altadena and the Palisades can lure.
Life after fire. Lessons from paradise. Tonight at 6.
All right, coming up, we're going to get you ready for summer with the season's hottest trends.
There's a lot to know. You need to know about fashions and vacations. Martha Stewart.
She's
it's Martha Summer after your local news.
It's Macy's Friends and Family Sale. That means insider deals on summer styles from your favorite brands, plus 15% off beauty and fragrance too. It's the perfect time to shop for summer. So hurry in. Macy's Friends and Family ends Monday.
Don't let congestion take over. Afrin No Drip. Wow, ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief.
Wow.
The wow is real.
Looks like we've told people Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. For the last time. Huh. Shallow.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When my hair started to thin, I wasn't feeling so confident.
I stopped hanging out with the guys because I didn't want to hear the wisecracks.
I started taking Nutrafol because I had seen that it worked with my friend.
Nutrafol really takes the time to do the research, to do the clinical studies, and I really respect how it works from the inside out.
Nutrafol was able to bring my hair back to life, and it keeps getting thicker and fuller.
Oh! It felt real good to ditch the hat.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com.
It takes two to feel the joy. Earn unlimited 2% cash back, 1% when you buy, and 1% as you pay with the Citi Double Cash Card.
Who knows what tomorrow will bring? But as for me, I'll wait and see. Maybe it'll bring my love to me. Who knows? Who knows?
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing for our T-Mobile home internet commercial. You gotta talk really fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet.
Wow, you're good.
Get T-Mobile home internet, just $35 a month with our 5-year price guarantee.
The lips, the tip of the teeth, the tongue, the lips.
The mission, sneak inside, give out Pepsi to enhance the food's flavor.
To Will and Diane, you go together like Pepsi and hot dogs.
Babe, who is that?
I don't know, but he is right about the Pepsi and hot dogs.
Etsy is the place to find Father's Day gifts, like original baseball hats by Blair, under $50, personalized luggage tags under $25, or handmade outdoor gear under $200. Your dad's one of a kind. Get a gift that gets him Etsy has it.
Kate made progress with her mental health, but her medication caused unintentional movements in her face, hands, and feet called tardive dyskinesia, or TD. So her doctor prescribed Austedo XR, a once-daily extended-release TD treatment for adults. Austedo XR significantly reduced Kate's TD movements. Some people saw a response as early as 2 weeks. With Austedo XR, Kate can stay on her mental health meds.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Austedo XR can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts. Don't take if you have liver problems, are taking reserpine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness.
Ask your doctor for Austedo XR.
Round of June gloom on this Monday morning. It is 7:26. I'm Lynette Romero. Police are preparing for a fourth day of protests after a weekend of unrest and violent clashes. State and local leaders are calling for peaceful protests after some people caused extensive damage. NBC4's Annette Arriola is live in downtown LA with what we're seeing this morning. Annette.
Lynette, good morning to you. Several fires were set off around the downtown area, including what you're seeing behind me here, these 5 smoldering Waymo cars. Many of us saw the images over the air yesterday, and this is what's left of these vehicles here, just completely burned to the ground. They're right off of Los Angeles Street in Arcadia, very close to the 101 freeway. Now, many of the buildings around downtown have also been vandalized, tagged. Earlier today, we spotted a crew boarding up windows at a T-Mobile store along Broadway and 3rd Street. That store was also looted. Workers were sweeping a lot of that shattered glass that was left behind. And just as we were going off the air yesterday, LAPD officers responded to reports of looting at the corner of 8th and Broadway. When they arrived on scene to the Adidas store there, they spotted a person and were able to recover some stolen merchandise. Now, coming back out here live again, there's going to be extensive cleanup happening throughout the day here in downtown LA because a lot of the streets are littered with debris. It's the very latest. We'll send it back to you in the studio, Lynette.
Annette, thank you for that. And now here's Robin Winston with a look at your commute.
Hi, good morning. Lots of slow traffic for the 5 rolling into Commerce. Plus, we have this new crash at Garfield Avenue. That's blocking the left lane. It was already backed up into Downey Santa Fe Springs. Speeds dipping below 20 miles per hour. 47 minutes for North 5 to make it from Downey heading up to East LA. Leave early and plan ahead.
At Stater Brothers Markets, we're committed to providing fresh, affordable groceries and friendly faces with quality choices at a competitive, honest value you can trust. We're proud to offer convenient and affordable options each time you shop. Stater Brothers Markets, fresh, affordable, community first.
The world-renowned Miami City Ballet brings the timeless beauty and haunting drama of Swan Lake to Segerstrom Center for the Arts June 20th to 22nd. With more than 50 brilliant dancers on stage, stunning choreography by Alexei Ratmansky, and Tchaikovsky's score performed live by Pacific Symphony, Swan Lake is a breathtaking production that you won't want to miss. Order tickets today for Miami City Ballet's Swan Lake at Segerstrom Center for the Arts. Visit scfta.org.
Every step used to hurt. Now I run just because I can. I was walking just 30 minutes after my double nano knee surgery. You know you were in a lot of pain. You just didn't know how much until you didn't have it anymore. Now I'm an athlete again. Honestly, I'm more active than I've been in the last 10 years. I have no physical restrictions. No hospital stay, no rehab center, no long recovery. Nano knee.
I can tell if somebody is lying. Let her in. What, baby?
Let me show you something.
What did you say?
It's gonna be a bloodbath.
I mean, I'm all in. Oh my gosh! Manifest, baby! Looks like a murder happened around here.
I was on the edge of my seat.
All right. Hey.
What can I do for you, young man?
My dad told me to get the ribeye, but what's your favorite pick?
The house steak and veggie kebab is my champion.
Good choice in the kebabs. Variety is the spice of life.
Stater Brothers Markets. Fresh, affordable, community first.
We added the music, not the sheriff's department. Back 7:30. An update now on that runaway pet zebra that I know you've been following closely. On the loose for more than a week in Tennessee. Well, you can see him there. Ed the zebra has been captured. They found him in a rural area of the middle of the state there. Crews airlifted him by helicopter to an animal trailer nearby.
Wow.
Ed's
I have to say, the music adds a little something, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
A little yacht rock.
Ed's owner says that Ed is, quote, safe and 100% healthy.
Okay.
No
Good
word on how much that rescue mission cost, but Ed's doing just fine. Meanwhile, we got a lot to get to in this half hour. We're going to start with some tennis history that was made on those iconic clay courts of Roland Garros.
What a weekend. 21-year-old American star Coco Gauff riding high after winning the French Open, the second Grand Slam title of her young career, Paris.
That's out! Coco has conquered the clay!
After a decade-long drought for Americans at the French Open, the tennis powerhouse defeating world #1 Aryna Sabalenka, and a superstar showcasing her unrivaled fortitude on the clay from the start, losing the first set.
Oh, tremendous!
But pulling out a stunning win in the second.
Gauff goes right through Sabalenka.
And prevailing in the final. Gauff falling to the ground, taking it all in as a French Open champion.
Yeah, it really came down to the last few points, but overall, I'm just really happy with the fight that I managed today.
Coco is now the first American woman to win the French Open since Serena Williams in 2015. A dream she literally turned into a reality. Sharing on Instagram, she had a dream back in 2021. She would one day win the Open. Gauff also taking home her second Grand Slam, a title she lost out on 3 years ago.
I was going through a lot of things when I lost in this final 3 years ago. I'm just happy to be here.
That happiness radiating across the tennis world, including the excited ball kids working the French Open and her grandmother watching with pride from afar. But it's her parents in the stands who've been there through it all.
You guys probably believe in me more than I do myself, so I really appreciate and love you guys.
Coco Gauff showing the world once again what it means to serve up greatness. And we're so delighted to have the new French Open champion with us. Coco, good morning, bonjour.
Bonjour, good morning.
Oh, the French Open looks so good on you.
Thank you.
You wanted this one. You manifested.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
It feels great. I always wanted to win this title. I won the junior one, and I just felt like this was one that was just really meant to be in. To have it happen and still feel so surreal.
Well, you know, this is your second Grand Slam now. You were here a couple years ago when you won the U.S. Open.
Yes.
How is this one different from the first, or is it?
I think the first one I felt a little bit more that like shock after, like immediately after the match, and this one I just really felt deep down like it was meant to be, that I like wanted to do that and I could do it. So I think this one was more just proud than relief. I felt like US Open was more relief, and this one was just more like pride of like, I wanted this and I did it.
It was vintage Coco, because I'm watching with my kids, you know, they're big Coco fans. And that first set was so tough.
Yes.
And I felt watching it, I was like, oh man, whoever wins this set is probably going to win the match. No. Because you never give up, and great champions never give up. What do you, like, when you're sitting there, it's the end of that first set, it's so hard fought. And then you're facing the rest of it. You got to dig deep. What do you tell yourself?
Yeah, so that first set was so long. It was like an hour and 20 minutes. And then I had like went to the bathroom, used the bathroom, and then I like kind of had a mini panic session. I was like, oh my God, like I'm so close. And I was like, okay, I got to like chill out. Still got a lot of tennis left to play. Splash some water on my face and my legs. And then I went out there and I was just like, let me just leave it all out here and see what happens.
Well, whatever pep talk you gave yourself, it certainly worked. What I loved, I said this to you earlier, at the end of it all, you win, and you had vowed to not fall down on the clay.
Yes.
Because you didn't want to get dirty.
Yes.
And then what happens?
I fell on the clay. When I won my junior title, I said I wasn't going to fall on the clay. And then I did it. And then after that, I hated it because I had clay all over me. I don't like falling on clay. And then I don't know what happened. When it just happened, I wasn't expecting to win that point. I already thought I lost the point because I thought the ball was out, and then she kind of stopped. And so I fell on the clay. And I literally told myself, I said, if I win French Open, I'm going on my knees for sure, so I just don't get dirt all over me.
But Dad was ready.
Right there.
Dad was
okay. So and by the way, your folks are here. I don't know if we have a shot of it, but Candy and Corey always by your side. But Dad was, he's like, I got you.
Yes.
So I guess he knew that maybe this could happen.
Yeah, because I think I've told him before how I wouldn't want to fall on clay because I didn't want the clay all over me in the ceremony photo. But I don't know where he got the towel from or why he thought
he was ready.
He's resourceful.
Good Dad's always ready.
He must have knew that it was going to happen. So yeah, I appreciate him for having my back.
What I love about your family, and every time they come to the studio, they're just so normal. It's so grounded. A lot of folks don't realize the sacrifice that they both made. When you were in elementary school, they both left their jobs.
Yes.
And they put a lot of belief and faith in this kid who was playing tennis. And now it's clearly paying off. What would you like to say to your parents?
Yeah, I would like to say thank you. Thank them for everything. We realized that Florida was the place to be for tennis, and so we moved from Atlanta to Florida. They had their dream house, and for them to move, and we would stay with my grandmother in her house for about 6-7 months before we were able to get our own place, and just all the sacrifice and the fact that my dad and my mom both had that belief for me from a young age and kind of set my family straight because some of my family's like, what are you guys doing? Like, she's doing online school or y'all are moving. And my mom had a conversation with them. She's like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to support her. And y'all can either be here to support her or not. And since then, they all have supported me. So I'm just grateful for that support system. And I think it really helps when those moments are tight and you realize that regardless of result, I have a great group of people to go home to.
It's a family affair. You've got your brothers. Your littlest brother is here and was there. And then I love your brother that at the U.S. Open you tried to call and he didn't pick up.
Yes.
But he was watching too.
Yes, he was watching. He was playing, I think, a semifinal game for his baseball tournament. And he told me his whole team, they were all watching. They were all crunk. And I actually did thought about calling him when I was on the bench. But I was like, I don't want to get ignored again. So I didn't. And also I remember he had a game that day. So I was like, maybe he might even be on the field because I didn't know with the time difference and everything. But I called him afterwards and he was super hype. And he was texting me every day after each match and to have their support means the world, and to have Cameron be here for the ride is also great.
And your bestie Spike Lee.
Yes.
You gave Spike some love.
Yes. As soon as I saw that he was sitting there when I walked on court, I saw him like when I was warming up before my match, and they showed a preview of him on the gym, and I was like, if I win this match, first person I'm going to dap up is Spike Lee, and I just had to do it.
Spike is omnipresent. Let's talk about this trophy.
Yes.
This doesn't look like the trophy I saw on television on Saturday.
No. So like most tournaments will have like the original that they keep with them, and then they give you home a replica. And I didn't know it was going to be as small as it is, but this is the replica trophy that we get to take home, and as a reminder,
it's adorable.
It is adorable. It's mini size.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's mini size, like the little mini brands. So that's what this is. But it looks just like the real one, just smaller.
What does it mean to have? I mean, you get one Grand Slam title. It's a moment. You're so happy about it. But I'm sure there's also a thing where, like, you don't want to be one and done. You don't want to be a one-hit wonder. To get that second, to have it be at Roland Garros, which is so notoriously tough for Americans, and you're following in the footsteps of your idol, Serena, who is the last American woman to win there. That moment.
It meant a lot, I think, just for like me and the belief of people maybe doubting me and things like that. And I think it was Malika Andrews asked Tyrese about this in his interview, and she was like, first time is, people say first time is luck and the second time is a habit. And so I wanted the second time to be a habit, and hopefully I can get a third and a fourth and all of that. But I just wanted, to prove to people that even though there's no one who wins a slam, even if it's one, it's never luck. You have to win 7 matches. But I just wanted to prove to people that I could do it again.
Wimbledon's coming up in a few weeks.
Yes.
How are you feeling about it?
I'm really excited. And yeah, this will be new territory for me entering Wimbledon. Like, so after winning a title. So I'm very curious to see how I can learn from that experience, but I'm excited.
Congrats.
Thank you. So happy for you, Coco. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
You have to come after all your Grand Slam victories.
Yes, I mean, it's good luck now.
Yeah.
So.
We have a date.
Your parents already committed to come back.
Okay,
You say it every time.
Yeah, I mean, you guys always show me love, so since I was young, so I'm always happy to be here.
We're so proud.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coco.
There's much more ahead on this Monday morning. Carson's here gearing up for your Pop Start sneak peek. Morning, buddy.
Good morning, guys. Awesome to have the champ here. Our PSSP is a truly can't miss this morning. All about a special night, the star-studded Tony Awards. They were right across the street, including a huge reunion that has Hamilton fans smiling this morning. We'll have it for you coming up right after this.
A toast to Tina's new business.
Oh, I thought it was a hobby. Essential oils are my thing. Let's ruin everything. You know
Good morning. Start with the goodness of Cheerios and try Cheerios Protein.
What does it mean to live a rich life? It means brave first leaps, tearful goodbyes, and everything in between. With over 100 years navigating market ups and downs, we'll help you move ahead with confidence.
Every breath you take, every move you make, every day you wake, make no mistake, we'll be helping you. Every breath you take.
Unpredictable and limited what I could do. But Ultomiris is continuous symptom control with improvement in activities of daily living. It is reduced muscle weakness. And Ultomiris is the only long-acting GMG treatment with the freedom of just 6 to 7 infusions per year for a predictable routine I can count on.
Ultomiris may lower your immune system's ability to fight infections, increasing your chance of serious meningococcal and other infections which may become life-threatening or fatal. Complete or update meningococcal vaccines at least 2 weeks before you start. If treatment is urgent and you're not vaccinated, you should receive antibiotics with your vaccines. Don't start if you have a meningococcal infection. Infusion reactions may include back, belly, limb, or chest pain, muscle spasms, blood pressure changes, tiredness, shaking chills, bad taste, breathing problems, or face, tongue, or throat swelling. Ultomiris is continuous symptom control. Talk to your neurologist today.
Brand Power.
Tired of struggling with impossible messes in your tub and shower? Some cleaning sprays only target the top layer of grime, making it difficult to remove built-up layers. Switch to Mr. Clean Foaming Bath Magic Eraser. Simply add water to activate. Magic Eraser has the cleaning power of Dawn and the scrubbing power of an eraser to effortlessly cut through 100% of the built-up soap scum and grime that some sprays leave behind. And because it cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Switch to Mr. Clean Foaming Bath Magic Eraser.
We're back, 7:45. Carson Daly's joined the party for a little Pop Start sneak peek.
It is a good one, guys. Last night, the stars of the stage celebrated the biggest shows on Broadway. Wicked star, our friend Cynthia Erivo, hosted the Tonys. They were right across the street at Radio City Music Hall. It was a packed night with performances from The Great White Way, Sunset Boulevard's Nicole Scherzinger, and maybe happy ending star Darren Criss taking home the trophies for leading actress and actor in a musical. But guys, the Maybe Happy Ending crew celebrating all night long. They dominated the new show, winning 6 awards, including Best Musical. It was indeed a party for old castmates, too. The Hamilton crew reuniting to celebrate their 10th anniversary. And I don't know if you caught this fun moment. Cynthia channeled her inner Oprah Winfrey, surprising the talk show icon with a very fitting gift.
Ms. Oprah, as a change of pace, I thought we should give you a gift. Check under your chair. Thing in there. You get a car. I've been waiting all night to do that.
What a great idea. It's amazing no one's done that before in an award show.
By the way, you see who's right behind?
Yeah, look behind Oprah's shoulder there. You see Uncle Al was right there.
Right there. Yeah.
How awesome was last night?
It was fantastic. Deborah was there with me.
There he is.
A good friend of ours, Marva Smalls, got us nice tickets there. So we had a wonderful time.
You'd never been?
I've never been to the Tonys before. And Cynthia
You're
Erivo,
the new Oprah.
No, there's only one Oprah. But Cynthia Erivo had such a great time. Yeah. In between one of the commercial breaks, she came out with snacks and was giving snacks out to people.
Can we talk about the fact that Cynthia Erivo was here on the Plaza Friday?
Yes.
Then she told me she was going down to D.C. to perform for Pride Month there.
Right.
And she got back late Saturday, did the full rehearsal for the Tonys yesterday morning, and then the Tonys last night.
That's crazy. What do we get?
And released her
and released the record.
Yes.
And the trailer came out for the new Wicked.
That's right.
But she said yes to all these things, but she forgot they all happened on the same
day.
It was like 6 months ago. So
Well, I
I'll do
hope
it.
she's sleeping in today.
By the way, I have to do it. How was Hamilton? That looked incredible.
It was unbelievable. Brought the house down.
Yeah.
And Audra McDonald's performance of in Gypsy, Nicole Scherzinger for Sunset Boulevard. It was amazing.
That's cool.
Looked great.
It was a great show to go to. I will tell you, they did a fantastic job. All right, let's take a look at what's been going on. We've got more heat, but this time out west. 13 million people from Seattle all the way down to Las Vegas. We're talking these heat alerts in effect through Tuesday. We're going to be watching this record warmth, especially in the Pacific Northwest. We're going to see temperatures: Seattle 85 degrees, Salt Lake City 91, Las Vegas 106, Tucson 105. But then the jet stream dips to the south. Minneapolis 67, Chicago right about where it should be. That heat expands to the east. North Platte will see 90, whereas Dallas is a little cooler. Grand Rapids, Michigan only 73. And those temperatures stay hot for Denver, Great Falls, Minneapolis, on into Amarillo. Temperatures start to warm up finally here in the east, with New York getting into the mid-80s, Raleigh in the low 90s. Lexington will see temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hi everyone, happy Monday. Low clouds, areas of fog to start, then gradually we clear. Temperature-wise, depending on where you are, the weather's going to feel a little different. It's going to be mild near the coast, warm for the basin in Orange County in the 80s, and hot for the valleys, the Inland Empire, upper 80s, low 90s, even hotter for our friends in the desert. You're going to be around 100 degrees. I think you can leave the sweaters at home if you're headed to the Angels game. First pitch 6:38, 75. By the end of the game, 70 degrees. Go Angels.
And that's your latest weather. Guys,
All
thanks,
right.
buddy.
Oh, thank you. Jenna's got a little something in the oven for the boost.
I sure do. Not one, but two for you this morning, highlighting the unique and special bond between kids and their grandparents.
I didn't say no. What?
Are you making an announcement?
Wait a minute.
No.
You guys,
Wow, that's a
I understood what you said. First thing messages. Yeah, thank you.
I'm so excited for you.
About 1 in 5 people with fatty liver disease have NASH, which can lead to cirrhosis.
I thought I had fatty liver disease, but it's actually NASH, and it's scarring my liver.
Rezdiffra is the first and only treatment for NASH with moderate to advanced liver scarring without cirrhosis. It works directly in the liver to help reduce scarring and reduce NASH.
Before taking, tell your doctor about liver or gallbladder problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or plan to be. Serious side effects include liver injury, gallstones, gallbladder, pancreas inflammation. Stop taking and call your doctor about tiredness, nausea, vomiting, fever, rash, jaundice, stomach pain. Tell your doctor if taking gemfibrozil, cyclosporin, clopidogrel, or statins. Side effects include diarrhea, itching, dizziness, constipation.
I have a way forward.
Ask your liver specialist to test for scarring and ask about Rezdiffra.
Capture moments in color with paint made to last. Only at Sherwin-Williams.
Teens share everything, but through certain everyday behaviors, they could also be sharing bacteria that can cause meningitis. Even if your teen has been vaccinated in the past, they could be missing vaccinations recommended by the CDC against certain groups of meningitis. Although uncommon, it's a serious disease. Once symptoms appear, death can occur, sometimes within 24 hours. About 1 in 10 will die. Is your teen missing vaccination against certain groups of meningitis? Ask their doctor today.
I've always been an active person. Yoga is a big part of who I am.
I love how it makes me feel. But not long ago, I felt I had to hang up this old yoga mat. You see, I have symptomatic obstructive HCM, which left me so short of breath. I felt like a bystander in my own life. So I talked to my cardiologist, and he prescribed Camzyos. He said it works by targeting what's causing my obstructive HCM.
Camzyos is used to treat adults with symptomatic obstructive HCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with a serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help if you have new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking Camzyos, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy.
With Camzyos reducing my symptoms, I've gone from sitting on the sidelines to being back in the game. My name is Stephanie, and this is my Camzyos moment. Call your cardiologist today and see if a Camzyos moment may be in your future too.
We're back, Jenna, let's boost. Let's boost it. It's a double boost Monday. Today's supersized story is all about giving grandparents extra love, starting with this video going viral, the moment one little guy sprinted full speed into his grandfather's arms. His mom captioned the video, update, living down the street from grandpa is still the best idea ever. Best buddies. That video has been viewed over 14 million times. In full disclosure, Carson sent it to me this morning.
We had the weirdest thing happen this morning in makeup. I just said to her, from across the room, I just sent you a possible boost. And she looked at it. She goes, that's my boost today, dude.
We had a boost mind meld.
We had a mind meld.
We had a boosty meld.
I love you. I love that.
I know, that was so great. Okay, here's one more. One lucky granddaughter had a front row seat to the best birthday party in town. She shared this video where her grandmother celebrated her 85th birthday with friends and family, taking a ride down a park slide and showing everyone age is just a number when you're young at heart. If you look at their faces and they're laughing and smiling, it was so sweet.
I mean, grandparents are the absolute treasure of this country and of a family.
They really are.
Nice of you to shine a light on them.
I love that.
Monday boost.
Guys, coming up, the stars are definitely in Studio 1A today. Orlando Bloom, Chris Evans, and Dakota Johnson, all of them joining us live. Not at the same exact time. We'll spread them out a little bit. But first,
too much power.
Quick check of your local news.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, causing irreversible vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Ask your doctor about Izervay.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay is the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for new GA patients. Izervay is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression, which may help preserve your vision longer.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Slow your GA. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
$600 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from Big Wireless to Consumer Cellular. And we've got the same reliable coverage. So why don't you pick up your phone while I take this hammer and... I can't feel my feet. See how we can cut your bill. If you're over 50, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each. Call Consumer Cellular.
Keep that shower fresh feeling all day with Dove Antiperspirant. 72-hour sweat and odor protection, powered by Pro-Ceramide technology. Visibly healthier, smoother skin for arm-raising confidence. Dove 72-hour protection, underarm skincare.
And Doug.
It's like we've told people Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. For the last time. Bye, my friend. Huh. I thought it was deeper than that. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
City. A little tough to see through all the fog on this Monday morning. It is 7:56. I'm Lynette Romero. The LA Unified School District will hold a news conference this morning about the ongoing immigration enforcement activity. NBC4's Lauren Coronado is live at the district's headquarters. So, Lauren, this is a topic that the superintendent has been very passionate and open about.
Lynette, absolutely. He's been very vocal about this, and the news conference you're talking about is scheduled to begin here at district headquarters closer to 9:30 this morning. We will be there for it, and we know Superintendent Alberto Carvalho has promised to protect students and really the immigrant community. You might remember last month he said 2 LAUSD elementary schools were targeted by people who identified themselves as Homeland Security agents, asking specific questions about 4 students ranging in grades 1st through 6th. Principals did as trained, denying access and notified the district. Now we understand school is out for summer break this Wednesday, and summer school will begin next week. We expect to learn much more about those immigration enforcement policies at that news conference in about 2 hours. Reporting live, I'm Lauren Coronado for Today in LA.
And Lauren, we of course will bring that news conference to you live on our streaming channel. Thank you for that live report. Now here's Robin Winston with a look at your commute.
Hi, Lynette. Let's check in on the 210. A new rollover crash backing up traffic here westbound 210 right around Lake Street. Some Good Samaritans have pulled over to assist the person that's in this vehicle that flipped over a little bit closer to the Lake Avenue on-ramp to the westbound side of the 210. So expect delays there, about a 43-minute trip to make it from Glendora off to the 134 split. Our crash on the 5 in Commerce cleared. I talked about that earlier. It was over at Garfield. Out of the way, but slow traffic still there. 32 minutes for the drive to make it up to East LA. And a traffic alert still in place for a crash we've been tracking all morning. North 405 at Spring Street. A construction truck lost its load. 2 right lanes closed. They hope to have it cleared shortly.
At Stater Brothers Markets, we're committed to providing fresh, affordable groceries and friendly faces with quality choices at a competitive, honest value you can trust. We're proud to offer convenient and affordable options each time you shop. Stater Brothers Markets. Fresh, affordable, community first.
It's your lucky day. I invite you to size me up.
Let's test. You may have a masterpiece on your hands.
I don't even know if you like it.
Of course I like it. It's brilliant to strain upon mine. That's good.
That's very good. I missed 2 or 3 words there, but I think I agree.
My kitchen. Lemons. So fun. Fun. Hey, can you go move the truck?
New Frog Tape Removables let you make or remake any space yours. Frog Tape Removables, when it matters most. Available at Walmart.
We are Sellers Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
Sellers Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
Check out our online reviews of real customers who we've helped over the years.
Call or visit sellersadvantage.com.
Sellers Advantage.
I love shoes. You find them in the store. You know, they like call you, but they hurt. The best ones hurt the worst. And you're walking around going, I don't want anyone to know that I'm not happy. Stuck in the arch supports, and I felt so much better. I'd say Good Feet helped with all of my great shoes. They turned out to be something that actually works for me. My name is Ava, and that's my Good Feet story.
See for yourself with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Here at Stater Brothers Markets, we know you're looking for quality. We stand as one of the only companies to have state-certified meat cutters. The result? Custom cuts of meat that are tender, juicy, and flavorful. Stater Brothers. Fresh, affordable, community first.
It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, tensions rising. Stunning images out of Los Angeles. Protests turn violent as the president sends in the National Guard against the governor's wishes.
We're not going to let this happen to our country.
Cars set on fire. A major bridge blocked by demonstrators. We'll have the very latest in a live report. Then, crackdown. Millions of eggs being pulled off the shelves this morning. The reason, a potential salmonella contamination. Everything you need to know straight ahead. Then, hot stuff. We're gearing up for the start of summer with a look at all of the hottest fashion, travel, and lifestyle trends. We're going to break it all down. Then big stars in our studio. Orlando Bloom.
Okay, run.
Dakota Johnson and Chris Evans.
Definitely didn't expect to run into you.
I missed you. Plus, the boss brings out the Beatles.
So let's bring out Sir Paul McCartney.
Today, Monday, June 9th, 2025.
It's our first time in New York! From Detroit!
Hi to my team at WAND.
NBC Channel 17.
In Decatur, Illinois.
From St. Albans, Vermont. I just turned 90. Starting the week in the Today Show from Nolensville, Tennessee. Grand Forks, North Dakota. Houston, Texas.
Glendale, Arizona.
And Orlando, Florida.
Sick of seeing all the selfies, now I don't care.
I love you, Nana. Here for Audrey's 13th birthday. 4 generations. Fresno, California. To the Today Show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back today. It is Monday morning. Glad you are starting your week off with us.
I like their Monday energy out there.
Lot of good smiles out there. Nice warm day out on our plaza. Get right to your news at 8 o'clock. We'll start with this new chaos in Los Angeles. Overnight, protesters and police clashing in the streets over immigration raids. President Trump defying the state governor's wishes, sending in 2,000 National Guardsmen over the weekend. NBC's Liz Kreutz on the story from Los Angeles. The very latest now. Liz, good morning.
Well, hi, Savannah. Good morning again. It's been an extremely tense night, or really we should say weekend here in L.A. This area in downtown now deemed an unlawful assembly area. And we were showing this to you earlier. This is one of the Waymo cars that was set on fire yesterday by protesters. We were here. We saw several of these cars set ablaze by protesters. We saw protesters also flood the major Highway 101 here, getting into intense confrontations with police there. Police deploying pepper spray, tear gas, rubber bullets to try to disperse the crowds. Multiple arrests made. All of this happening in response to ICE immigration raids across the city. President Trump vowing to continue those raids. And his border czar, Tom Homan, telling our Jacob Sobroff that if any official tries to impede those operations, that they could be arrested. Here's Governor Newsom firing back to that.
Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. They're trying to incite violence. They're trying to impose the kind of rhetoric that only makes the conditions worse, that quite literally put people's lives at risk.
And the governor also telling Jacob that he plans to sue the Trump administration today over that move to bring in National Guards troops, an extremely rare move, by the way, by the Trump administration that hasn't happened since 1965. The governor calling it illegal and saying that it has only inflamed the protests here. Savannah.
All right, Liz, thank you very much.
Well, we've got an important recall to tell you about this morning. The August Egg Company has recalled about 1.7 million brown organic and brown cage-free eggs over salmonella concerns. At least 79 people have gotten sick with salmonella so far. 21 of them have been hospitalized. The CDC advises people to throw away the recalled eggs or return them to the store where they were purchased. And for more information on the affected products, you can go to our website, today.com.
Also this morning, we are learning more about the frightening crash of a skydiving plane in Tennessee over the weekend. 20 people were on board, several of them injured, when the plane went down moments after takeoff. NBC's Priya Sridhar joins us with the latest. Priya, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. If you take a look at the plane involved in the crash behind me here, you can see that the tail was completely ripped off. It's a miracle that all 20 people on board survived.
This morning, the NTSB is investigating a scary skydiving plane crash.
Oh my gosh.
That has local officials in Coffee County, Tennessee, also searching for answers.
The plane experienced an unknown issue that resulted in the impact with both the trees and terrain.
Despite significant damage to the aircraft, everyone on board survived, but there were multiple confirmed injuries. The accident occurred in Tullahoma, a city less than 80 miles southeast of Nashville. According to the NTSB, the aircraft went down during an attempted takeoff. Video from the scene shows multiple first responders on site.
We are grateful that the injuries were
limited.
The FAA is already on the ground, speaking with people on board the plane, as well as potential witnesses to the near disaster. Sunday's crash coming just 2 days after a small Cessna crashed and landed upside down in Arizona, after emergency workers say it lost power after takeoff. Both people on board were hospitalized and are in stable condition. In Tennessee, local leaders crediting their regular emergency training, as well as first responders who were on the scene within minutes.
Everyone knew their role, everyone took their role seriously, and everyone did what we needed to do.
And a spokesperson for Vanderbilt University Hospital in Nashville confirmed to NBC News that 4 of the passengers from the plane were admitted to their hospital as patients, 3 of them in stable condition and 1 in critical. Savannah.
Priya Sridhar, thank you very much.
To the NBA Finals we go. The Pacers and Thunder knotted up at 1 game apiece now after a dominating performance by OKC.
Holmgren gets free. Wide open, Wiggins. Once again, Wiggins' 5th three-pointer.
Yeah, there's a lot of that last night. This one, all Oklahoma City from start to finish. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leading the way with 34 points. The Thunder taking game 2 at OKC, 132-107. Game 3 Wednesday night. That one will be back in Indianapolis.
All right, we can't go forward without mentioning the other big final at the front. 3 in a row. At one point, Giannis Sinner, who's the #1 player in the world, had 3 championship points.
Jeez.
Carlos comes back, wins the 3rd set. I mean, it was incredible.
You got up, you watched. You went to church.
Yeah.
You came back.
Ate lunch, came back. It's still on.
Still going.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Daly, what you got coming up in Pop Star, buddy?
Well, if you love New Music Friday, you're absolutely going to love today, Classic Music Monday, featuring a Boss and a Beatle and another collab that you're not going to want to miss, guys. Come on.
Great. But first, looking to connect with nature or maybe get in touch with your inner Martha Stewart? Emily Aketa is here, ready to break down the summer's hottest trends. But first, these messages.
How will earning unlimited cash back make you feel? Well, a little like this. And like this. It takes 2 to feel the joy. Earn unlimited 2% cash back. 1% when you buy and 1% as you pay with the Citi Double Cash Card.
The mission: sneak inside, give out Pepsi to enhance the food's flavor.
To Will and Diane, you go together like Pepsi and hot dogs.
Babe, who is that?
I don't know, but he is right about the Pepsi and hot dogs.
Etsy is the place to find Father's Day gifts, like original baseball hats by Blair, under $50, personalized luggage tags under $25, or handmade outdoor gear under $200. Your dad's one of a kind. Get a gift that gets him. Etsy has it.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back.
Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you with clearer skin. With Tremfya, most people saw 100% clear skin that stayed clear, even at 5 years. Tremfya is proven to significantly reduce joint pain, stiffness, and swelling.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Emerge as you with clear skin. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask, but he's not going to. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing for our T-Mobile home internet commercial. You gotta talk really fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet.
Wow, you're good.
Get T-Mobile home internet, just $35 a month with our 5-year price guarantee.
The lips, the tip of the teeth, the tongue, the lips.
Keep that shower fresh feeling all day with Dove Antiperspirant. 72-hour sweat and odor protection, powered by Pro-Ceramide technology. Visibly healthier, smoother skin for arm-raising confidence. Dove 72-hour protection.
We were all looking for some place to call home. But first you need a place to look for a place to call home. And that's homes.com, because it's the best.
I told you, you cannot legally say Homes.com is the best.
What if she says it as Morgan Freeman?
I can get this whole.com.
No.
Well, how can we not say it if that's our new name?
Think about it.
Homes.com is the best.com.
This is the new Dell AI PC with Intel inside. A PC so ahead of its time, it actually helps you save time. Like literal hours. Because it does all your busy work for you. So you can get busy doing things you actually want to do. And who wouldn't want more time for that? Remember, these Reese's Big Cups have a layer of chocolate lava, not lava lava.
That stuff looks delicious!
I want to eat lava!
It looks so good!
Just a little taste!
Don't eat lava. Eat new Reese's Chocolate Lava Big Cups.
Ever gotten your dad a Father's Day gift and wondered if he actually liked it? Dads can be a tough read. As the gift guide, I think I can help. He'd look great in any of these. And definitely use these. I love that color. So many options. So now you won't have to wonder if he likes your gift. You'll see it right here on his face. This Father's Day, let Macy's be your guide to gifting.
To worship the Father.
But you make it a den of thieves! You serpents! How will you escape being condemned to hell?
What have you done?
The Chosen, Last Supper.
All right, welcome back. Summer officially arriving next week. There you go, public service announcement. To get you ready, though, we're going to check out the season's biggest trends. These are trends that are big according to Google, Instagram, and Pinterest, so we know that they're legit trends.
Okay, so from embracing nature to the most searched vacation spots to Martha Stewart, NBC's Emily Queta is here with everything we need to know. So let's start with travel. What are the trending destinations?
Well, I just got back from the Arctic, but apparently most Americans want to go, they're craving the Caribbean, that warm weather destination. So according to Google search data, some of the top travel destinations include Puerto Rico, just south of Puerto Rico, Curacao. In the States, the #1 most searched national park, Yellowstone. Fun fact, that's the oldest national park and a personal favorite of mine. And then Branson, Missouri is a really popular family vacation destination. That's in the heart of the Ozarks. So you got like the rivers, the hiking, the outdoor activities.
The shows.
Yes, exactly. The whole mix of it. Now, in terms of what people are going to be packing, putting in their luggage, this was a new term for me. There's something called a swim romper at an all-time high for searches.
A swim romper.
Basically, think of a romper, and then it's a bathing suit material. So it's a little bit more coverage, a little more versatile.
Also, like a Lucille Ball vibe.
I think so.
Kind of,
yeah.
right? Like, remember how old-fashioned?
Yes, yeah. What's old is new again. And then polka dot two-piece set, whether it be a bathing suit or actually clothing as well. And then I've been seeing this everywhere. A crochet shirt is very popular. But you know, we've been talking about how there's kind of been a softening demand a bit for flights and hotels. So it's not surprising that searches for budget travel tips up some like 450% because people are looking for those good deals. And so if you can't get to Fiji or that island destination, one thing Google found people are doing, they're searching Love Island USA. They are living vicariously through reality TV. Yeah, the show just debuted a new season in the U.S. Last week. So that's another option perhaps, guys.
Forgive my ignorance on this. Where do you go? Where's Love Island?
Where's Love Island?
I believe it's shot in Fiji.
Crochet shirt
yeah.
By the way, you know, I got a couple crochet shirts.
For us, Love Island is turning on the TV and watching from the couch.
Okay. All right. So an actual island. So let's talk about some lifestyle trends. And I know Emily Queta loves the outdoors. You love going hiking.
I love the outdoors.
Apparently, this is a trend. A lot of folks reconnecting with nature.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just got Pinterest's summer travel season trends report, and they're showing that people are really leaning into spending time outdoors in nature, reconnecting with their friends IRL. So you can see some of the most searched items here. Summer detox drinks up 560%.
What is that?
So
What's a
that's
Summit
like
Detox?
a green smoothie. Maybe it's flavored waters, drinks that are good for your skincare. Book club crafts, which I thought was so fun, just kind of bringing back book clubs, but then also doing it in fun ways with like themes and invitations. And then, not surprisingly, perhaps nature retreats. There's also, we're seeing a shift, according to Pinterest, away from kind of the modern, sleek design. People are leaning more into like farmhouse living, thrifted home. We've covered about like how popular thrifting is right now, and then the rustic retreat as well. And then the other thing that I'll say that we dove into is some data from Eventbrite, which is basically a search platform for local events. Savannah, you'll like this one. One of the most commonly searched items, mahjong. People want to do mahjong events. Listen, I've been trying to push Brian Chung to teach me how to play for so long.
Let me tell you something. It's sweeping. Actually, it's been around for hundreds of years, but it's having a little moment.
Did you know she comes in every morning and she's talking about mahjong?
Just talking about mahjong.
Oh, I got to
tell my kids last night. Okay, what about Martha Girl Summer?
Oh my gosh,
it's a thing.
Every summer is Martha Stewart summer, right? I think she's been on our show, coming on our show here for like 40 years, 100+ appearances. And Pinterest says at 83 years young, she is hotter than ever with the Martha Stewart aesthetic, and all things search related to that up nearly 3,000%. So we went to the source to ask her, what is the Martha Stewart aesthetic? Take a look.
I was very flattered to hear that on the Pinterest trending list, I was epitomizing the outdoor farm-to-table lifestyle. And indeed, that is the way I live. I garden, I grow my own food, I harvest my own eggs from my own beautiful chickens, and I love to cook outdoors and I love to entertain. So thank you so much for thinking of me as the epitomization of outdoor farm-to-table.
I love it, right?
Martha Stewart's been trending for generations now.
Yeah, I guess so. And you know, one of the most popular searches was related to the Martha Stewart chicken coop. Eggs are such, everyone's after eggs nowadays. So.
Yes, true. Okay, Emily, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Mr. Roker, what are you looking at, buddy?
I believe in the pontoon boat aesthetic. You get a box of wine and you float out there, tie up with a couple of friends, and that's a good weekend. Anyway, we're looking at severe storms down through the southeast and into the Gulf Coast. Beautiful day from the plains all the way into Oklahoma. Record heat going to be really making its way into the Pacific Northwest. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Thank you, Al. Happy Monday, everyone. This is what it looks like outside right now. Very gloomy, and we do have some areas of fog. The view from San Pedro, gradually that clears. We'll get the sunshine inland, but some clouds may linger at the coast. And the weather is going to be hotter the farther you are from the coast. We've got triple digits in the deserts, 80s, 90s in the valleys in the IE, 80 for Los Angeles and Anaheim, and at the coast temperatures in the 70s, and the air quality unhealthy for sensitive groups near the mountains and in the Inland Empire.
That's your latest weather. Best time of the morning.
All right, just going over pop star. We got a big one for you. Let's jump right in, shall we? First up, Bruce Springsteen. The boss is out on the road with his Land of Hope and Dreams tour. And over the weekend, one lucky Liverpool audience got a very special treat when the boss brought out one of their own, surprising the crowd with the Sir Paul McCartney.
Wow. Ooh.
Yeah, how about that? Say it again, JBH.
That's, Legends in Liverpool.
Yeah, there it is.
Dreams.
It is. How cool is that? Speaking of big collaborations, over the weekend, Olivia Rodrigo was here rocking the stage at the Gov Ball and brought out a surprise guest of her own, Talking Heads legend David Byrne, to assist her with the performance of one of their classics, Burning Down the House. She's got the classic David Byrne
like us doing aerobics.
moves. I love it. I love that she appreciates David Byrne. That makes me like Olivia so much more, too. She posted on social media, can't believe I got to sing with one of the greatest of all time. I'll remember this forever. A lot of fun. Speaking of good performances, Sabrina Carpenter was over in Barcelona for the Primavera Sound Festival, treating the audience to a cover of the Weather Girls classic, It's Raining Men.
Wow.
I love her tongue-in-cheek whole thing that she does. It's so good. It's so fun. And that sounded great. Next up, Freakier Friday. Jamie Lee Curtis and Lindsay Lohan are together again, reuniting for a sequel decades in the making. This time, The Body Switch introduces even more family to the hilarious drama, bringing Lohan's on-screen, soon-to-be stepdaughter into the mix.
Change the hearts you know are wrong to reach the place where you belong.
Oh my God, what is happening? Okay, it's who am I? It's me. It's Mom. If you're me and I'm you, then who's that? I'm Grandma, sweetheart. Last time we convinced everyone that we were each other until we switched back.
I didn't want to be a part of this family, and now I'm part of some dodgy family curse, and I'm the eldest.
I feel like we've been talking about Freakier Friday forever now.
Yeah.
But I guess there it is.
When is it coming
I don't know.
out?
It says it doesn't come out till August.
August. Yeah, that's what it says.
It's got a long runway.
There was a time when all those Body Switch movies there was like 5 of them all out at the same time. I think our kids are going to like that, though. It'll be worth the wait. Again, it's in August. Next up, FIFA Club World Cup. For the first time ever, a star-studded halftime show. Another thing we've been talking about for a minute here, set for the game. Coldplay's Chris Martin not performing, but curating the halftime performance. And guys, we've got to look at the lineup hot off the press. J Balvin, Doja Cat, and Thames will headline the inaugural FIFA Club World Cup final halftime show. Produced by Global Citizen, thank you. That is scheduled for Sunday, July 13th.
It's kind of like, I guess, a la Jay-Z with the NFL Super Bowl halftime show. I get it. And by the way, it's worked well for the NFL.
Yeah.
You do have to wonder, though, if Chris Martin is curating it, might there be a chance in which Coldplay?
I would think
so, too. And they must have known that when you make that announcement, it's almost like whoever you announce on the heels of saying Chris Martin, it's just, it all might fall slightly flat because he's so big. But I think you'd be silly to think he wouldn't come out.
How could you not have
He does.
But then again, Jay-Z doesn't do anything really for the halftime show, so he might just be the boss behind it. Let's finish up with Meet the Parents in honor of the movie's 25th anniversary. The original crew got back together for the Tribeca Film Festival, here in New York. Terry Polo, Robert De Niro, Ben Stiller sitting down with our own Joe Fryer to talk about the next sequel, which includes cast member Ariana Grande.
We know Ariana Grande is joining the cast. Oscar nominee Ariana Grande. How exciting is that?
She's so talented. She's so great with comedy, and can't really talk too much, I guess, at this point about the movie. But the character she's playing she's going to be really, really funny and kind of the whole engine of the new movie. So it's exciting.
And of course, this means this will be a musical, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Bob's an excellent singer dancer.
Half the things, the scenes that I have with her will be singing scenes.
Oh, you can't give that away. You have to cut that out.
But we're looking forward to that. Are you a big...
I love watching Robert De Niro on television. I love it.
So good.
Yeah.
He's the best.
He just chills. He doesn't have to say anything.
He's De Niro.
Doesn't have to.
He knows.
Doesn't have to.
We've got the...
It's like, I'm here and that's enough.
Right.
Yeah.
More of that great conversation coming up on Friday here on Today.
Oh, I like what you did there.
Thank you.
I like what you did there.
Just ahead, guys, Orlando Bloom right here telling us about bringing the laughs and the action in his new movie. It's called Deep Cover. But first, your local news.
We grew up an NBC family. At the age of 15, I started working in newsrooms. I always raised my hand when news was breaking.
We're live tonight inside the disaster zone.
To connect with people.
For NBC News,
I'm Tom Yams. And that's what we do every night.
It's How to Train Your Dragon Knight on American Ninja Warrior. My goodness.
Definitely a night to remember.
NBC's Ninja Warrior tonight and How to Train Your Dragon only in theaters June 13th.
This week on the third hour of Today, Gerard Butler talking How to Train Your Dragon.
Plus, award-winning actor Jonathan Pryce is live.
And Christina Hendricks on the return of her hit show. That's all this week on the third hour of Today.
In effect, and there's a protest planned for this morning outside the Tom Bradley International Terminal. It's 8:26 right now. I'm Adrian Arambulo, and there's a mess to clean up in downtown LA after a weekend of civil unrest, violence, and we can talk about protests that turned violence. It started off as immigration protests and then really escalated into some big problems. Police Chief Jim McDonald says that he supports the right to protest, but it's important to stay peaceful. And what the law enforcement officers have seen over the last several days, they say, is concerning.
We had
individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers.
About 60 people were arrested over the weekend from city streets to the 101 freeway. The police chief said expect many more arrests to come. He said that they're going through video, social media posts to try to determine who is responsible for all of this damage. All right, here is Belen with a look at your Monday morning First Alert forecast. Hi, Belen.
Hi there. Gloomy behind you in that downtown camera. And right now we're looking at the map of the visibility, and these numbers are low. So that indicates fog. We're seeing it through the valleys. We're seeing it through the Inland Empire. So this gloom's going to take a little bit to clear, but gradually we'll get the sunshine inland. Places at the coast could stay cloudy like Long Beach. A wide range in temperature, 70s at the coast, 80s the base in Orange County, 90s the valleys in IE, and triple digits in the...
Save thousands on the new Revolutionary Swim Spa at a one-time sale. Friday through Sunday. Fairplex Pomona. Exercise with low impact. Swim the entire year and stay in shape. Teach your kids to swim. Unwind and save thousands. Avoid the expense and maintenance involved with a pool. Swim, exercise, and relax in your new aquatic exercise swim spa. Installation and one day only. New 2025 inventory. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Fairplex Pomona. Free admission. Free parking. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
Get ready. Country music's most legendary acts are taking the stage at Yamava Theater. Don't miss your chance to see John Party June 26th, Carrie Underwood September 5th, and Tim McGraw on October 25th. Get your tickets today at YamavaTheater.com. Must be 21 to enter. Please gamble responsibly.
And as creators, so much of our collaboration is digital, and I need the best internet available.
And so for us, Spectrum has a connection that is reliable, that keeps us connected.
We've got kids in college, kids in high school. The kids are on their phone streaming while gaming. What screen are you paying attention to? We really depend on Spectrum to be seamless. Its sound never lets us down.
Fast, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
Summer is my favorite time of year. As the days grow long and the temperatures rise, thank you. It's a perfect opportunity to refresh your home with pieces from Living Spaces. Summer decor adds new energy to any setting. It's easy to incorporate seasonal style in the living room with fun pillows and special touches. Then you can end your day in a breezy retreat. Now you have everything you need for the perfect summer. Summer is here at Living Spaces. All right, cut.
Today at the Arco Reward Center, we're creating more perks. Watch this. Ta-da! The ability to save up to $1 a gallon.
Sign up and save with Arco Rewards.
Celebrate!
Let go. No. PAX. Streaming exclusively on Max.
So many folks have traveled from all over the country to join us this morning. We're grateful for that. Al met a 90-year-old who was on her bucket list to meet Uncle Al. We got a 9th birthday. We've got pickleball folks. We've got anniversaries.
All sorts of anniversaries. I see 30.
A lot of 70-year-olds. Yeah, it's like a Friday.
You know, you guys, we also have Camp Longhorn. My camp in the house right there. Those two little girls.
Well, they're all having a great day because we have tons of stars in Studio 1A.
In fact, take a look at these two. Dakota Johnson, Chris Evans. There they are. You can catch the two of them in this. It's this really fantastic new film, The Materialist. It's getting a lot of attention for its take on love, their search for it, the compromises that some people are willing to make, all those big questions that come along with relationships. So we're looking forward to a fun chat with Dakota and Chris in just a bit.
What's good is it's not a rom-com, like a rom-drom.
Yeah, I'm not a rom-com guy. Yeah. I watched it from beginning to end, and it's a rom-dramedy.
Yes. A rom-dramedy.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to take a Dramamine at this point. Speaking of stars, ahead on the third hour, we got Greg Kinnear live in Studio 1A talking about the real-life inspiration for his new crime thriller. Plus, we've got Coco Gauff live in Studio 1A in the third hour.
How great is that, you guys? Father's Day's on Sunday, so we're kicking off a week
Why'd you
of
just
great. Well, just because my dad's not here, but it's okay. Or my husband. It's Dad's week.
I thought you were laughing because every day is Father's Day.
Well, that's also true.
Is it?
It's
You're
true.
doing Dad's Week on your show?
We're doing Dad's Week on my show.
Wow.
So we have actor Jay Ellis. He's one of my favorite. He's going to be the guest and co-host today. And actress Journey Smollett will be here to tell us all about her new series, Smoke.
Okay. You guys are available, right? To come on Jennifer.
Do y'all want to come and be part of the Dad's Week?
Sure.
Whatever you need.
Whatever you want. We're here. We're here for you.
Let's go check out the forecast.
Put
It's
bourbon
getting a
out,
little...
we'll sit down.
That's it. We're a little drizzly. Little drizzly.
Yeah.
Let's show you what we've got. You know what? It's been a little rough. The soggy streak of wet weekends in the Northeast continues. Boston had an inch of rain, almost an inch and 3/4 in Albany, almost an inch in New York City. So 7 consecutive wet weekends in New York, 13 in Boston, 25 in Burlington, Syracuse, and Albany, 29. And we'll probably add to that next week. And because we got a chance at showers again right through the area. Now, as we look ahead toward the week ahead, a beautiful day making its way. Oh, you got out of the week ahead. So I'm just going to walk over and show you this nice lady, 90. Her bucket list is to meet yours truly. What's your name?
Marlene.
Marlene was so 90 years old. Where are you guys from?
Vermont.
Vermont.
St. Albans, Vermont.
Oh, lovely. You didn't bring any syrup, did you? Well, you didn't have to because you're sweet enough. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
So good to see you. All right, let's take a look. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hi, everyone. No watches, no warnings. And overall, the weather this week is going to be pretty persistent. Morning clouds, afternoon sunshine. Temperatures in the 80s for the Basin Orange County, 70s at the coast. It does get a little warmer as we head into Father's Day weekend. The forecast in the valleys will be in the 80s. The Inland Empire a little toastier, highs in the 90s. And tomorrow's going to be the warmest day in the next 7. Triple digits for our friends in the deserts. You're already feeling the heat there. And in the mountains, we've got highs in the 80s through Thursday.
That's your latest weather. Dan is turning 70. And then over here, we got a 70 over here. It's your 70th birthday. What's your name?
Adrian Waters.
Adrian, 70. And then there's a 70 right over here. Yeah, what's your name? Bill. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, nice to see you guys. Happy 70. You add us all together, we're about 280 years old. Pretty good. That's like 5 Smucker's jars. All right, Savannah.
Love the 70s out. Thank you. Before we chat with our next guest, let's turn back the clock. It's been 20 years since his very first appearance in Studio 1A. Take a look.
I'm still 6-7 years out of drama school, and I have so much to learn and so much to do, and I hope, probably many mistakes to make, but I certainly feel excited to be on the cover of the Rolling Stone and to be starring in a Ridley Scott movie at this time in my career. But it's all sort of happened so fast, and I'm just sort of really trying to keep my head down and keep it about the work.
Well, Orlando Bloom most certainly did put in the work. Oh, yes, this is your life. And it has paid off with an impressive career in Hollywood. His new movie is called Deep Cover, about 3 improv comics recruited by police to go undercover and solve crimes. Orlando plays Marlon, a struggling actor who takes his craft very seriously. Take a look.
We'd be doing a public service.
I don't know, I got into improv to help my character work, not the cops.
This is character work.
Well, I suppose we're sort of going undercover.
Well, we just go and buy something.
Could write a whole backstory.
You could.
Who is this guy? Why is he buying fake handbags? What does he know?
Uh-huh.
Orlando, good morning. This is so fun. You're kind of like poking fun at acting in a way.
Yeah, it's Marlon is he's kind of an out-of-work actor who takes himself far too seriously. Not something I've ever done in my life.
No, you never.
But yeah, it's and then he sees this opportunity as his big break to basically go deep and undercover. So he sort of transforms into this character Roach. who I kind of loosely based on, like, I guess Oasis. I grew up with Oasis growing up.
I know. You're like, this is your Liam Gallagher moment.
Yeah, it's like who's got the swag from that band in some ways. I thought Liam, and it would be a lot of fun to kind of get into the shoes of somebody like that. So I kind of adopt this character, and we go deeper undercover, and it all ensues, and it just becomes this hilarious chase through London.
And suddenly you're really in it. At first you think you're acting, and now it's real life.
Yeah, exactly. And it's we've got like Ian McShane and Paddy Constantine and Sean Bean, and it's just sort of like all the greats from London kind of coming together.
I feel like that's the first time we've seen you in basically a comedy role.
Like a straight comedy like this, yeah, it's not something I do all the time. So yeah, I was like, I felt a little out of my depth, but I kind of like embraced it. Nick, of course, from Ted Lasso was just eating the scenery. He was just so great to work with, and the writers were just, it was so tight. We had such a great script. I think the thing with comedy that is very reassuring is when you get a great script, you really don't have to do too much. And for me, Marlon, he's like this, the whole premise and gag is that he's a method actor who takes himself too seriously. So I just had to play this overly straight guy and just take it a little
There's
further.
some really funny zingers, like one-liners that you're like, wait, what? And then it hits you.
Yeah.
How about that kid I just showed from 20 years ago on the Today Show?
Thanks for aging me.
No, well, please, first of all, you're ageless. All of y'all in Hollywood, we don't know what's in the green juice or whatever you drink.
I can't believe that. That's 20.
I know. You were really plucked out of acting school and then did Lord of the Rings. And what does it mean to you now to feel like, I mean, longevity? That's a thing that I think every actor wants.
I kind of give myself credit for still being here this time later. Oh my God.
Wait a minute.
Oh my God. We have to introduce somebody. He's like looking for attention. Wait.
Your dog has found a new owner.
He's like, oh my God. I can't believe it.
So Orlando,
are you gonna take him? Yeah, that's Biggie Smalls. He's like, he would never bark. He's obviously, he's like, wait, Dad's over there. I love it.
No, he's like, I'm with Dakota Johnson.
Dakota is stealing the dog. I love it.
He's so cute. Do you bring him everywhere? I love that he's just
He does, and normally he keeps quiet as a mouse. So there you go.
No,
he's having like
he told me
separation anxiety.
If he's coming on, he wants it to be a speaking part.
He's like.
So here he is. Tell me about you have a new. Should we bring Biggie over so that?
Yeah, Biggie's gonna come over here.
Biggie, come over because I have a serious question for. Hi, Dakota.
I love it.
Thank you. Do you love dogs?
This.
I'm just the babysitter.
I mean, look at this little guy. He's so
I'm
cute.
just the nanny.
Hi, Boo Boo. You missed your dad.
You go.
Thank you, Dakota.
You're
I love it.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Only on live TV.
Okay, this is outrageous. What kind of dog is this?
He's a teacup poodle.
He is so cute.
He's my emotional support.
No, okay, sir, we are doing an interview with your daddy, okay?
Baby.
He's adorable.
Yeah.
But tell me about, you have a movie coming out. I think it's in the wintertime, The Cut.
The Cut.
But it sounds, I mean, talk about the opposite of what we just did in this comedy.
The big opposite,
Yeah, but tell me really quickly, because I know you had to really transform yourself physically
So I'm
for
about
it.
185 and I dropped to 152 pounds. The Cut is a movie about a boxer who comes out of retirement to make weight for a fight. And the fight is not the whole, because I love the boxing genre, but the fight of the movie is the making weight, which is something that people don't talk about a lot.
No.
It's a lot about about the sort of complications around masculinity, about body dysmorphia and all the things that kind of tie into the sort of psyche of a fighter.
Yeah.
So it's kind of mad. But oh my God, Biggie never barks. He's like really enjoying his moment.
I was about to say, diva, just zoom in on Biggie. Okay, we see you, Biggie. He is, honestly though, he's got a face for stardom. Come on.
He does have a pretty cute face. He's going to steal the show.
I love it. Orlando, thank you so much. It's good to see you. Biggie, come back anytime. Deep Cover, name of the movie on Prime Video, starting on Thursday. We cannot lose the thread. But look at this baby.
I mean, look at him.
He's so cute. All right.
I love it.
Over to you, Craig.
So when we come back, we've got Biggie's handler here, Dakota Johnson, Chris Evans. They're going to share a sneak peek at a really cool new film. It's called The Materialists. A fresh take on the rom-com and relationships as well. It's not really a rom-com. We'll dig into that as well. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Every breath you take, every move you make, every day you wake, make no mistake, we'll be helping you. What we can't see is in the air we breathe, for your good health's sake. And every breath you take, every breath you take.
My kitchen. Lemons. So fun. Fun. Hey, can you go move the truck?
New Frog Tape Removables let you make or remake any space yours. Frog Tape Removables, when it matters most. Available at Walmart.
All that for only $5?
Hey everyone, it's snack time!
Get into it. Hack your snack for just $5.
Every step used to hurt. Now I run just because I can. I was walking just 30 minutes after my double nano knee surgery. You know you were in a lot of pain. You just didn't know how much until you didn't have it anymore. Now I'm an athlete again. Honestly, I'm more active than I've been in the last 10 years. I have no physical restrictions. No hospital stay, no rehab center, no long recovery. Nano knee.
I did 950 miles on the Pacific Crest Trail and then decided I wanted to go hike in the Himalayas. I was not 20 years old, I was 64 years old. We had an absolutely incredible experience. We trekked about between 90 and 92 miles, and to do it pain-free. You think I'm not grateful for arch supports from Good Feet? I mean, come on. I'm Dale, and that's my Good Feet story.
See for yourself with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
We're back. It is 8:42, and we're back with the stars of the new movie, Materialists, Dakota Johnson and Chris Evans. Dakota plays a matchmaker, good at finding love for others, not so much for herself. But that is when she finds herself in a bit of a love triangle with Pedro Pascal's character and her ex, played by another handsome fella. Chris, take a look.
Definitely didn't expect to run into you tonight.
I missed you.
Yeah. You don't even remember my face.
Dakota, Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You've had a full morning, by the way, between the dog sitting and now this. So thank you.
It's just what I do. I'm here for the people.
Thank you. Thank you for being full service. So we were talking about this in the commercial break. I'm not a rom-com guy. Don't like a lot of rom-coms. I find them to be a bit formulaic and predictable. This is not that. This is not a rom-com. It's like a romantic dramedy of sorts. You play this matchmaker. How would you describe your character? How would you describe her journey in this film?
Lucy is an extremely focused, very professional, very good at her job. She's very focused on other people's hearts and not her own. So the journey of her throughout the movie is sort of realizing what is genuinely important in life.
But it also seems like there's this sort of modern exploration of the things we value in relationships and life as well. Materialism versus true love, whatever that might be. There's this complicated dynamic that you have with Chris and also Pedro Pascal. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of themes that have been woven into this film as well, Chris.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's more about how some of the social norms that may have kept marriages together and our parents' generations have kind of eroded over time. So now love has kind of devolved into this more a calculation. You know, it's more about your head than your heart.
And you play this guy in the film. You've got some pretty horrible roommates.
That's right.
You're a struggling actor. Mm-hmm. Was it a bit of a stretch for you, or were these things that you could relate to looking back?
I know that guy, and I know that time. When we first shot the scene in my apartment, John's apartment is very recognizable to any struggling actor, and the roommates as well.
I feel like you're going to make it, though.
If I just stick with it, eventually, you just got to have,
Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think it's going to work out well for you, too, Chris.
I'll leave my resume on the way out.
If either of you were to ever engage with a real-life matchmaker, what would be one non-negotiable for you?
Ooh, what's the non-negotiable?
Oh.
I would say must love dogs.
Oh.
Gotta love dogs. If you're not a dog person, what are we doing?
Okay. Well, Dakota, you check that box.
I don't, like, not an
That's
That's concise.
Well, okay, all right.
There it is.
That's the only non-negotiable.
Nail on the head.
All right, that was nail on the head, and we're going to have to actually probably clean that up for the West Coast feed. That's okay. I want to show an Instagram promo. This is, you guys are out promoting the film. You've been doing a lot of this, and there's this picture of Dakota between two very handsome fellas, and some of the, by the way, there are about 2.4 million comments on the picture alone. Dakota, how does it feel to be God's favorite? Someone commented, why choose? I mean, what was it like working with these two?
The best. I'm really sad that I won't. Maybe we just only do that.
Yeah.
Just the three of us will only do movies together.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I'm doing now.
Okay.
It was the best.
What do you want people to take away from it?
I mean, I would love for people to consider living authentically and really looking deep within and seeing what they really want for themselves rather than maybe what they think their lives should look like.
Dakota, thank you. Thanks for all your work this morning. And Chris, thanks to you as well.
Thanks so much.
And I hope the matchmaker was watching. You can see Materialists in theaters on Friday. Savannah?
All right, no 7-second delay here. We've got Melissa Garcia introducing us to the best summer fashions for men and women, from elevated basics to new trends to freshen up your look. But first, this is Today on NBC.
What do sadness, loneliness, or grief look like? Truth is, we can't always know. Take no one for granted, starting with yourself. Connect and support each other to thrive. Well-being starts here. The Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health is committed to your healing, well-being, and to help you reach your full potential. Take action for yourself, for your circle, for your community.
We'll need a code name for you.
Why not the Jackal?
He's an exceptional assassin.
There's no record of him anywhere.
If I'm not where they tell me to be, then someone dies.
We have very little time.
I like to win.
So do I.
Hot Tub. Hot Tub. Major manufacturers and warehouses clearance of new 2025 inventory. Friday through Sunday. Fairplex Pomona. Over 100 hot tubs on display and everything must go. New 2025 inventory. Hot tubs starting at $29.95. All inventory 40 to 80% off. Come see the revolutionary swim spa in action and save up to 60%. Trade-ins welcome. Free delivery. We'll even haul away your old hot tub. Worry-free installation. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Fairplex Pomona. Free admission. Free parking. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
Feel the electricity of the 2025 Honda Prologue. The power. Get power with quick acceleration from Prologue's electric powertrain motor. Feel the performance with smooth and responsive driving. Get up to 308 miles of driving range per charge. Prologues in stock now, with a network of Honda dealerships available for service. Drive one home today and save. Lease a new Prologue for just $259 a month. Prologue, powerful electric performance. The power. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Welcome back this morning on What to Shop This Week. We have got exactly what your wardrobe needs for warmer weather, here with must-haves for summer. Let us officially welcome Melissa Garcia to the Today family. I thought you already were a family, but now it's official. Yes. Shop Today lifestyle fashion contributor as well.
Thank you so much.
You can shop the QR code below. Melissa, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, let's do it. Your inaugural official segment. Let's go.
Thank you. Okay, so starting with T-shirts. Finding a great T-shirt is sometimes really overwhelming because there's so many. So we took the guesswork out for you. These are great. So these are from Nordstrom's. They're a great quality. They're a cotton modal spandex blend, so they have some stretch in them.
Nice.
They're nice. They're soft. You can dress them up or down. And I always tell women it's a good time to refresh your T-shirts because you're wearing them all the time. If they have deodorant stains, they get stretched out.
They get washed a ton.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's nice to refresh them, and it'll just elevate your wardrobe.
Do you put your T-shirts in the dryer, or you just?
I do. I put everything in the dryer. I know.
Wait, what about the shorts? Did we talk about the shorts?
The shorts. Thank you. I'm moving on. Thank you. So the shorts, these are linen. So I love linen for the summer, and a lot of women get afraid to wear linen because they think it's going to wrinkle. It will, but it's linen. It's supposed to.
That's the look.
That's the look.
Okay.
So these are great. These are from Caslon from Nordstrom's. They have an elastic waistband, so super comfortable, and they're wearable, meaning they're not too short, they're not tight. So these are great. You can dress them up or down too.
Yeah, not too short. I feel like a lot of shorts are sort of coming back. Like a lot of people are wearing shorts the dressy way, but it can be scary.
It can be a little scary. Those are wearable.
Okay.
So for the guys too, we wanted to give you
a great basic t-shirt. So this is a solid one. This is from Lucky Brand. This is a great quality. If you feel it, it's 100% Supima cotton, the brand says. Super soft, washes really well. You can wear it under a blazer for a guy and jeans, which would be really cute, or wear it casually with pair of shorts too, but these are really great. And it pays sometimes to spend a little more on basics because you wear them so much.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay, the shorts are amazing. So these are from Vuori. Guys are going crazy over these.
Are these swim shorts?
So they're not. These are athletic wear shorts. I mean, you can wear them every day, however you want. They're moisture wicking. They have stretch. They have an elastic waistband. 3 different pockets. What guys are really loving, though, is inside there's this base layer that is a moisture wicking layer that gives you support. Some guys say that...
wow, we're really getting into
We're getting in there. We are getting into the goods. And they're not too tight on the inside, which some guys complain about. Just being honest.
Okay.
But these are really great. These are a staple. Great Father's Day gift, too.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay, this is like a little romper. Cute.
It looks like a romper. It's actually a
is it not?
dress.
Oh, it's a dress.
Yeah, it's a dress. So if you love a summer dress, this is one to add to your wardrobe. This is from Zella. It's a nice, super lightweight fabric. Like, it feels so airy. It's stretchy, moisture wicking. It has a nice big zipper that you can get on and off easily. This is great because it has an elastic waistband, so if you want to accentuate your waist. But if you're running to the park, doing errands, going on vacation, sightseeing, this is an easy throw in your bag kind of trying to dress that you can wear literally all summer long.
Okay, great. And then you could probably pair it with cute little flats like these.
Sandals.
These are real staples.
These are such a staple. So I love in the summertime a shoe you can just slip on and go. I don't want to be doing buckles and laces. You just want to slip your foot in and go. These are great. They're from Steve Madden. Genuine leather, the brand says, so they're nice and comfortable. They have a molded footbed, nice and padded too, which is great. And these, honestly, these look like a designer pair that's hundreds and hundreds of dollars. You don't need to spend the money. These are gorgeous. These you can wear with a pair of jeans, shorts, a dress. Wear these all summer long. Come in like the staple colors that you need.
Okay, and Steve Madden having a big comeback right now.
I know,
It's everywhere. So is this a fanny pack? What is this?
So cute. So this is like the fanny pack of 2025, I think. It's super cute. It's a little crossbody from Zella. These are actually 40% off today. It's padded, so you can pop your phone in the front. It stays nice and secure. You can put your stuff in the back, too, a wallet, keys. Great for the park, because if you're going with the kids, you want us women, we need to be hands-free. If you're shopping, you need your hands for bags. If you're at the park, So
or the dog.
Or the dog, yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Love it. Very
this
practical.
is really great.
Melissa, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome officially. To purchase any of those items from Nordstrom, scan the QR code or go to today.com/shop. Should mention that Today does earn a commission from purchases made through our links. We're back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
Kids, do they think you're cool? I just pictured you going in like at homework time with a lightsaber. Plus, in the Phoenician scheme, Mia Threppleton.
Today at 2 on NBC4.
After a car accident, beware of insurance companies bearing small checks. You may feel pressured to settle too soon and for too little money. Choose Jacoby & Myers. We've turned low insurance offers into big settlements. Jacoby & Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
With over 200 million drivers, you've done more than make Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand. Your purchases have enabled Ford and Ford dealers to donate billions to help build and rebuild communities. This June, buy a Ford vehicle and help celebrate an important additional donation to these causes. That's Ford building together. Ford Motor Company. From America for America.
Hot Tub, Hot Tub, Hot Tub. Major manufacturers and warehouses clearance of new 2025 inventory. Friday through Sunday. Fairplex Pomona. Over 100 hot tubs on display and everything must go. New 2025 inventory. Hot tubs starting at $29.95. All inventory 40 to 80% off. Come see the revolutionary swim spa in action and save up to 60%. Trade-ins welcome. Free delivery. We'll even haul away your old hot tub. Worry-free installation. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Fairplex Pomona. Free admission. Free parking. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
At Jacoby & Myers, when we get justice for you, it can make a big difference in your life. Here's what that means. Insurance offer, $100,000. Our result, $4.65 million. Jacoby & Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
Tonight at 6, the deadliest wildfire in California's history.
We'll take you back to paradise. Years after the Camp Fire, we'll show you what rebuilding looks like and what Altadena and the Palisades can lure.
Life after fire. Lessons from paradise. Tonight at 6.
That was a fun little 2 hours.
We learned a lot.
We're only halfway there, by the way.
Covered a lot.
Coming up in our third hour, what to watch in our summer kickoff entertainment roundup.
And on Go Golf. And Jenna and friends, a Texas dad on a mission to celebrate fatherhood and empower other dads.
But first, check your local news, your weather, and these messages. Bye.
Wake up to where it's all happening.
A summer filled with fun.
I'm here for this.
This is like a real energy boost.
I'm always happy to be on the Today Show.
Best time of the morning.
Only on Today.
It's 8:56. I'm Agent Arambulo, and police are preparing for a fourth day of protests after a weekend of unrest and clashes. State and local leaders are calling for peaceful demonstrations after some people caused extensive damage. Waymo is suspending service in downtown L.A. after its SUVs were set on fire. For now, it won't give any rides in the area where there are protests until it is deemed safe. Several CHP cars were also damaged, buses vandalized, and at least one business was looted. In about a half hour, the LA Unified School District will hold a news conference to address the recent immigration enforcement activity. We'll bring you that news conference live on our NBC Los Angeles streaming channel. You can get our streaming channel by scanning the QR code right there on your screen. When you're on the go, stay connected. Get the latest news, weather, and traffic right on your phone with our NBC LA app.
This summer, find your happy at the OC Fair. From fun new foods to thrill rides and midway games, to shopping, concerts, and even pig races. Get your tickets and find your happy at the OC Fair.
Love those guys. Now, they know how to have a good time. Now, this guy is about to have a really good time. Now, she's taking her time having a good time. Come celebrate 20 years of good times at Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good times.
For 3 generations, no one has helped more Southern Californians do their California dreamin' than Sit and Sleep. So when you need a helping hand finding just the right mattress, come to Sit and Sleep.
California dreamin'.
Is invited too. So this is how Molly deals with random clutter. Tacky remotes, ugly wires. This is a spot for Molly's family heirloom. It's a long story. And space for Molly to support Alan's new hobby. That's clever. That's one of Molly's favorite words. So is this. This is designed by California Closets, a company that's been listening to customers like Molly for nearly 50 years. This is our logo. Schedule your free design consultation now.
Save thousands on the new revolutionary swim spa at a one-time sale. Friday through Sunday. Fairplex Pomona. Exercise with low impact. Swim the entire year and stay in shape. Teach your kids to swim. Unwind and save thousands. Avoid the expense and maintenance involved with a pool. Swim, exercise, and relax in your new aquatic exercise swim spa. Installation and 1 day only. New 2025 inventory. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Fairplex Pomona. Free admission. Free parking. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We'll give you a cash offer for your house today. We buy houses as is. It can be move-in ready or a complete fixer. MyHomeSold.com makes selling your house easier than ever. When you sell to MyHomeSold.com, you'll save money with no commissions, no fees, no banks, no repairs. Just go to MyHomeSold.com for free, no obligation, as-is cash offer. Sell your house the easy way at MyHomeSold.com.
This summer, find your happy at the OC Fair. From fun new foods to midway games and thrill rides to shopping, concerts, and even pig races. Get your tickets and find your happy at the OC Fair.
This morning on the third hour of Today, the champ is here.
That's out!
Coco Gauff pulling off an historic win in Paris, coming from behind to claim her first French Open title, and she is live in Studio 1A talking about how she's feeling. Then later, Greg Kinnear will stop by to share his intense new series based on true events. And summer blockbuster season revving up. Fast cars, big stars, and flying dragons. Everything to watch this month in our Entertainment Roundup. Today, Monday, June 9th, 2025. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third hour of Today. We made it through the weekend. I'm Dylan here alongside Al and Craig. Thank you so much for starting your week off with us. Hope you had a good weekend. The weather was iffy.
He had a
you
weekend.
You weren't even here. You were just
He had a
all
weekend.
over the place.
It was fun. I started off. I was at it was in St. Louis, the St. Louis County Library. Signed 500 of our cookbooks of Al Roker's recipes to live by, and then took
Courtney
about
there
500
also?
pictures. Yeah, no, Courtney stayed home, so we had a lovely time there. Then flew home yesterday morning, and then Deborah and I, thanks to the largesse of our friend of ours, Marva Smalls, got some lovely tickets to go see the Tonys. I've never been to the Tony
How
Awards.
was it?
It was spectacular. Cynthia Erivo was unbelievable. She just did such a great job hosting. The Hamilton reunion was unbelievable.
The performances it's like you're at one big best of Broadway show.
It really is, and everybody's having a great time. And Jonathan Groff is in the new Bobby Darin movie, a play, I should say, musical, and he jumps up on top of Keanu Reeves' chair.
Wow, that's risky.
That is very risky. And Keanu Reeves said afterwards that he had no idea he was going to do that.
Oh, well, that makes it even riskier.
Yeah, exactly. So,
What if he could just do a sucker punch?
He could have.
well, that's okay. I wouldn't have gone there with that, but that's okay. But anyway, so it was a nice sports weekend with the boys.
Every weekend's just sports weekend with the boys. Calvin, he's just getting into Kid Pitch first. That was just them hanging out. That's all they do is sports. It's either basketball in and around the house, in the living room, outside. And then Calvin pitched this weekend.
Oh.
3 strikeouts in a row. This is the best shot I could get. But
look at that.
I mean, he's like becoming like a real kid now,
Yeah.
It's like he's growing up. He's
got
knows
an
how to
arm.
throw a ball.
Got
He's strikeout.
Yeah,
Sign him up for the Nationals.
That's right.
We could use him.
And quite the musical weekend in the Melvin house.
We had 2 recitals yesterday. Delano and Sybil, they both had their piano recitals. And amazingly, both of them did pretty well considering how little they practice.
I don't know that you needed to add that part. I think you just stop at they did pretty well.
Yeah, want them to listen.
They don't practice. Kids just, it's rare that they practice.
Dell performed a second.
Look at Sibby.
She's gotten big. She's gotten big.
Man.
And then what else do we do? Golf? Gymnastics. Sybil had a gymnastics recital on Friday. She's going through a phase where she likes to take silly pictures. She'll only take the selfie if it's silly. So we took a silly selfie.
Lasts all
that's
day.
fantastic.
Oh, yeah. That is a full day event.
Yesterday, yes, we played golf yesterday.
Yeah.
So it was it was a full weekend.
Yeah.
Good to be back.
Did we get to see the golf picture?
I think we showed the golf picture.
Oh, did we?
Oh no, you're talking about the picture.
Oh, that.
From my pants from the gymnastics thing.
Yeah, what happened?
No, what do you mean what happened?
What's with those pants?
You don't like
I
the
didn't
pants?
see the pants.
The pants are from the gymnastics thing. Those are my summer pants.
What?
They're coming. Hang on.
I want to see what these pants.
Yeah, those are my.
Oh my gosh.
And here's the thing.
Do you buy those when you buy the leotard?
No.
Hey, do those come with a bowl of soup?
And I've got a top to match.
I bet you do.
By the way, do you know who had a better weekend than all of us combined?
Yes.
Coco Gauff.
Yes.
Making history in Paris, winning her first French Open title. And here is the iconic winning moment.
That's out! Coco has conquered the clay!
Coco has conquered the clay.
Wow.
She rallied to defeat the #1 player in the world, the first American woman to win the French Open since Serena Williams back in 2015, and we are thrilled to have her back here live in Studio 1A. It's her happy place. It's her good luck charm, so welcome back. Congratulations. Good morning.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What does it feel like when you lay on the clay?
Why did I do that? Because I told myself if I won, I was not going to do that because I don't like the feeling of clay on me. But I was basking in it, apparently. Yeah. And then once I got upstairs and my dad was patting on my back, that's when I actually realized I did something that I said I was going to do.
By the way, we got you some French fries.
Thank you. I've been waiting for these.
I know you haven't been over the last few days. You enjoy those. We'll try to ask you questions when your mouth isn't full. For folks who watched that match on Saturday, after the first set, it looked like you might be in some trouble. When something like that happens to even at that point the number 2 player in the world, you go in after that first set. How do you get yourself pumped up? How do you convince yourself that it's not over?
Yeah, so that was such a long first set, and I had to use the bathroom. So I went to the bathroom, I used the bathroom, and then I was like, I like kind of panicked in the mirror, and then I was like, okay, I gotta lock in. I put some water on my face, on my legs, and I was like, all right, I can do this. I just have to be there every single point. And yeah, then that first set, or that second set went by so fast compared to the first set, and so once it was time for the third, I was like, okay, this is all or nothing right now.
Yeah, and speak to, if you could, Coco. Look, you got to the finals in 2022 at the French Open, and how did you overcome that to just keep going? Because I think that's what a lot of young people need to realize, that just because you hit a wall doesn't mean you can't keep going through it.
Yeah, so I remembered a quote that my dad and my grandfather used to tell me all the time when I was younger, is forget your wins, remember your losses. So when I lost that final, I remember watching Iga the whole ceremony, just trying to take in and just imagining myself in that moment and how it would feel, and trying to remember that whatever disappointment and sadness that I felt, I have the opportunity to try to combat that in the future. And yeah, I mean, immediately after, I thought, oh my gosh, I'll probably never get this opportunity again. I just passed it up. And then it took a lot of self-work to get to the point where I was able to hold the trophy on Saturday. But it meant so much to me, and especially losing that final.
Yeah. We've got your mom, your dad, and your brother here. Hi, guys.
Hi.
I mean, I watch my little kids play sports, and my heart's racing, and I get so excited when they succeed. How are you guys feeling?
Super proud.
Very proud. It's harder to watch the individual sports. The team sports, because it ain't gonna always be your kid's fault. Something like
By the way, Dad, for folks who watch you watching the match, that's part of the reason I enjoy watching Coco, just to watch Mom and Dad react to her shots. You've always got one of those earbuds in. Are you listening to coverage? Are you listening to the match? Or are you listening to something else?
I might be listening to gospel music, hype music. Just trying to take my mind mentally off of the moment, because then I get nervous and I feel like she might feel my nervousness.
Oh, I love that. He's listening to gospel while he watches his girl play.
Yes.
Wow.
That's the secret.
Hey, Cameron, I know you're celebrating something, your birthday. So we understand you like the donuts. So we decided to bring you some donuts here to celebrate. Happy birthday.
I feel like your sister's getting a lot of attention. So
There you go.
I want to make sure you celebrate.
By the way, I don't know if he's got room for him, because when I walked in the green room this morning, he was stuffing his face with our bagels. But he's 12, so he's got a bottomless stomach.
That's part of the deal.
Before you got to say hello, he was eating food.
By the way, I love the little, it's like a fun-size version.
Right? I know.
You can put the fries in there.
Yeah, honestly, I could and put them and eat them out. Maybe the ketchup I can dip in here. But yeah, this is the miniature replica that we get sent home. A lot of people, I didn't know it, so a lot of people don't know that. But the real one is really heavy, but this one makes it a little bit easier to travel.
Yeah, and it fits on a shelf a little bit easier,
yeah, it
too.
fits on the shelf. I'm trying to decide if I want to put mints in it, or someone said a plant maybe. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet. But I have the U.S. Open one is huge. It kind of stays locked away. But this one, I think I'm gonna try to use it as part of the decoration.
You'll figure out something.
I love that.
You'll figure out something creative.
Really quickly, a buddy of mine, we were talking yesterday. He's a tennis pro, so he understands the game obviously a lot better than anybody else at this table. And he wanted me to ask you. His name's Todd Paul. He said, talk to her about the evolution of her game. And Coco physically from 3 years ago versus what we saw on Saturday, and how what we saw on Saturday probably wouldn't have even been possible for you physically just a few years ago. How did you flip that switch?
Yeah, so when I first started on tour, I was 15, and I was a lot weaker than most people, so I had to really rely on that defense of end. And then once I've gotten older and I realized I have to try to play a more aggressive mindset, especially now that I have the strength and the body to do so with just growing up. And so I try to play more aggressive, but playing someone like Irina, I kind of know that I'm probably not going to out-hit her in those moments, so I felt like I had to go back to the game style I used to play when I first came on tour, which was really just grinding and running people down.
Yeah, well, it shows.
Yeah.
That's right. And Wimbledon next?
Yes, Wimbledon is next.
All right. How do you get your mind ready? Like, how do you move on from this and just like get focused for the next thing?
Yeah, it's gonna be a first time, I guess, going into a slam because U.S. Open is, it's the last slam of the year, so this will be the first time going into something new. But I know how excited I felt on Saturday, so I would love to experience that again on another Saturday in London. But for now, I'm just enjoying this, and then when it's time to get back to work, I'll be ready.
Yeah, you are.
So excited for you.
Coco.
Thank you.
And by the way, make sure you share the donuts, Cameron. Don't eat all those donuts.
Actually, they're gone already.
Coco,
You already bit into one.
Good for him.
Oh,
Thank you,
so
guys.
good to see
Thanks
you.
for having me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, coming up on today's checklist, how to prevent and treat headaches. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
Family sale. That means insider deals on summer styles from your favorite brands, plus 15% off beauty and fragrance too. It's the perfect time to shop for summer. So hurry in. Macy's Friends and Family ends Monday.
There's something we all have in common at Delta. Some call it our spirit. It's the difference between believing and doing. Where helping others reach their potential unlocks a path of our own. Where our journeys aren't measured by miles flown, but by the moments that shape us.
Sweat better than Secret Clinical.
Try new Secret Clinical Strength Spray.
The General gives you a break to keep you covered.
Yeah, whether it's on your car insurance
or taking a break from being the auto-tune guy.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
It's time to feed the dogs real food in the right amount. A healthy weight can help dogs live a longer, happier life. The Farmer's Dog makes weight management easy with.
Wow. Oops. Sorry about my shine. It's giving gloss. So is your hair. Thanks, girl.
Break Brothers.
Hey, Thomas, I told him to use 11 as the standard email font, but he insisted on using.
Your boy's on a crispy, creamy Kit Kat break.
But the
Your boy's on a break. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
You know what you don't see in psoriasis commercials? The thousands of real people who go undiagnosed. People whose psoriasis can look very different depending on their skin tone. As the makers of Tremfya, we understand that everybody's moderate to severe plaque psoriasis doesn't look the same. So we undertook a first-of-its-kind study of plaque psoriasis in every skin tone. Like hers, and his, and yours.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Ask your dermatologist about Tremfya.
We are back with today's checklist, focusing on how to manage and prevent headaches. June is Migraine and Headache Awareness Month, and migraines actually affect 1 in 4 households in this country. So we brought in Dr. Jen Cottle. She's going to help us out. She's a family medicine physician. She's also associate professor at Rowan University. Dr. Cottle, welcome back.
Thank you.
So first of all, let's start with the different kinds of headaches, because not all headaches are the same. What should we know?
Yeah, so first of all, there's over 150 types of headaches.
Geez.
Yeah, I know, there's a lot. And these 3 under the word primary are probably the most common. Tension is definitely the most common, tension type headache. We also have, and I know we have a graphic to show where the tension type headache comes. There we go. This is kind of where it occurs, but we'll talk about this also in the next slide.
Okay.
We've got migraine headache. This is something I suffer from, migraines myself. We'll talk about that too. And then cluster headaches, which are very rare, but they are very, very debilitating. And the reason why we have that separated from primary to secondary is these primary headaches are not caused by another condition, and they're not a symptom of another condition. So that's how we distinguish between primary and secondary headaches. But these are the most common.
By the way, that's a very helpful graphic.
It really is. Good, yeah.
Does the location of the headache sort of tell you what kind of headache you might be experiencing?
Well, the location does matter, absolutely. And so, cluster, for example, this spot is over the eye because that's often where people experience very stabbing pain.
Okay.
Migraine often is one side of the head, tension often a band-like a set of symptoms. Absolutely.
Dylan's got some more
Yeah.
questions.
So when it comes to migraine, some people who don't experience them might think it's just a really bad headache, but it's different.
Well, so migraine is a type of headache, just like tension types, right? So tension type and migraine, as we mentioned, are primary headaches. They're a type of headache. Tension, remember our graphic over there was like a band, almost looked like a visor, right, over the forehead. It's often mild to moderate intensity, bilateral, which means both sides, and it feels like a vice or a band around your head. Okay. It doesn't get worse with exercise. Now, if we move on to migraine, which you were asking about. Oh my gosh, my migraines are so bad. I don't know if you get migraines.
Like you don't even want the light, you just...
Oh my gosh, right. So you get often a throbbing, pulsating pain. Oftentimes it's one-sided, but it can be both-sided. Nausea often comes with it. But you mentioned sensitivity to light and sound. Oftentimes, all you want to do is just be in a dark room and lay down.
Right.
So very different qualities.
Can you kind of feel a migraine coming on? Is there something that would trigger that?
Well, two things. Number one, there is something called aura, and that is almost like what we call a prodrome. Sometimes people can tell, oh my gosh, I know I'm going to get a migraine because they see spots or something like that. But when we talk about triggers, yes, there are things that can trigger migraines. Stress. Oh my gosh, that's huge. That's also a trigger for tension headache. You're like, stress. Stress. Stress, anyone?
Makes sense.
Yes. Hormones in females. First of all, we should know that females tend to have more migraines than men. But our menstrual periods, menstruation is a big trigger for migraines. Skipping meals at low blood sugar, even the weather can trigger migraines. If you're not sleeping enough or your sleep patterns change, sensory stimuli, even things like food, etc. Wine can do it. So yeah,
interesting.
Yeah.
So Doc, what are some of the treatments to talk about?
Okay, so when we talk about migraine in particular, we have preventative treatments and we have what we call abortive treatments. Preventative means you take something to keep it from coming on if you have them bad enough, and abortive means you take something when you have it to make it go away. So we have prescription medications that I prescribe, that others prescribe, that are both preventative and abortive. There's like over-the-counter pain relievers. Sometimes people just need a Tylenol or a Motrin, etc. Also, sometimes we use nausea medications and other types of medications to help. But a lot of what I love to talk about is prevention, right? So if you know you get migraines, I know I get migraines, I know what triggers are. Like, it's important. Get good sleep. Keep those meal schedules,
I didn't realize that meal schedules
if you skip meals,
migraines are hand in hand.
Yeah, for some people, absolutely. Make sure that you're lowering your stress levels by things like exercise. And also there are adjunctive treatments like acupuncture, cognitive behavioral therapy, even osteopathic manipulative treatment. There's a number
What is that last one, OMT?
Yeah, so I'm an osteopathic physician. Osteopathic manipulative treatment is this idea of using our hands to sort of diagnose and treat certain medical conditions. It can be used as an adjunct to medications. Also, things like Tai Chi and stuff, headache diary. Keep a log of your symptoms so you know what triggers it when it comes on, etc.
You say women are more likely, more prone to have headaches.
Absolutely.
And is there a correlation between married women?
Don't say it.
And
that I don't know.
I know where your brain is going.
I'm not sure about the married women.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. Well, coming up, our series Food for Thought, we're going to pull up a chair to a very special restaurant that is serving up second chances. Then later, we got Mr. Greg Kinnear here. Good to see you, Greg. He's live talking about a new crime series that is filled, giving him a headache, filled with lies and drama. Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
So going back to...
If you have wet AMD, you never want to lose sight of the things you love. Some things should stand the test of time. Long-lasting EYLEA HD could significantly improve your vision. More people on EYLEA HD had no fluid in the retina compared to those on EYLEA at 4 months. EYLEA HD is the only wet AMD therapy that helped 8 out of 10 people go up to 4 months between injections after 3 initial monthly treatments. If you have an eye infection, eye pain or redness, or allergies to EYLEA HD, don't use. Eye injections like EYLEA HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, or rare but severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. An increase in eye pressure has been seen. There is an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. The most common side effects were blurred vision, cataract, corneal injury, and eye floaters. And there's still so much to see. If you are on EYLEA or a similar type of treatment.
Want a last-minute getaway calls? answer it. Book last-minute deals on thousands of stays.
Cancer isn't me. It's something I treat. And the less time I spend treating my cancer, the better. This is me.
Discover an injectable immunotherapy, Opdivo Qvantig, for certain previously treated adults whose kidney cancer has spread. Unlike an infusion that takes 30 minutes, Opdivo Qvantig lets you receive treatment quickly, in 3 to 5 minutes. Opdivo Qvantig is an immunotherapy that works with your immune system to help fight cancer. Opdivo Qvantig can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst, or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain or fever. Report severe or persistent muscle or joint pain. Tell your doctor if you have myasthenia gravis or Guillain-Barré syndrome. Immune system problems include Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, or lupus. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or receive chest radiation. Opdivo Qvantig can harm your unborn baby.
A chance to live longer. A treatment that's faster.
Ask your doctor about Opdivo Qvantig. See OpdivoQvantig.com for more information.
This morning in our series, Food for Thought, inside the kitchen at one of Atlanta's newest restaurants. At Cafe Momentum, the secret ingredient is the people who are making and serving the delicious food. And NBC's Kathy Park is live to explain this whole restaurant to us. Kathy, good morning.
Kathy.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, Cafe Momentum, you eat, drink, and also get to change lives. It is a unique program giving guests a fine dining experience while also giving a select group of young people a second chance, unlocking their full potential with every shift.
Cafe Momentum is an award-winning restaurant, but it's not a normal restaurant.
At Cafe Momentum in downtown Atlanta, the specialty isn't on the menu. It's who's handing you the menu that's extra special. Teens once caught up in the criminal justice system, getting a second chance through an internship like no other.
Growing up the way that I grew up, seeing the things that I've seen, coming from the community that I came from, it caused me to do things that I shouldn't have never done.
Young people like I'm Unique Liggins, who told us juvenile detention had become her way of life before she was old enough to drive.
I was just like, no way. I was like, this cannot be happening. And then while you're inside, they're providing you with everything that you're lacking outside. So you're not really missing nothing.
If you were to describe a younger version of I'm Unique, what would you say she was like?
She was undetermined, unmotivated, lack of self-confidence, broken.
That's until an unlikely opportunity at Cafe Momentum gave purpose to a life that was headed off course.
We are not what the juvenile system had written us to be. We're bigger than that we can be anything we put our minds to.
The shrimp and grit goes on the black plate. It was award-winning chef Chad Hauser who saw that the missing ingredient was simply someone who would believe in these young people.
You haven't really cooked until you set it on fire, right? They're incredible human beings that have just never been given a chance from go.
And he did something about it, creating nonprofit kitchens in 3 different cities, Dallas, Pittsburgh, and now Atlanta, all turning out great dishes.
So when I put them on, I'm going to put them at an angle, so like the tail down.
But also turning around lives of 1,300 young people, inviting them into an internship program that fosters both professional development and life skills. 20-year-old Arnold Curry is learning just about every role in a restaurant and even knows how to cook a Southern staple, shrimp and grits.
Well done, chefs. Have you noticed a change in yourself?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
How so?
Man, everybody said, I light up the room when I walk in. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
He's nearly halfway through his internship, owning his transformation after a difficult past.
When I was getting in trouble, I was already saying that, you know, I really didn't want to do it. I was just doing it because, you know, I had to survive.
Today, he's thriving thanks to Chad and a staff who regularly show up and check in at family meals.
We also provide 24/7 case management. We provide mental health services and educational support to achieve academic progress in a high school diploma or GED. I was told over and over again that those kids don't want to work, they just want to collect a check. I was told repeatedly, those kids have never been to a nice restaurant, they can't cook your food.
These kids are proving the doubters wrong. I'm Unique finished high school and is in college now, showing others at Cafe Momentum that a job here is far more than just a paycheck.
Whatever you do, just don't go back. That's my main thing I say. Just go forward, move forward, and understand what the world has to offer for you. And it's more than what you know.
Clearly it's working. Why do you think it worked?
The kids we serve are looking for opportunity. I think they hear from a dining room full of people that come in every night and a staff that loves them. I believe in you. You matter. I see you. And I think it all starts there.
By the way, the shrimp and grits were excellent. We should note that Cafe Momentum plans on opening 8 more locations by 2030. They've signed a lease in Denver. They're eyeing another new location in Baltimore. And it is worth noting that Chad Hauser, the founder of Cafe Momentum, has earned the prestigious James Beard Humanitarian Award and is given to someone in the culinary world who really goes above and beyond to better the lives of others.
That's incredible.
Guys, back to you.
And then when the food's delicious, too.
That's
this is a
the
win-win
most
for
important part. Triple win. Thank you for
Thanks,
that,
Kathy.
Kathy. Thank you, thank you. Still ahead here on a Monday morning, Greg Kinnear, live right here in studio. There he is, live in Studio 1A. He's going to share his intense news series that's based on a real-life story. And then from Brad Pitt back in the driver's seat to the return of the bear and many more stars on screen. Got it all ahead in our entertainment roundup. Third hour of today, right back after this.
Ned's excited for his big date, but he's wondering.
What if a flaky plaque throws me off my game?
What if Ned knew he could treat differently?
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis.
Dad?
Otezla can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking. Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for over a decade. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Severe diarrhea, nausea or vomiting, depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss can happen. Tell your doctor if any of these occur and if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts.
With clear skin, Ned's movie night could be a groovy night. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla. Scan to learn more.
People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent.
I'm getting great exposure!
Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh. Ding dong!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Shake up your shower with a fragrance for every feeling. This Dove freshens you up. This Dove winds you down. This Dove leaves you glowing. And this Dove keeps you going.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News,
I'm Tom Yams. And that's what we do every night.
Plus, we're chatting with your SNL favorites like Bowen Yang, Ego Nwodim, and more. That's today at 11:30 on California Live.
Reignite your passion with custom anniversary bands from the Jewelry Exchange. 2-carat Fancy Lab bands $14.90, 1-carat Classic Natural bands $9.90, half-carat Natural $4.99. Unlimited choices guaranteed to appraise for double. The Jewelry Exchange, Tustin.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We'll give you a cash offer for your house today. Sell your house the easy way with no commissions, no fees, no repairs. For free, no obligation cash offer. Go to MyHomeSold.com.
When you're injured in an accident, doctor bills, hospital expenses, and loss of work without pay are a lot to handle. You need to be compensated for those losses. For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you. because we believe no one should settle for less than what's right. And we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Cozy TV's got great comedy.
I think that goes without saying.
How great?
Excellent, the best.
Even our dramas are funny.
I take it that's a compliment.
It sure is.
Thank you very much.
Get cozy for comedy.
This morning, we are catching up with Academy Award-nominated actor Greg Kinnear. You know him from iconic roles in movies like Little Miss Sunshine and the classic rom-com You've Got Mail.
Ah, yes. Well, now, Greg stars in the gripping new series, Smoke. It's inspired by true events. His Fire Commander Harvey Engelhardt.
So his team is trying to track down serial arsonists and feeling the heat to close the case quickly.
So here's how I see it, kids. All right, there's two of you against 2 arsonists now. So we need to get one of them before he burns down another Meadow Farms or the other one kills someone again. Or get them both and be rock stars. I don't care, but if you don't get somebody quick, well, there's not many floors your elevator can descend, dear. I think I've already clarified myself to you, right?
Good. All right. Good to see you again, Greg.
Hey, everybody.
Good to see. So you've worked with Taron Egerton before.
I did,
in Blackbird.
Yeah.
So did that kind of give you a little shorthanded in working together again like that?
You know, it was great. I had worked with him. I had worked with Dennis Lehane, who is the great novelist and show creator of both Blackbird and Smoke. And some of our same producers, directors came from that show to this one. It's another true crime, show. Deals in arson as opposed to serial killing, but it's a pretty riveting series. I play the commander of this fire department up in northwest town, and Taron is an arson investigator, and things have gotten a little out of control. So he's under pressure, I'm under pressure, and it follows a hell of a story.
And it's a hell of a mustache.
Thanks very much.
It's a beautiful stash there. And when you get to grow out a mustache like that, does it change how you play the character?
It's actually a fake mustache.
Really?
No, it's not.
Oh.
It's not. And but you seem to buy it pretty easily.
I did. We did.
Well, good morning. We're coming on the air with breaking news. LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho is speaking following widespread immigration raids and arrests.
The superintendent is speaking right now. We're going to listen in.
Thank you very much for coming together under reasonably short notice to address an issue of critical importance in our community and, quite frankly, our state and our nation. As I looked out at the horizon from my office this morning, I saw gray clouds over Los Angeles. Those gray clouds could mean a lot of things to a lot of people. I interpreted them as clouds of injustice, clouds of fear, of intimidation, clouds that seek to scare the best of us into dark corners that for decades we promised ourselves and the rest of our nation we would abandon and prevent those who experience the most fragile of conditions from ever descending into those places. We are one. At Los Angeles Unified, we have a commitment to protect the rights, the opportunities for every single child, every one of our workforce members, and the families we serve. No questions asked. We do so with courageous determination, and for those who doubt it, despite the insinuations or accusations, we stand strongly on the right side of law. We are upholding the law. Every student in our community, every student across the country has a constitutional right to a free public education of high quality without threat. Every one of our students, independently of their immigration status, has a right to a free meal in our schools. Every one of our children, no questions asked, has a right to counseling, social emotional support, mental support, in addition to great education. Our schools are safe places. Our schools are places of education and inspiration, not fear and intimidation. Many of us here are immigrants or children of immigrants. We would be hypocrites if we took a step backwards from the position of protecting those who today face what our parents or ourselves faced years ago. So for us, we embrace and embody this position on the basis of both a moral and professional responsibility to educate, to protect, to inspire our kids and our families. As I'm addressing you, there are two schools in our community that within a couple of blocks we see federal vans parked. No action has been taken, but we interpret those actions as actions of intimidation, instilling fear that may lead to self-deportation. That is not the community we want to be. That is not the state or the nation that we ought to be. In fact, if those who believe that that is the nation we should become, let's rearrange Lady Liberty. Let's bring that arm down and extinguish that flame, for we're no longer the light for the world. I am proud to reside in LA. I am proud to call this city my city. I am proud of the fact that this board stands united and unified alongside community partners and elected officials in saying, not on our watch. Not on our watch shall people trample over children's rights. Not on our watch shall people be intimidated. Not on our watch shall we succumb to unreasonable pressures for us to do that which is not human or humane or humanitarian. I'm one who believes that as an educator of many decades, we know and understand that public education and democracy are two sides of the same American coin. Undermine one, the other will suffer. That is what's at stake. We will not waver from our responsibility of protecting kids. Let me take a quick break to let you know who's with us today. But I wanted to declare up front what we stand for, the values and principles that guide our work, because none of us disagree over that. I also want to assert that there are many other people who would like to be here today. And I'd like to mention that our labor leaders, UTLA, SEIU 99, were invited. They would have been here, but they are preparing for another event right around the corner. We appreciate their solidarity with us during these trying times. We have with us today our board president, Scott Schmerlson, our board vice president, Rocio Rivas, school board member, Mr. Nick Melvoin, school board member, Ms. Carla Griego, school board member, Ms. Gomez, and school board member, Ms. Ortiz Franklin. Will be joined in a little bit by school board member, Charlotte Newbill. We have LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis. We have community partners who do incredible work every single day, whether as in providing assistance, counseling, or pro bono legal support for children and their families. We have Chirla here with us today, Miriam Mesa. We have public counsel with a number of qualified individuals who stand in the protection of the legal rights of our students. We have Carecen. We have PTA presidents representing the South, Central, East, and West LA. Leslie Menjivar, the 10th District PTA president. We have the 31st District PTA president representing San Fernando Valley, Colleen Ross. We have senior staff members, we have teachers, we have counselors, we have our community in support of our kids. I want to speak a little bit about our district commitment. We recognize that fear and intimidation are tools currently being exercised and used in our community. I want to, however, say we remain unwavering in our commitment that our schools are safe, welcoming sites for all, where every single right is protected. And I want to be very clear to those who may seek to take actions that transcend our beliefs and our policies. We're not just talking about our schools. We're talking about our schools, places where kids wait for the buses, the bus itself. We're talking about sites where graduations are currently taking place. And I have to say, what a heartbreak. I've spoken with parents who've told me that their daughter would be the first in their family to graduate high school. And they're not going to be there to witness it because they have a fear of the place of graduation being targeted. What nation are we becoming? Who in their right mind would accept that reality? So I want to be reassuring to our community. Every single graduation site is a protected site. I have directed our own police force to redouble their efforts and establish perimeters of safety around graduation sites to intervene and interfere with any federal agency who may want to take action during these joyous times that we call graduation. Not on our watch. As I said earlier, every child has a constitutional right to a public education. Therefore, every child and their parent has a right to celebrate the culmination of their educational success. With that said, we ought to be careful and take the necessary steps. We are encouraging every parent in our community, particularly parents with fragile immigration status, to update in person at school, online via the parent portal, update the emergency contact information. If you cannot yourself go to your child's school in case of an emergency, to get your child or to drop off your child, empower someone who can. In addition to that, we are here with you 24/7. Our family hotline is active 24/7. It is 213-443-1300. If you have a question, a concern, a fear, please reach out to us. We have the appropriate resources to support you. We can direct your concern to free legal support to address your issues. We're here to help. We recognize that in light of what's taken place, our youth, particularly our high school students, need to demonstrate their position. And let me talk about that for a second. They are members of our community. They know what's happening. They're listening to the dinner table conversations between their parents. And some have expressed to me what those conversations are like. They've told me that mom and dad are talking about who shall leave, who shall stay, whether or not they themselves as students will be under the protective care of a neighbor, because maybe both parents have to leave. Who would get that student if the parent is apprehended at the restaurant where they work, at the lumber yard where they labor? No child, regardless of age, should have to experience or listen to that type of commentary. With that said, we're asking parents to speak with students. There is a possibility of student walkouts. We have heard of it. To the extent possible, considering the consequences and dangers beyond our schools, to the extent possible, please stay in school. Parents, help us. We will provide safe space and time for our students to voice their position and their opinion within the safe confines of our schools. We can no longer predict what will happen outside of our schools. The recent images on TV tell us that. We have mental health resources available to our students, to our parents, and certainly to our workforce. I want to speak directly to the workforce. We often address the students and the parents. Our teachers, our counselors, our support staff are hurting over what they see and what they hear from the children we serve. Their mental health crisis is comparable to the one our children face. Therefore, we have Family Wellness Resource Line open. We also have an employee assistance service for education employees. That means all employees, also open 24/7 support for everyone in our school system. Easy number, 1-800 882-1341. If you feel you need assistance, please call. We have established restorative circles to support students in school. Tomorrow is the last day of school in our grade school system, but soon enough we'll be in summer school. June 17th through July 16th, we will operate Summer of Joy, summer opportunities for all students. I don't want the current pervasive fear to deter parents and students from doing the right thing for their kids. With that said, we are going to amplify the number of schools providing summer school services to reduce the travel time for families on our dime. We will provide convenient transportation, but also as a protective measure for our students, so that parents and kids can avoid what could be a difficult walk to school considering the imminent dangers. We will also open up virtual opportunities for students who may have extreme fear regarding attendance at their neighborhood school. I want to speak a little bit about the graduation and culmination ceremonies. What happened over this weekend could not have happened at a worse time. The lion's share of our graduations are happening today and tomorrow. In fact, over 100 graduation ceremonies between today and tomorrow. We will protect every parent, every child, every workforce member. We've instructed our principals to not create lines, to not restrict access. As soon as they come, they will enter the venues where the graduations are taking place, reducing the risk for them while on the street waiting to get in. We also have authorized the principals to allow parents to remain at the venue for as long as it takes, should there be any immigration enforcement action around the area where the graduations are taking place. And as I said earlier, we have deployed operations personnel and our school board police to establish perimeters of safety around graduation sites and schools where federal actions are being detected. Where possible, we have stood up Zoom opportunities for parents to be able to witness the culmination of their children online. And lastly, we want to ensure that after the ceremony, the protected pathway for parents is also maintained safe. And that is why our school board police will remain on site for as long as necessary. Lastly, I want to speak once again about our summer school program. Last year, every grade level, every subject area saw significant improvements in terms of performance. This is not public yet, but I'm going to make a prediction today that the improvements of last year will be obliterated by the performance of this year, notwithstanding the fires, the shutdown, and the immigration woes and fears experienced by our community. That's because what we're doing works. The commitment of our teachers, our support staff, our principals, our parents, it's working. And part of that solution resides with the experience of summer school. The current fears could not undermine our summer school program, during which time kids receive academic acceleration, support, enrichment, but also food, nutrition. We cannot deprive our kids of their absolute rights to education and food. Therefore, we will go forward with a month-long summer school program with all of the protective measures I described up until this point. I spoke with Mayor Bass late last night, and we are, and I will not get into the specifics, coordinating support systems and protection for our kids, including expanded transportation. I have communicated with the governor about what must be done to continue to protect our schools and necessary waivers should we see significant impacts to attendance going into summer school or next year. And we have extreme support from both local, state, as well as our congressional delegation, who have declared in a very aggressive way their support for Los Angeles Unified. So with that said, and before I go into Spanish, let me introduce and bring up our president of the school board, Mr. Scott Schmerelson.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone.
Right, so you just heard from LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. He says that we, quote, stand strong on the right side of the law and that every student has a right to quality education, meal, counseling, social and emotional support regarding their immigration status, despite whatever their immigration status might be.
He says every student has the right to their education, most importantly, a right to safety and not fear or intimidation. He did mention that there are 2 schools in the community right now where he says there are federal vans parked nearby. He says that is intimidation, and he's got a lot of concerns about that. He also talked about this being the worst time for these threats to be happening because this is graduation season, and so many of the schools are having graduation ceremonies today and tomorrow. He says he is vowing to make sure there is a perimeter of safety so family members can attend those graduations.
Also says LAUSD is going to establish a hotline so anyone who might have questions can call for help, for advice. Free legal support would be offered up as well. He's also hearing about the possibility of student walkouts, so he's asking for parents to talk with their kids, and then they can talk with the school staff to try to organize something to make sure that anything like that would stay in the confines of the school where it's a more controlled environment.
We are going to send you back to your regular program right now, but we will continue this coverage on our streaming channels as well, so you can go on to NBCLA.com or also on our app.
Wow. Nice. Sizzle, sizzle. You don't want garlic to cook for too long because it'll get bitter. This was the wine and the lemon juice. Calvin, can you pour all this chicken broth in carefully? The pan's hot. It won't steam like it did before. Pour, 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 pour. There we go. Okay, so now our sauce is done. So now what I like to do is take a cutlet. Yeah. Zhuzh it in here, flip it. Zhuzh it in here.
That's what gives it flavor.
That's what gives it the flavor. And then we scoop out a little sauce and the capers. Pour it all on top. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's so good, right? For these recipes and more, go to today.com/food.
The plating was very impressive.
Well, thank you. It's like the one meal I plate well. Everything else is just like
professional
on a plate. Thank you. This recipe is available in the cookbook, so don't forget to scan that QR code to purchase our Today Loves Food cookbook. We did make the gluten-free version. Yeah. I don't think this is the gluten-free version, but either way,
this is yummy.
Either way,
it's really good.
Whatever your needs are. So
well done.
Whatever your needs.
Well done, Cal and company. I'm going with the OG Cal.
We'll be right back.
Wednesday, How to Train Your Dragon soars into today, and the stars of the film join us live for the ultimate sneak peek. You ready? Your favorite characters like you've never seen them before. Wednesday, only on Today.
Of fire and extend the life of your dryer. Plus, your clothes will dry faster too. Your dryer vent isn't clean until it's Stanley Steamer Clean.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We'll give you a cash offer for your house today. We buy houses as is. It can be move-in ready or a complete fixer. MyHomeSold.com makes selling your house easier than ever. When you sell to MyHomeSold.com, you'll save money with no commissions, no fees, no banks, no repairs. Just go to MyHomeSold.com for free, no obligation, as-is cash offer. Sell your house the easy way at MyHomeSold.com.
One comic book, one destination, one epic giveaway. This summer, the quest for the Holy Grail of comics arrives at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Starting June 1st, Club Serrano members will have 5 ways to own a piece of history and Action Comics #1, the comic book that saved the world, valued at over $400,000. Don't miss your chance to win on August 5th at Yamava Resort and Casino. Details at yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter. Please gamble responsibly.
Californians, if you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma or asbestos lung cancer, choose the right law firm by asking, what are your highest verdicts? What experience do you have? How many lawyers are on staff? How many clients have you represented? Speak to Weitz and Luxembourg at 917 Lawyers to get unmatched answers. It's the biggest financial decision of your life. Call 917 Lawyers or visit 917lawyers.com.
Every breath you take, every move you make, every day you wake, make no mistake, we'll be helping you. Every breath you take.
Now we're still talking about the piccata.
That chicken was delicious.
Yummy. Hey, tomorrow in the third hour of Today, racing legend Jeff Gordon live in Studio 1A.
What's coming up on the 4th? You guys, we have a great show. Actor Jay Ellis is my guest co-host. Plus, Journey Smollett gives us a sneak peek at our new show, Smoke. We're going to have a lot of fun. Oh, you did?
Talking about it. Yeah.
Okay, great. I love that. Well,
we'll see you
thanks for
tomorrow,
having me,
everybody.
dudes. Bye-bye. I'm going to go eat more of that chicken.
It's How to Train Your Dragon on American Ninja Warrior. My goodness.
Definitely a night to remember.
NBC's Ninja Warrior tonight, and How to Train Your Dragon only in theaters June 13th.
Big difference in your life. Here's what that means. Insurance offer, $35,000. The Jacoby & Myers result, $500,000. Insurance offer, $0. Our result, $2 million. Insurance offer, $100,000. Our result, $4.65 million. That's the difference experience makes. Jacoby & Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
Join us for a vibrant celebration of culture at Dodger Stadium for Black Heritage Night. Come out Thursday, June 19th versus the San Diego Padres and celebrate the rich history of black culture and traditions. This ball! Arrive early for a special celebrity softball game and immerse yourself in this unique night with a pregame DJ performance in Centerfield Plaza. Take home an exclusive Black Heritage Night jersey with the purchase of a special ticket package. For tickets and information, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Tonight at 6, the deadliest wildfire in California's history. We'll take you back to paradise.
Years after the Camp Fire, we'll show you what rebuilding looks like and what Altadena and the Palisades can lure.
Life after fire. Lessons from paradise. Tonight at 6.
From the heart of New York City, it's Today with Jenna and Friends. With today's guest co-host, actor Jay Ellis. The fun starts right now. So good. Hey, everyone! It is Monday. It's June 9th. My co-host, actor Jay Ellis, who's helping me kick off a great week of great dads.
Yeah,
it's Father's Day, you know?
Father's Day.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
Jay, we're so happy you're here in particular because last night was the Tonys.
Last night was the Tonys.
And you're a theater dude.
I am. That's what they say.
A theater dude.
Last night was amazing.
Wasn't it great?
That opening number from Cynthia was unreal. She landed every single joke so great.
Cynthia Erivo is a force,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
She can sing.
Look at her. The dress is amazing.
Yes. She was incredible. I don't think there could have been any better host.
I told you this earlier, but my favorite joke of the night, Oprah gets a car. Oprah gets a car.
What's so amazing is that nobody's done that yet. I mean, everybody's done it and nobody's done it.
Yeah.
But to put a tiny little car under her seat, like it's the lowest hanging fruit, and yet it was so satisfying.
So good.
So satisfying.
So good.
We are so happy because Sunset Boulevard's Nicole Scherzinger, I told you on your day off, you have to go see this, was incredible. She took home the trophy for leading actress in a musical. Let's take a look at her reaction.
Growing up, I always felt like I didn't belong. But you all have made me feel like I belong, and I have come home at last. So if there's anyone out there who feels like they don't belong, or your time hasn't come, don't give up. Just keep on giving and giving, because the world needs your love and your light now more than ever.
Oh my gosh, don't you love that?
I love that.
I mean, I do feel like theater is a place that really embraces people.
Yeah, it feels like this place, you know, I think of it in a way of you get to go be the fully realized artist that you want to be. And I think everyone is there to support that and leans into that. And, you know, we get to have fun and you get to have tears and excitement and joy and like all the things. It's such an amazing place of empathy. I think, to like for humans to just connect.
Yeah. Okay. So you're here because it's Dad's Week, but also because you're in a play in New York City. The previews start tomorrow. And you still came to see us.
Well, you got me out of rehearsal today. So, no, we start down at the Lucille Lortel. I'm doing Duke and Roya, this amazing play written by Charles Randolph Wright, directed by Warren Adams.
Amazing.
And my co-star, Stephanie Noor. It's both of our, you know, it's our first play in New York for both of us. And we're really excited. Yeah.
What's it like? I mean, this is sort of like a dream realized. You always wanted to do this.
Yeah. I told you this earlier, but the last time I did a play, I played Will in Oklahoma while going to school in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
In high school?
It was just in high school, and it was amazing. I mean, you know, to think that I get to come back here in this way. When I first started acting, I actually spent like a year here and thought that I was going to do theater.
Yeah.
And was like, this city is tough. I don't know anybody. I don't know how to get into this. And obviously moved to LA and just thought, you know, when I get older, I'll come back and do it. And older flew by really fast.
Like all of a sudden, here you are.
Older came back. It came up really, really fast. And now here I am. And it's an absolute dream to be able to do this. You know, Oh Mary actually started down at the Lucille Lortel.
Oh,
so like
amazing.
even like the pedigree of shows and
that have come from there.
That have come from there. Like it's such an amazing place to be.
And will you be nervous tomorrow on preview day one?
I will be so sick.
They're like actually sick?
I will literally be with a trash can like
You really? Do you really?
I probably will tomorrow. Yeah.
That kind of nerves.
Yeah.
You know what's so cool is to be that sort of scared of something and do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's the joy of, anything we get to do. I think that's the joy of growth and pushing yourself and finding, you know, more about yourself, but definitely why I love acting, for sure.
Oh my gosh, it's so cool. Okay, well, I'm going to come and see it. I can't wait.
You have to come and see it.
Okay, let's talk about actor Chris Evans. He's starring in the upcoming film Materialist. Evidently, it's supposed to be really great, but he opened up about how he proposed to his wife, Alba, who he married in 2023. He said it didn't really go quite as planned. Take a look.
I proposed, maybe I shouldn't even be saying this. I proposed to my wife she's Portuguese. So I learned how to say, will you marry me in Portuguese?
Very romantic.
And I had practiced all week. I had practiced it so much that, you know, while her and I'd be making breakfast and you almost just start saying it out loud. And you're like, oh God, that's not just a song that's stuck in my head. It's gonna let the cat out of the bag. But no, I got really nervous when it came time to do it, and I actually think I screwed it up. But I still know it.
I mean, why does every single proposal go awry?
They all go bad.
Every single proposal, it's like the pressure on the man who's proposing is so intense that they act weird. Then I can speak for myself. I was like, why is he acting so weird? Then I was kind of rude, and he's like about to propose.
Yeah.
How did you propose?
Mine was horrible. It was sorry, babe. But basically, I knew I was proposing. We were on vacation. We were in Bali. I had the ring with me. I took it everywhere with me. I kept it in my backpack as we were like, you know, adventuring around Bali. And I didn't know what day I was going to do it. And the day I actually was going to do it was the 31st of December. I was going to do it on New Year's. But we all got Bali Belly.
Bali belly.
Bali belly.
That's today. I was today when I learned what Bali belly is.
Bali belly is not great. Don't get Bali belly. Don't get Bali belly. It's not fun.
Not romantic.
So spend the next 2 days just knocked out, like laying in the house, don't move. I decide, hey, we should go scuba dive, and I'll propose underwater. Now, I want to back up and say that I was in the middle of filming Top Gun when this happened, and I had pitched this to my castmates, and Monica Barbaro was like, that is the stupidest idea I have ever heard. The first thing people want to do when they get engaged is kiss.
Yeah.
You're going to be underwater. What are you going to do? Shout out to Monica. She was right.
She was right.
But also, my wife doesn't scuba dive. So
she doesn't even really swim
she does not
underwater.
Go underwater. So it didn't even. I was just like, no, this is going to be
here's what I think happened to you. Did you watch The Bachelor growing up? I feel like there's a disservice to men of our generation who felt like I need to do it on a helicopter ride with
It has to be the most amazing thing ever. And I think that's why we all freeze. And I think we all we freak out about every single little detail and the colors aren't right and the spacing isn't right. And then it's just, to your point, then whoever you're proposing to, they're picking up on you are really weird right now.
Happening?
What is happening?
So you were going to do it underwater. She said, no, I'm not going to swim.
She said, no, I'm not going to swim. The next day, we're at a coffee shop, and I'm actually sending some emails about something, doing some work stuff. And she's like, I just thought we were going to have a trip without work. I thought we were just going to be here together. I thought it was just going to be me and you. And I reach in my backpack, and I'm like, is this what you want? And she goes, no, you will not propose to me like this. So I stuffed the ring back in the bag. We have a beautiful day. Somehow, we have a beautiful day.
She knows it's coming.
She knows it's coming. Literally 24 hours later, we're on a beach. Miles Teller told me about this beach in Uluwatu. We're on this beach, and we're watching the sun go down, and I am just panicking, and I'm freaking out. And she turns, and she looks away to look at the sunset, and as she looks, I reach in my bag, and I pull it out, and she turns around, and I say, can we do this again? Will you marry me? And that was it.
Oh, I love that. And the rest is history. See, even bad proposals end up okay. We all have them. All right, you guys, we have a great show for you today. From the new Apple TV series Smoke, actress Journey Smollett is here. But first,
we're solving your dad dilemmas right after this.
Did you know your brain has 3 dimensions of memory? Working, short term, and long term. That's why we created new Nariva Memory 3D. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva's revolutionary formula has clinically tested ingredients that support 3 dimensions of memory. Take it from me, an elephant never forgets. When you need to remember, remember Nariva.
There's no greater classroom than the great outdoors. That's why Nature Valley and the National Park Foundation are helping kids across America experience the wonder of nature. Life happens out there.
This week on Neutrogena Remembers.
Will you marry me?
I love you.
If you remember these 2, it may be time to start using Neutrogena Retinol Regenerating Cream. It can reverse 7 years of visible aging. Great skin. Oh, to be young.
Find styles that feel more you than ever, without compromise. Max what makes you, you.
Subway's protein-packed footlongs check all the boxes. Juicy chicken or layers of fresh sliced deli meats? Check. All your favorite Subway sauces? Check. Plus, buy any footlong in the app, get another half off. Great deal? Check, check. Order now on the Subway app.
Logo, brand power.
Do you own a dishwasher but only use it for storage or as a drying rack? Get better results than hand washing with your dishwasher and Cascade Complete. Your dishwasher does the work for you with temperatures up to 140 degrees, too hot for hands. Some dishwashers even have a sanitizing cycle. Load pots, pans, and tableware at the bottom with plastic and glassware on top. Cascade Complete removes visible and invisible residue for virtually spot-free and shiny dishes. Switch to your dishwasher and Cascade Complete.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
Shake up your shower with a fragrance for every feeling. This Dove freshens you up. This Dove winds you down. This Dove leaves you glowing. And this Dove keeps you going. So whatever care you care about, there's a Dove for everybody.
At Drive Time, you can get approved on your phone, shop for cars on your phone, and
I made the deal I want on the car I want.
And the deal you make on your phone is a deal you pay at the real Drive Time dealership.
I'm gonna go buy that car.
Get in there. This is a commercial. Go get your real deal at drivetime.com.
I've always been an active person. Yoga is a big part of who I am. I love how it makes me feel. But not long ago, I felt I had to hang up this old yoga mat. You see, I have symptomatic obstructive HCM, which left me so short of breath. I felt like a bystander in my own life. So I talked to my cardiologist, and he prescribed Camzyos. He said it works by targeting what's causing my obstructive HCM.
Camzyos is used to treat adults with symptomatic obstructive HCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death.
a risk that's increased with a serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help if you have new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking Camzyos, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy.
With Camzyos reducing my symptoms, I've gone from sitting on the sidelines to being back in the game.
My name is Stephanie, and this is my Camzyos moment.
Call your cardiologist today and see if a Camzyos moment may be in your future too.
We are back now with my co-host, actor, and father of two, Jay Ellis. And today we're going to help out our viewers with a special edition of Dad Dilemmas. Okay, are you good at dad dilemmas? You can help us with these.
Yo, I'm great at dad dilemmas.
Because I'm not a dad, so I need some help. Okay, here we go. Here's the first one. Tim and I have 3 kids, and we moved across the country last year. I encouraged him to take up golf, to make friends with the neighborhood dads. He did. And now, unfortunately, he spends every weekend playing golf. I want him to have friends, but I don't want to be a single parent. What do I do?
I just want to say my wife will not let me play golf.
She won't.
Absolutely not. Because she's like, first of all, we live in LA, so it takes 45 minutes, an hour to get to
there.
a course.
Yeah.
Then you're going to go play for 4 hours, and then you're going to...
I know. No, I know.
This is a tough one. You know what? It's got to be like, hey, Thursday's your day.
Friday's
your day. Like, it's like you got to have one day.
But the problem is, what if he works on Thursday?
Well, it's Saturday. Well, then it's not a family day.
I know. See, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you know what? Why don't you be the first tee timeout? First tee timeout.
Yeah.
So that it's like you, I mean, I don't know what time that would be.
It's probably early. I'm sure you can get like a 7 to
7?
Yeah.
So that you're
by
home.
11. Yeah, you can have lunch with the family and then take over for the rest of the day.
Yes.
I think that's a great plan.
And that's what I try to do. I try to let Henry have his, time so that when I'm like, hey, I want to go on a girls' trip, he's not like annoyed by it. You know, you got to let it happen.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay, here's the next one. My buddy Drew just got divorced, and he wants to go out all the time to meet girls. Drew wants me to be his wingman, but my wife, Terry, isn't happy. I'm out reliving my single days. How do I be a good friend to Drew and keep Terry happy?
Listen, Drew's got to understand that you got to keep Terry happy. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Drew's got to understand that he's got his situation and you're not trying to have his situation.
Yeah, exactly.
So, shout out to Drew, but I'm just saying. So Drew, you got to, I am always in this situation. One of my closest friends on the planet and is no longer with he and his wife split up. And he loves to go out. He loves dinners. He loves going out. He loves to travel. His whole thing. And I'm always like, listen, man, you get 2 trips a year.
Yes.
And when you're in town, you get 1 night. And that's it. And then I need you also to come to my house and kiss the ring.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the only way I can get outside is if you kiss the ring.
Exactly.
Otherwise,
you play with my kids for a little bit and act like,
You know?
No, I know. You're right. It's like, Drew got to be careful. Okay, here's the last one. My husband, James, had a guy's trip planned with all of his friends, but they all dropped out except one other guy. They're good friends, but they haven't hung out often, one-on-one, and he's panicking and debating whether to cancel. Should I encourage him to cancel or just go one-on-one with this dude?
He's got to go.
He's got to go?
He's got to go. Yeah, who knows what that could become? Like, listen, if they've never spent that much time together one-on-one, like, maybe this is that moment, right?
I don't know.
Because we all have different seasons and different reasons. Like, maybe this is what
That's
this is meant to be.
That's supposed to be his long-lost bestie? I don't know.
Jenna, don't get in the way of friendship.
Here's what I have to say, and this is something about me. I'm the easiest to cancel.
You would stay home.
Yeah, like one thing goes awry, I'm like, ooh, there's a little bit of water. I'm so sorry our babysitter canceled, They're like, that excuse works the first 4 times. I don't know. I feel like you probably only get 1 or 2 guy trips a year. Save it for when all your dudes are there.
Yeah, but what if there's also something amazing? What if you find someone, for example, who's like...
On the trip?
Maybe you find some new friends. Maybe it just becomes a whole new... No, but what if it's like you find someone who's going through a similar thing as you and you're able to, like, one-on-one relate in a way that, like, you maybe hadn't been able to before?
Okay. I don't know.
No?
Sounds like
you're like,
sounds like
Rain,
you're...
babysitter cancel.
I'm like, everybody canceled, so am I. Okay, coming up next, y'all, actress Jurnee Smollett.
That's right. She's starring in a new Apple TV series called Smoke, and we'll get a sneak peek after this.
Coming Coming up tomorrow on Jenna and Friends Sunday Today's Willie Geist is my co-host. Plus, Nick Kroll and Andrew Reynolds give us a peek at their new movie, and we'll catch up with actress Bryce Dallas Howard. That's all Tuesday on Jenna and Friends.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back.
Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you with clearer skin. With Tremfya, most people saw 100% clear skin that stayed clear, even at 5 years. Tremfya is proven to significantly reduce joint pain, stiffness, and swelling.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Emerge as you with clear skin. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Resolve. Your pet knows if a mess is really gone. If not, they may remark the spot. Resolve gets rid of pet messes better than the leading competitor, destroying stains, neutralizing odors, and preventing remarking. Love the love, resolve the mess.
Wow. Oops. Sorry about my shine. It's giving gloss.
So is your hair.
Thanks, girl.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Round these parts, round them parts. It's just how we do it here.
When was the last time you took a break? Sad desk lunches don't revitalize us. We all deserve a moment to recharge and revitalize ourselves.
Tea break!
Let's make tea breaks happen! It's time for a tea break. It's time for a Pure Leaf.
If you struggle and struggle and struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Remember your ABCs. Always be clogging. And then all of this, these dancing shoes, that accordion, even this megaphone, all available on the Walmart app. They have over 500 million items. 5, 6, 7, 8.
The Walmart you thought you knew is now new.
Guess they should call you Walton Cloggins.
No, they shouldn't, Dwayne.
I forgot to wash my work shirt.
Just wear it again. I added Unstoppables with odor blocker, and it keeps our clothes fresh all day.
She smells her shirt.
Ooh, I'm gonna be feeling it at work today.
She shimmies on a plane.
She smells so good, I'm actually paying attention. Smell unstoppable.
Things were already up in the business. You know, as you all know, it can be a challenge when you are a child in adult environments. But my mom was so protective and so fierce.
Like, so you had a good relationship with being a child actor.
Yes, I did, but I also had a very full life. She had us involved volunteering with Artists for New South Africa and a lot of nonprofits, and she had us doing a lot of things outside of the business, so this was not our whole entire life. You know?
I love that.
We heard that Chrissy Teigen was a huge fan of your character on Full House, but did not know
it was
that
you.
It was you?
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, so on my Instagram page, I had posted this throwback of me when I was like 4 years old. And Chrissy commented, now I've known Chrissy for like a decade. Her husband, John Legend, produced a TV show called Underground. And she left the comment being like, stop, I didn't know that this was you. I was like, really, Chrissy?
You were like, Chrissy, we're friends, man.
So
like,
good.
We've broken bread together, girl.
So good.
It's hilarious. Okay, and your name Journey. I was just telling you one of my daughter's best friends is named Journey. And there's a story with your mom naming you that?
Oh, yeah. My mom was in labor. Well, one, she needed a J name because all 6 of my siblings are J's. And I fell asleep with contractions less than a minute apart. They thought I was dead, but I was just asleep, you know. I wasn't
Taking
ready to
a rest.
come. I was like, it's going to be on my time, let's be clear. You know, and she just kept yelling, this girl's a trip, this girl's a trip. And she named me Journey. She said it had nothing to do with the band that was really popular during that time at all. So, you know, I also think that's why she spelled it differently.
Oh my gosh, I love that. Well, this show is so great. Thank you for being here, but you're not going anywhere.
Yes.
You're going to stick around and play a fun game of categories with us right after this. I love that she probably did spell it differently.
Why'd I go to the doctor? I remember being so lightheaded I could barely stand. Good thing my crew nudged me to get checked. Turns out I have AFib, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
My heart would race just taking my son to practice.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you notice one or more of these symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
This is no time to wait.
Capture moments in color with paint made to last. Only at Sherwin-Williams.
A glass of juice spills.
Ah, that's nothing. We've got new Bounty. It's 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. And one sheet holds up better while ordinary brands fall apart.
It's gone.
Get more done with one. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Wednesday, How to Train Your Dragon soars into today. And the stars of the film join us live for the ultimate sneak peek. You ready? Your favorite characters like you've never seen them before. Wednesday, only on Today.
I'm Doug. And I'm Damon, and we want to buy your house.
Seller's Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
With no agent fees, no hassles, and no repairs, selling your home doesn't have to be overwhelming.
This is the second time we've used Seller's Advantage, and it was worth it.
It was nice not having to fix or stage anything.
It allowed us to just focus on moving.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com for a free, no-obligation cash offer.
Don't worry, sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
What do sadness or grief look like? We can't always know. Well-being starts here. The Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health is committed to your well-being. Take action for yourself, for your circle, for your community.
It's the Disneyland Resort 70th celebration, and everyone's excited. Come celebrate happy with us, only for a limited time. Visit Disneyland.com/70 ticket offer for details.
To order food that'll have your whole ohana saying, everyone is welcome at Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. Disney's Lilo and Stitch, now playing only in theaters. Rated PG.
Hi, I'm Annabelle Sedano. Here's what we're working on for the NBC4 News at 11. Authorities are preparing for a 4th day of protests after a weekend of unrest and clashes. State and local leaders are calling for peaceful demonstrations as a political battle between the White House and California over the response gets tense. We have live team coverage. And we just heard from the families of workers who were detained during Friday's ICE raids in LA's Fashion District. They're concerned over their relatives' safety. More at 11.
We are back with actress Jurnee Smollett, and let's see if we can win some swag for one of our Plaza fans. It's time to play categories.
All right, here to host is our producer, Ben Bass. Ben, take it away.
Jay, thank you. Hi, Jurnee. Hi, Jenna.
Hi.
You guys ready to play some categories?
Yes, let's do it.
All right, so today you are playing categories for Becky Schmeezing. She's from Ohio. She's right over there.
Hi, Becky.
Hey, Becky.
Becky's in the studio.
We're in studio today.
Becky, that's a lot of pressure.
Pressure, guys.
That's never happened before. Okay.
So she's here with her mom squad, and here's how it works. So we've come up with a list of names along with a category. So for each round, you just have to figure out which 5 names correctly fit into that category before you guess 3 incorrect answers. So if you get all 5 right, Becky and her mom squad is going home with some gifts. How about that?
Okay, that sounds great.
Cool.
We're a little nervous that they're here, but go ahead.
Becky, mom squad, we're going to do our best.
Yes, we are.
So this first round is to see if Becky's winning a Jenna and Friends mug. Jenna, big ticket big-ticket item, right?
Yeah, really. People really love that mug. Okay, let's go.
Let's get our names on the board. Your category is summer concert tours. 5 of these are real summer concert tours happening.
We know.
We know the Cowboy Carter tour.
Yep, that's correct.
I've been there. Okay, we know Rihanna's
Mayhem.
not.
Mayhem.
Mayhem is correct.
Yeah.
Is Pitbull on?
After Hours.
Wait. The More of My Confessions. Is Usher in Vegas?
Yes, but is that the?
Because we know Rihanna's not on tour. We know
Usher,
that Ed
yes.
Sheeran isn't real.
Yeah,
Usher.
I think Usher.
Usher is incorrect.
Oh,
You
no.
got
Then
Vegas.
then it has to be the rest, right?
The Weeknd.
Weeknd?
The Weeknd is correct. Yep.
Pitbull.
Pitbull is correct. Mr. 305
And then I think it's Tate McRae because we know Rihanna and Ed Sheeran aren't, right?
She ain't been on tour in a long time.
Okay. Tate McRae.
Tate McRae's in.
Oh, no!
Ed Sheeran. You got 2 left. Is it Ed Sheeran or Rihanna?
Oh, it's not Rihanna. It's Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran is correct.
Oh,
Yep.
good. Oh, we have
Becky's
time.
going home with the mug. That was a close one.
I felt bad because that was all on me. I just blurted it out. I'm going to let y'all do the next
All good.
one.
Becky's got the mug.
Okay, what are we playing for?
Next up, you are playing for a Read with Jenna and Friends swag bag. That
Okay,
gets even
great.
bigger. Let's get our 8 names on the board. This time, your category is celebrity wines. So 5 of these really are celebrity
I know Mary J. Blige has it. They've all come on the show, guys. They've all come on the show.
Okay.
We know
Take the
Mary
lead.
J. Sun Goddess is delicious.
Sun Goddess is correct, and it is delicious.
Brandy Carlisle has a wine.
Yes, she does. XOBC.
She's crushing
Let's
this.
go. Yeah, let's go.
Just go ahead.
Okay, but Hampton Water's real.
Yes, and it is owned by John Bon Jovi. That's correct.
That's not Jennifer Lopez's name. I don't think that's the name. She does have one, but is that the name?
I think it is. I think it's hers.
Sounds real.
But does Dave Matthews have one? Jennifer Lopez, yes.
Jennifer Lopez is incorrect.
Yeah, she has one, but that's not the name.
Why would they trick us like that? Okay, we know that Tom Hanks.
Dreaming Tree is a great name for this.
Okay, go ahead.
That's a great name.
Dreaming Tree. Dave Matthews.
That is correct.
Do we have one more?
One more correct
Okay, we
answer.
know that Tom Hanks doesn't have one. Do we think Snoop Dogg does?
I feel like Snoop would.
I like Rob Merlot. I like Rob.
Because I feel like Snoop.
Rob Merlot?
Okay,
I mean, that's a great name.
Let's try it.
It's a great name, but it's incorrect.
Oh no!
We're right where we were last round.
So then it has to be Snoop. Tom Hanks does not have a wine, does he?
I don't know.
Okay.
This is Snoop.
Snoop.
Snoop is correct.
Okay.
Some close calls for Becky.
God, these are hard.
Becky, is your heart racing like my heart's racing? Okay.
I thought that was right 19 times.
So, one last round, biggest prize. We've got 2 tickets to Jay's
Amazing.
show. In honor of that and the Tonys last night, let's get our 8 names on the board. These are jukebox musicals. So 5 of these really are jukebox musicals, which are musicals that have music from a popular band.
Oh,
it's
we
not
know
original
Mamma
music.
Mia. We know Mamma Mia.
Mamma Mia is
and
correct.
Hell's Kitchen.
Hell's Kitchen, also correct. That's 2.
Jagged Little Pill.
Yep, you got it. Correct. Just need 2 more.
All Shook Up, Elvis Presley.
On the road, yeah.
Just in Time, Bobby
Gravity.
Darin. Christina Aguilera does not have one. I don't think. John Mayer does not. Right? Does John Mayer have one?
I don't think so.
I think.
All Shook Up then?
Is that a final answer?
You want to try it?
All Shook Up?
All Shook Up is correct. Yep, 2000.
And then music. Would it be Willie Nelson?
Just need 1 more correct answer.
Right?
He ain't had one.
Wait, isn't it Just in Time?
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Should we try it?
Try it.
That
Just
does
in
sound
time.
familiar
Just in
because it was at the
time.
Tonys last night. And Becky's going home with
Just in
tickets.
the Tonys last night.
It's on my list to see while I'm here.
Becky, I'm going to entertain you.
Becky's going home with all 3 of our prizes.
Amazing. Thank you. That was a lot of pressure. Thank you, Journey. You guys catch Journey and Smoke. It streams on Apple TV Plus beginning on June 27th.
That's right. And up next, a Texas father who's made it his mission to help other dads find community and connection after this.
Thank you, Journey.
Yay!
You were diagnosed.
You can find it on AutoTrader, even my TV detective car. Just put your info in the Kelley Blue Book My Wallet, browse personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area, then start and finish the deal online. Case closed.
Travel can make you smell kind of funky, but aluminum-free Secret Whole Body Deodorant gives me 72-hour whole body freshness. For long layovers, surprise gate changes, and heavy luggage. And it's totally middle seat approved.
On a plane.
Secret, no sweat.
Resolve. Your pet knows if a mess is really gone. If not, they may remark the spot. Resolve gets rid of pet messes better than the leading competitor, destroying stains, neutralizing odors, and preventing remarking. Love the love, resolve the mess.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar.
because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
Find styles that feel more you than ever, without compromise. Max what makes you, you.
Look, we're great with teeth. We're toothbrushes.
But we're not the best with tongues, cheeks, and everything in between.
We need backup. The clinically proven essential oils in Listerine clean every surface of your mouth.
For whole mouth health, Listerine. Wash your mouth.
Good morning. Start with the goodness of Cheerios. And try Cheerios Protein.
Shake up your shower with a fragrance for every feeling. This Dove freshens you up. This Dove winds you down. This Dove leaves you glowing. And this Dove keeps you going. So whatever care you care about, there's a Dove for everybody.
Legacy isn't handed down.
That's nightly news.
It's carried forward.
Tom Yamas is there to start us off tonight.
As the world changes, we look for what endures.
Here, near the front lines.
Here in Ashkelon, where a rocket hit this building.
We look for a constant.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
And from one era to the next, trust is the anchor.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Evenings on NBC.
With Father's Day less than a week away, we want to tell you about an organization on a mission to celebrate fatherhood.
It was started by a Texas dad who wanted to help other dads connect during the pandemic. You'll meet him in a moment, but first, take a look at his story.
My name is Kevin Barnett. I'm a father of 2 beautiful children. You gotta look both ways. A husband, a son, and the CEO and founder of Cool Dad.
Cool Dad is a Houston-based nonprofit that provides community, connection, and conversations amongst fathers.
You do not have to be cool to be a cool dad, right? What Cool Dad is a way of life.
The older I get, the less cool I become. But yeah, I do consider myself a cool dad.
It's cool, but you don't have to be swanky. Like you can show up in your dad shoes, your dad shorts.
For me personally, Cool Dad makes me a good dad.
Kevin grew up in a single-parent household in New York City.
I didn't have a model person in the home, but I had community of men and people that decided to say, no, we're gonna pour into this young man.
And in 2012, he moved to Houston and met his wife, Lacey.
When my daughter Knox Jean Barnett was born, the awakening of my life happened. And I realized at that moment, I have a real mission to be a provider, a mentor. That milestone was the most beautiful moment in my life.
Early on, Kevin discovered the challenges that can come along with being a dad.
I wasn't present. What my wife and my daughter needed, they needed daddy. And who I was trying to be was what society told me I needed to be. I had this misconception of being a man, and it was to be the guy that has all the answers, not to show emotion.
In 2020, COVID and civil unrest motivated the community leader to organize a Zoom call with other dads.
I had a lot of mixed emotions going on. The other fathers were out there, you know, feeling the same way I felt, made me feel seen. Those Zoom conversations led to the birth of Cool Dad.
Today, Cool Dad has hundreds of members in 5 cities, hosting various events for experienced dads, new dads, and dads-to-be.
We do a 30-day holiday gift drive. We also do free family portraits. We also do our Sunday suppers. Some dads that don't know how to cook. The most important program that we do is Cool Tips. We're going through the heavy conversations of our mental state, our financial state, our legacy building.
They have helped me to become a better father, a better husband.
The biggest thing that I've taken away from it is just a general pride in parenthood and fatherhood.
Let's join hands. We're creating now the new standard, right? That fathers need to be emotional. It's okay to be vulnerable. And quite frankly, it's okay not to know what your next step is. So I just want to toast to y'all, to cool dads, to fatherhood, to the family. Thank you.
And we're so happy because Kevin Burnett is here with us. Kevin, this is so amazing. You started Cool Dad for connection, but really it also changed the way you are as a dad. Like you were saying, you felt like society's expectations of who you should be is actually really different than who you are and what your family needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. The transformation started with me.
Yeah.
I became more understanding to understand my own self through fatherhood.
Yes.
And that way I can be more present for the ones that I love the most, right? My family. And I'm forever grateful for that, to be honest.
I love that.
You know, I'm interested, what do you find after doing all these Zooms and now getting people in person? What is your message to other dads who may be struggling with similar things?
Yeah, I mean, the number one message is to lead with your vulnerability. We don't get to say that out loud. And as fathers, as men, it's important to understand, you know, we are the walking examples that we want our children to model off of. But if we're not showing our whole self, how can they really truly be their true selves?
Yeah, and there's something about like that stigma of like being tough as a man. I mean, even I have a 6-year-old little boy, and I know like sometimes I can tell he's embarrassed when he cries, and I want to be like, it's okay to feel sad.
Yeah, you
it's
embrace
okay.
it. Embrace it and love on it.
Yeah.
It's important to do that.
I think this conversation around fatherhood is incredible. What you've started is remarkable. And we have a little surprise for you.
Really?
Yes. The folks at HEB, which is an institution in Texas, heard about the incredible work that you do every single day. They want to support your mission to empower fathers. So they're donating, here we go, a $10,000 check to Cool Dad to help you to continue to grow your organization. I know you want to grow. You're in 5 cities now, and your hope is to be in 10 by the end of 2026.
Yeah.
This is important, man.
That's honestly, shout out to HEB. I mean, HEB. For us to get to that goal, we're going to need philanthropic dollars, but we're going to need those corporate partners who really get behind this brand. My biggest goal is that I want to be the #1, you know, fatherhood resource in the world.
How cool is that? Well, happy Father's Day to you.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day to you too.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And up next, are you buying a car and going on vacation?
I would love to. Financial expert Vivian Tu has some smart tips to help you afford bigger purchases right after this.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
I've always been an active person. Yoga is a big part of who I am. I love how it makes me feel. But not long ago, I felt I had to hang up this old yoga mat. You see, I have symptomatic obstructive HCM, which left me so short of breath. I felt like a bystander in my own life. So I talked to my cardiologist, and he prescribed Camzyos. He said it works by targeting what's causing my obstructive HCM.
Camzyos is used to treat adults with symptomatic obstructive HCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with a serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help if you have new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking Camzyos, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy.
With Camzyos reducing my symptoms, I've gone from sitting on the sidelines to being back in the game. My name is Stephanie, and this is my Camzyos moment. Call your cardiologist today and see if a Camzyos moment may be in your future too.
Jen loved her Gain flings. Then Brad showed up with Gain rinse and beads. When they mixed their scents, they discovered they were scent mates. Smells like it's gonna last. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Keep that shower fresh feeling all day with Dove Antiperspirant. 72-hour sweat and odor protection, powered by ProCeramide technology. Visibly healthier, smoother skin for arm-raising confidence. Dove 72-hour protection, underarm skincare.
When was the last time you took a break? Sad desk lunches don't revitalize us. We all deserve a moment to recharge and revitalize ourselves.
Tea break!
Let's make tea breaks happen! It's time for a tea break. It's time for a Pure Leaf.
Did you know your brain has 3 dimensions of memory? Working, short term, and long-term. That's why we created new Nariva Memory 3D. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva's revolutionary formula has clinically tested ingredients that support 3 dimensions of memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. When you need to remember, remember Nariva.
Tonight, Jimmy has Robert De Niro, Weird Al Yankovic, and Arcade Fire. Newfoundland.
Plus, we're chatting with your SNL favorites like Bowen Yang, Ego Nwodim, and more. That's today at 11:30 on California Live.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
What matters most to you is what makes your life meaningful. At Ultimed, we get that. We make your health our priority so you can focus on enjoying those treasured moments. With comprehensive health services under one roof, you can get your lab work done, take your kids to the pediatrician, and pick up dad's prescriptions all in one visit, giving you more time to do what you love. Grow healthy at any age with Ultimed.
Waba Grill is an LA original, so we've got to keep it real. Enjoy $5 happy hour weekdays after 3 p.m. with our 5-piece pork veggie dumplings and a value-sized premium or beverage drink. Waba Grill, keeping it real for you.
Monday, Mark Hamill. Your kids, do they think you're cool? I just pictured you going in like at homework time with a lightsaber. Plus, in the Phoenician scheme, Mia Threppleton.
Today at 2 on NBC4.
All right, a lot of people are worried about their finances these days. So if you're planning a vacation or maybe a home improvement, but you aren't sure if you can afford it, we've got some help.
That's right. Vivian Tu is a businesswoman, a financial expert, a New York Times best-selling author. Hey, Vivian.
Hi, Vivian. How are you?
Great.
Okay, so I think there's a lot of uncertainty in the world. People are fearful and wondering, can I afford things that maybe a year ago they thought they could? So let's talk about budgeting first.
Yeah.
If you're not into financial planning, you have a strategy for us.
Yeah, I am definitely someone who does not like to sit down with all of my bank statements and feel like I have to go through the labor of it. So I use a quick, finger to the wind budgeting strategy. It's called the 50-30-20 method.
Okay.
50% of your after-tax take-home pay goes towards needs, so groceries, utilities. 30% goes towards wants, getting a drink with a friend, getting your nails done, and 20% goes towards today you, taking care of future you, so saving, debt pay down, and investing.
But in uncertain times, do you ever switch that up, and maybe do a little less for wants, or can you ever play with that model?
Yes, absolutely. 50-30-20 is just the jump-off point. The hope is that over time, as you make more money, as your investments start to earn you bigger returns, you're going to be able to put more money towards that 20 category and spend less on the 50 and 30.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so let's talk home renovations. Given the current economic climate, is now a good time to start?
Yeah, is it a good time to start? It really depends on what you are spending on. I will say if you are going to spend on renovations of your bathroom or your kitchen, those are the areas where you're most likely to actually see that return on investment when you go to sell. But if it's just something that you want to buy extra furniture or you want to redo a living room or something like that, it may be prudent to hold off just to see where things kind of shake out. But I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Things are going to cost more right now.
Right.
And maybe more in a year.
Yeah.
If we're talking about tariffs and such.
Yeah.
So, some people may feel like they need to do it now before some of those have really kicked in.
Yeah, and a way around that, you talk about high yield savings accounts. I know nothing about savings accounts.
Yes.
But how do they work?
Yeah, so I'm willing to bet that you got a bank account kind of similar to how I did. Either your parents took you to their bank or you got one in college. And traditional brick and mortar bank accounts usually only offer somewhere around 0.42% in interest every year.
Okay.
So if you have $8,000 in your savings account, at the end of the year, you would have $33 in interest. However, with high yield savings account rates right now, online banks oftentimes can offer closer to 4%
Wow.
interest. So at the end of the year, that same $8,000 would have earned you $320. And as you can see, that'll ratchet up
So
with
should
more
you
money.
just call your bank and say, hey, I'm interested in the high, like how do you transition from what you currently have to what you want?
You would have to actually go find a bank that's offering a high yield savings account. These are typically online. And then you can just execute a transfer from your current bank to your new one. But my motto is, why earn less when you can earn more?
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about buying a car. There are a lot of talks about the price of cars, how they could go up, et cetera. What's your advice?
Yeah, they likely are. Foreign-made cars and foreign parts are going to create an increase in price for a lot of these cars. But there are still good deals to be had. A lot of us know if you're buying a new car, as soon as you pull it off the lot, that car is going to decrease by 10% in value. So if you're looking for the best bang for your buck, look for a gently used car, 3 to 5 years used, and that's where we're going to see the depreciation on that car really kind of plateau. So you're going to get the best value for the car.
Okay, that's
now, despite the financial uncertainty that of the times, people still want to travel. People want to be outside.
We
they want to go
vacations.
places. We want sun and beaches and family. What are some ways to pay for a vacation?
Well, I would say, first and foremost, create a sinking fund, because it really hurts your wallet to pull $2,000 out of your bank account all at once. But what a sinking fund does is essentially you create a fund and you put a little bit of money into that pot every single week. So $20, $50. And instead of trying to pull thousands out at once, you've now literally set aside money for that sole purpose of going on vacation. Furthermore, you can actually tap into credit card rewards and points. These are so incredible, especially with introductory offers. You could get 100,000 miles or 100,000 points if you spend X amount of dollars within the first 3 to 6 months. So if you're going to be spending responsibly and paying that credit card bill off on time, in full, every single month, this is a great way to pay for that vacation while you're at it.
And also sign up for all the loyalty programs, right? I've just booked a lot of flights with miles.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Vivian. And you can find financial advice. Check out Vivian's podcast, Net Worth and Chill with your rich BFF, wherever you get your podcast.
I like that. Let's chill. We'll be back right after this.
It's such a good title. Net Worth.
It's How to Train Your Dragon on American Ninja Warrior. My goodness.
Definitely a night to remember.
NBC's Ninja Warrior tonight, and How to Train Your Dragon only in theaters June 13th.
Now only on NBC4. Our cameras are there.
Got hit, you can see there.
The National Guard, now on the streets of Los Angeles.
Federal agents taking a lot of people into custody.
We've seen several explosions.
What this means for your neighborhood and what happens next. Continuing coverage only on NBC4.
Jerome's is celebrating 4th of July with this Sealy Posturepedic Special Factory Buy. For a limited time, get Sealy's precision fit coils for proper targeted support at Jerry's price. Say goodbye to aches and pains and get this queen mattress with a head and foot adjustable base for only $7.99. That's right, a premium Sealy mattress and an adjustable base for just $7.99. And furnish your entire home with up to 60 months no interest financing. Hurry to Jerome's for big 4th of July mattress savings.
Jerome's.
Expert who specializes in flooring right in your home. We work with you to understand your specific needs and recommend an ideal solution for your home. Right now, get up to 40% off, no interest for 24 months, and no money down. That's right, up to 40% off, no interest, and no money down. Call or visit EmpireToday.com.
800-588-2300 Today.
Welcome to Ono Hawaiian Barbecue.
An Ono Ohana meal, please.
And an Ono Keiki meal for my new friend.
Say aloha to the delicious taste of Ono Hawaiian Barbecue with fresh, made-to-order food that'll have your whole ohana saying, everyone is welcome at Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. Disney's Lilo and Stitch, now playing only in theaters. Rated PG.
Jay, you're the best for co-hosting. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Tomorrow, you guys, Willie Geist is my co-host. Also, Nick Kroll and Andrew Reynolds will be here. They're going to tell us about their new movie.
Plus, actress Bryce Dallas Howard and Paige DeSorbo. Stop
You
by.
guys come see Jay in the theater.
That's right.
When are you there, Phil?
Opening June 24th at the
June
Lucille Hotel,
24th.
Duke and Roya. Come see us.
Let's go. I'm coming. Bye, everybody. It's an all-new week of Jenna and Friends with my guest co-hosts Jay Ellis, Willie Geist, Henry Winkler, and Andy Cohen. Plus, we'll catch up with actress Journey Smollett. And from the new movie, Deep Cover, Bryce Dallas Howard. That's all this week on Jenna and Friends.
Chefs, we've been going too easy on you. We have a twist.
I don't thrive in that kind of environment. Mother.
You have to know when to pivot. What are you doing?
Houston, we have a problem.
Yes, Chef, tonight on NBC and Peacock.
A great audition is all about.
What is happening?
AGT, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Are you ready to meet some new players? Play nice, you turkeys.
That's the Bachelor guy. What show are you on?
Love Island. You know where we at?
Destination X, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
As a journalist, I always raise my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story. For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas. And that's what we do every night.
Immigration raids and President Trump sending in the National Guard, defying the state's wishes. Today, we're tracking the fallout from the streets of LA to the political battle brewing with the White House. Meantime, LA schools promise to protect students and families. We're live with the district's plan days before graduation and the start of summer break. Steph.
We have June gloom to start up the day, clouds and fog, sunshine this afternoon. The forecast at 11.
This is how we do it.
This June, Saboba Casino Resort brings you a weekend with two R&B legends. Starting on Friday, June 20th, with the one and only Montel Jordan, CD artist behind the iconic single, This Is How We Do It. Then on Saturday, June 21st, don't miss John B., performing smooth hits like Someone to Love. Get your tickets at Saboba.com for Montel Jordan and John B. Saboba Casino Resort.
Hey, I just got a text from my sister. You remember Rick, her neighbor?
Sure. He's the 76-year-old guy who still runs marathons, right?
Sadly, not anymore.
Wow. So sudden. We're not about to have the we need life insurance conversation again, are we?
No, we're having the we're getting coverage so we don't have to worry about it conversation.
So you're calling about the $9.95 a month plan from Colonial Penn?
I am. We put it off long enough. We are getting that $9.95 plan today.
Is it time for you to call about the $9.95 plan? I'm Jonathan from Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. Sometimes we just need a reminder not to take today for granted. If you're age 50 to 85, you can get guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance starting at just $9.95 a month. There are no health questions, so you can't be turned down for any health reason. The $9.95 plan is Colonial Penn's #1 most popular whole life plan. Options start at just $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate can never go up. It's locked in for life. Call today for free information. And you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. So call now.
Call 1-800-523-9696 for free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-523-9696. 1-800-523-9696. Call now.
Hello, Colonial Penn?
NBC4 News at 11 a.m. starts with breaking news.
Right now at 11, it's day 4 of immigration protests, rallies, and calls for justice. Crews are cleaning up in downtown LA after large crowds of protesters and violent agitators left behind a trail of damage. And now Southern California braces for what happens next. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Annabelle Sedano.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. State and local leaders continue to call for peace after days of unrest. Yesterday alone, the LAPD says 42 people were arrested. Demonstrations that started off peacefully turned violent, leading to widespread damage and clashes between protesters and law enforcement. President Trump deployed the National Guard over the weekend, which Governor Newsom and others are calling a deliberate move to cause chaos.
I mean, you're seeing these authoritarian
tendencies now are being acted out by this administration, and we're case in point as it relates to nationalizing, federalizing the National Guard, threatening now to put in Marines. But Donald Trump needs to pull back. He needs to stand down. Donald Trump is inflaming these conditions. This is Donald Trump's problem right now, and if he can't solve it, we will.
About an hour ago, the president criticized Newsom's response and talked about who he believes is behind this weekend's violence.
I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail. Thank you.
Governor Newsom says the state will sue the Trump administration, claiming the president illegally federalized the National Guard. We have live team coverage as Angelenos go back to work and school, while the immigration raids and backlash are expected to continue. Let's begin with NBC4's Brittany Hope. She's live in downtown LA, where the cleanup is underway. Brittany.
Hi, Annabelle. Yeah, first, I want to be specific about exactly where we are. We're at the corner of Temple and Alameda, right next to the LA VA clinic. Now, since the overnight hours, and you can see that line behind me, law enforcement from across our region has been stationed here with riot gear, helmets, batons, and now they're also joined by city sanitation workers and trucks who are trying to clean up the mess that was left behind. Now, it's been quiet this morning, at least in this part of downtown, but Mayor Karen Bass is speaking out against those who became violent this weekend.
The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property, and that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully.
In an effort to keep the peace, there are police officers and sheriff's deputies along most streets in the area, especially around the Edward Roybal Federal Building and U.S. Courthouse, the VA, and the Los Angeles Mall. Much of those buildings are now covered in spray paint and graffiti with messages against ICE, President Trump, and the LAPD. LAPD does say 42 people were arrested on Sunday, between them, the CHP, and the LA County Sheriff's Office, for a range of charges from failure to disperse to looting, arson, and attempted murder. LA Police Chief Jim McDonnell explained what his officers experienced when what started as a peaceful protest became violent last night.
We had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people.
And now this morning in downtown LA, the focus really is that cleanup, but also protecting the multiple federal buildings that are here in this area. You know, since I got here, I've been kind of doing a walk around just to see. There's a lot of profanity, certainly on the buildings, but also when you look on the ground, this is why some of that cleanup is happening. I'm just going to reach down. There's been a lot of these that we've seen. It's black powder foam. So this is a lot of time what is released by law enforcement to create that smoke. So a lot of trash left over here, not just by protesters, but also by law enforcement in those clashes that became side by side last night and into the overnight hours. But again, at this point, exactly where we are, it's been quiet as of now. Reporting in downtown, Brittany Hope, NBC4 News.
All right, and Brittany, for months now, LA's superintendent has vowed to protect students from immigration enforcement on campus. And this morning, he doubled down on that promise as staff and students within the district get ready for the last day of school tomorrow. NBC4's Lauren Coronado live in front of district headquarters now with the very latest for us. Lauren, good morning.
Michael, hi there. Between today and tomorrow, there are about 100 graduation ceremonies across LAUSD. The superintendent says that they will have perimeters outside each of those venues to try and protect their students and their families.
I've spoken with parents who've told me that their daughter would be the first in their family to graduate high school. And they're not going to be there to witness it because they have a fear of the place of graduation being targeted. Many of us here
are immigrants or children of immigrants. We would be hypocrites if we took a step backwards from the position of protecting those who today face what our parents or ourselves faced years ago.
Now, as I go through this report, I want to note the numbers on your screen for LAUSD families and staff looking for support, including free legal support if needed. Now, Superintendent Carvalho has been very vocal about immigration and protecting students. He says security-like perimeters are set up at every graduation and ceremony site. He didn't go into detail beyond additional school police officers being at these venues. He says not to compromise their security plan, but he says these events, school sites, school bus stops, buses themselves, they're all protected by the district. In addition, he says parents will be able to stay at any of the venues where any of these ceremonies are happening until they feel safe enough to leave. He also talked about the importance of going to summer school, promising more schools offering summer school programs to limit travel for students and parents, plus online options as well. He also advised against school walkouts, really reiterating the fact that there will be more school officers at each school site. And he also said that that is a safe place. Any of these district locations will be safe for students because they will be having more of those school police officers on site as well. Of course, this is something that we will be monitoring throughout the day, and as summer school, of course, begins next week as well. Reporting live in downtown LA, I'm Lauren Coronado, NBC4 News.
Good to know, Lauren. Thank you very much for that. Meantime, today, families met to demand answers and legal action after their loved ones were detained in recent immigration enforcement operations. NBC4's Lolita Lopez joins us live from downtown LA with their message. Good morning, Lolita.
Good morning, Annabelle. An emotional 1 hour plus of testimony and recounts from folks who say they cannot get in contact with their loved ones who were taken in those immigration raids that began on Friday. We are outside the Ambiance Clothing Manufacturing Warehouse. This is where one of those raids happened, as well as the store that was in the Fashion District. Let's take you to some of the video as people were here with signs, holding signs with the pictures of their loved ones. These are fathers and sons. These are mothers and sisters and aunts. And really what the folks are saying here is that they want to be able to reach out to talk to their loved ones. And right now they're getting absolutely no information about what is going on with them at this point. Here right now from a young lady who is telling us about the void that is now felt because her father, Jorge Luis, is no longer at home with them.
A bit empty because there's space missing in our home.
How many of you are in the family?
I have 3 younger brothers. Yes.
What worries you most knowing that your dad is not here for them?
I'd say their emotional state because just like me, they're very attached to my father.
And we should note that she said that her father was detained from the Ambiance store that was on downtown in the Fashion District. The warehouse here where we are standing on Santa Fe Avenue, also part of the raid on Friday. At that time, there were 44 administrative arrests, according to ICE, that had taken place. And again, folks here are saying that they just want to be able to contact their loved ones. Some of them have attorneys. They want to be part of the due process that is afforded to them as they're being held. We'll have much more this afternoon on this story. But for now, we're live downtown. Lolita Lopez, NBC4 News.
Oh, well, the president of SEIU California is scheduled to be in federal court later today. David Huerta was detained during that ICE raid in downtown Los Angeles on Friday. The union says Huerta was also injured and pepper sprayed during the federal operation. Now, he is charged with felony conspiracy to impede an officer. National civil rights leaders are planning to rally with hundreds in protest demanding the release of Huerta and an end to the raids.
Stay with NBC4 throughout the day for the ongoing ICE protests and unrest in and around LA. We have continued coverage with a special section dedicated to immigration right now on our website, NBCLA.com or the NBCLA app.
And we have more breaking news here this morning. An Orange County judge has just sentenced former Orange County supervisor, Andrew Doe, to 5 years in federal prison, which is the maximum sentence prosecutors are pushing for. Back in October, Doe resigned from the Board of Supervisors and pleaded guilty to a federal bribery conspiracy charge. He admitted to accepting more than $500,000 in bribes in exchange for funneling millions of dollars of COVID relief money to a charity linked to his daughter.
All right, coming up next here at 11, California's Attorney General is about to respond to the president sending National Guard troops into L.A. We'll keep you posted.
Good morning. I'm Annette Arriola in downtown L.A. with a look at the damage in the aftermath following a weekend long full of protests. We'll have that coming up. Checking out this live picture of Long Beach, we're starting up the day with clouds and fog, eventually breaking for some sun and temperatures a little bit warmer. Stay tuned. We'll have your first alert forecast coming up next.
We are Sellers Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
Sellers Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
With no agent fees, no hassles, and no repairs, selling your house doesn't have to be overwhelming.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
David trusts Prevagen for his brain, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good for me. Makes my day.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
I got hurt in a car accident, and some pushy insurance guy wants me to sign some papers. I said, stop, and I called the Law Brothers.
After your car accident, stop, think.
Don't say anything and don't sign anything until you talk to us first.
I didn't sign anything from the insurance company. I called the Law Brothers, and they got me $1.25 million.
Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call 1-800-222-2222.
What up, Dodger fam? Today I'm unboxing my bobblehead. Let's see what we got. That's a bad man right there. Delivery looks smooth, cleats all white. I don't have those, but they fire. You should definitely get you one, maybe two. I think you might need two. If you get three, talk to me. The only thing that I don't like is nothing, that you don't have it yet. That's what I don't like.
Join us at Dodger Stadium on June 16th for Blake Snell Bobblehead Night, presented by 76.
They are big, strong, accommodating. Same with Aladdin. By treating people right 24/7, Aladdin became the biggest in bail. Aladdin Bail Bonds. Bigger because we're better.
GIA Diamonds, lowest prices ever. The Jewelry Exchange has natural 1-carat GIAs just $19.90. Custom mounts are just $4.99. Carat 50, $29.90. 2-carat, $59.90. Thousands of diamonds guaranteed the lowest price. The Jewelry Exchange, Tustin.
We are Sellers Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
We have revolutionized the home selling process, offering solutions for every situation.
No hassles, no fees or commissions, and no repairs. Leave what you want, and we take care of the rest.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
It's quiet in downtown LA this morning after protesters filled the streets this weekend. But you see it there. A lot of damage was left behind, including burned cars and graffiti. NBC4's Annette Arriola continues our coverage and is monitoring the cleanup efforts.
Hey there, good morning. Yeah, we started driving around the downtown area at about 3 o'clock this morning and trying to see exactly the extent of the damage that has been left behind from these protests. And you probably saw these images yesterday of some Waymo cars going up in flames. Well, this is what's left of them. A total of 5 vehicles completely burned to the ground here along Los Angeles Street, very close to the 101 freeway. Many of the buildings around downtown have also been vandalized, tagged with graffiti. Now, earlier today, we spotted a crew boarding up windows at a T-Mobile store along Broadway and 3rd Street. That store was also looted. Workers were sweeping up all of that shattered glass. And just as we were going off air yesterday at 11 p.m., LAPD officers were responding to reports of looting at the intersection of 8th and Broadway. That's an Adidas store. And when they arrived on scene, they spotted a person inside the store and were able to recover some stolen merchandise. Now, coming back out here, you can see, again, these cars are still out here. Of course, the cleanup is still scheduled to begin at some point today because the streets out here are littered with debris. We'll send it back to you.
We have new video this morning of an Australian reporter shot with a rubber bullet during a live report in downtown LA. You saw it there. You can see the police officer firing in Lauren Thomas's direction during yesterday's protest. 9 Network released a statement after the incident saying Tomasi and her camera operator are safe and will continue their essential work covering these events.
I want to give you a live look right now over at LAX, where demonstrators gathered this morning to protest the new restrictions that come with President Trump's travel ban, which is now in effect.
Justice for all! No ban, no wall. Justice for all!
Demonstrators include immigration, Muslim, and South Asian advocacy groups. Now, the new travel ban and its restrictions apply primarily to citizens from 12 African and Middle Eastern countries. Now, among the countries where travelers will be completely banned in the U.S., we're talking about Haiti, Iran, Libya, and Somalia. A partial travel ban will affect 7 countries, including Cuba and Venezuela. The White House cites foreign policy, national security, and counterterrorism objectives as the reasons for its new ban.
And today is the deadline the Department of Justice sets for California schools to pledge they won't allow transgender athletes to compete in female sports. It comes after a transgender athlete took home gold in the girls' high jump and triple jump at the CIF State Track and Field Championships. The DOJ argued that allowing male-born students to participate in female sports violates federal law. And if school districts don't make changes by today, legal action will be taken.
Well, police say the person accused of killing 2 people on the Las Vegas Strip has turned himself in. That shooting appeared to have been captured during a live stream last night. And we got to warn you, the video is disturbing. You will see the suspected gunman approach someone and pull out a gun. And we stop the video as he begins to shoot. This was near the Bellagio fountain just before 11 p.m. Officers on patrol heard the shooting and ran in the direction of the gunfire. They found 2 victims on the sidewalk. Both were pronounced dead at the scene. Police are calling this an isolated case.
All right, guys, and closer to home, you see it there, all that fog, and it's just so gloomy out in Long Beach this morning. Want to check in with our meteorologist, Stephanie Omo. She's tracking the conditions for us.
Yes, it's that time of the year. We're talking about June gloom. We start up the mornings with low clouds and fog and then lifting for some sun. Unfortunately, this is a picture of downtown LA where we're looking at here again the foggy conditions lingering, reduced visibility across the area, especially areas closer to the coast as we continue. So satellite and radar. So once again, started up with the clouds and fog around the valleys, but now we're beginning to see that clear up little by little, but still hanging out tight around the basin, around the coastline here, even stretching up into Ventura County as we continue. But temperatures right now, we're currently in the low 70s in San Bernardino, 69 in Ontario, 67 for you in West Covina, 75 in Santa Clarita. Over in LAX, temperatures at 65 for you as well. 64 in Long Beach, and temperatures in the area of Oxnard currently in the lower 60s, and eventually seeing a little bit more warming as we approach the afternoon hours with the clouds clearing and eventually seeing some sun. But for the city of Chino right now, temperatures for you at 72, and then as we continue through the afternoon around 3 p.m. we're talking about temperatures warming into the low 80s. We'll keep it that way until 5, and then starts to come down as we continue throughout the evening hours, eventually back down into the mid-60s later on tonight. So going over a couple of weather headlines for you. We do have the same weather pattern continuing. Morning clouds and fog as we head into the next couple of days, and then gradual clearing. Temperatures along the coast in the 70s, so nice and comfortable. And then temperatures a little bit further inland, and we're talking about the valleys around the Inland Empire in the 80s and 90s, especially as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday, and then temperatures slightly cool before we warm back up as we head into your Father's Day Sunday. But high temperatures for later on this afternoon. It'll be warming into the upper 80s, low 90s. Hemet, Lake Elsinore, San Bernardino at 90. 97 in Victorville, 100 expected later on this afternoon for you in Lancaster, upper 80s in Van Nuys, 80 degrees for you in downtown LA. But let's go over the futurecast. As I mentioned, the weather pattern will sort of remain the same as we continue into the next couple of days, starting up with the morning clouds and fog, and then as we head throughout the afternoon hours, eventually looking at sun. Again, this will be for Tuesday and Wednesday here the next couple of days. So for the basin, temperatures here will gradually warm and then eventually come down just a little bit, but we're talking about a degree or two. We're keeping it dry, plenty of sun for the coast. Foggy conditions as well as we head into the next couple of mornings, and then some sunshine for the valleys. Temperatures here eventually warming into the mid-80s Tuesday into Wednesday, then coming down little by little, about a degree or two as we head toward the latter part of the work week, and then warming back up as we head into Saturday and Sunday. And same story goes for the Inland Empire. In fact, for the IE, temperatures will be a little bit warmer for you. High desert, plenty of sun, triple-digit heat back down into the 90s by Wednesday. We'll keep those temperatures at 110 plus. For the low deserts, it's going to be pretty hot for you. And for the mountains, sunny skies, temperatures the next couple of days in the 80s. That was your forecast. Back to you, Michael.
All right, Steph, appreciate it. Thank you. Well, breaking news here this morning. California Attorney General Rob Bonta just announced the state is filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration for federalizing the National Guard this weekend.
What we saw yesterday happened after the president's unnecessary, counterproductive, and, most importantly, unlawful order.
Bonta accuses President Trump of infringing on Governor Newsom's authority. Bonta says it also takes resources away from the National Guard during the critical wildfire season. All right, next here at 11, a Hollywood breakup, the split that could impact how we all stream.
Why do you watch Today in LA?
Because you make us feel like we're at home.
There's just something special about that team.
It's energetic, it's relative, it's local.
Upbeat and respectful, classy.
I get my weather, my traffic, my breaking news, everything is there ready to go.
Love your coverage.
It's like a one-stop shop to find out what I need for the day.
The weather especially.
It's very accurate.
I trust them for the weather accuracy and the traffic.
You guys keep us up to date on everything. You guys give us the best news.
We watch it every single day.
Today in LA.
At Stater Brothers Markets, we're committed to providing fresh, affordable groceries and friendly faces with quality choices at a competitive, honest value you can trust. We're proud to offer convenient and affordable options each time you shop. Stater Brothers Markets, fresh, affordable, community first.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We'll give you a cash offer for your house today. Sell your house the easy way with no commissions, no fees, no repairs. For free, no obligation cash offer. Go to MyHomeSold.com.
What do sadness, loneliness, or grief look like? Truth is, we can't always know. Take no one for granted. Starting with yourself. Connect and support each other to thrive. Well-being starts here. The Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health is committed to your healing, well-being, and to help you reach your full potential. Take action for yourself, for your circle, for your community.
Are you ready for a global summer showdown? Sunday, June 15th at the Rose Bowl. Football legends collide at the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Paris Saint-Germain and Atletico Madrid. Achraf Hakimi and Marquinhos taking on Julian Alvarez and Antoine Griezmann. Don't miss your chance to be part of history. Grab your tickets now at FIFA.com/tickets.
Good Times Pizza Company is open for deliciousness. Morongo.
What can I do for you, young man?
My dad told me to get the ribeye, but what's your favorite pick?
The house steak and veggie kebab is my champion.
It's a good choice in the kebabs. Variety is the spice of life.
Stater Brothers Markets. Fresh, affordable, community first.
New this morning, Warner Brothers Discovery is splitting up its brands. The media giant announced it plans to separate its cable networks and streaming services. Streaming and studios will handle everything from HBO content production to developing new movies. Global Network will cover CNN, TNT Sports, and Discovery Network. The Warner split is expected to be finalized by the middle of next year. And new developments in the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni legal saga. Today, a judge threw out Baldoni's $400 million countersuit against Lively, Ryan Reynolds, and their publicist. Baldoni's $250 million defamation suit against the New York Times was also tossed. Lively is suing Baldoni for sexual harassment and retaliation during filming of It Ends With Us. He denies the allegations. The case is set for trial next year.
Actor Christian Slater will be honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in the category of television. Actress Sarah Michelle Gellar will be there as well. Today's ceremony is kicking off here at 11:30 this morning. Well, the 2025 BET Awards are happening tonight at the Peacock Theater despite the ongoing protests in and around downtown Los Angeles. Mariah Carey, Snoop Dogg, Jamie Foxx, and Kirk Franklin will be honored with the BET Ultimate Icon Award. Meanwhile, Kendrick Lamar leads this year with 10 total nominations. By the way, Kevin Hart will host. The show starts at 5.
That's going to be a fun show.
Oh, yeah, it is.
And so is California Live. Michael Brownlee.
Always
Hello.
fun. Hello.
So nice to see you. All right, well, we are going to start the week off with some laughs. We love doing that.
Yes,
we
we
caught
do.
up with some of our favorite SNL cast members, from Bowen Yang to Ego Nwodim and Chloe Fineman, while they celebrate the 50th anniversary of the legendary comedy sketch show. Then, Father's Day is this
Michael.
Sunday,
Finally.
and it's your day to shine. And if you're looking for the perfect menu to spoil your pop, well, look no further. We've got an easy grilled spread that's fit for a king. That's coming up. You can join us for all that and more coming up next on California Live. What are your plans, Michael?
I don't know.
Nothing?
Hopefully I'll be surprised.
Zero plans, yes.
I have a
Fernie,
question.
Vinny, I mean, you guys better hook them up.
I know, that's what Vinny
Always.
says too all the time. He says, Father's Day, we end up doing all of the grilling, we end up doing all of the cooking. But
I'm
we
sorry,
do it
what
too for
about
Mother's Day. Agree, all the
feel like-
planning.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of the same.
come on.
Every day is Father's Day for my husband. Okay?
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
I'll see you here at 3.
Clashes erupt over immigration arrests. Now only on NBC4. Our cameras are there.
Got hit, you can see there.
The National Guard, now on the streets of Los Angeles.
Federal agents taking a lot of people into custody.
We've seen several explosions.
What this means for your neighborhood and what happens next. Continuing coverage only on NBC4.
You're driving and out of nowhere, boom! You're hurt in a car accident.
We've recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients. Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call 1-800-222-2222.
Some things are just better at home. Our flooring experts come to you so you can compare hundreds of samples in your home. Right now, get up to 40% off, no interest for 24 months, and no money down.
800-588-2300-EMPIRE. Today.
Hey, babe.
Hey, babe. I just got a text from my sister today. Do you remember her neighbor, Rick?
Yeah, isn't he the guy in his 70s still running marathons?
Not anymore.
What happened?
Gone, just like that.
Wow, he seemed to be in such great shape. Oh, we're not about to have the when are we getting life insurance conversation, are we?
No, we're getting that $9.95 plan today.
Sometimes we just need a reminder not to take today for granted. That's why today could be the day to call for free information about Colonial Penn's $9.95 plan.
Call for your free Colonial Penn planner with important information you need. Plus, you'll receive coverage options to fit your budget and needs, as well as a simple one-page application form. No health questions asked. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-789-9553.
If you're age 50 to 85, you can get guaranteed acceptance life insurance starting at $9.95 a month. You can't be turned down for any health reason. This is permanent coverage. Just pay your premiums for lifelong protection.
Call for your free, no-obligation Colonial Penn planner and get the information you need. You'll also receive a simple one-page application form as well as helpful ways to leave important messages for your family. Call 1-800-789-9553.
Don't put it off. Take the first easy step. Call today for free information.
I love you, but no more waiting.
Call now. 1-800-789-9553.
Today in LA with Lynette Romero and Adrian Arambulo.
Today on California Live,
We're going to be talking to some of your favorite SNL cast members, talking all about the 50th anniversary and, of course, some of their favorite moments.
then he's back. Our pal and weatherman turned comedian Fritz Coleman joins us to chat about his hilarious comedy show that's sure to bring the LOLs. Plus, love to travel but hate leaving your dog behind? Good news! We're breaking down some NorCal spots that are rolling out the welcome mat for your four-legged family members. And And let Dad take the day off this Sunday. Be your own grill master and cook up a sizzling summer feast in honor of dear old Dad. Our easy Father's Day menu is just ahead. Get ready, California Live starts now. Good morning from Universal Studios Hollywood. Welcome to California Live, your go-to guide to the best people, places, and experiences in the Golden State. I'm Jessica Vilchis. Thanks for joining us. Well, they've made us laugh for 50 seasons, from Weekend Update to Lisa from Temecula. The comedic geniuses behind beloved characters and outrageous sketches have become Saturday night staples. California Live's Amber Pfister recently caught up with some of our favorite SNL cast members as they celebrate the 50th season of the legendary sketch show. Live from LA, it's Saturday night.
I just feel a tremendous sense of accomplishment.
Good for you.
That we all worked in this collective way together.
Yep.
I think this is a very, very good ensemble, you know? Like, I think we all sort of give each other the limelight. We spread the love. That is the thing that Lorne Michaels has sort of put out into the world in this very ingenious way.
People saw you on the very last episode as Donald Trump. And then people have no idea. It takes a village to take your face off.
Yeah.
Does it hurt?
It
How
does
did you
hurt.
get out there?
It like hurts
Look,
the
they were like
next day.
scraping stuff off your face.
I was digging glue and crud out of my ears for like weeks afterward.
I love Dubai because they do buy a lot of weapons.
Try to make me look as realistic as him, even though I'm not quite the same shape and everything. There are 1,000 geniuses, craftsmen, who bring all these sketches to life, who make us look amazing, whether it's like a glam look like these ladies here tonight, or if it's like some freaky alien character, whatever we're doing, they can do it all. They do it all at lightning speed, and they deserve every single award possible.
I love that. You somehow got the audience to say a cuss word. What was going through your mind when that happened? Were you like, I'm fired, this is incredible, it's going to go viral? Like, what were you thinking?
No, you certainly, at least I certainly was not thinking it would go viral.
Right.
When it happened, I was in shock. I think you can see it on my face. And I like looked back at Colin and I was like, what just happened?
It happened, and it was wonderful. And we, watching at home, absolutely loved it.
I'm about to tear this thing up.
Lisa from Temecula.
Wine country girl.
Yes. Have you been to Temecula a ton of times? Like, where did this character come from?
Oh my goodness, I have never been to Temecula, but I went to college here in LA at USC.
That's right.
And so one of the writers, well, Lorne asked us to give the character a name that would be memorable.
Now hold up now, I'm not gonna let y'all corner my baby sister Lisa, who done came all the way from Temecula on my birthday.
Yeah. So the next day I come in, the writers who worked on it, Alex English, Gary Richardson, Michael Che, they proposed Lisa from Temecula, and I was like, what? That is so random. You're in Midtown, New York City. Where did that even come from? Yeah. I suspect it's because Gary Richardson is a fan of wine. Not a troublesome amount, but he's a fan of wine, and I have a feeling Gary has spent some time in Temecula or has curiosities about Temecula.
Let's talk about this season. Was there a favorite moment for you?
My favorite moment was when I played like Nosferatu. And, like,
Very impressive.
They gave me crazy long fingers, and when I found out that they wiggled funny, it was like the best moment of my life.
Oh yeah. Hello, Chloe. You look beautiful. How are you?
So do you.
Thank you.
You look hot.
Well, so do you. Just two hot girls. No big deal. No big deal. You've had quite the year, Chloe. You have a movie on Hulu that I cannot wait to see, Summer 69.
Yeah.
And of course, an incredible season. How do you do all of this?
I don't really sleep. I think that like the show, you just learn about adrenaline.
Yeah.
And it's a scary drug.
Yeah.
It feels really good when you're in it.
Yeah. Are you guys still all just in this weird state of electricity?
I think seeing everybody, I'm like, oh my God, your eyes are open for the first time. I think I need rest.
Well, listen, I was just going to say, you have much deserved rest coming your way. Everyone knows you're notorious for being able to keep a straight face, like you're incredible at it. Sir, do you mind moving? To watch you break and then to know it went viral, like how did that feel?
Oh my gosh, it was really neat because I guess I worked so hard on not being myself, but then to be myself and to be welcomed with open open arms and people say like, oh, we loved that. It was like, felt really nice.
Is there anyone that you hope to see next year, or even a musical guest that you feel like, oh, I would love to have that person on?
I mean, I'm always wanting athletes on SNL. So Patrick Mahomes, LeBron James, Steph Curry. Those are all,
Okay.
Those are my big three.
All right, we're going to manifest that.
Okay, thank you.
Congrats on an incredible season. Great to see you, and enjoy your time off. It's very much deserved.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
So many laughs. And still ahead on California Live, love to travel but hate leaving your dog behind? Well, you don't have to. Find out which Sonoma County spots that welcome your four-legged friends with open arms. But first, our pal Fritz Coleman has turned in his weather map for a stand-up mic. We're going to talk about his hilarious comedy show that's sure to make you LOL. That's in just 60 seconds. Stick around.
We are Seller's Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
We have revolutionized the home selling process, making it simple and worry-free.
Let us help you solve your home selling situation, whatever it is. Get a fair as-is cash offer today.
Visit SellersAdvantage.com.
It's the Disneyland Resort 70th celebration, and it's not a celebration without you. With all the sights and laughter and fun, everyone's excited. Everyone's excited. Come join this once-in-a-lifetime celebration at the happiest place on Earth, only for a limited time. Visit Disneyland.com/70 ticket offer for details.
You more for your home.
Check out our online reviews of real customers who we've helped over the years.
Call or visit SellersAdvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage.
Welcome back to California Live. If you've been an NBC viewer for a while, then you know that Fritz Coleman has been a beloved member of the NBC Los Angeles team for more than 40 years. After retiring in 2020, he turned to his other great love, comedy. You can catch one of his Sunday matinees at North Hollywood's El Portal Theater with a summer set you won't want to miss.
All those sad things a man does to look like a man a third his age, the shaved head and the spray tan and the Corvette, and all the kids get a tattoo so he gets a Chinese character on his right calf, the symbol for year of the catheter, you know.
And Fritz Coleman, the mayor of Toluca Lake, is here. Welcome back, my friend.
I love you, Jessica Vici.
I love you.
And you know that. Is your son driving yet?
I mean, pretty much in like a day. He acts like he's a teenager already. It's insane how big they've gotten. But you have had such a successful run at the El Portal. This is so incredible. Congratulations.
It's more good luck. Thank you. It's more good luck than I deserve. We're having a great time.
Such a great time. What is it? I have to know, what is it that you love most about comedy?
Well, I always like being on stage and getting the immediate laughs. I missed it in the news business because we don't have cameramen or anybody to pay attention to what you're saying anymore. So, pardon me, you would float the stuff out there and pray that somebody was reacting to it. But I just love the intimacy of working with people. And the joy of comedy in general is that if you say something that connects with somebody's personal life, then you have that connection with them. And it's a wonderful thing. When it goes well, it's fantastic. When it doesn't go well, it's a very lonely place.
Lonely, but I mean, it's still, you can't, I don't think there's ever a dry spell. It's always so funny. I love the topics that you talk about. It's very relatable. What are the subjects that you're doing right now? You got AARP. My favorite's the pill caddy.
Yeah.
But that's like multi-generational because I use a pill caddy.
Well, and you know, be prepared. People don't think it's going to happen to them, but then one day they wake up and on Sunday night they're watching Antique Roadshow on public television, and they're sitting there going, one for Monday, one for Tuesday, and it happens before.
Oh my gosh! But you need it to remember. My gosh, I can't even remember what I did yesterday. How am I going to remember if I took my pill?
That's another topic.
My vitamins, you know. I know. I'm like, I bought vitamins to get the memory going, and I'm like, did I take the vitamin today? Like, is it working?
No. The title of this show is Unassisted Living.
Mm-hmm.
And all that means is that I've reached a point where I understand how old I am and I'm trying to make sense of it.
Okay.
So this show is me talking about the common experiences of being of a certain age.
Okay.
And I think right now, stand-up comics have a great opportunity to take people out of their heads. We're in a dark world.
Yeah.
We talk about every day what separates us and not what draws us together. But aging, if you're gifted to have a long life, is a common experience. So when people walk out of there, they say, that happened to me, and thank you for putting it into words. So I think our responsibilities as comedians these days is to take people out of their heads, talk about what brings us together and not what separates us.
And I think that's what's connecting everyone together, right? Okay, so
Exactly.
you have a special promo code for the folks that haven't had a chance to see him.
Yes.
To see you at...
Pardon me. So it's the El Portal Theater. It's an iconic old theater on Lancashire Boulevard in North Hollywood. Between now and June 15th, we're having a buy one, get one free sale.
Ooh.
So if you go on and put the promo code BOGO, B-O-G-O,
Okay.
in the code box, you will buy a ticket and you'll get one free.
Love that.
The beautiful thing about this is there are no politics. There's no divisive talk. There's not anything in this thing where there are 50% that agree with you and 50% that don't agree with you.
Yeah.
And I think we're doing something very therapeutic for people of a certain age.
Oh, yeah.
And what I love about it is there's a lot of comedy content on streaming television now, but very little of it is devoted toward boomers and older. So I think we've carved out a little niche for ourselves, and we're having fun.
I love that. Well, I'm starting to get into that era.
Just stop it. Just stop
But I relate to it so well. Fritz, it is always so good to see you. Please come back
You're the
more
best.
often.
I appreciate California Live. It's
You
been
need
very
to
fair.
come back. And you can catch Fritz at North Hollywood's El Portal Theater on select Sundays all summer long. So you can get that, blood flowing and laugh. All right, coming up on California Live, it's not a true family vacation without your beloved four-legged family member. We're getting a list of pet-friendly spots that are ready to welcome everyone with open arms. We'll be right back.
My childhood was tough. I didn't grow up in a warm, supportive home, so the trauma I went through led to something called toxic stress. But it's gonna be different for my son. I'm giving him the protection he needs to defend against it by taking time to play, even on long days.
By offering extra patience, even when it's running short.
And giving him the assurance that he's safe here. Learn more at first5california.com.
Did you know that the Living Spaces Sleep Center has an exclusive line of mattresses? We work directly with our manufacturing partner to create and customize our Revive brand, ensuring excellent quality and major cost savings that we pass right along to you with unbelievable prices. From the supportive core of wrapped coils to the comfort layers and Green Guard Gold certified foam, we use only the best materials. Discover the Revive mattress difference only at the Living Spaces Sleep Center.
Your best sleep starts here.
Living Spaces.
You have something none of us have.
Audiences give How to Train Your Dragon an A.
Oh, okay. Choose the snow.
It's the cinematic ride of the summer. How to Train Your Dragon.
You ready?
In theaters Friday. Rated PG.
Welcome back to California Live. Love to travel, but hate leaving your dog behind? Well, good news. More and more destinations are rolling out the welcome mat for our four-legged family members. This morning, we're going to introduce you to the visionary women behind Marin Magazine, a female-run business celebrating 20 years of success. We sat down with them to discover some of their favorite dog-friendly places to visit in Sonoma County.
So Nikki and I have both been in publishing for over 30 years here in the Bay Area. And our third business partner likes to say it's an addicting profession, and it really is. It's so much fun to be able to write about people and places and our community. We are 270 Media, based in Sausalito, women-owned media company. One of our products, Marin Magazine, has celebrated 20 years of being in publication, which is amazing. And we've also got Local Getaways, and we have Spaces, which is a home design magazine.
Sonoma's an amazing destination to bring your dog or your cat, or probably a rabbit if you have one of those too. But it's it has the park there. It's friendly. It has activities. It has hotels that are friendly. It has wine tasting rooms that are friendly. And it's really someplace where it's the great outdoors. The weather's almost always beautiful out there, and the people are amazing with animals up there. There's a lot of opportunities to bring your dogs nowadays everywhere. One of the places that we're focusing on right now is Sonoma, but there are many other places that we recommend people take their dogs that are pet friendly and that can experience something rather than sitting in four walls and just sort of looking longingly outside.
So we have regional editors throughout California, and they are tasked with finding the best places to eat, breakfast, lunch, dinner, burgers, tacos, sushi, whatever you're craving as well. And recently, Pet Friendly came up on our searches. Yeah. So we were like, okay guys, go out with your dogs, figure out where the best places to eat and stay and the places that you can just kind of hang out. Right. So one article in particular, Matt Poole, who lives in Sonoma with his girlfriend Kristen and adorable dog Oliver, who comes into the office.
He's one of our office dogs.
He's super cute. They love to go to a few places like Mutt Lynch Winery, where Brenda Lynch, winemaker, loves dogs so much. The wine labels all have dogs. There's doggy bowls that she welcomes them. What's the other place you've been, Kunde?
Kunde, yeah. They actually have flights, wine flights, but they also have dog treat flights.
One of my favorites is the Russian River Adventures. When I called up and asked them if we could use their photos, the owner Larry sent a folder of the cutest dogs, big dogs, small dogs, fat, skinny dogs, all in life jackets, and it was so cute, floating on the river. You can take a kayak, you can take an SUP. I mean, it was adorable. And how can you not bring your dog to that?
And doesn't it make you happy?
Yeah.
Just looking at the photos.
And the dog's happy. And then the dog sleeps well, and that's kind of your goal, right? When you have a dog, you see them sleeping, you're like, okay, it's been a good day, yes. In each region, we have the dog-friendly hotels, and one in particular, Sonoma Mission Inn. If you've ever been there, it's so adorable. There's dog bowls, there's dog beds. I think there are dog on properties named Chardonnay. Sweetest golden retriever, so cute. And didn't you take Baxter?
I did. It was to actually, Baxter was not brought to Sonoma. He was brought to another town where one of the Kimpton hotels. Kimptons have been known to be dog friendly for a long time, well before it became a thing. And there are great signs when you pull up, and it's like, welcome Baxter, not welcome Nikki. Thanks, I know you're here, you're gonna pay the bill, but it's all about Baxter, and it is really nice, and they're so welcoming, and they greet them with treats and water, and I think there's quite a few hotels up in Sonoma that do that. Not only do we talk about activities and hotels and wineries that you can bring your pet, but we're also covering pet tips. So, for example, especially if you haven't traveled with your pet before, just make sure they're chipped because you don't know what's gonna happen. Make sure they're vaccinated because they are around other dogs. If they're not used to being in a car, take them on short car trips. Just get them used to the car. And probably one of the biggest things is to just be a steward of your animals when you're away so that we can continue to bring our dogs and they are continued to be welcomed as part of the family.
We want to keep everybody loving the dogs.
Oh my gosh, so cute. All right, up next on California Live, we're sharing a sizzling summer feast that will leave every dad happy on their special day. Our easy Father's Day menu is just ahead. Don't go anywhere.
I love Tito's tacos. You love Tito's too. I love Tito's tacos. What else can you do? You can also try delicious burritos, chips and salsa, enchiladas. The only thing better than a Tito's taco is stew. The only thing better than a Tito's taco is stew. I love Tito's tacos. You love Tito's too.
Hey, I just got a text from my sister. You remember Rick, her neighbor?
Sure. He's the 76-year-old guy who still runs marathons, right?
Sadly, not anymore.
Wow. So sudden. We're not about to have the we need life insurance conversation again, are we?
No, we're having the we're getting coverage so we don't have to worry about it conversation.
So you're calling about the $9.95 a month plan from Colonial Penn?
I am. We put it off long enough. We are getting that $9.95 plan today.
Is it time for you to call about the $9.95 plan? I'm Jonathan from Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. Sometimes we just need a reminder not to take today for granted. If you're age 50 to 85, you can get guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance starting at just $9.95 a month. There are no health questions, so you can't be turned down for any health reason. The $9.95 plan is Colonial Penn's #1 most popular whole life plan. Options start at just $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate can never go up. It's locked in for life. Call today for free information. And you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. So call now.
Call 1-800-523-9696 for free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-523-9696. 1-800-523-9696. Call now.
Hello, Colonial Penn?
Welcome back to California Live. Well, Father's Day is this Sunday, and if you're looking for a way to celebrate, skip the last-minute gift and fire up something delicious instead. Because nothing says, I love you, Dad, like a home-cooked meal that's both easy and impressive. To help us out, we called in the pros. Award-winning caterer and chef Meg Walker stopped by to share 2 crowd-pleasing recipes packed with bold flavors and serious comfort. Perfect for Dad's big day. Okay, Meg, I am so impressed because you and your team cater over 600 events a year. So you know how to please a crowd, right? You know how to feed them. So how do you put together a killer menu at home? I need to start with a family of 4. Let's just do 4 people.
I love that, right? And a lot of us are cooking for a family of 4, a family of 6. It's a nice intimate number. And how do you cook something great every day or even on special occasions? One of the things I love to do is make sure I have a balanced menu. We have a gluten-free eater in our house and a dairy-free eater, so I always like to make sure that there's something for everybody. So I do, I love a protein-heavy meal, so I can do all kinds of things with fish or with beef, a vegetarian option, and I always do a starch and a veggie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a lot of things to have to think about for all these different bellies. Okay,
Yes.
so you also say that a great sauce can really elevate a meal, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna make a chimichurri sauce, which is one of your staples.
Yes, I love a chimichurri sauce because it feels so sophisticated and it's so easy and you could put it on anything, right?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you make this and you're gonna do a great job. So all you need is either a little food processor or a blender, and what we're gonna do is put in a little bit of all these ingredients. So we have here our staple, our workhorse here is parsley.
All right.
We do plenty of that.
And just a little bit.
A little bit of
each.
everything.
Okay.
I love it. Then we do a little bit of cilantro, a great extra layer of flavor.
I'll put extra cilantro. I like cilantro.
And a pinch of your dried oregano and a pinch of dried thyme. See, you're like, it feels so fun and complicated, but it's really simple. So we'll do a little bit of red onion.
And now, if you didn't have a food processor, is this possible to make without a food processor?
Definitely.
Okay.
Just chop everything up real fine and a little bit of red chili flakes, depending on your family. I wouldn't do a ton.
Okay.
Okay, let's see here.
Can you do it without the red peppers, just in case?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you're gonna have to, right? So, and then all this fun stuff needs a little bit of liquid red wine vinegar, a little more, and then we're gonna be adding some canola oil.
All right.
Okay.
Can we substitute the oil?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
It doesn't alter the flavor or anything?
No, I shouldn't
just
too much.
Keep like a neutral flavored. Okay, perfect. And then do we want salt and pepper?
I always use salt and pepper.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'll go like that. Woo.
Yes, little salt and pepper, very like Salt Bae.
Okay,
You
all
can
right,
do
perfect.
it.
And then we're gonna blend. And how long do we blend this for?
I would just do it for a few seconds.
All right, perfect. All right. We're gonna get this beautiful little sauce. We'll pretend that this is done. Okay.
And this is what it ends up looking like. It's a great chimichurri.
Beautiful.
And then we kind of dress our salmon. And so we're talking a little bit about Father's Day here. And so you can have a variety of proteins and something fun. So we have some beautiful cold grilled salmon. That's something you can do ahead of time, which I love. So you can spend more time with Dad. I have a fantastic roast chicken here you can put chimichurri on, and also some fillets. So we're a little bit for everybody.
Now this will go with everything everything?
Yeah, see, that's my secret too. You make a sauce that goes with everything, so you only have to make one.
I know, you can make, and how long can you make this before and prep it ahead before and then use it?
I would do it like a couple of days, but the day before is perfect too. So that
and then
way.
How long does it last in the fridge?
Oh, I would maybe 5 days.
All right, that's a pretty good thing. Okay, now we also have a double baked potato that looks straight out of a steakhouse. This is gorgeous. I don't know how you can create this, so you're going to show us right now how to do it.
I'm going to show you how to do it.
I want to do this.
Okay, so we got our russet potatoes here, and we bake them so they're nice and soft. So it's about 45 minutes in the oven, and you end up with a boat-looking kind of potato here. So you cut the top off, and then you start scooping everything out. Okay. And this is the key. Twice baked sounds fancy, but it's actually just means it's cooked twice.
Okay.
Okay, so you take out all the meat in here. And I know this is not super gorgeous.
And then it ends up looking like this.
Ends up looking like that.
So we're gonna mash the potatoes. Now what are you putting inside? What spices?
Okay, I put in some like little cheddar cheese here. Okay. We add in, I have a couple of secrets. I add in crispy bacon. Okay, it's not great for all the dietary restrictions, but
it's gonna taste fantastic. And then
amazing.
What's next to that?
This is pork belly, which is my little extravagance, and that's another tip. Have something that's a little bit of a wow factor in every meal. So I add this, but the key ingredient here is definitely going to be butter.
Lots of butter.
Lots
of
butter.
butter. Okay, so we're gonna mix this up. We're gonna fill up the boats, and then how long do you put this in the oven for?
I put it back in the oven after it's all piped in. Looks like this. It's gorgeous. Put it back in for about 10 minutes until the cheese is melty on top.
All right, well, these are definitely showstopper dishes for Dad, and then we can spend all the time with him instead of in the kitchen because they're pretty quick, right?
Yep,
Thank you so much, Meg.
So yummy. And if you can't get enough California Live, head to our YouTube page and follow us at NBC California Live for more places to see, fabulous food finds, and fun things to do in the Golden State. And tomorrow we're taking a deep dive into the Long Beach Aquarium. Plus, it's coffee with a cause at a Pasadena shop that's giving at-risk youth a helping hand. Thank you so much for watching. NBC News Daily is next. See you tomorrow, everyone. Bye.
Kids, do they think you're cool? I just pictured you going in like at homework time with a lightsaber. Plus, in the Phoenician scheme, Mia Threppleton.
Today at 2 on NBC4. Clashes erupt over immigration arrests. Now only on NBC4. Our cameras are there.
Got it, you can see there.
What this means for your neighborhood and what happens next. Continuing coverage only on NBC4.
Love those guys. Now they know how to have a good time. Now this guy is about to have a really good time. Now she's taking her time having a good time. Come celebrate 20 years of good times at Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good times.
I heard just this loud in my face. That's when I realized I've been hit by a semi-truck. I had over 100 doctor's appointments, including surgery. I was nervous about dealing with the insurance companies, all the injuries that I was going to be dealing with, all the bills I might pay. And that's when I Googled and saw Jacoby & Myers was #1 for injury lawyers. Once I hired Jacoby & Myers, all the medical bills were paid off. Jacoby & Myers changed my life.
Some things are just better at home. Our flooring experts come to you so you can compare hundreds of samples in your home. Right now, get up to 40% off, no interest for 24 months, and no money down.
800-588-2300
Today.
Ignite your afternoons at Waba Grill's $5 happy hour with our 5-piece pork veggie dumplings and a value-sized premium beverage drink, like our creamy and delicious Thai tea. Enjoy $5 happy hour weekdays after 3 p.m. Only at Waba Grill.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. My co-anchor Zincle Asamoah is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Monday, June 9th, 2025, LA showdown. California's governor is set to sue the Trump administration over its decision to deploy the National Guard to Los Angeles on this fourth day of protests over sweeping immigration raids. We're following the fast-moving developments. Breaking news, shooting on the Strip. A suspected gunman is now in custody in connection to last night's deadly shooting outside an iconic Las Vegas hotel. What investigators are just now revealing. Core issues. Apple's biggest conference of the year kicks off today just as it tries to catch up in the artificial intelligence race. What the company is revealing about changes coming to your devices. And World Cup countdown. We are officially 1 year away from one of the biggest sports spectacles on the planet. How the U.S. is gearing up to co-host the historic event. We begin this hour in Los Angeles on this Monday, a city facing even more demonstrations over the White House's immigration crackdown. There are new protests on this fourth day of outrage. We are seeing an increasingly fraught relationship now between the Trump administration and leaders in California. The state's governor, Gavin Newsom, has followed through on his promise, announcing a lawsuit coming against the federal government over President Trump deploying California's National Guard despite opposition from the governor and from LA's mayor.
Donald Trump has created the conditions you see on your TV tonight. He's exacerbated the conditions. He's, lit the proverbial match. He's putting fuel on this fire ever since he announced he was taking over the National Guard.
Around 300 National Guard troops are in Los Angeles now. This is video of them clashing with protesters on Sunday outside the city's federal building. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says 500 Marines are also standing by to be deployed. The clashes between police and protesters began on Friday. Federal agents carried out workplace raids at multiple locations. Immigration and Customs Enforcement says they took in more than 100 people, took them into custody, I should say, last week. On his way back to the White House from Camp David today, President Trump was asked about his border czar, Tom Homan, raising the possibility of arresting California Governor Gavin Newsom if he got in the way of immigration operations. Here's what the president had to say.
He's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I was Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing.
Leading us off this hour from Los Angeles is NBC News correspondent David Noriega. Also with us, NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. And we have NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos on tap, too. David, I'll start with you outside the federal building. Downtown Los Angeles, I think I hear a helicopter overhead. That's the sort of center point where a lot of the weekend's protests were focused. What's the scene today? What do we expect?
Yeah, I was going to mention that helicopter, Kate. I'm glad you brought it up. The tension seems to be rising very, very slowly here, little by little. As you can see behind me, we now have National Guard troops with riot shields and riot gear now standing outside of their vehicles at that parking lot between the federal building and the Metropolitan Detention Center that has been the focal point of the protests over the weekend. This is they just came out and actually took those positions in the last hour or so. We also have much closer to us a line of LAPD preventing anybody from getting closer to the building. And as we talked about, we've got that LAPD helicopter up in the air. Now, the pictures you're seeing on your screen now are from a few blocks away from here in Grand Park, where there is a rally organized by labor unions and the ACLU in response specifically to the arrest of a prominent labor leader here in Los Angeles. Now, the question is whether that and some other protest actions that are planned for today may attempt to either splinter off or the whole group move down here. One important distinction to make, Kate, is that having been here all day yesterday, I can tell you that the protesters who were here, that was a little bit more of a spontaneous, disorganized, more likely to become confrontational type protest. The activities we're seeing today are a little bit more organized by, formal groups like unions, the ACLU, et cetera. There's supposed to be some school walkouts. It depends on whether we have some of the same kinds of protesters we saw yesterday, whether this sort of ratchets back up to the level we saw over the weekend, Kate.
Yeah, and I think we're looking at some overhead video now of things that are happening today. Gabe, let me turn to you. We understand the president just posted on Truth Social again. He's been posting a lot about what's happening in L.A. What did he say?
Hi there, Kate. Well, the president posted, as you said just a few minutes ago, reiterating something that he had said yesterday, stressing that, quote, if they spit, we will hit, a reference to protesters that the administration was watching spit on ICE officers over the weekend and on National Guard troops as well, trying to make the case that the administration is deploying these National Guard troops in order to fight what they see as lawlessness on the streets of Los Angeles. Now, I just spoke with a White House official a short time ago that said that this really all started Friday when the president spoke with Governor Gavin Newsom back then. Then over the next 24 hours, as the protests escalated, that's when the decision was made. When administration officials saw that video of objects being thrown at officers and at protesters spitting on ICE officers, that's when the president made the decision to deploy those National Guard troops. Now, that White House official also told me that we are happy to have this fight. That's a quote from that official, essentially making the point that as they see it, this is a winning political issue. The president deploying these troops in a face-off, essentially, with Democratic officials in these blue states. They see it as cracking down on illegal immigration, and this is something that they feel that the American people elected the president to do here in his second term, Kate.
Gabe, thank you. Danny, let me turn to you. We have some details about this lawsuit from the California Attorney General that they're going to file, they say, against the administration. What are they essentially arguing? What are they alleging here?
They're alleging that the federalization of the National Guard, the California National Guard, deprives California of its own resources that they may need. And more specifically, what they're alleging is that federal law requires that the governor consent to the federalization of the National Guard. Now, that is not my reading of the same statute. They may be correct, but my understanding has always been that in the case of, for example, an insurrection, that is one of the occasions that the president can federalize the National Guard. And he doesn't, as I understand it, need to request consent from the governor of a particular state.
Does it come down to what defines an insurrection?
It might, because there's a lot of overlap, I think, in the definitions of what is something that the governor directs the National Guard for example, COVID deployment, or something that would require the president to invoke the Insurrection Act and be able to deploy the National Guard for civil unrest.
David, let me go back to you. Can you talk a bit about what happened in terms of the ICE actions and, immigration crackdowns that were happening? And have you talked with protesters over the weekend about why they're turning out?
Yeah, Kate, so both ICE and a number of other federal law enforcement agencies have been engaged in a very large-scale and nationwide effort to really up the number of immigration arrests on the orders, according to some of the reporting of our colleagues, on the orders of Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, others in the White House. That we've seen these sorts of actions play out across the country. We've seen some resistance to these actions by people in these communities across the country, but that really hit a peak when it happened here in LA. This started on Friday with some ICE raids at a factory in the Garment District. Officers, federal agents, were set to stage additional enforcement actions in the Paramount area. That's a city in South LA. Protesters descended on both of those places. That's where we really started seeing these confrontations with ICE. Now, as far as what protesters tell you, that was the sort of catalyzing event. People came to the streets in response to reports of those ICE raids. As far as yesterday, things really kind of leveled up with the deployment of the National Guard here in Los Angeles. The response to the deployment of the National Guard by protesters was even more intense than the response, they gave to just the ICE raids the day prior, Kate.
David Noriega for us out in LA, Gabe Gutierrez at the White House, Danny Savalos here. Thank you all. Appreciate it. We are following some breaking news. A man is now in custody. Police say that he shot and killed 2 people on the Las Vegas Strip. The chaos unfolded last night. It was even captured on a live streamed video. We do want to warn you ahead of the video that what you're about to see and hear is disturbing. All of this happened near the famous Bellagio fountains on Sunday night. You heard there what sounded like multiple gunshots, and then you see people confused and starting to duck to get away. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is following the latest developments. Sam, I understand that the suspect turned himself in. What else do we know?
Sure. So first of all, Kate, you can see just from that video the density of the crowds there on Las Vegas Boulevard as this shooting was taking place. It was 10:40 p.m. last night. That's Pacific Standard Time, so about 1:40 in the morning Eastern. What proceeded after that was roughly a 10 to 11 hour manhunt. What we know is that the man at the center of this, who police were looking for, that's Manuel Ruiz, turned himself in Henderson, Nevada, Clark County. That's where he was booked. Kate, you have two people that were shot and killed near the Bellagio Fountains, just an iconic location in Las Vegas, right? Everybody knows where that is. This is really resonating for a multitude of reasons, one of which is where it happened. Another, of course, the history of Las Vegas. There was a mass shooting there back in 2017 that's the worst in modern history. And then also, this was live streams, right? Someone's life was taken in a live stream on YouTube. Now, that was taken down. Police really have not shed much light about what the backstory was with Manuel Ruiz, who was accused here, assuming that he is actually the person that perpetrated this crime, and his victims. But we do know that there was some sort of social media feud that preceded it, and then the events of last night.
And Sam, this happened on a very busy part of the Strip. What do we know about how rare it is to see that kind of violence in that area?
It's actually quite rare. According to KSNV, our affiliate there in Las Vegas, they dug up some examples just in the last 2 or 3 years of what's transpired on the Strip. You would have to go back to really an isolated example last year of a road rage incident that led to someone being shot. There was a party a couple of years ago that led to 2 fatalities. But really, it's once or twice a year, if that. Typically, they say there's some sort of physical confrontation that precedes it. You don't normally have a situation like this playing out in the middle of the Las Vegas Strip, Kate.
Very scary stuff. Sam Brock, thank you.
Yep.
Time for some consumer news now. A media giant is splitting in two, and another remake of a Disney classic tops the box office. Bertha Coombs joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Kate. Just 3 years ago, they came together, big marriage. Well, shares of Warner Brothers Discovery, because they're breaking up. They were up as much as 9% this morning. They're now down about 4% after announcing that it's going to split into 2 publicly traded companies by next year, with one company for streaming and movie properties, including Warner Brothers and HBO Max. Remember, which was Max, HBO. Now it's HBO Max again. Well, the other will be a global networks company, which will include CNN, TNT Sports, Discovery, and other networks. Meantime, Lilo & Stitch made it 3 weeks in a row at the top of the box office, according to studio estimates. It made $32.5 million at the North American box office this past weekend, beating out the John Wick spin-off Ballerina, which took home about $25 million. Lilo & Stitch is now closing in on $800 million at the global box office. The top all-time kids movie is Inside Out 2, just last year.
Wow. All time? Okay.
Yep.
It was a great movie.
$1.6 billion last year.
All right.
Globally.
Bertha Coombs, thank you so much. Later this hour, Tennessee's most wanted zebra, remember him, is finally back in custody. A look at his high-flying return home. He's all good and safe after more than a week on the run. Plus, a judge dismisses Justin Baldoni's countersuit against Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. What it means in the fight between those 2 Hollywood stars. That's next on NBC News Daily.
Teens share everything, but through certain everyday behaviors, they could also be sharing bacteria that can cause meningitis. Even if your teen has been vaccinated in the past, they could be missing vaccinations recommended by the CDC against certain groups of meningitis. Although uncommon, it's a serious disease. Once symptoms appear, death can occur, sometimes within 24 hours. About 1 in 10 will die. Is your teen missing vaccination against certain groups of meningitis? Ask their doctor today.
Great pair of lungs. Shame about your swollen gums. You need Parodontax, clinically proven to help reverse 4 signs of early gum disease. The gum experts.
When you see what it's really like when our skin touches wool,
a woman puts on a wool sweater.
You see why we need Downy.
She adds Downy to wash her.
Adding Downy to your wash not only makes your clothes feel softer on your skin, it breathes life into your laundry.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms.
But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying Humira, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill from the makers of Humira that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this relief. Rinvoq can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Ask your rheumatologist if switching to Rinvoq is right for you.
And take back what's yours.
I got hooked on the news early on. We grew up an NBC family. And then at the age of 15, I started working in newsrooms. I always believed in what I did, and I knew it was important.
The feeling of vulnerability is still apparent here in the heartland.
I kept at it.
We're live tonight inside the disaster zone.
You have to be in it to understand it.
This is a major development that is breaking tonight.
To connect with people.
How difficult was it to leave?
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
We are following even more breaking news this hour, this time in the legal saga between actors Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. A federal judge has dismissed Baldoni's $400 million countersuit against Lively and her husband, Ryan Reynolds. This all stems from the movie It Ends With Us. Baldoni directed and co-starred in the movie with Lively. She, you might remember, sued Baldoni last year, accusing him of sexual harassment. Baldoni had accused Lively, Reynolds, and the New York Times of orchestrating a smear campaign against him. In a statement, Lively's lawyers called the dismissal of Baldoni's suit a total victory and a complete vindication. They added, quote, "As we have said from day one, this $400 million lawsuit was a sham, and the court saw right through it." Baldoni's attorneys have not commented yet. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us once again on this one. Danny, it's a really complicated legal back and forth. I tried to summarize it there. Walk us through this ruling. Why is Baldoni's countersuit being thrown out?
Let me tell you how rare, first, that a case gets thrown out at this stage. The law requires the judge to assume everything in Baldoni's complaint is factually true. And even still, based on that, Baldoni still doesn't prevail. And I'll give you an example. So the judge says that as to the defamation claims, the primary claims were that Lively said something in her civil rights complaint, which she filed with an agency in California. However, everything you say in those complaints is privileged. Just like anytime I file a lawsuit, nothing I say in that lawsuit can be defamation because it's protected when you file it as a lawsuit. In a way, it wouldn't be if you tweeted it, for example. So that's one of the ways, one of the claims that was thrown out, even assuming everything Baldoni said in his complaint was true.
So is this the end of the road for Baldoni, or does he have other recourse?
He can actually refile some of the claims. Some of the claims are forever thrown out. Some he can refile if he pleads them properly. But I have to tell you, this is a major blow to a plaintiff or any countersuit when your case gets thrown out at this stage. It is a major temperature test as to whether or not you have any viable claims, even if you do amend.
And does this have any impact at all, potentially, on the case that Lively, the complaint that Lively has made?
No, if anything, it's just all pluses for Lively because they've prevailed on a motion that almost never wins. I've filed a lot of these motions. I've maybe won a handful of them. So this is a big win for the Lively team.
All right, Danny Savalos for us. Danny, thank you again. We are learning more information now about a frightening crash of a skydiving plane in Tennessee. Incredibly, everybody on board survived. The FAA says the plane crashed shortly after taking off from a regional airport outside Nashville. 20 people were on board when the aircraft went down. 6 people were taken to hospitals with injuries. Several others were treated at the scene of the crash.
We are grateful that the injuries were limited.
Everyone knew their role. Everyone took their role seriously, and everyone did what we needed to do first, which was to take care of all of those who were affected by the event, as well as secure the scene.
The Federal Aviation Administration and the National Transportation Safety Board are on scene to investigate. There's no word yet on a possible cause. The owner of the skydiving plane did release a statement saying, "We are incredibly grateful for the quick actions of our pilot, whose response likely prevented a far more serious outcome. While the incident has understandably shaken us all, we are relieved that no one was seriously injured." Later this hour, we are talking about record-breaking heat.
Cancer isn't me. It's something I treat. And the less time I spend treating my cancer, the better. This is me.
Discover an injectable immunotherapy, Opdivo Qvantig, for certain previously treated adults whose kidney cancer has spread. Unlike an infusion that takes 30 minutes, Opdivo Qvantig lets you receive treatment quickly, in 3 to 5 minutes. Opdivo Qvantig is an immunotherapy that works with your immune system to help fight cancer. Opdivo Qvantig can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst, or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain or fever. Report severe or persistent muscle or joint pain. Tell your doctor if you have myasthenia gravis or Guillain-Barré syndrome. Immune system problems include Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, or lupus. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or receive chest radiation. Opdivo Qvantig can harm your unborn baby.
A chance to live longer. A treatment that's faster.
Ask your doctor about Opdivo Qvantig. See OpdivoQvantig.com for more information.
Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale is going on now. Create your stylish summer sanctuary for less with Hot Buys now just $6.99. And for a limited time, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. Shop more Stars and Stripes deals in-store and online, only at Ashley.
I heard you found someone special.
Yeah.
Is that dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's Freshpet. Real meat, real veggies for Peter.
That's Peter. Should have known.
You do make a pretty cute couple.
The Penn guards can't help you clear that pond on 18, but they'll make sure that's the only water hazard you have to worry about. Keep it dry, guys.
Power of disease. Ticks and fleas. Intestinal worm.
15 million dogs and counting know Simparica Trio offers triple protection against heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, and intestinal worms, all with one monthly chew. This drug class has been associated with neurologic side effects, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with or without a history of these disorders. Don't just protect, triple protect.
It's 12:22. We're coming on the air with breaking news. It's day 4 of immigration protests, rallies, and calls for justice. Crews are cleaning up in downtown LA after large crowds of protesters and violent agitators left behind a trail of damage. Yesterday alone, the LAPD says 42 people were arrested. Over the weekend, President Trump deployed the National Guard, which Governor Gavin Newsom and others are calling a deliberate move to cause chaos. And now Southern California braces for what happens next. Right now, there's a rally happening in Grand Park. You see them there. Hundreds are there in protest demanding the release of the president of SEIU California, David Huerta. He was detained during that ICE raid in downtown LA on Friday. Now, protesters are also calling for an end to the raids. Julie Dang is overhead in News Chopper 4. Julia, thank you for joining us. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Good afternoon, Annabelle. We are seeing yet another massive crowd. Several hundred people gathered here in Grand Park. This is just northwest of City Hall here in downtown LA. But when I zoom in on this crowd, it is a very different scene than what we saw last night in the streets of downtown and on the freeway. You can see this is a peaceful crowd, and this is very much the kind of energy this group, this labor union, was trying to encourage when they were planning this demonstration. They called for protesters to remain peaceful. What they're calling for is the immediate release of their president. This group is planning to march to the federal building, the Federal Detention Center, just by here ahead of his arraignment, scheduled for 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. So we're going to follow this group in News Dropper 4 if we can. Back to you, Annabelle.
All right, Julia, thank you very much for that. And NBC4's Karma Dickerson joins us live. She's on the ground. Karma, it's quite a difference from what we saw over the weekend.
Annabelle, I'm having trouble hearing you because the crowd just got very energized. The head of the NAACP just spoke, giving you an idea of just how many people have turned out for this rally. A short time ago, we heard from civil rights icon Dolores Huerta. Everyone turning out, protesting some of the ICE enforcement that we've seen over the last couple of days, but also rallying in support of the SEIU leader who was taken into custody and faces charges as a result of the protests and the demonstrations out there. So as people rally out here, they're making a statement about how they feel about the immigration enforcement in our community at large, but also calling for the release of David Huerta. So he is that SEIU leader who is going to be facing those federal charges. So you can see thousands of people out here in the crowd. However, it has been largely energetic. Nevertheless, it's peaceful. It's different than some of the demonstrations that we've seen over the course of the last couple of days that have gotten very violent with a lot of confrontations. What we haven't seen out here is a lot of law enforcement, Annabelle. We have primarily seen protesters. We've primarily seen community members come out here. Certainly a large labor presence, a lot of union members, but just also people in the community. Downtown streets are pretty quiet. Actually, getting here, there was not a lot of congestion on the streets. We did not see a lot of people on the freeway. I even talked with some friends who were told to stay home from work today when they work in the downtown area. So it is primarily some what appears to be essential downtown workers, and then of course the demonstrators that are out here today. The plan is to march from here in Grant Park over to the federal building where David Huerta faces those federal charges today and is going to be in court. So we imagine that a good amount of these people are going to be going from this park and this plaza down to the courthouse. And what that demonstration looks like on the street remains to be seen. We are going to be following along with it, so we'll make sure to bring you that update. Annabelle?
Karma, thank you very much for that. We're talking hundreds of people, hundreds and hundreds of people out there. Of course, we have Karma Dickerson on the ground, and we have Julia Dang in News Chopper 4 monitoring this rally for us. All right, thank you both. And stay with NBC4 throughout the day for the ongoing ICE protests and unrest in and around LA. We have continued coverage with a special section dedicated to immigration right now on our website, of course, NBCLA.com or the NBCLA app. But remember, for now, we will stay on top of this. We will continue to monitor that rally that's going on right now in Grand Central Park. So stay with us. Remember, we have news, weather, and traffic 24/7 on the NBCLA app and our website, NBCLA.com. I'm back with another live update in 25 minutes. We'll see you then.
Aline trusts Prevagen for her brain, and this is her story.
I'm Aline, and I live in Castro Valley, California. My husband Barney and I have been married for 32 years. I think the most important thing in life is to stay healthy. I went to the drugstore and I discovered Prevagen. Prevagen is my go-to supplement. I love taking it. I'm very happy with it. I've been taking Prevagen for almost 10 years. It's wonderful.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
Beads burst.
When comfy softness beads meet fragrant scent beads,
Cotton and vanilla.
they blend together to create an incredible feeling beyond cozy called Cozy. New Downy Comfy Cozy breathes life into your laundry.
Teens share everything, but through certain everyday behaviors, they could also be sharing bacteria that can cause meningitis. Even if your teen has been vaccinated in the past, they could be missing vaccinations recommended by the CDC against certain groups of meningitis. Although uncommon, it's a serious disease. Once symptoms appear, death can occur, sometimes within 24 hours. About 1 in 10 will die. Is your teen missing vaccination against certain groups of meningitis? Ask their doctor today.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne.
How to train your dragon knife on American Ninja Warrior. My goodness! Yes!
Definitely a night to remember.
NBC's Ninja Warrior tonight, and How to Train Your Dragon only in theaters June 13th.
Chefs, we've been going too easy on you. We have a twist.
I don't thrive in that kind of environment.
Mother, you have to know when to pivot. What are you doing?
Houston, we have a problem.
Yes, Chef, tonight on NBC and Peacock.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. Some of Broadway's biggest stars took center stage at Radio City Music Hall for the 78th Tony Awards last night. You see Cynthia Erivo there hosting the awards, and there were some big winners and major reunions. The show Maybe Happy Ending dominated the night, winning 6 awards, including Best Musical. Darren Criss took home his first Tony for Best Leading Actor in that show. Actress Sarah Snook took home her first Tony for Best Performance by a Leading Actress in a Play for her one-woman role in A Picture of Dorian Gray. Creator of the comedy Oh, Mary, Cole Escola also took home 2 awards last night. And the original Broadway cast of Hamilton reunited for a medley performance in honor of the show's 10-year anniversary. Take a look at this video. That is a zebra being flown by a helicopter. Ed the zebra had been on the run in Tennessee for more than a week after escaping a private farm. You probably remember this video. He was roaming neighborhoods and on highways outside of Nashville. Well, he quickly became an internet sensation. People shared sightings online. The animal was spotted in a pasture by an aviation crew. They were then able to fly the zebra to a waiting animal trailer. Police say Ed was unharmed and is now safely back home. Israeli forces intercepted a boat carrying Greta Thunberg and other activists who say they were delivering aid to Gaza. IDF officials accused the activists of supporting Hamas, calling the voyage a publicity stunt. The boat was taken to a port in Israel, and the activists were detained. Israeli authorities say they are in good health and will be returned to their home countries, adding that the aid will be distributed to Gaza through proper channels. We're following 2 big weather headlines today. The first is the extreme heat that's impacting millions of people along the West Coast. Take a look at some of these potential highs today. Our climate team says nearly a dozen cities, mainly in Washington State and Oregon, could break records. You see it there. Dry conditions also raising concerns for potential wildfires. The other big news story is a new hurricane that has formed off the coast of Mexico. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking all of it for us. Bill, let's start with that heat wave. How hot could it get?
Yeah, a lot of people are testing their ACs, and I'm sure the AC repair business is going well in many areas of the interior West. On the coast, we're still a little bit cooler. So we do have many areas that are under heat advisories and a few spots that are under heat warnings, including Las Vegas and a little sliver there of interior Washington State, about 13 million included. It's just early in the season. It just kind of makes you wonder how long of a summer is this going to be. We just broke the triple digits in Las Vegas, also Yuma. Phoenix, you're the leader on the board. Not that you want to be, but you're 101 right now. But it's the interior sections here of the West, especially Washington State, that's unusually warm, and that's where a lot of people don't even have air conditioning, and so it makes it a little more risky, especially for heat-sensitive populations. As we go into tomorrow, we're going to be about 20 degrees warmer than we should be in Boise for this time of year, up to about 98, Missoula about 92. Vegas, you could be near your record high tomorrow of 109. That would actually tie it. And then even into Wednesday, it's a couple degrees cooler, but there's no big relief in sight. Unfortunately, we're getting to that time of the year where these weather patterns kind of stick in place, and even Vegas through the upcoming weekend very hot, and even our friends in Salt Lake City up in the upper 90s too, Kate.
Yeah, and Bill, can we talk about that new hurricane real quick? What do we know?
Yeah, it's just kind of the first one of the season. This isn't like a huge impact really anywhere, but this is Barbara off the coast of Mexico. A little later in the season, the water gets a little warmer, and these tend to drip north towards Cabo San Lucas. But this one's going to be heading over some cooler water. It's also going to interact with another storm just to its west. So this will be weakening, not a threat to any land, but just a reminder that hurricane season is here.
Yeah, are we ready? I don't know. Bill Cairns, thank you. Lawyers for Sean Diddy Combs are again calling for a mistrial in the music mogul's federal sex trafficking case. Over the weekend, his defense team sent a letter to the judge alleging misconduct by the prosecution. The judge will respond to their request tomorrow. It all comes as another ex-girlfriend of Combs returned to the stand today. The woman is known to the jury as Jane, which is a pseudonym, and she testified that she felt obligated to participate in multiple sex acts because of Combs's control over her finances. offenses. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges in this case. NBC News Entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas is outside the courthouse again for us in New York City. Chloe, let's start with the defense's request for a mistrial. This is the second time that they've asked for that. What are they alleging now?
So they're specifically citing testimony from last week in which a woman by the name of Brianna Bongolan took the stand and claimed that Combs violently attacked her and tried to basically throw her off of the 17th floor of a balcony, that he dangled her off and then he threw her into some furniture, and she got terrible bruises and ultimately had to go to a chiropractor, and we saw photos of those injuries last week. But on cross-examination, Nicole Westmoreland, who is one of Combs's 9 defense attorneys, she really tried to poke holes in the testimony, saying during this incident, this alleged incident on the balcony at Cassie Ventura's home, Combs was actually in New York. He was performing at the Bad Boy reunion tour. He was on stage with Little Kim. He was really busy. There's photographs of him all over New York City over the course of about 5 days. And that really began to visibly trip up Bongolan. And in the letter over the weekend that was filed by Combs's defense attorneys to the judge asking for this mistrial, they say that the prosecutors knew that there were holes in Bongolan's testimony before she even took the stand, and that they never should have put her up there, and they did so in bad faith. So again, like you said, the judge is going to make a decision tomorrow once he sees a response from the prosecution.
Yeah, and can we talk a little bit about Jane, the prosecutors wrapping up their direct examination? What are they trying to build with her, and did we hear anything that the defense is likely to revisit later this week?
So her testimony goes to several of the counts, one being transportation to engage in prostitution. He's facing 2 counts of that. And so when you have Jane up there on the stand testifying about partaking in these drug-fueled sex parties known as hotel nights with sometimes multiple male escorts, and that she would procure them, she would pay for them with Combs's money, that he told her to do these things, that this directly goes to those 2 charges. Also sex trafficking. She said that she felt forced to participate in these sexual encounters because Combs was paying for her rent, and that he threatened to stop paying for her rent if she didn't want to partake in these sexual experiences anymore. So that goes to the force, fraud, and coercion elements that prosecutors have to meet that bar to prove sex trafficking.
All right, Chloe Malas for us. Thank you. From Silicon Valley to Wall Street, a lot of eyes are on Apple today as the company kicks off its annual Worldwide Developers Conference. This is the major event where Apple and its CEO, Tim Cook, talk up the big changes coming to their products. Apple's artificial intelligence is especially in the spotlight this year. Since its launch last year, Apple Intelligence has faced some setbacks as Google, Meta, and other competitors ramp up their AI projects. Joining us now is Morning News Now co-anchor Savannah Sellers. Savannah, good to see you.
Hi, Kate.
So Apple announced a lot of changes. What are the major highlights, and what is the company saying about Apple Intelligence?
Yeah, you're right that they have faced setbacks. So last year at this very same conference, this is an annual conference, a get-together for developers, they announced all these artificial intelligence features. Many of them have not actually worked out yet. They actually said today, they admitted, look, some of this stuff has not met our high standards, and so we have not rolled it out yet. Basically, a way smarter Siri that's very personal, knows a little bit more about you, kind of operates more in the way that ChatGPT does. What's interesting is they reference ChatGPT and the way that they are going to be using OpenAI's technology on Apple quite a bit today. We heard a lot about that, which just kind of gives you a little bit of an insight into behind the scenes. They really are having some struggles here. Some of the stuff we heard about, nothing super groundbreaking, honestly, just because other companies are already doing it. They're calling something visual intelligence, where you basically can take a picture of something and then you can find it on the internet, search it right away. That's something that you can do on Google with their Gemini, or even just via Google search.
Or on Amazon.
Or exactly. What you just saw a moment ago there is pretty cool. This is also some new technology they're rolling out, which is live translation. Again, something other companies are doing, but it's pretty cool because of how much, you use your iPhone to communicate with people. So you can be FaceTiming and it will live translate in a spoken voice what somebody is saying in a completely different language. Oh, wow. FaceTiming on a phone call, on a voicemail, very cool. Also some other little features that just kind of make your life easier in ways that they're rolling out on the iPhone. I want to let you listen to another thing that we'll do if you're on hold with a company.
Next time you're stuck on hold, whether it's because you're changing your flight or dealing with utility bills, the phone app automatically detects hold music and asks if you want it to wait for you. When you tap hold, the music stops, but the call stays connected. So you can keep using your iPhone or even put it away and go about your daily routines. Don't worry. Once a live agent becomes available, we'll ring you to return to the call and let the agent know that you'll be there shortly.
So interesting stuff, nothing crazy groundbreaking, and sometimes like we've kind of come to expect that of this WWDC because a lot of times they're rolling out cool new products, but stuff that will be available this fall.
I gotta say though, that little thing where you don't have to listen to the hold music,
no, it's nice.
that could save a life.
And it's funny, right? The way that it says it detects hold music, it's basically just like bad music must be on hold.
Music equals put it on hold. Savannah Sellers. Thank you. Two incredible stories now of triumph in this year's French Open in Paris. 22-year-old Carlos Alcaraz rallied from a 2-set deficit to beat Jannik Sinner in a stunning comeback, clinching his second title on the clay courts. And did you hear 21-year-old American Coco Gauff won the women's French Open title for the very first time? On Today This Morning, she talked about a tradition that's becoming common among players, falling down on the court after winning a major trophy.
You had vowed to not fall down on the clay.
Yes.
Because you didn't want to get dirty.
Yes.
And then what happens?
I fell on the clay.
But Dad he's like, I got you.
Yes.
So I guess he knew that maybe this could happen.
Yeah, because I think I've told him before how I wouldn't want to fall on clay because I didn't want the clay all over me in the ceremony photo. But I don't know where he got the towel from or why he thought
he was ready.
He's resourceful.
Good Dad's always ready.
He must have knew that it was gonna happen. So yeah, I appreciate him for having my back.
He definitely had her back, and this will mark her second Grand Slam title. Congratulations to Coco. Well, the countdown is on to get ready for next summer's major global event, the FIFA World Cup. The tournament is being co-hosted by the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and is full of firsts. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more.
In just over a year, North America will be the heartbeat of a global party like we've never seen before. The United States, Canada, and Mexico are co-hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, the highly anticipated soccer tournament featuring men's national teams from all around the globe. The World Cup comes every 4 years, and while recent ones have featured 32 teams, next summer's World Cup is expanding to 48 teams. All three host nations are automatically in.
And after more than a month of competition across 16 cities, there will be one last match, the World Cup final being played right here just outside the Big Apple with the world watching.
A year out, how busy are things already?
Things are getting kind of crazy.
Alex Lasry is the CEO of the New York, New Jersey FIFA World Cup host committee, helping make sure the final and 7 other matches at MetLife Stadium run smoothly. Lasry's also focused on giving tourists a reason to explore in between kickoffs.
We're expecting millions of people from all over the world to be coming to New York, New Jersey. We're expecting $2 to $3 billion of economic impact for the region.
There's also the potential for massive TV viewership, including on NBC Universal's Telemundo and Peacock. FIFA says the 2022 World Cup final match alone had around 1.5 billion viewers. That's more than 7 times this year's Super Bowl viewership. Around the world, the beautiful game is practically religion, but the U.S. has been playing catch-up. The last Men's World Cup hosted here in 1994 led to the establishment of MLS, which now features the likes of Lionel Messi.
I think this can take soccer to the next level here in the United States and kind of reach that next generation of athlete who's looking for to be a part of something special.
The goal? Thrilling and inspiring the world in our own backyard. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, East Rutherford, New Jersey.
I cannot wait. Up next, Zinkla sits down with one woman scrambling for answers after the Trump administration laid off hundreds of CDC workers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily, weekdays on NBC.
Now only on NBC4. Our cameras are there.
Got it, you can see there.
The National Guard, now on the streets of Los Angeles.
Federal agents taking a lot of people into custody.
We've seen several explosions.
What this means for your neighborhood and what happens next. Continuing coverage only on NBC4.
Summer is my favorite time of year. As the days grow long and the temperatures rise, thank you. It's a perfect opportunity to refresh your home with pieces from Living Spaces. Summer decor adds new energy to any setting. It's easy to incorporate seasonal style in the living room with fun pillows and special touches. Then you can end your day in a breezy retreat. Now you have everything you need for the perfect summer. Summer is here at Living Spaces. All right, cut.
The Jewelry Exchange, the source for lab-grown. 2-carat studs, $9.90. 2-carat solitaires, $12.90. 3-carat, $24.90. 10-carat tennis bracelets, $39.90. Thousands to choose from, always the lowest price. The Jewelry Exchange, Tustin.
I'm Doug. And I'm Damon, and we want to buy your house. Seller's Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
With no agent fees, no hassles, and no repairs, selling your home doesn't have to be overwhelming.
Seller's Advantage is not your average home buyer. They care about their sellers. It was the smartest thing I ever did. I'm in a new home, in a new state, enjoying my retirement.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com for a free, no obligation cash offer.
My car just hit me out of nowhere. My back was hurting, my neck was hurting. I called Jacoby & Myers. Hiring Jacoby & Myers was the best choice that I made. They genuinely cared of how I was feeling, how I was doing. Because of the settlement, I was able to spend more time with my family.
Jacoby & Myers, for the justice you deserve.
Some things are just better at home. Our flooring experts come to you so you can compare hundreds of samples in your home. Right now, get up to 40% off, no interest for 24 months, and no money down.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today, with McValue at McDonald's, you'll get deals on drinks whenever you hit the afternoon slump.
Buy one premium lemonade or frozen drink. Add one for just $1. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Earlier this year, the CDC cut hundreds of workers, including a small team that was responsible for keeping doctors up to date about what kinds of contraception are safe for people with certain medical conditions. My co-anchor Zincle Esamoah spoke with one patient.
The pain of sickle cell disease, excruciating, crippling.
Pain-wise, I always describe it as being hit by a Mack truck.
Every day for Deja Jackson is a guessing game on whether that pain will upend her life.
The lack of education on sickle cell is very frustrating. I go into hospital stays having to educate doctors and nurses.
Today, there's growing concern that lack of knowledge could get even worse, with a key department getting cut at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Sickle cell disease has treatment but no cure, an inherited disorder that affects red blood cells, which take on a shape akin to a crescent moon. That anomaly can even cause blood clots and organ damage, issues that worsen during a person's period.
I started birth control when I was 18 because my periods were so bad in high school. They started me with the Depo shot, and I tried that for about, I think, 2 to 3 doses, but I bled the entire time, and I mean heavy, for like 6 months straight.
6 months?
Yes, 6 months. 6 months. It wasn't fun.
Sickle cell means Jackson's monthly period is not just painful, but excessive blood loss can land her in the ICU. Doctors who treat at-risk groups, like those with sickle cell, rely on up-to-date guidance from public health officials to stay safe. But the team behind that guidance was recently fired.
These individuals specialize in this area. Without their presence, the work stops.
Dr. Lee Warner recently retired from his role as chief of the CDC's Women's Health and Fertility Branch.
What role do you think this will have on women in the United States?
It puts their health at severe risk.
Their latest guidance found hormonal contraception containing estrogen and progestin present an unacceptable health risk for people with sickle cell disease, and the unit was also responsible for spreading the word. That information never reached Jackson, who did not know her current combination of contraception could be dangerous.
That has the progestin and the estrogen in it.
Hearing about it from us for the first time.
The CDC did previously find that might be risky for patients with sickle cell like yourself.
So I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that.
When asked about the future of the now disbanded CDC unit and guidelines, an HHS official tells NBC News the restructuring consolidates maternal and child health programs into the new Administration for a Healthy America, and that the reorganization aims to streamline operations and maximize resources, but did not say specifically if the work Dr. Warner's unit did would be continued.
We spoke with a team member at the CDC's Division of Reproductive Health, and they say this research was saving lives.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder if now you feel like your life is at risk.
I would say yes. I'm very terrified. I can't lie. I am terrified of how healthcare is gonna go with all of these cuts being made.
Jackson hoping the cuts to this team don't cut short her chances at a healthy life.
Zinkley, thank you so much for that. There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now I have Skyrizi.
I've got places to go and I'm feeling free. Controlling my Crohn's means everything to me. Control is everything to me.
And now I'm back in the picture. Feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements. Skyrizi helped visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. And with Skyrizi, many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 3 years.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Now's the time to take control of your Crohn's.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Wow. New even mom approves of.
That's new.
Just grab a pad and go. The built-in solution traps dirt and locks it away.
Girl dances on clean floor. Wow, still white.
The upgraded strip has 75% more scrubbing power.
Girl and grandma slide in the kitchen. Still clean.
And the all-new Swiffer Mop Deluxe, the mother of all cleans.
Dad is a legend. Who can we thank for that? There were generations of dads who passed down their legacies. Discover who they were and how they led to you with an Ancestry Family History membership. See your roots and where those stories came from with an Ancestry DNA kit. Put them together, and there you are. Give thanks to Dad during our Father's Day sale.
Great pair of lungs. Shame about your swollen gums. You need Parodontax, clinically proven to help reverse 4 signs of early gum disease. The gum experts.
Depend keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever.
Yes!
Yes.
Yes!
No. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
It's 12:52. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Annabelle Sedano. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Right now, there's a rally happening in Grand Park with hundreds in protest demanding the release of the president of SEIU California, David Huerta. He was detained during that ICE raid in downtown LA on Friday. Julia Dang is overhead in News Chopper 4. Julia, what are you seeing from your vantage point? Any changes?
Annabelle, it is very much the same kind of atmosphere, same kind of activity we saw about half an hour ago. You can see this crowd of several hundred people still here in Grand Park. We are waiting for them to start moving. They are scheduled to march toward the Federal Detention Center this afternoon. But for now, you can see they've got speakers here on the stage. Every once in a while, we're seeing the crowd break out into applause. I do want to zoom in and show you just a couple of these signs. One that we've seen quite a few people holding here. It says, "No one is illegal on stolen land." Back over to you, Annabelle.
All right, Julia, thank you for that. And NBC4's Karma Dickerson joins us live on the ground. Karma, what's the temperature like among the crowd there?
There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of emotion, but it is a peaceful rally here. There are a whole lot of people who've turned out in the park. Take a look. A lot of labor presence. As we know, at the heart of this is a call for the release of labor leader David Huerta, the SEIU leader who was detained during the anti-ICE protests we've seen over the last couple of days. He's doing court later on today. But this group here is calling for his release and also saying absolutely no ICE in LA. That's one of the chants we've heard. ICE out of LA. We've heard that multiple times as we've been here. Now, the stated plan earlier was for this group to march down to the federal courthouse, again in support of David Huerta, the union leader that faces federal charges. At this point, we haven't seen really much police presence at all here. You've got to imagine that they're at least monitoring what's going on, but none in the plaza and none making any contact with people that we can see. But as we move through the city streets, we recognize that that is an opportunity for the dynamic to change. No indication that's what's going to happen at this point, but we are going to be sneaking through the city streets. We're going to continue to follow this through and bring the latest. Annabelle.
All right, Karma, thank you for that. And we'll be right back.
From the moment we're born, our lives are a series of new beginnings, new learnings, new goals, new habits. At Ultimed, we're with you through every stage of life, offering comprehensive health services, from behavioral health to preventive screenings and specialized services for older adults, all under one roof, because with every new beginning, there's an opportunity to grow healthy with Ultimed.
Time to check the weather. NBC4 meteorologist Stephanie Olmo has your first alert forecast.
Good afternoon and happy Monday, everyone. As we continue here this week, 4 things to watch. We have June gloom to start up the day the next couple of days. Morning clouds and fog will continue. We have a warming trend at least through Tuesday. Temperatures above normal, but then it slightly cools down later on in the week. And then we head into the second part of the weekend, especially on Father's Day. Temperatures start to warm back up across the area, but we're not talking about significant warm up. High temperatures for this afternoon will be in the 90s and triple digits, low 100s there in Lancaster, 81 this afternoon in Big Bear, low 90s in some spots here around the Inland Empire. And this is including places like San Bernardino and also Hemet. 80 degrees expected this afternoon in Anaheim and 88 in Van Nuys. We'll continue to talk more about this weather pattern coming up here at 3.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta just announced the state is filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration for federalizing the National Guard this weekend.
What we saw yesterday happened after the president's unnecessary, counterproductive, and, most importantly, unlawful order.
And he accuses the president of infringing on Governor Gavin Newsom's authority. We'll have a whole lot more coming up here on the NBC4 News starting at 3. Stay safe out there.
Taffy is a traveling dog. She just loves to go. Her hip pain showed up when we would go on walks.
She was diagnosed with osteoarthritis pain.
Our veterinarian recommended that we try Librela.
Veterinary professionals administering Librela who are pregnant, trying to conceive, or breastfeeding should take extreme care to avoid self-injection, which can cause allergic reactions like anaphylaxis.
She's got energy to do things that she wasn't doing before, and that's just amazing.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one-up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One-up the power of liquid, one-up the toughest stains with Tide Pods Ultra Oxy. Get a limited time offer on bonus packs with 15% more loads free.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
What are folks 60 and older learning these days?
New perspectives.
How to fix things.
Fun recipes.
Wednesday, How to Train Your Dragon soars into today, and the stars of the film join us live for the ultimate sneak peek. You ready? Your favorite characters like you've never seen them before. Wednesday, only on Today.
Who's a good boy? How to Train Your Dragon delivers on every level.
Toothless, stay.
It's the cinematic ride of the summer. How to Train Your Dragon, rated PG.
A great audition is all about.
What is happening?
AGT, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Think you could guess where you are?
Mark your X.
I think we're near Paris.
If you're wrong,
No way!
you're gone.
Get lost.
Destination X, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Documentary that's dropping tomorrow.
And why Taraji P. Henson got emotional in our new interview with her and Tyler Perry.
Access Daily starts now.
Welcome to Access Daily. You're not the heavy.
Thank you.
Welcome to Access Daily, Universal Studios Hollywood. I'm Mario Lopez and Kid Hoover. Alex Cooper, without a doubt, one of the most influential voices of her generation. She's at the top of her game after signing one of the biggest podcast deals in history. And now she's giving fans a behind-the-scenes intimate look at her journey to the top in a new Hulu docuseries, Call Her Alex, that premieres tomorrow.
I was fortunate to grow up in a household where it was normalized to speak your mind. Playing sports and making videos in my basement, those were the two things I really loved. By the time I got to college, it was exciting to start a new chapter of my life. I felt this enormous privilege that I was able to play Division I soccer. And then the whole thing turned. I experienced something extremely painful. It was all taken away from me. It ignited this desperate rush to find my new purpose. Call her daddy.
Podcasting at that time was a male-dominated field.
They were talking about sex in a way that was so alpha male.
It was the biggest show in the world, but the whole thing broke down.
The podcast changed as Alex has changed.
If me being vulnerable makes people feel connected and seen, then I'm doing my job.
I've been at this for 60 years. You're one of the best interviewers I've ever had.
As women, we learn don't be confident because that equals cocky. You're allowed to advocate for yourself. You're speaking like my therapist. Let's put on a good show. We're trying to make women feel liberated. We want them to feel like they are respected and seen and heard. I have so much more that I want to do. And I'm just getting started.
Oh, okay. I love this.
So she really basically filled a void that was not being serviced in women's voices, because before that they were really targeting a lot of men, right?
All the podcasts were all men.
And now, cut to, she's sort of like the female Joe Rogan in servicing this voice. The irony is that she started off very naughty.
Yeah, well, she
very,
started
very
on
naughty.
Barstool, right?
At
Started on Barstool,
with, yeah, Dave Portnoy
but
and those
honed
guys.
her skill and do what she wanted. And sort of the podcast grew as she grew. So, right? So in her 20s, she was talking about what was going on in her life then.
Yeah.
I like that she started off as an athlete. She's a D1 athlete. And there's all these statistics about young girls that are athletes and how successful they become.
And credit to Dave Portnoy, because he does give a lot of women opportunities, and he has a lot of female podcasters under his umbrella, and Alex came from that, and now she's signed one of the biggest deals with $125 million for a 3-year deal in Sirius.
I love that.
And this docuseries follows her as she prepares for her first tour and breaks down her career trajectory. There's also home videos of her as a kid and how she grows up, and we'll pretty much get up until the point where she is right now. And in the trailer, we see Portnoy, who I was just talking about how podcasting at the time was male-dominated, and noticing Cooper's drive really changed the game. Again, for women, I was making that point, not even knowing that. So good for her, a lot of timing and hard work, and that's when preparation meets, and you're off to the races.
Opportunity, and there you go. All episodes of Call Her Alex begin streaming tomorrow on Hulu, so congrats to her, and check that out. And in case you missed it, Tyler Perry's new movie Straw, streaming now on Netflix, follows a single mother played by Taraji P. Henson, who faces a series of unfortunate events and becomes entangled in a situation that she never imagined, leading to a bank standoff. Now, Taraji drew a lot from her own personal experience as a single mother for this role, and she was overcome with emotion. We showed her a picture of her baby boy. This is at her Howard graduation back in 1995.
I'm a single mother. I moved out to Hollywood with a dream and my toddler's child and $700 in my pocket. I know what it is to live for your child. I know what it is to every breath, every waking moment, every moment of your day is what can I do to make my life, this life better for this kid, you know? So I understood her struggle. I told them, I need my money to get my daughter's medicine. She's sick. That's me with Marcel when I graduated from Howard. I'm actually getting ready to get emotional because I remember when I was pregnant, everybody thought I was gonna drop out, and I didn't. He was my reason why. And it was important for me to carry him across that stage for the naysayers.
I've got to have that picture. Wow. It's that kind of emotion, it's that kind of heart, it's that kind of pain, it's that kind of struggle that Janiyah needed to come to life. And I knew that Taraji carried all of that inside of her. So she, from that picture right there, that said it all. Wow.
That's
Isn't that a
incredible.
great picture?
It is. You know, we were talking about how Portnoy sort of created these opportunities for Tyler Perry too has done so much for women too,
Yes.
just and for a lot of people in general, but really in sort of breaking barriers and giving these
Yes.
opportunities and telling their stories,
Which
is
we love
great.
to see in that picture. So Taraji became a single mother at a young age when she was attending Howard University. She and the father were high school sweethearts, but they eventually split up. She says after an abusive relationship, Taraji and Tyler formed that bond. Think about their movies, Mario. The Family That Prays, I Can Do Bad All By Myself, and Acrimony. So they love working together. But Straw is streaming right now on Netflix. And just her walking across the stage with her little son in her arms.
Yeah,
It's so
good for her. Good for her right there. All right, time for another hot debate, or really, it's just maybe a controversial debate. And this is when it comes to travel. And it's safe to say that we all want to get off the plane as soon as it lands, right? But some people take it to another level and stand up and get in the aisle the second the wheels hit the ground. There they are.
Where are they going?
There they are. Now, the Turkish government has decided enough is enough. Anyone who unbuckles their seatbelt, stands up, or enters the aisle and opens the overhead bins before the seatbelt warnings are turned off could be fined. Oh, there's a round of applause. Okay.
They like this.
The fines are up to $70. And the
That's a
hope
lot.
is to stop. That's a random number, by the way. Why 70?
$77.
Yeah, $70.33. The hope is to stop passengers from gathering their items while the plane is still in motion. You're not supposed to be walking around when it's still in motion because it puts the fellow flyers in safety. Some find it rude and inconsiderate of the other passengers that need to exit the plane as well. Do you agree with this or not? Here's my take. Like, I see them, they do that every flight I'm on. Everybody stands up. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I'm like, all right, you're going to beat me by like 10 seconds. Go for it.
But here's my thing. Is this saying, I mean, no one needs to stand up before you've hit that ding, right? Because then you, like, before we're taxied and stop. But there's people that jump up and get their bag and they've, like, sprinted and now.
Oh, and there's like a little line.
Well, it's supposed to be you log out when your thing goes. You know what I mean?
No, I know. But, like,
it's
but, like, if they really want to go and beat me by 30 seconds, knock yourself out.
Mari, that's because you're in 2A.
No, hey. Hey, what you talking about? I take Southwest all the time when I'm going to. I take Southwest all the time. But even, and by the way, they do it up at first, too.
They
do it.
When
But
it
I
goes
don't care, because you know what? I'll chill, be on my phone. Is everybody up? All right, and then we'll go. They're going to beat me by like 30 seconds. Who cares?
What to travel?
Yeah, I don't get bothered by like little things. Like little things don't bother me so much all the time.
It starts to bother me sometimes when it's like when there's no etiquette. I don't want nude feet on a plane.
No, that's different. No, that's different. You're getting into hygiene and
People on planes
stuff.
are getting rude. I told you somebody
You can't be clipping your toenails and stuff on the plane, like stuff like that. That's different.
And don't eat the smelly food. When you're next
like
to,
that. That's different.
And the smacking.
You're exactly right.
And I was just on a plane and I was in the middle seat and the person next to me was watching their movie without earphones and it's like, I don't want to hear you.
Yeah, that
like,
agree with all those points.
And then people are like jumping up when you're not supposed to.
Yeah,
Let me ask you this. So many times too, I'm the one helping somebody get their bag down. I'm 5 feet tall. Like, where are you, man?
Yeah.
Like, somebody help this woman. And I'm like,
I'm the helper.
You always
I'm
help.
always helping.
But where are you other
right
helpers? It should not be us. Get out of here, people. All right, guys, we're getting.
Hey, you shut up over there. Hey, side buster, go do the work or something. Go to work. You got a job?
We're getting our first look at Jennifer Lopez's biggest cinematic project yet. She is singing in The Kiss of the Spider Woman. Let's see this.
You've got to learn how not to be where you are. The more you face reality, the more you scar. So close your eyes and you'll become a movie star. Why much to stay where you are.
You have hundreds of movies. I have one.
And the moon grows dimmer at the tide's low ebb, and her black beach shimmer, and you're aching to move, but you're caught in the web of the Spider-Woman in her velvet cape. You can run, you can scream, you can hide, but you cannot escape.
Ooh. So do you remember the movie?
No.
Back in the the movie was great with Raul Julia back in the day. It came out a long time ago, and it was really good. So the fact that it's now getting made to a music, I think it's
movie.
very,
Gosh,
very
she
cool.
sounds so powerful.
Yeah.
Written and directed by Oscar winner Bill Condon, known for Dreamgirls in Chicago.
Oh, nice.
Kiss of the Spider-Woman hits theaters on October 10th.
My birthday.
That's your birthday.
There we go.
Happy early birthday.
There we go. Finally 21. Stick around. We got so much more coming up. Universal Studios, the ultimate Hollywood experience.
Domino's new Parmesan stuffed crust pizza tastes like never before. Because Domino's has never had stuffed crust before. Seriously. But we do now. So get any medium 2-topping Parmesan stuffed crust pizza for $10.99 when you mix and match.
What's this?
That's for Pepper.
You keep dog food in your fridge?
It's not dog food, it's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
It's dog food.
Fresh Pet. It's not dog food, it's food food.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now I have Skyrizi.
I've got places to go and I'm feeling free. Controlling my Crohn's means everything to me. Control is everything to me.
And now I'm back in the picture. Feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements. Skyrizi helped visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. And with Skyrizi, many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 3 years.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Now's the time to take control of your Crohn's.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
This is a meal. Melty, cheesy, flaky, toasty. Lunch just got croissant-tastic. Try the new croissant toast sandwiches. It just meals good at Panera.
Welcome back to Access 10. It's time for another edition of Hot Picks. All right, here we go. First, an exclusive look at a new action caper with enough guns and knives to give Quentin Tarantino a run for his money.
Yeah, we're talking about Killing Mary Sue, and the premise, pretty wild. It centers on a corrupt senator played by Dermot Mulroney who decides the best way to deal with his erratic burnout stepdaughter played by Sierra McCormick is to arrange for her murder. Oh. Well, that's extreme.
I need you to put a bullet in her.
Senator Wiener looks to be reelected for his 4th term.
Eliminate Mary Sue, and I also garner the sympathy vote. Is the team ready? This job has to be so clean you can eat off it.
What the hell's going on? What are we gonna do? We fight. Mary Sue, this is not a video game. Did you kill all those people?
I just got caught up with all the assassination attempts.
Are you gonna kill her?
Don't you find this odd?
Animals like Mary Sue survive and thrive on chaos.
You know, I'm starting to think none of these guys have even played Fortnite.
Now, it's Senator Weaver, not to be confused with Congressman Weaver.
Exactly.
From back in the day. Wiener. Yes.
Well, this looks wild, and the trailer teases it's not just her stepfather has a dark side. Mary Sue discovers she has a natural talent for being an untouchable killer.
That's nice.
All right, so the tables get turned right there. This looks wild.
If you like your action movies with a touch of wit, chaos, and absurdly violent fight scenes, Killing Mary Sue should be your hot pick this weekend.
Okay, you can make your mind up about it when it hits streaming platforms this Friday.
Next, get out the holy water. Al Pacino leads the way as a fearless priest tasked with leading the most documented exorcism in American history.
Okay, The Ritual delves into the true story of the 1928 exorcism of a young woman, Emma Schmidt, which inspired the 1973 classic movie, The Exorcist.
I love a true story. The cast is heaven sent, too, along with Pacino as Dan Stevens, who portrays a local cleric involved in the events. The central character, Emma, the young woman believed to be possessed, is played by Abigail Cowan.
Oh, let's see.
Emma is not well. I need a team of 3. Father Steiger will be taking notes and persist with restraints. The devil will do whatever it takes to foil our plans. We must be resolute and hold back the darkness.
Emma?
Satan and his demons, depart this woman in a light, Emma.
Ooh, I told you my grandfather used to have The Exorcist playing in the house on a loop when I was a little kid.
You're not freaking out?
Of course I was freaking out. Pacino's performance has been described as mesmerizing, while Abigail Cowan has been praised for her ability to transform from a beautiful young woman into a snarling vessel for dark demonic forces. Ooh. Wow,
So
snarling vessel.
If you're drawn to historical dramas with a supernatural edge and the chance to see Al Pacino and Dan Stevens collaborate, The Ritual is one to check out.
Yes, it's in theaters now.
Okay, finally, a welcome return of the Muscles from Brussels in an action movie with a comedic edge that critics are already raving about.
JCVD, Jean-Claude Van Damme, stars in The Gardener as Leo, a seemingly ordinary man who loves to plant flowers until his boss becomes the target of deadly assassins, unleashing his past as a highly skilled covert operative. Take a look.
Mr. Surge. Mr. Surge.
The executive blacklist. It's a list of certain individuals that the Prime Minister might be entitled to eliminate in the name of national security. I'm going to ask you to help me.
Are you ready?
El Sergio is backo.
And now, gardening's over.
Look at him go.
JCVD still got it.
The biggest draw for this
movie
is seeing him returning to work in his native French language, which many fans will find refreshing.
Oh, wow. Leo's mission will require him to use his hand-to-hand combat skills and perhaps even some everyday gardening tools to fend off these assassins and keep his boss safe.
Don't sleep on the Clippers.
Wait, you said every day his language is French, but he's from Belgium.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go figure.
I don't know.
All right.
There you go. That's where you have it. So you're interested in seeing
Jean-Claude.
In a distinctive comedic performance. We're still bringing that action hero presence. The Gardener is the one to watch. Out on video on demand in select theaters right now. It's a great call.
We'll be right back.
Why did we say French?
Yes, I know. Because he's from Belgium.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was like, why is it?
He's fluent in a lot of languages.
Probably is.
What's
You know,
what's
This is a meal. We're talking a good food that makes you feel good meal. You feeling that? Now, meal this. A salad for the first time in a week meal. A catching up with your ex meal.
So, how's your mom?
Been there. Ooh, a scoring cool dad points meal.
Obviously.
Thank you. Do I spy an I need 5 minutes to myself meal? Whatever you're feeling, at Panera, it just meals good.
We were all looking for some place to call home. But first you need a place to look for a place to call home. And that's Homes.com, because it's the best.
I told you, you cannot legally say Homes.com is the best.
What if she says it as Morgan Freeman?
Hulk. I can get this Hulk.com.
No. Well, how can we not say it if that's our new name? Give up. Homes.com is the best.com.
I'm Doug.
And I'm Damon, and we want to buy your house.
Seller's Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
With no agent fees, no hassles, and no repairs, selling your home doesn't have to be overwhelming.
It was a hard decision to sell the family home. My dad had passed, leaving us with a mess. Seller's Advantage helped us through with care and sympathy.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com for a free, no-obligation cash offer.
Don't worry, sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
If you've been injured in an accident, you might feel like you're drowning in bills with no lifeline in sight. After an accident, you need help. Don't waste time. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker right away. We've won over $2 billion for our clients because we believe no one should settle for less than what's right. Consultations are always free, and you pay nothing until we win. Call Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Mark Hamill.
I'm overwhelmed.
Your kids, do they think you're cool? I just pictured you going in like at homework time with a lightsaber. You also played the Joker in the animated Batman series. Do people ask you to do the voice?
You can't do it subtly in their ear. You really gotta let it rip!
Plus, Mia Threapeton.
Today at 2 on NBC4.
I want someone to step to me. Oh yes, I want someone to rescue me. Oh yes, I've never been afraid of love. Oh yes, that's why I like a danger. Oh yes, I want someone to step to me. Oh yes, I want someone to rescue me. Oh yes, I've never been afraid of love. Oh yes, that's why I like a danger. Said I like a dangerous.
Yeah, that was Mariah Carey surprising fans with the first song in years, Type Dangerous.
Ooh.
This month is the start of Black Music Month, so we're sharing some of our favorite artists making big news this summer.
Guys, it's time for another hot beat in the headlines. Let's get into it. And of course, start with Mariah Carey. She is celebrating 20 years since release of The Emancipation of Mimi. She released an anniversary edition of the album called The Mimi Sessions. When she released the original album, it was #1 in the Billboard 200 charts, spent 29 non-consecutive weeks in the top 10, earned 6-time platinum status, and was one of the best-selling albums ever. At the time, the album was considered her comeback one, but the new version includes all the tracks from the original, plus 21 bonus tracks, and this one is huge, Mariah.
Yep.
Mariah's unboxed the album and gave us a look inside. Take a look.
This is the 5LP 20th anniversary of The Emancipation of Mimi with 45 songs. Here it is. Bonus tracks include When I Feel It, Sprung, and Secret Love, plus the remixes. I loved this photo shoot, especially the original, and Marcus Klimko was the photographer. And I think they just wanted it to be like,
Man, Mariah been killing the game since 1990. When she came out of Vision of Love, I remember I was in high school.
Yeah.
She came out and it hit #1, and she's been consecutive. She's had #1 hits every decade.
That is a true artist.
I think technically the most successful female artist ever, as far as hits are concerned.
Remember her back in the day coming on TRL and just lighting it up
and she
every
also
time?
is in charge, or sort of regarded as starting the the features when R&B singing with rap and stuff. She started that as well too.
She was the first one to start
Yeah, she was
do
a
that.
pioneer with that.
Unbelievable. Well, she also released a live session performing some of her biggest hits off the album. Here's We Belong Together.
The feeling that I'm feeling now that I don't hear your voice. Oh, have me touch and kiss your lips cause I don't have a choice. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have you lying by my side right here. Cause baby, when you left I lost a part of me. And it's still so hard to believe. Come back, baby, please, cause we belong together.
maybe we can get changed. Oh, that's the jam right there.
That voice is just unmatched.
She's going to be performing and headlining at the iHeartRadio Music Festival in Vegas September 20th. So if you want to check her out right there,
that'll be fun to see right
yeah.
there. The Emancipation of Mariah Carey, the anniversary celebration is out right now. Check it out.
Yes. Moving on, global sensation Tyla on fire right now. She just took home Best Afrobeats Artist at the AMAs. She also has new music out. Let's check out her new video for Bliss.
Let's see.
My eyes, I see further than hindsight. Take me out my mind. Take me out my mind. You take me to bliss. Never found a love like this. Never found it, never found it.
Tyla came on the scene and has been making a big splash. She also has a new collab with Lisa, who you know from Blackpink and White Lotus.
So great.
Recently, called When I'm With You. Check this out.
Could've been a good girl, but I won't be. I'ma turn one night to a whole week. Look at me now. I'm inside out, so wild. I'ma let you control me. Give it to me good like you own me. All my pride goes out the window. When I'm with you. When I'm with you. When I'm with you.
Hey, that's a great collab right there. Those girls are killing it. Lisa, what a year she's having, huh? It was also recently announced that Tyla's going to be hosting the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, so that's cool. She's promising it's going to be a summer slime party. Kendrick Lamar has a whole bunch of nominations. Maybe we'll see him get slimed. You never know. Show airs live on Saturday, June 21st.
Have you been slimed?
I have not been slimed.
You've never
Now
been
that I think-
slimed?
I've been slimed before, but not on the award show.
Not on the award show.
Not on the award
So
show.
we got a surprise
yes, but I've been
for you.
slimed. Next, the BET Awards celebrating its 25th anniversary. They had a full weekend of concert events and a super fan fest experience. To get to some of the details, the events were produced by Live Nation. They had reggae and dancehall superstar Buju Banton, whose son or his dad, Pato Banton, was my favorite back in the day. Pato and Raja come again. That was the best. They kicked off the festivities at the Hollywood Palladium. He broke Bob Marley's record, by the way, for most #1 singles in 1 year. 48 million views.
Wow.
Here's one of his greatest hits, I Want to Be Loved.
I wanna be loved, not for who you think I am, not what you want me to be. Could you love me for me? Real love, with no strings attached. I wanna give you my heart, don't wanna take it back. And this is my chance. Been searching a long, long time for that oh so true love to comfort.
There were a whole bunch of other performances too, like The Roots, Lil' Kim, Redman and Method Man, Bone Thugs and Harmony, Raekwon, Goody Mob. The Roots Picnic also returned to the Hollywood Bowl, one of my favorite venues right there, so that should be a good time.
That should be really good. All right, lastly, guys, Grammy Award-winning superstar Cardi B is making history again. She was presented with the ASCAP Voice of the Culture Award. This award is given to those who are a major influence on music and culture. She's the first woman to receive the recognition. Pretty cool. She also made history in 2020 as the first woman to receive 2 consecutive Rhythm and Soul Music Songwriter of the Year awards. So ASCAP considers her one of the most significant musical artists of all time. Her award is going to be presented during this year's celebration. But Cardi B is no stranger to breaking records. Back in 2017, she appeared on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon and broke down the meaning behind her name and making history with her single, Bodak Yellow.
My name comes from, you know what? My sister name is Hennessy. You know what I'm saying? My sister name is Hennessy, right? So everybody used to call me Bacardi. So I always call myself Bacardi, right? And then it was my Instagram name, like Bacardi, Bacardi B. But for some reason, my Instagram keep getting deleted. And I think it was Bacardi that had something to do with it. So I just shortened it to Cardi B.
Grammy Awards, January 28th, here in New York City, your hometown. Are you nervous?
I am nervous. You want to know something? You want to know something?
Yeah. Yes.
I already feel like a winner.
Yeah, you already
You
are
know
a
what I'm
winner.
saying? Because it's like, I never thought me.
You already are.
Yeah, like I already won. What's good?
Bodak Yellow was the first #1 single from a female rapper since 1998. So already you just changed the game. Everybody's singing Bodak Yellow.
Yeah, I see. I'm so proud of myself.
You're the first female hip-hop artist, I want to get this right, with your first 3 singles in the top 10 at the same time. Cardi B! I mean...
So funny. You know what her real name is?
What?
Belcalis Almaraz.
Oh, I like
That's
that.
her real name.
That's
Yeah, it's funny
beautiful.
that her name, her professional name is from Instagram.
Right? She got
Because
it.
somebody had a handle on it right now. She's having
Take
a
it
good
down to
time
Cardi.
now, hanging out with Stephon Diggs.
Doing-
Okay,
There we
okay.
go. We'll follow that. All right, guys, that does it for Hot Beats.
All right, coming up, we're cooking with Top Chef Canada's Adrian Forte.
What are we cooking? I'm hungry.
Every day, over 1,000 accidents happen in California. Lives are turned upside down. At Jacoby & Myers, we provide calm when an accident causes chaos. Call Jacoby & Myers today at 1-800-5-MILLION because you deserve justice.
Hey, babe. Hey, babe. I just got a text from my sister today. Do you remember her neighbor, Rick?
Yeah, isn't he the guy in his 70s still running marathons?
Not anymore.
What happened?
Gone, just like that.
Wow, he seemed to be in such great shape. Oh, we're not about to have the when are we getting life insurance conversation, are we?
No, we're getting that $9.95 plan today.
Sometimes we just need a reminder not to take today for granted. That's why today could be the day to call for free information about Colonial Penn's $9.95 plan.
Call for your free Colonial Penn planner with important information you need. Plus, you'll receive coverage options to fit your budget and needs, as well as a simple one-page application form. No health questions asked, guaranteed. Call 1-800-789-9553.
If you're age 50 to 85, you can get guaranteed acceptance life insurance starting at $9.95 a month. You can't be turned down for any health reason. This is permanent coverage. Just pay your premiums for lifelong protection.
Call for your free, no-obligation Colonial Penn planner and get the information you need. You'll also receive a simple one-page application form as well as helpful ways to leave important messages for your family. Call 1-800-789-9553.
Don't put it off. Take the first easy step. Call today for free information.
I love you, but no more waiting.
Call now, 1-800-789-9553.
Waba Grill is an LA original, so we've got to keep it real. Enjoy $5 happy hour weekdays after 3 p.m. with our 5-piece pork veggie dumplings and a value-sized premium or beverage drink. Waba Grill, keeping it real for you.
Clashes erupt over immigration arrests. Now only on NBC4. Our cameras are there.
Got hit, you can see there.
The National Guard, now on the streets of Los Angeles.
Federal agents taking a lot of people into custody.
We've seen several explosions.
What this means for your neighborhood and what happens next. Continuing coverage only on NBC4.
Adrian Forte is a Jamaican-Canadian chef and author who burst onto the scene as a semi-finalist on Top Chef Canada, and since then, the powerhouse chef has moved to LA, where he just opened Lucia, an Afro-Caribbean restaurant, getting a lot of buzz right now, and he's joining me in celebration of Caribbean American Heritage Month. Thanks for coming, my man.
Thank you for having me.
We were just talking about our love for Turks and Caicos.
Yep,
what an
yep.
awesome place. Love the rum punch, love the food, love the conch. You don't get
Oh
conch
my
anywhere else,
gosh,
right?
conch is amazing.
Conch is the best.
Yeah.
All right, we got a special cocktail here, though.
Oh, yeah.
That, speaking of good...
straight to the cocktails?
Straight to the cocktail. We always have to salute.
We haven't even eaten yet.
You cook better that way.
Okay.
Salute. What are we drinking, by the way?
This is a Tamarind Collins. So we have some mezcal, some Red Stripe, the beer of my
this is
people,
good.
some lemon juice, and a tamarind cordial. This is a tamarind ball, which is like a little tamarind snack that you eat in the Caribbean, but also in Latin cuisine.
Yeah, tamarindo. Exactly, tamarindo. Very good.
So good.
Now, you're originally from, salute, you're originally from Jamaica, right?
Yes, Kingston, Jamaica.
From Kingston, Jamaica. And how would you describe, like, their dishes and style of food?
Very eclectic. The motto in Jamaica is out of many, one people. So if you go to Jamaica right now, Mario, you'll find people from German descent, Chinese descent, Latin descent, all over the world.
Ooh.
It's literally a melting pot.
So a little influence.
And the food is reflective of that.
I love that. That's awesome. And you've been a successful chef now for many years, and I know you've cooked for a whole bunch of celebrities like Drake and Alicia Keys, Simone Biles, and last week you opened a new restaurant here in LA. Congratulations. Tell me about it.
Thank you. So it's called Lucia, and the etymology of Lucia is derived from the Latin word lux for light. And what we intend on doing is shining a light on Afro-Caribbean cuisine in a sense.
Oh, nice.
That's what it symbolizes. That's what the name means.
Got it. It has nothing to do with St. Lucia?
A little bit. The island's named after the patron saint, St. Lucia, but we're not going to get into all that.
Okay.
You know.
Fair enough. And what are we cooking today?
We're making Guyanese-style oxtail pepper pot.
Ooh, I love oxtail. All right, I'm going to take that from you so
Yes,
we can
sir.
get started right here.
Yes,
What are we doing
sir.
first? I like this, by the way.
All
This is a good drink.
So, Mario, usually for oxtail and for our viewers at home, you would get your oxtail, you would add your favorite seasonings to the oxtail.
Yes.
Get in a nice pan, or in Jamaica we call it a dutchie.
A dutchie?
A Dutch pot.
Oh, that's why pass the dutchie on the left-hand side, right?
Right. So that's what we usually do. And
That's
usually,
what they were talking about the
that's
whole
what they're-
time? Oh, my
I
gosh.
think so. I think so.
Maybe something else. Maybe something else. All right.
So usually, for the viewers, you'd season it up. Nice hard sear, get the mail-in reaction to take place. Nice color, nice caramelization. But at the restaurant,
That looks good.
we go an extra mile, Mario. We go
Okay.
an extra step. Take a whiff.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
So we smoke the oxtail over pimento wood imported from Jamaica at $45 a pound.
Wow.
For that wood.
Okay.
So that's an extra layer of
Yeah.
flavor infusion into this.
Oh, I can't wait to try this.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get our smoked oxtail right into this pot filled with beef stock, right? Because it's a pepper pot.
Right.
Right?
Dutchie?
The dutchie, right? Oxtails are in. Then we're gonna add some pimento peppers.
Oh, okay.
Traditionally in Guyanese cuisine, you would do wiri peppers or Scotch bonnet, but I'm gonna go a little bit mild today. Peppers go in, then cinnamon.
Wow, the cinnamon. I like
Oh,
that
yeah.
move. I like that.
Onions.
Ooh.
So we're getting all our aromatics. Then
Ooh,
we're gonna
smelling
go
good.
some thyme, because we got time.
We got time.
Garlic.
Garlic. Everything's beautiful.
Then we go some cardamom.
Ooh, wait, I'm not familiar with that. What is that?
It's a East Asian spice.
East Asian spice.
Yep.
Cardamom.
Cardamom.
Huh, okay.
It's gonna add some flavor, give it a little stir.
Yeah.
Then, this is gonna seem kind of strange, some orange.
Orange, I like that move. Oh,
So
the whole thing.
The whole thing.
Skin and everything.
So these are
Okay.
some Caracara oranges I got from the farmer's market here in
Yeah.
Hollywood. Loving the produce, by the way, in here in California. It's
Yep,
amazing.
right?
It's a chef's dream.
Okay.
All right, so
Now what do you got there?
This is called casarip.
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 Okay.
So casarip is a molasses that is derived from the juices of the cassava or yucca.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
from
you-
the yucca.
So you
Okay.
reduce the cassava juice and it makes like this syrupy, almost like molasses.
Yeah.
So this is what makes pepper pot pepper pot.
Got
You want
it.
to try a little bit of that?
So I'll try a little bit of that. That's good.
What notes are you getting? It's like a little bit bitter, it's sweet, it's
Yeah,
smoky,
it
it's
is bitter
earthy,
and sweet. Yes,
it's umami.
exactly. So you throw the whole thing there.
Whole thing in.
And then how long do you cook it?
3 hours.
Okay.
At
So
the
you-
restaurant, what
you
we
walk
do is
away.
you walk away. You can do it in a crock pot also. Set it and forget it, as they say, right?
Set it and forget it. All right. And then with the magic of TV,
So
we
with
end
the
up over
magic
here.
of TV, we end up over here.
Oh, that looks good, chef. That looks
All
good.
right. And we're gonna give that little glaze.
Oh
Look
my
at that.
gosh, that color is gorgeous. Oh my
Nice
gosh.
little glaze. Look at that. Look how tender that is.
I think we need to plate that real quick.
Oh yeah. All right. So we're gonna go.
And do you just put it like that, or like over a bed of rice or anything, or what?
I mean, at the restaurant we serve it by itself.
Okay.
But you could definitely go some rice. You could go some macaroni.
Just because I like the juice, and you can soak it up, and you get some bread, and you can soak it up like that.
Exactly.
You're right there. I know you
You're a
also.
foodie, aren't you?
I'm a foodie, yeah, for sure. And I know you also brought us some dessert.
Yes.
But I'm gonna have to try that before I talk about the dessert. What kind of dessert is that?
So we have a sticky toffee, sweet potato sticky toffee pudding.
Oh,
what
that's
it is.
good.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh, that's good. Ooh, can I get in there real quick?
Of course you can get in there.
Okay. Let me try to get in there.
Yep.
And then you can.
I'll finish plating as you go.
Okay, and then
I'll multitask.
And then what is that you're putting on?
This is a white bean puree. So typically with oxtail, you would serve it as a stew with lima beans, right?
Oh my
So
God.
what I did was I took the
That's
lima
good.
beans, a little bit of Brazilian farofa,
Look, and
which
that's
is
how it
just
looks?
toasted cassava.
That looks awesome. And I want to make sure we show this dessert.
Yep. Charred peppers.
There we go. Oh, wow, the presentation. Hey, this chef's got it going on. Listen, if you come to the LA area, make sure to visit Chef Adrian over at Lucia, and be sure to follow him on Instagram. Look, he's still working. We'll be right back. What is that?
You host, your bathroom can feel like a revolving door. Keep things fresh with Febreze Small Spaces. It's an outlet-free air freshener that fights odors for 45 days. So even after every flush, you know your bathroom smells amazing.
So why can't we say we're the best home shopping site?
Because while true, you just can't say that legally.
So I can't say, Homes.com is the best.
No.
What if we jumbled up the words? Homes best is com.the.
No.
What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
No.
What if we whispered it? Homes.com is the best.
No.
Fine. What if he said it?
Homes.com. It's the best.
Mr. Freeman, I'm sorry, but we can't say that.
Say what?
Homes.com is the best.
Aha!
Homes.com.
It's the best.
Hey, whoa! What's this? You keep dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's fresh pack. Real meat, real veggies from my boy Junior.
What are we doing here?
Anybody asks, we were at Grandma's.
This is a meal. Melty, cheesy, flaky, toasty. Lunch just got croissant-tastic. Try the new croissant toast sandwiches. It just meals good at Panera.
There's a reason Kyle Busch hates school zones. Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm.
Hey, Dad, maybe Mom can do carpool next time.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
So what do you need here? Soft, medium, firm?
Cooling tech you never knew you needed.
How about a queen for the lady?
Do you have...
No, we do not. It's all right here. That'll run you about $4,500.
No matter how you sleep, the Living Spaces Sleep Center has you covered with a huge selection of the latest technology and top brands to help you find the perfect mattress. Your best sleep starts here.
Living Spaces.
I thought we had a deal. You blew it.
Some things are just better at home. Our flooring experts come to you so you can compare hundreds of samples in your home. Right now, get up to 40% off, no interest for 24 months, and no money down.
800-588-2300
Today.
Welcome back to Access Daily. It is time for Food in the News.
6 Wienermobiles made their racing
My
debut.
friend is in this. My friend's daughter, Bridget Doyle, is in the Wienermobile.
In the Wienermobile?
She made it.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah. Go, Bridget Doyle.
Apparently, the legendary Indianapolis Motor Speedway crowns the ultimate top dog in these Wienermobiles, and this is the first ever Weenie 500 race.
Let's
Here's
see.
a taste.
It's going to be close. They're making the move. Slow down. Making the move. Up the inside on the run to the outer bricks. And over the line. It looks like it's going to be the slow down Bayern. No.
I
That's
love this.
so funny. That was a close race
That
right there
really
between
was.
those
That
hot dogs.
wiener could move.
I didn't know they could go that fast.
Right.
That was impressive. For the competition, each Wienermobile sported an all-new look representing a beloved regional dog. The Slaw Dog, representing the Southeast, took home the win and got drenched in celebratory mustard spray and more. Look at that. That was a close one. They even were awarded a trophy filled with hot dogs. So congrats to the Wienermobile champs.
Wait, that looks like my friend. Did Bridget Doyle win the Wiener race as
Yeah,
well?
good
I don't
luck.
even know. Way to go. All right, guys, people are ditching the bread on sandwiches and using blocks of cheese instead. Maybe it's the no carb thing. So take a
Whoa.
look at this, okay?
That's a
you cut
lot
it in
of
half
cheese.
and you add your favorite sandwich toppings with fillers in
This-
between.
oh, come on.
Look at this with the mozzarella.
Now, let
People
me-
are saying you need to normalize eating sandwiches.
Hold on a second. This is too aggressive. You can't get right. I like cheese, but this is like a brick. This is like a brick of cheese. Like, come
but
on.
we should have like peeled, cut that off.
Like, if you would have cut off like this, come on.
I can't even. Come on, guys.
This is
That's
the whole
ridiculous.
thing. That's the whole thing right here. I can't.
But I like it. How is it? It's like you're eating the whole board.
look.
Get in there.
You got a little bit of the cheese.
By the way, that is
This
heavy.
is a lot of. This is yeah. Of course it is.
I could do.
Let me say something. To be continued.
To be continued.
Meanwhile,
It's a good workout.
The Pittsburgh restaurant Beto's Pizza gone viral for their uncooked toppings on their pizza.
What is going
Look
on?
at this. They cook the sheets of pizza in tomato sauce first. Then once they take it out, they add cheese and other toppings without cooking them.
Why?
People say this reminds them of old school Lunchables from back in the day. We have some right here.
I mean, do you want it uncooked? I don't know.
Well,
that.
you know what? Let me see. See, this is the proper amount of cheese, not like that other one.
It's cold. I don't like it.
I'm not mad at it. I like the hot and the cold mix.
You do?
Yeah, the hot and the cold, and it mixes it. You know what I mean? Because then I think everything else is hot. So if this could be really hot,
I'm kind of with you. I just prefer it maybe all warm. But I mean,
you gotta kinda,
I remember when Lunchables came out. I love that you could do your own little thing.
All right, Pittsburgh.
Okay, there we go. Guys, Selena Gomez has her own limited edition Oreo.
She does?
The cookie inspired by her childhood favorite drink, the horchata.
That's her Mexican side.
Yes, the cookie includes a layer of chocolate and cinnamon cream on top of a layer of sweetened condensed milk, all sandwiched between two chocolate cinnamon flavored
So, and
wafers.
horchata is Mexican rice water that has like cinnamon and vanilla kind of flavors, but you drink it really, really cold. You got to drink it cold. It's so good,
Is it
especially in
so good?
summertime.
Okay,
Yes, but
so-
horchata Oreos, okay.
Okay, so
Selena?
let me see. Let's see what do you think. There's also one exclusive cookie
Not bad.
found approximately in every 3 packs that has their signature
tastes the
Oreo
cinnamon.
brand and autograph. So check out for that cookie.
Not bad, right?
It's really good.
This one's got a lot of cinnamon flavor to it. I got to hook you up with a horchata.
I want one. I've never had one.
Yeah. Oh my God, they're the best. Ramen and ice cream apparently is a combo that's trending right now.
Come on.
Ramen lovers have been placing their soft serve ice cream in their
No.
savory soup. No, this is they're wilding out right here. They say the ice cream adds a creaminess and sweetness to the dish. People are saying the strange combo works. Oh my God, this
By the way,
ramen looks
look
really
at our
good.
great team.
The
It really,
ramen looks
God,
really
those
good.
raw eggs look. I mean, those cooked eggs.
So you
look
put
great.
it and then you just start.
Yeah. So you're gonna stir it up,
Okay, I'm
and
gonna
it's
go right
gonna
here.
add like
All right, hold on,
cream
and then
to
you leave it in. Then you leave it in.
Oh, you leave it in?
I'm gonna go over here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over here.
Let's see. I want that egg. MJ, I think he's not gonna like it.
Full disclosure, I ate the non-ice cream side. Because I'm not crazy.
There's no need for it.
This is crazy.
You get like.
I want to
sweet-
enjoy my ice cream later. People be wild enough.
Don't be mixing that in the ramen. You don't need that in there.
That does it for Food in the News. We'll be right back.
It's How to Train Your Dragon Knight on American Ninja Warrior. My goodness.
Definitely a night to remember.
NBC's Ninja Warrior tonight and How to Train Your Dragon only in theaters June 13th.
Chefs, we've been going too easy on you. We have a twist.
I don't thrive in that kind of environment.
Mother, you have to know when to pivot. What are you doing?
Houston, we have a problem.
Yes, Chef, tonight on NBC and Peacock.
Hey, I just got a text from my sister. You remember Rick, her neighbor?
Sure. He's the 76-year-old guy who still runs marathons, right?
Sadly, not anymore.
Wow. So sudden. We're not about to have the we need life insurance conversation again, are we?
No, we're having the we're getting coverage so we don't have to worry about it conversation.
So you're calling about the $9.95 a month plan from Colonial Penn?
I am. We put it off long enough. We are getting that $9.95 plan today.
Is it time for you to call about the $9.95 plan? I'm Jonathan from Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. Sometimes we just need a reminder not to take today for granted. If you're age 50 to 85, you can get guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance starting at just $9.95 a month. There are no health questions, so you can't be turned down for any health reason. The $9.95 plan is Colonial Penn's #1 most popular whole life plan. Options start at just $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate can never go up. It's locked in for life. Call today for free information. And you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. So call now.
Call 1-800-523-9696 for free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-523-9696. 1-800-523-9696. Call now.
Hello, Colonial Penn?
Are your trash bins filthy, smelly, or infested with spiders and maggots? Washbins is Southern California's #1 trash bin cleaning service. Sign up now at washbins.com and we'll disinfect, sanitize, and deodorize your bins. Just leave them at the curb, and our automated trucks will wash your bins inside and out with 190-degree water, leaving them looking and smelling great. Call or text 1-833-WASHBINS or sign up now at washbins.com. That's washbins.com.
Closed captioning and other considerations for Access Daily provided by
patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth. They have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White Provides 2 shades wider teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne.
Oh, I heard you found someone special. Yeah. Is that dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's Fresh Pet. Real meat, real veggies for Peter.
That's Peter. Should have known.
You do make a pretty cute couple.
Welcome back to Access Daily in celebration of World Ocean Day. National Geographic has a new documentary with David Attenborough that explores the untold story of how we can help save the world's oceans.
As the corals grow, they build stone castles around their soft bodies for protection. And in doing so, they create the planet's largest living structures.
I love when they show the old map.
His voice is so soothing right there. Check out National Geographic's Ocean with David Attenborough.
All right, guys, I hope you had a great day. We did. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Later.
The NBC4 News at 6 with Colleen Williams and Michael Brownlee.
I'm a martial artist, a skydiver, a pilot, and all of them require your feet to work. Get up in the morning and it felt like I was standing on marbles on my heel. When I went into the Good Feet store, the fitting was personalized. It was all about me. You put in the arch supports and your day becomes better and the sun shines, the unicorns run by, and you know, it's a good life. I'm Randy and that's my Good Feet story.
See for yourself with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store. Get ready. Country music's most legendary acts are taking the stage at Yamava Theater. Don't miss your chance to see John Party June 26th, Carrie Underwood September 5th, and Tim McGraw on October 25th. Get your tickets today at YamavaTheater.com. Must be 21 to enter. Please gamble responsibly.
Californians, if